because they wanted to enroll as someone's daughter or wife, not in their own name.
And if you talk about Chhattisgarh, there are more women voters than men.
Not only that, in Mizoram also, and possibly in Telangana, women have gone ahead of men, and other places also almost at par. So this is a long journey. Just imagine 1951, women sacrificed suffrage in a way. And today, they are much ahead.
I think Sakil and I could do a fist bump with that.
Yes, sure.
In 2019, for the first time in the national election, they went ahead of men. And in assembly elections, it is repeating. And the consequence is that all political parties have to respond to it.
Mr. Rao, the writing is on the wall when it comes to election and the whole electoral process. India, clearly, in India, it cannot get really bigger than this. The largest in terms of expanse and scale, plus complexities and challenge on planet Earth. How have we really covered this journey? We're going to talk a bit more about that, but we have our reporters standing by from these highly contested 4 Indian states. Let's quickly go across to Team India on ground, joining us this morning here in India. Vishal Baristo of DD India joining us from Jaipur, from the state of Rajasthan. Aisha Khanam joining us from Hyderabad down south to get us a pulse as far as Telangana, the youngest state, is concerned, and our colleague Ravi Dhiman joining us live from Raipur in Chhattisgarh. Aisha, quickly to you first to begin with. Good morning. So what's the buzz like? I was there when we had our election conclaves, and there is a lot of talk about the anti-incumbency as far as BRS is concerned, and Congress desperately trying to dislodge, where BJP has also been trying to make it a triangular contest of sorts to displace Congress as the opposition. Very interesting battle out there. Aisha.
Well, good morning, Sakal. Very interesting lineup of events that will be unfolding today, and there could be a lot of surprises during the day as the counting, begins, and we will get to know the status. But the exit polls, the Congress is in an upbeat mood. And though the exit polls are not giving a good number or good picture to the BRS is so confident about the fact that yesterday KCR called all the government employees at the Vidhan Sabha, and he spoke to them, he thanked them for the 2 consecutive terms, and then confidently he told them that there will be a cabinet meeting on 4th, and he said he was so sure about the fact that he is going to win and he will come back as the chief minister. He has announced a cabinet meeting on 4th December, that is tomorrow. So this is the confidence that BRS is exuding here in Telangana. But the Congress is in upbeat mood because they are going by the figures in the exit polls. Perhaps the Congress also is surprised by the fact that they are getting very clear majority in the exit polls, because the Congress has brought the template of Karnataka elections in Telangana, and they feel that the success which they achieved in Telangana will be in Karnataka will be achieved in Telangana as well. So this is the confidence in both the camps. But right now we are looking at a triangular contest between Congress, BJP, and the BRS. And on the other hand, you have AIMIM, which is a very dramatic party, limited to the old Hyderabad, limited to the old city, and they are the fence sitters. They will be looking at a hung assembly, because in case there is a hung assembly, about 7 to 8 seats which they are confident of winning, they will go with the party forming the government, irrespective of their ideology. So MIM is kind of seen as the Kumaraswamy or the JDS of Telangana here. They will take an opportunity to see that they will go whichever party is in the lead. So this is going to be a very interesting lineup of events that we will see. And here at Gandhi Bhavan in Telangana, there is a lot of excitement. The Congress getting ready for a celebration. Already. And the BRS camp is also ready with the celebration. KTR has put up a picture on the social media, saying get ready for Telangana.
There were a lot of vitriolic attacks also coming from KTR, especially on the Rahul Gandhi of Congress party. Aisha, just stay put there. We're going to come to you on that as well.
Yes,
but meanwhile,
since Aisha was talking about the exit polls of the Congress being enthused about them in Telangana, let's talk about a state where I guess a similar amount of enthusiasm by the Congress is not being shown, where it is ruling lineup, which is Rajasthan. Let's go across to Vishal Baristo in Jaipur. Vishal, just tell us, first of all, has the counting commenced as it should at 8 o'clock? And by when can we start, getting some trends that will give us a good idea of whether the exit polls are going to be proven correct or incorrect?
Well, a very good morning to you, Gautam and Sakal. Yes, the counting has started. First to go are the ballot papers. By 8:30, the electronic voting machines would be opened and the counting would start. Now, talking about the exit polls, as you rightly said, let me assure you that Rajasthan is going to come up with the biggest surprise of all the states. Well, absolutely. So after the ballot papers are finished, then 8:30 would be the EVMs. And yes, as I was telling you, that Rajasthan is going to spring the biggest surprise of all the states, because a lot of exit polls have come up with different opinions. But let me tell you, though BJP has not announced a chief ministerial candidate, but Vasundhara Raje 2 days back, she went ahead, met the governor of the state and also did puja at the Ganesh temple. Now she looks quite confident of becoming the chief minister, but the Congress party is also quite confident, and Gehlot especially he said that there is no anti-incumbency against my government. And I also witnessed this thing across the state. The voters, they were not very vocal about against the government and Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. The only problem with the Congress party was the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot, and also the weak organizational setup that the Congress has. Seva Dal is nowhere to be seen, while BJP is a united party as far as the organization is concerned. Their cadre is very strong, and they have a strong support from the RSS as well. The door-to-door campaigning of the Bharatiya Janata Party was much stronger than the Congress party. But let's see what is there for store, and in some time from now, about 12 o'clock, we would get to know. The picture would be much clearer, and the claims and counter claims would come up before the viewers. But as of now, let me tell you that it is going to be a very tight contest. This is the first time that the convention is not being followed, and the Congress party saying that, insisting that it is going to form the government once again. And it is the confidence of the chief minister is based, the confidence of the chief minister is based on the 7 guarantees that he has offered to the people of the state. So it is going to be an interesting Congress contest between both the BJP and the incumbent Gehlot government.
Vishal, you have a long day lined up for you. And an interesting day, of course. And Ravi, our senior colleague, joining us from the field in Raipur in Chhattisgarh. Ravi, if you could hear me. Yes. 90 seats, very tight contest, straight fight, BJP, Congress. Is really anti-incumbency going to play a role for the ruling dispensation this time around, considering the issues have been in the fray in the state of Chhattisgarh, corruption scams, liquor scam and much more, and ED tightening its news where Congress claims that it's Delhi calling the shots?
Sakal, going by the exit polls, the state is, I think, going for an incumbent inertia. Going by the polling percentage, has not been the highest so far. The polling percentage has not surpassed the figures of last time. It is not very low from last time, but it is 0.5 percentage point lesser than what we witnessed in 2018. So going by all these figures, what is generally associated with an anti-incumbency, it doesn't seem so, but we don't know. Nothing can be said about the voters' mind, how they apply their mind to select candidates, to elect candidates, and we just have to wait for a few hours. The results will be out in open. Right now, the postal ballots are being counted. That's what the announcement was made at 8 o'clock. And we'll see after the postal ballots are counted, the EVMs will be open, and slowly the results will start trickling in from all 90 assembly constituencies. But the important point here is, as you said, the election campaign was, dominated by all the scams that have been witnessed in the state, including the liquor scam, the betting app, illegal flow of funds from the betting app scam, and the coal scam, in which many of the officers of the Chief Minister's office have also been, they are facing music, they are in jail. Apart from that, an interesting statistics that has emerged in these elections is the topic that we were discussing in the studios also. The female voters have outnumbered men voters here in Chhattisgarh. In at least 50 constituencies, the female voters outnumbered their male counterparts. So that's an interesting trend here, and it remains to be seen when female voters have come out of their homes and voted more than the male voters, what the trend's going to be like in these 50 seats.
Tracking that with you, what's happening in Raipur for the state of Chhattisgarh through the day as well. Let's also quickly go across to the Bendu model, my colleague who's joining us from Delhi, from the BJP headquarters. Pretty much the mood can be gauged from how the preparations are taking place for victory, if that possibility is being seen. The Bendu, what can you see? Any dholwalas around with those drums, or can you smell? Is there the smell of mithais being made, sweets being made in the air?
Well, Gautam and Sakal, good morning. At the BJP headquarters, currently the situation is calm. The leaders are slowly starting to come in. I think the BJP leaders, what they have been telling us is they want to go slow because this is a very tight contest in both the northern Indian states of Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Well, Chhattisgarh is also could be a tight contest, but of course in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan there will be a tight contest, and once the result starts trickling in after the postal ballots are counted and the EVMs are opened, we will perhaps get to see if the results go in favor of BJP, more senior leaders coming in to the party office. But for now, I think they don't want to make the mistake of making laddus and then having to give it to the Congress maybe. So they're just going slow about it. The situation currently is that wait and watch. They will perhaps what we hear is that from 9:30 when the trends starts to come in, and by 11 the trends will settle in. So they are not rushing, and they're expecting their senior leaders to come in after 9:30 or 10 o'clock here at the BJP party office. And of course, if the BJP wins, the trend is that elaborate arrangements and some dhols, of course, we'll be able to see her at the BJP office in Delhi.
Okay, Demedu, stay with us. We're going to keep track. And in fact, before we go to Praful Ketkar, we are getting some leads. Let's see. In fact, we must tell our viewers that we are consistently flashing these leads as they come real time on your screens on the bottom bands for credible news. Always tuned to DD India, India's national broadcaster. And let's quickly get a perspective from Praful Ketkar also and get him into the discussion. Praful, good morning. Organizer, editor. Praful, very good morning to you. Also, besides what happens in these 4 or 5 states, what we are really looking at is that the way this has been looked, as a build-up or a run-up to 2024. Irrespective of the results, what's the kind of... how do you put this in perspective? Because there is maybe less talk of the states and the respective results, but more buzz about this setting the tone for the things to come in 2024 elections. Lok Sabha.
Good morning, Sakal. Good morning, Gautam. Each election is seen, as a run-up to Lok Sabha. Many media people would like to call it a semi-final. In India, Akshayji rightly explained the numbers. If we really see, each election is different, each state is different. Like, Madhya Pradesh has, 230 assembly constituencies, 199 in, Rajasthan, while Chhattisgarh has only, around 89. So, the anti-incumbency factor that works at the state level is quite different from the national level. That's why we see even if election takes place simultaneously, we see a different kind of vote. So, but what definitely happens, Sakal, is the results certainly set the tone for the upcoming elections. They definitely galvanize the party cadre, workers. Even the perception management revolves around those results. And in that sense, I think these elections are very important. Conventionally, we have seen that Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, they have always, set the tone for the assembly election, because generally they precede the general elections. In that sense, it is very important. But one of your correspondents, he was saying that by 10:30 we will start getting the clear picture. In case of Telangana or Chhattisgarh, I'm really doubtful. Perhaps we will have to wait for 12:30. There is poised to be a very tight contest, especially Telangana. I think will be very tight between BRS
and the
Congress.
Congress, yes. 9 out of 230. I think that was Madhya Pradesh. These are, remember, just the leads. We must tell our viewers, these are just the leads.
Primarily postal ballots that have been right now open. So we shouldn't give too much credence to this, because the trend, the larger trend will become clearer a little later in the day, by perhaps 10:30. 11 o'clock in some cases, as Praful was mentioning. In the case of Chhattisgarh and Telangana, it might take longer. Akshay Rath, if I could again come to you in terms of how things have progressed where elections are concerned. Even in these elections, although Ravi mentioned that the turnout was not as high as the last time in Chhattisgarh, in two other states, records have been set in Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh, and it's been quite a progression through, again, election after election. How even turnout has been increased. It's not just because of how political parties campaign, even the Election Commission has had a role in it, and also non-governmental bodies.
Yeah, I think you're very correct. The national aspiration, even the Election Commission management's aspiration about numbers of turnout has increased, have seen a new age, if you call it. There was a time, not long ago, maybe even after 2000, we were pegged at 50-55%.
We had plateaued.
And now, or maximum 60. Now we are finding 70 as less. That means our aspiration has increased. Now Election Commission says, and many others say that 75% is the next target, at least 70%. That is why. Otherwise, in these elections, the turnout has been good. And let's not ignore the humongous efforts made by Election Commission of India about 10-12 years back, when they started this flagship program called SWEEP, Systematic Voters Education and Electoral Participation. Women's shortfall in participation was one of the planks, besides youth, urban, and people in difficult conditions of life. These were the 4 planks on which Election Commission made special initiatives. Just imagine I'll give you one small thing, example, which has not been perhaps noticed. In one assembly constituency, North Raipur in Chhattisgarh, all the 200 polling stations have been only women manned. If you call it manned or women.
How, like, any specific?
1,000, because gradually what is happening is that Election Commission, in its plan to make booths more comfortable, better conditions for women, is doing everything possible. All types of facilities have gone, but this is big. Women manage polling stations, and one in which 1,000 polling staffers, all women, were put to man all the 200.
Also, is it also because of the fact that security is improved and the process of counting has improved, the duration has reduced as well, so that situation of tension as to what will happen, tension building up amongst different camps where it leads to fights, that has also been reduced to a large extent.
Yes, absolutely, and those are definitely the factors. For example, for journalists like you or in the public domain, it's a matter of excitement today. But for Election Commission, it is serious and sincere, months long of hard business.
Yes, I was coming to that. Now, let's talk realistically in terms of challenge. India is a diverse state. We're looking at remote areas. We're looking at areas where, which are not really easily accessible. Those are the areas where election...
Mizoram, for example, one difficult...
Remote corners of...
or Chhattisgarh.
Yes, the tribal zones, the interiors. Now, imposition of model code of conduct and controlling and containing money and muscle power. So we may not like it, but then that's the fact. How do you control these political parties and ensure that there is a last man in the queue who comes and gets to vote freely and independently?
EVMs go on camel backs.
Yes. Sakal, you are mentioning two things at the same time. One thing is the complexity because of the large hinterland that we have. For example, in these 5 elections, let's look at it. Mizoram is a border state with Myanmar. It has drugs issues. There are 40 polling stations in Mizoram which are not connected by road, riverine. So these are, and Chhattisgarh, being still a small state, required 2 phases of polls because there is some apprehension of left-wing extremism. And there is an election commission.
And that area had a higher turnout than the rest of the state.
Absolutely. And one of the things is that how to include everyone. No one should be left behind. For example, you must have heard about the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, which are in large number in Chhattisgarh as well. The election commission's machinery made sure that everyone is enrolled in this particular community. And polling booths were established for 4, 5, 6 people in very remote areas. So that's the step that India cares for its last voter, even in most difficult conditions. Then the other thing that you mentioned, Sakal, is that and that's linked to level playing field. If you want to have a free and fair election, you must have a level playing field. And the two things which make it difficult is money power. Let's come to the clear figures. 2,000 crores worth, all types of things have been seized during these 5 elections. It's huge compared to even last time. And of course, as expected or apprehended, Telangana leads the list with 700 crore and above. But 2,000 crores, that means the eye of the election commission is strongly focused, and they have connected all these agencies which hunt these, privilege, bad inducements, cash, metal, drugs, liquor, in a coordinated basis. This time it was done much better, and it has been happening for quite some time, but this time it was particularly successful. And let's not ignore the fact that there is a C-Vigil, which is a wonderful mechanism. I find it as a typical example of new innovation to strengthen the electoral process. All the citizens can, through C-Vigil, file a complaint on MCCA, which Sakal was mentioning, or anything happening on inducement, abuse of money, and then get a redressal quickly from the Election Commission of India. But model code of conduct, still we have a long journey to go. It is accepted by the political parties. It doesn't carry the strength of a law. Maybe that is also its strength, that there is no legality, but it is enforced by willing compliance and Election Commission's enforcement. Elections should be competitive, but they should not be abusive. They should not be abusive.
Yes, but Mr. Rao, but the compliance of the model code of conduct, is that really happening? I mean, because it's not legally binding on the political parties.
It's happening largely, but not totally, I must say.
Is that a big challenge?
It is a challenge, but under the circumstances, this is the best option. Like Election Commission made it a point to have preventive enforcement, not punitive enforcement of the MCC. There have been notices issued, not too many, to big shots in all political parties.
Have there been preventive detentions also? Is that
no, not as a detention, because this doesn't take to detention. This has other steps in which redressal can take place. But I think it is basically preventive measure. But good thing is that in India, still political parties largely go by that because there is an image question. There is a moral pressure. In a live election scenario, no political party can ignore when there is a stricture on them. And it is a public image, it counts for voting. But Karnataka was pretty abusive, and Election Commission expressed, the last election, expressed its concern about it. This time it has been much better, but it could have been even better. And we are all concerned, like everyone in the public domain is concerned, that in 24, there should be more compliance and there should be less violation of model code and maybe some more strictness everyone is expecting all the time from Election Commission of India. But it is a very complex scenario. It's not like to put people to jail. There are provisions of MCC, Sakal, which you mentioned just now, which are linked to IPC and CRPC. If those are the things, then straight away certain things can be done under law. The rest of the things is a desirable moral code of conduct, which everyone is supposed to willingly adhere to.
Talking of moral code of conduct, we're talking about money power, muscle power, and clamped down by agencies this time around. Reportedly, a lot of news coming in from Karnataka, money being pumped from Karnataka to Hyderabad for Telangana polls. In fact, let's quickly go to Aisha also to get a bit of a more perspective for Hyderabad, and then we can go to Praful also, Gautam. Aisha, now the incumbent Chief Minister is clearly running for a hat-trick, but I wouldn't really go back to the exit polls, but then there is this whole thing about the way he started on an emotional card and the promises were not really delivered. Now the fight is 50 plus years of Congress report card plus 5 years of what they did or 10 years of what they did. Is this going to be a vote based on the real issues on which BRS came to power?
Well, absolutely. This vote is based on the ground issues, and this vote is based on the fact that in the recent years, the BRS has disappointed and let down the very sentiments of Telangana state that he stood for and that he fought for. And you know, when KCR was leading the Telangana movement, the Telangana agitation, and he claimed responsibility for creating the separate state carved out of Andhra Pradesh. But now we see that, you know, even though he is the chief minister, incumbent chief minister now, but we see that this sentiment is slowly eroding away from him because the agitation which we saw for 10 years from 2004 to 2014, now there is a new generation, there is an addition of new voters to the list of voters, and these voters do not connect to such, just the sentiments. They want reality, they want jobs on ground, they want employment, they want education. And the students, especially the student community who was responsible for the entire Telangana agitation, have been let down in Telangana by BRS. So they accuse him, they allege that he has failed in delivering the promises for a Telangana of their dreams. That is where the BJP stepped in. The BJP promised the Telangana of, the dream state of the people of Telangana. The BJP talked about pro-development, the BJP talked about the welfare schemes, irrespective of appeasement politics, which BRS is accused of. And we see that BRS, though is popular in rural areas with regard to certain schemes given to the farmers, power supply to them, there's no such sentiment in the northern part of Telangana as such, where BJP rules the roost. So this is where the BJP has stepped in, and the BJP hopes that that they will give a better future. That is Telangana of 10 years, now the Telangana of 10 years, and the BJP will now give a better future in the coming days. So that is how the BJP promised. But the Congress, on the other hand, has duplicated the template.
Small question I wanted to ask you. Also, this whole Team A, Team B, Team A, Team B business, they tried to really confuse the electorate. Asaduddin Owaisi trying to, attack BJP and Congress. And when we ask him, okay, in fact, since we are talking about Telangana, we have some leads coming in. Can we have those on our screen while Aisha continues to be with us? So out of 119 seats, leads on 12. Remember, these are just the leads where BJP is leading on 4. Congress on 4 again, neck and neck fight on those 4 seats. We'll have to see what these seats are. Just short of 1 seat is BRS, the ruling dispensation, and Asaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM on 1. Aisha, as we flash these leads, a quick one on the vitriolic and the attack and counter-attacks between the Congress, BJP and AIMIM. But AIMIM doesn't have much in stake considering the number of seats they're contesting. What was so much, there was so much of buzz and noise created by Asaduddin Owaisi.
Well, Telangana is always a fence-sitter party. They look at an opportunity. They look at, now at the moment they are looking at a picture as of a hung assembly. So they feel that, whichever party is close to the winning margin, they might, support that party. So in Telangana, Asaduddin Owaisi and AIMIM is seen as the JDS of Karnataka. They take the opportunity and they say they call themselves as a kingmaker. So this similar situation is likely to emerge here, in case there is a hung assembly, in case there is a shortage of majority, MIM may step in, because MIM claims that they will win 7 seats. So this 7 seats will be enough for them, to win, to support the government, whichever party, irrespective of BRS or Congress. So MIM is limited to old Hyderabad city only. They have not expanded in Telangana, despite the fact that they call themselves a national party. They contest in Maharashtra, they contest in Karnataka and in Bihar, and they contest in other regions. But in Telangana itself, where the party was born, they have not been able to come out of the old city of Hyderabad. So they have no presence in entire state as such, despite Asaduddin Owaisi and his brother Akbar Owaisi's speeches, which brings in large number of crowds. But they have not been able to get, they have not been able to convert this crowd into votes for themselves, and they are limited
Well, let's see what happens
to the
this time
Hyderabad
around.
old city only.
Let's go across to Praful Ketkar. But before we do that, let's also get you some of the trends that are emerging from Madhya Pradesh. That's the largest state that has gone to polls in this particular set of elections that have taken place. There are 21 leads that have come in. At the moment, BJP is at 12, up 6. Congress is at 9, down 5. And others are down 1 as well. So these are, again, very, very early days. So one cannot really rely on these numbers. And the numbers are changing very quickly as well, as you can see right there on the screen. Praful Ketkar, what do you make of these early trends and how they, whether they have, to what extent they have a bearing on what really emerges at the end of the day?
Gautam, as rightly pointed out, this is just trends based on ballot papers. But what they certainly tell us is the probable direction that election results can go. And when you see the extreme right column that you were explaining, where you said, it's a +4 or -4, it means the sitting MLAs are facing anti-incumbency. And that is a very peculiar trend that is emerging in most of the assembly elections, especially, where the MLA's performance is judged very, very, meticulously by the voters. And yes, overall perception, overall, the chief ministerial face, the governance issues, they definitely play a role. But the local candidates are also very critical. But if you see overall, what I feel, even Sakal earlier was asking about the impact on national elections.
Right.
It is really going to decide the strategy for the opposition unity based on these results. If Congress does well, especially as the trends were showing in the exit polls in Telangana, and Congress gives a tight fight in states like Rajasthan, then there will be a totally different kind of Congress that will be dealing with the parties like Samajwadi Party and DMK or TMC. So it will bring bring the Congress to totally different kind of negotiating table when it comes to the national level strategy in Lok Sabha elections.
Yes.
So in that sense, I'm saying that this will have a bearing on the Lok Sabha elections. But as far as the results are concerned, we have seen there are people where Congress had almost swept Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan and formed government in Madhya Pradesh, and still Congress lost miserably when it comes to the general elections.
Yes. Praful, stay with us. We have some more leads coming as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. And, well, out of 95, we have leads on 51 seats. Interesting. BJP leading on 22 and Congress little ahead, 23 now, and Congress little ahead on 30. But remember, these are leads, and Ravi is standing by from Raipur. Ravi, these are just the leads, but already crossed halfway seats. What do you say?
It's a small state in the sense it's only 90 seats there, and the postal ballots are still continuing here in Raipur, and after that the EVMs will be open. I reckon in many places the EVMs have started counting the EVM votes already across the state. So we've got early leads, as you said. It's still early, a little early for the entire state to come, but they are following the pattern that that the exit polls have predicted so far in the state. Should be very interesting to watch and figure out in around a couple of hours time from now what the real trend in Chhattisgarh is. But it looks like it will be a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress, and the fence-sitters here like the Gondwana Ganatantra Party or the party floated by the Ajit Joki, they won't have much say in the final preparations on who takes the mantle of the chief minister of this state.
In fact, these regional parties have, or the independents or the fence-sitters, as you say, they've not even opened their account in terms of leads. And Mr. Raut, you wanted to add to Praful's point on 2024?
Praful's point was based on political analysis more. And I'll just add a little bit of stats and managerial aspect to that. There have been a lot of elections, and answering your question actually, how does it extrapolate to 24?
Correct.
That was the question. And the political answer you have heard from Prafulji. There have been several assembly elections in the past which are in the close vicinity of a national Lok Sabha election, and the results have completely changed. And another example, which is a very interesting example, of last election in Odisha, for example, is that the people overwhelmingly voted for the regional party BJD led by Mr. Naveen Patnaik, but they gave good number of seats to BJP for the center. That means people, the voters have matured to that extent in India that they are able to discern about what is their regional and local priorities and what is their national priority. This is a very interesting thing, and it is happening more and more. So there is no technical correlation, complete correlation between this. Of course, the political parties are entitled to take it as a semi-final like many other analysts do.
No, but is this just for the optics? Just because if the sentiment at the regional level and at the national level are two different things, and our electorate over the years has matured enough to decide, I mean, they understand the difference between electing a chief minister and the prime minister of the country. So why
about
this
the maturity aspect, I wanted to ask this as well, because although elections through the years have become smoother, they've become more free and fair, there's better law and order, there are modern challenges to it as well. There's social media. There's now deep fakes that are that's being talked about, new age technologies, generative AI that will become a challenge for elections. So do you feel that that level of maturity is there to be discerning in those sorts of scenarios as well, where there's a lot of fake news buzzing around, and you know, people can be disinformed to the extent that they even sometimes clash?
Your question is very correct and very relevant for today, and it is going to be more relevant tomorrow. The deep fakes and also the hate news abetted by artificial intelligence is going to be a matter of concern. Everyone has expressed concern. Of course, it's another thing that your fake is my real, like your freebie is my welfare, and my welfare is your freebie. So similarly, but the concern is across the board in the public domain and everywhere that this is terrible. In fact, the election should be competitive, but they should not be abusive. And abusive in a way that you use fakes and deep fakes to defame and personally attack someone. So that's not the correct proposition. And in this, Election Commission's initiatives, I am going back to Sakal's question in a very brief manner. More than the political parties taking it as semi-final, I am taking it as Election Commission's semi-final, because a lot of these operational practices, for example, handling hate news and fake news, have been experimented and have been, all the...
So operational aspects.
Yes, instruments, all their technological applications, all their enforcement initiatives, they have to be tried and tested for the largest events of the world.
So
that is
just
24
interrupting
election.
you for 5 seconds because
sure.
more leads
Sure.
now coming in because that's what really matters. Now Rajasthan is what we are looking at. Ashok Gehlot's Congress is leading on 18 seats, a little behind in the BJP, where if BJP comes to power, that's going to be a history of sorts there. We'll have to really see, because remember, these are early leads and the regional
and
or
again,
the
the
independents
gains and the losses become very, very critical here.
Yes.
Again, the others are the ones that are losing out at this point. The
So is
most
the Congress.
then, of course, the Congress is losing out as well, since it was the leading party earlier and was in power in the state, and it's the BJP that's got its tail up at the moment.
And pretty fast out there. Praful, coming to you, I wanted to ask you about this perception management and exit polls. Now, do these exit polls actually have an impact as far as the real voting day is concerned, the pattern and the mind or the psyche of the electorate? Exit polls...
Or opinion polls, for
opinion
that matter.
polls for
Exit
that
polls
matter.
come later.
Yes. Opinion polls on the channels, do they really influence the mind of the voter?
Sakal, I don't think they influence much. Exit poll, of course, comes later, after the voting is over. Opinion polls certainly give, a picture of what people are thinking. If that picture is resonating what, my perception is, then it certainly have some kind of influence. And in democracy, that is fair enough. What is problematic when it comes to the numbers is basically because you are taking a very small sample size and you are extrapolating those, voting percentages to seats conversion. That is a very tricky business when it comes to the Indian scenario. For example, what will be happening to the Chambal region in Madhya Pradesh may not be true for the trend of Mahakaushal region or Malwa region of the same state. Because the issues, the local perceptions, the local anti-incumbency will work, in a completely different way. And therefore, this extrapolating voting percentage and converting them to seats, that is a very tricky thing. But that is a very trendy business these days, and that's why people get into it. But otherwise, getting seat-wise, picture, it's a very, very tedious task. And as Akshayji was rightly explaining, the kind of machinery that Election Commission has to run to conduct these elections for a private any of the entity, whether a company or a media house or whatever, it's practically not possible. So general trend is to take 10 to 15% of random sample, and then applying the same, take a clue from the previous elections, general trends that are happening, and then applying it to, from vote percentage to seat conversion. In that sense, I don't see, and because people have started seeing this more as a, sort of entertainment, they see the reliability, as we have seen over the period of time of exit polls have dramatically gone down because of the, the trends they show and the actual results. They may not be.
What about the popularity? Okay, what about the popularity or the lack of popularity of the opinion polls? I mean, I don't want to comment on it.
The opinion polls tend to fall by the wayside because when the exit poll comes, people largely forget about the opinion polls and just talk about the exit polls.
So, Praful, opinion polls.
There is a more serious exercise actually involved in it. I've been involved with opinion polls pre-election, post-election, and there is a very serious exercise, academic exercise, or exercise related to the study of democracy involved in it, where you get to understand the voting behavior of the electorates, where you can understand why a particular person coming from particular background is having certain kind of choices.
Okay.
Urban educated voter.
Praful, I'm just interrupting you. I want a quick one from you before we go to our reporters and Mr. Raut. Can we have the Telangana graphics on the screen, please? Congress has maintained a comfortable lead there. I mean, these are just the leads, but with the ruling dispensation far behind, Praful, 28 is what Congress is leading and 9 is what BRS is leading on.
Yeah, it's too early, Sakal, but still, if this is a trend, then it is a remarkable, gain for Congress, and it will be certainly now, a more dominant position when it comes to the negotiations with regional partners. But this clearly shows that BRS, despite having, credit for formation of Telangana as a separate state, has failed miserably in delivering when it comes to the water issue. There were various corruption charges. Of course, this perception of family fiefdom kind of thing. All these things have perhaps,
Right.
I guess one of the biggest failures has also been the great divide between Hyderabad, the entire region, which is urban and is now emerging very, very fast and strong as one of the economic centers of the country, and the rest of the state, because that is largely agrarian, and it's almost like it's been left behind.
Mr. Raut?
Yeah, see, from a management perspective, I look at it this way. First, let me refer to one point which Gautam made about opinion poll and exit poll. Opinion polls, Gautam, has a longer shelf life. Exit poll has 2 days of shelf life at all. And today, that's why the counting has become, for the first time, I think, ECI-led counting is much more awaited for, because exit polls have presented dilemmas, if you allow me to say trilemmas as well. So, so that is so far as that is concerned. But another thing of concern, you mentioned Hyderabad. Compared to the huge turnout, there is a turnout movement going on in Indian elections.
Yes.
And okay, 1% up and down, that's a different thing. But turnout movement for the last 10, 12 years because of the largely ECI's initiative. And of course, political combativeness is another factor. But Hyderabad has voted so less. Like, look at Bangalore.
That's an urban Malay.
Look at Bengaluru. Look at Ahmedabad and Rajkot just before that. The urban apathy is something which is still haunting the Indian elections. I think all of the urban people, sit and talk so nicely about elections and who should win and who is how useless. And people don't come and vote. Even Hyderabad, in the whole scenario of Telangana, is an outlier because everyone has voted more. And you just mentioned about agrarian areas and village areas. They have voted handsomely. But Hyderabad. So I think this is something on which election commission of India focused. And the other one is youth apathy. I think we get some time to talk about the youth in the elections. Like women, the other factor is youth. The youth agenda is growing, or is it growing? And by political reasons, by management.
Is the youth electorate getting more robust, sir, over the years?
60 lakhs in this election have been not the youth. Youth definition is much higher and elastic. But just the teenagers are 60 lakhs. That much is the enrollment this year in the voter. And out of that, about 15, 16 lakh, if I am not incorrect, are those who have benefited because of the additional date of registration which was allowed by Parliamentary Act. Okay. Like earlier, all of us know that 1st January is the only registration cutoff. Now there are 4. And for that, new voters, 15 lakhs have come into this picture, and overall 60 lakh teenagers. Not only that, just to complete this youth story so far as they are getting into the franchise mode is concerned, is that age 17 by ECI's initiative, 18 is the voting age, but 17 age years are also getting lined up in the electoral roll so that they can be automatically taken up in 18. So they are going to have a much larger share in this election of the candidates and also in the overall governance in the coming years.
And because they have come to occupy center stage as far as attention of political parties is concerned, youth, women and of course the backward classes have been there as well for the longest time. And the voter, I guess, gets segmented as well, which is why you see a lot of, again, the debate about freebies and welfare comes along. And that has become a very, very clear marker of whether you see these being delivered or not. Do you think that is the biggest issue now, that people see that we're being promised this, that's been delivered or not, and then they decide?
Yeah, people are more into bargaining. I think the voters know that this is their day. Okay, I do not want to get into the issue of which economists get into, which policy planners get into, journalists get into. the issue of what is a freebie and what is welfare.
Yeah.
Because as I just mentioned, your freebie is my welfare is your
It doesn't
freebie.
matter to the voter.
Yeah, because voter wants to get the income support, the direct help into the kitchen, having a toilet, having a house for themselves, and Ladli scheme around which the whole election of Madhya Pradesh revolved. And so this is, and political parties do not have an option but to have an agenda responding to the increasing participation, say, of women, of youth. If these people are coming up, making a claim, taking part in the election, turning out more in number, political parties only follow the trend. You know, that is why even at the culmination of it, the 33% reservation in the legislature, which has happened now, I think this is almost like taking something out of the executive and legislature, demanding for it. Yeah.
Thin line that divides the freebies and welfare schemes and the kind of impact these welfare schemes actually can have on the psyche of the voters. And before we go for the recap, can we please have Rajasthan on our screens? Because I think there we have some interesting trends coming in. Rajasthan, yes, Rajasthan. So out of 199, 74 leads we are looking at, out of which BJP and Congress are poised neck and neck. 39, BJP is leading on 39 seats, while Congress just a tad behind, leading on 34 seats. And others will have to see what this other
It'll be
is.
interesting to see if we can get the graphic in terms of gains and losses as well. Because that will in itself tell its own story. If you could get that up as well on the screen, apart from these bar graphics, that would be something that we could perhaps talk a little bit more about.
Yes, we will have those leads in terms of the gains and the losses made by the respective contesting parties. But before that, Praful Ketkar requesting you to stay with us. We need to do a quick recap of the top stories, the headlines that we are tracking at this hour for all the viewers who have tuned into DD India. Let's do a quick recap.
Counting of votes for 4 Indian states, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Telangana is on. It started at 8 in the morning IST. Results likely by the evening.
And in other news, United States and China announced measures to address methane emissions at COP28 in Dubai. Over 110 nations pledge to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030.
And the Philippines lifts the tsunami alert after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck the south of the country as the waves receded.
So India has been taking major strides to increase women's participation in every sector, including politics, both in terms of choosing leaders as well as getting elected to the seats of power.
As the nation awaits the results of the recent polls, here's a report on the role of women in Indian politics.
Women's representation in politics is high in the minds of people as India awaits the verdict on the elections conducted recently in 5 states of the world's largest democracy. As the people of Mizoram, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana are set to choose their leaders and chief ministers for their states, all eyes are eagerly waiting for the figures that would project the actual representation of women in the corridors of administration and power. The figure assumes significance in the backdrop of a milestone achievement by India this year. The Parliament of India recently passed a historic bill, better known as the Women's Reservation Bill 2023. The law enacted by the adoption of the bill would now ensure 30% reservation for women in the Indian political quarters. Though the provision of the recently enacted law were not enforced in the current elections, but its enactment played a role in the minds of political parties and Indian voters as well. There has been a slow but steady improvement in women's representation since 1998, both in terms of candidates and winners. But the numbers still continue to be low. The Women's Reservation Bill was first introduced in Parliament in September 1996 by the then government, but it lapsed after the government went out of power. 27 years later, the bill was introduced by the Narendra Modi government and was adopted by the Parliament of India on September 20th, 2023. The bill provided for amendments to the constitution, which provides for 30% reservation of seats for women in Lok Sabha. Even in certain reserved categories, the bill sought to reserve 1/3 of seats for women on rotational basis. The bill introduced amendments which also mandates the reservation of seats for women in all the 28 state legislative assemblies of India. Even in the union territories like Delhi, amendments have been made to allow 30% seats reserved for women. The reservation will be effective after the census or the population count of India is undertaken and completed. Based on the census, delimitation or restructuring of the voting constituencies will be done and the seats would be reserved for the women accordingly. The reservation will be provided for a period of 15 years. It shall continue till such date as determined by the law made by the Parliament. Amit Mukherjee for DD India.
So those are some of the changes that the election process in the country has been undergoing towards the better. In fact, let's get you some other updates that are coming in about the elections as well. As far as Telangana is concerned, well, BJP leader Dr. Prakash Reddy says, and I quote him, there is strong anti-incumbency against the BRS government. There's anti-BRS sentiment among the people. The BJP expects to win a good number of seats. That's what he said, and that's an end quote from him. And if you talk about how the trends are going in Telangana, it seems that there might be a change, but it's again early. It's been about a little over an hour after the counting started, so we'll have to see if these trends really bear out at the end of the day.
Yes, can we play that bite, please?
After a long waiting, election campaigning is completed. Elections are over now. The results are awaited in few hours. One important factor, it indicates that there is a strong anti-incumbency against the BRS government, which reflects the results of Telangana election results. The strong anti-BRS opinion in the masses, in the public. Certainly, I hope that BRS is winning the battle. Who will win, that will be decided in a short time. Hopefully, we are also expecting good number of seats as BJP.
Shifting gears to Madhya Pradesh, we're looking at the biggest chunk in terms of numbers, where State Congress President and one of the bigwigs in the fray, Kamal Nath, has said that that he has not seen any trends and he does not need to look at any trends till 11 a.m. That's interesting, shows Congress's confidence perhaps. He says Congress is confident and the Congress trusts the voters of Madhya Pradesh. That's Kamal Nath.
कोई उलझान नहीं देखे मुझे 11 बजे तक कोई उलझान की तरफ देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ मुझे मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर पूरा विश्वास है मैं ये सीटें में नहीं जाता मैं मतदाताओं पर जाता हूँ.
So the Congress's Kamal Nath trying to play the cool customer there. Let's also listen into what the BJP from Madhya Pradesh is saying. Its State President V.D. Sharma says that he believes that it's the BJP that will win the maximum seats today and create history, in fact. So super confident there. And this development, he says, will be under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें जीत करके मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाएगी. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी का जो अभियान था उसको जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है. ये सारी ताकत जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की थी और संगठन की ताकत प्रत्येक बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैदान में उतरी, आज मैं कहता हूं कि इस आधार पर ऐतिहासिक बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनेगी.
So all the viewers who are tuning into this special broadcast from different parts of the globe, just to give them a bird's eye view as far as what makes elections larger than life in India in terms of expanse, in terms of scale, in terms of management, in terms of operationality. Elections in India have been nothing short of festive occasions, almost like a carnival. Citizens get to choose their leaders for their local bodies, for the state legislatures, and of course, for the nation when we talk about the general election. So here's a report that talks about why these elections in India are big and the biggest process.
These are not moments of jubilations for a marriage or a happy family occasion. Neither it's the fervor of Diwali or Holi, the festival of colors. These are celebrations India witnesses round the year. The celebrations during the festival of elections. These happen in different pockets of India at different times of a year, and it happens almost every year. The objective is to choose leaders who could run the municipalities, states, and also the nation, India. The carnival of the world's largest democracy is in full swing in certain states of India now. It's a carnival in every sense of the word, in terms of spectacle of colors, hurly-burly, and the exuberant noise. It's a festival of people's participation to run a country that has set benchmarks hard to match anywhere else in the world. The festival is observed by all Indian adults who are 18 years and above. The organizer of major elections across the country is the Election Commission of India, or the ECI. The Election Commission is an autonomous body set up under the provisions of the Indian Constitution. It's responsible for administering the union and state election processes in India. The body conducts and supervises elections to the Indian Parliament, comprising the Lok Sabha, the lower house, and the Rajya Sabha, the upper house, the legislative assemblies of the Indian states and union territories, and the offices of the President and Vice President of India. Elections of representatives to the Lok Sabha, the 28 state assemblies, and 3 union territories like the Indian capital, New Delhi, happen through direct voting by the citizens of India. In the election to the Lok Sabha, citizens of India choose their Prime Minister. The election for the state assemblies decide on the head of the province, known as the Chief Ministers of the states. This year, the Election Commission of India conducted 9 elections, the recent ones being held for the 5 state assemblies, including Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, and Mizoram. The people of these states are choosing their leaders to run their province for the next 5 years. Amit Mukherjee, DD India.
All right, so that's how the Festival of Democracy really comes to a crescendo at this time. The counting is on in 4 states. Mizoram, let me remind you, has been deferred to tomorrow, that is Monday, because the Election Commission was approached by the people there that it's Sunday, we need to go for mass and all that. So give us 1 day, defer it. So that's how the Elections Commission is done. So you need to be flexible with these things as well. And even in these mammoth exercises, that kind of flexibility has been accounted for. So let's now take you across to 2 places with our correspondents, our colleagues there. One in Bhopal, we're joined by Shrikant, and we also have the Vendi Model joining us from the BJP headquarters in Delhi. First to you, Shrikant. Good morning. What is it looking like for Madhya Pradesh? It's way beyond an hour now, and almost well, close to a half the seats are giving clear trends now. So is it looking close, or is the distance increasing now, and it might be the case that the BJP might again rule the state?
Yeah, good morning. We'd like to tell you that, Madhya Pradesh has always been known for its close contests. And if I would like to inform the viewers, even in the last elections in 2018, there was a fight which went down right to the wire. And it's believed that even now, today also we'll be witnessing a close fight, a real close contest. Yeah, it is still early. It is still early hours right now. And initially we just have, as across the country, the postal ballots have been counted first. And right now we are receiving close to trends, about 150 odd seats. But what we can tell the viewers is that it's still early right now to predict a winner. So this is clearly a fight which will go down to the wire. Like even last time in the previous elections, that's an interesting trend we are seeing in Madhya Pradesh. Like it's almost the repetition. Like this year also we expect to see quite a close fight between both the 2 parties here.
Okay, Shrikant, stay with us. Madhya Pradesh, as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, as of now, BJP is leading in 57. And if we could just go back to that again in Congress in, I think, 42. Can we have Madhya Pradesh? Because we have Shrikant with us. Meanwhile, going to the BJP headquarters in national capital, New Delhi, Dibendu joining us. Dibendu, it's now 9:15. And BJP looks comfortable in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan. Okay, these are just the trends that we are looking at. But any buzz behind you? Shrikant, stay with us if you could hear me. Yes. Dibendu. Dibendu, yes, if you have heard my question, please go ahead, over to you.
Well, I can hear you, and we are at the BJP headquarters currently, and the leaders are slowly starting to come in as the leads from all the 4 states starts to come in, and as we have been showing since morning that in the 2 states, Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh, BJP is leading currently, and the leaders here are confident that the BJP will sweep through the halfway mark in both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. But of course, having said this, it will be, of course, a tight contest in both these states. While in Chhattisgarh, the BJP still says that, we need to wait till 11 o'clock for more trends coming in from that state. But the leaders here, and we were just going outside, and we saw the laddus, as Gautam was mentioning in the morning, have started to be prepared here at the BJP headquarters, and slowly, by mid-noon, the senior leaders of the BJP could start to come in here to take part in the celebration if the results, in fact, if the trends as far as 9:15 is concerned holds on till late in the evening, or in fact late in the afternoon, where we will get more clearer picture.
Okay. If we have Shrikant with us, can we go back to Shrikant for a bit, since we are focusing on Madhya Pradesh right now, where BJP is leading on 63. Shrikant, for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, this has been a litmus test. And considering the fact that BJP this time around has fielded multiple candidates vying for the chief ministerial post, reportedly. So give us
lots of union ministers as well.
Yes, lots of
at least 3 of them.
Yes. So Shrikant, this is going to be one of the keenly contests where, I mean, it matters a lot for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, whether he wins it or loses it, but he doesn't know as far as his future in the state is concerned.
Yeah, well, as far as if we can talk about Shivraj Singh Chauhan, he's a leader, we have to take him into consideration, to make all the political calculations. Yes, of course, that is very right what you said, that the BJP has gone for a different strategy of, putting up an open, it's not really revealing its cards as to who will be the CM. They have this narrative that, that can be decided once they win the elections. But yes, the fact that BJP has kept its cards close regarding who will be the CM after the if they win the elections, that is a really interesting strategy, and we'll just have to wait and watch and see, whether it yields them results, and whether it's because as pretty much everybody knows, Shivraj has been a very prominent face of the BJP for almost 15 years now. People really connect with him. He is a mass leader. But what results will it lead for the what BJP will get after deciding to keeping it open and not projecting him as a chief ministerial face? Like Congress has been pretty clear; they have said that Kamal Nath is going to be the CM. Yeah. But BJP hasn't gone with that kind of a strategy, of putting a chief ministerial face.
Okay, let's bring Praful Ketkar on that. Praful, how critical is it, in these sort of contests, be it at the state level or even at the centre, to have a face and say that, if we win, this person will be the person who will lead the state or the country? Is it significant? To what extent is it significant? Is it determinant of the contest, altogether, or are there other factors at play as well?
No, it's both, Gautam. It certainly helps if you have a prominent leader with a clear-cut, popularity index. But sometimes, party plays, because ultimately it is the representatives who are elected. They are going to, choose their leaders. So many times, party try to play it safe. In case of Madhya Pradesh, it is certainly when Shivraj Singh Chauhan was appointed as chief minister way back in 2006-07, it was, he was not a very known face then. But the way he has built up, and for 15 years, maintaining that thing, maintaining that connect, the way he has been popularly known as Mama, that is the maternal uncle, and have a connect, especially with the women voters. That is quite remarkable. So you can't rule out his face and his influence, and that is why perhaps BJP decided to go ahead with him, continuing with him despite there were demands within the party. And at the same time, what BJP did to avoid the regional and inner party dynamics, BJP fielded in many stalwarts, union ministers, as you said, so that they will take care of their own constituencies. So instead of my candidate, your candidate, you yourself is a candidate, and you have to take care of your entire region or Lok Sabha constituency where maybe 8 to 10 seats are there. So that's why BJP decided to have this kind of strategy. And it seems, if this trend that you are showing is holding true, then it is perhaps working for BJP.
Okay. And talking of which, BJP seems to be confident in forming the government, at least in 3 states. I'm not saying Shazia Elmi of the BJP is saying this, because BJP, she says, is going to emerge. Okay, interesting, is a strong force in Telangana. Well, the numbers don't say that. Trends don't indicate that in Telangana, at least. Shazia Elmi of the BJP also indicating that the BJP's performance is going to be terrific in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, and in Chhattisgarh as well. Adding that BJP will have a clear majority and lotus will bloom in these states. Let's play out Shazia Elmi, please.
हमें पूरा यकीन है कि 3 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार बन रही है और हम बहुत ही अच्छी बढ़त देखेंगे। एक बड़े फोर्स के तौर पर तेलंगाना में भारतीय जनता पार्टी उभरेगी। लेकिन जहां तक बात है राजस्थान की, मध्य प्रदेश की और छत्तीसगढ़ की, हमें लगता है हमारा प्रदर्शन बहुत ही शानदार रहेगा और बहुत ही अच्छी और स्पष्ट जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी। कमल ही खिलेगा वहाँ पे इन तीनों राज्यों में।
Okay, so no matter what the trends show at the counting day, till the final results come in, you have to keep your game face on. So Shazia Elmi doing that as well pretty well at the stage. And right now, of course, there's a good reason to be very positive as well and upbeat about the possible outcomes in these 4 states. Akshay Raut is with us. Akshay, in terms of how this entire exercise is conducted, again, knowing the mind of the voter, the political parties also now spend a lot of money on that. Of course, there are opinion polls as well, but how difficult an exercise is that? Because the Election Commission has a good tab on how to get the voters out, but to know what's in their mind, that's a different ball game altogether,
Only
isn't
the
it?
voter knows.
That's a very interesting point. Election Commission has to make sure that the voter knows that he has to come to election, okay? And he's facilitated, as we call it, IMF, information. The voter has all the information. Motivation, he has the motivation to come to the polling station. And facilitation means the polling conditions should be good enough so that they come and vote comfortably and in a very fair manner. The other question is how politicians mind the mind of the voters. I think that's I'm sure that they're spending a lot of money on that, and they're trying to know. In the meantime, the voter's mind is becoming more and more complex, I think. Their expectations are increasing. The segmentization is more. For example, I'll give a small example. The particularly vulnerable tribal groups. All of them have been enrolled this time. And we are forgetting the fact that in all these elections, the tribal constituencies, the ST reserved constituencies are a good number, very 100 plus numbers. So now the political parties has a job to address to their requirement. The tribal requirements in their own vicinity is very different. The youth requirement is very different. Women, just now, Gautam, I think you were mentioning, women getting into the boardrooms, getting into Chandrayaan-like space missions, and getting into all types of jobs and important things like in services is one thing. But a women-led development will only happen if women arrive on the election scene in 3 manners. A, they're on the electoral roll. B, they vote. And C, they become candidates. I mean, in the whole journey, the candidature in the higher legislature is very small still.
Yes.
I think 2019, it was about 78, starting from 28 in 51. So that is why now the political parties are also knowing the art and craft of knowing the voter's mind in a very different manner. Youth, like I think they're talking about whether the caste is becoming an identity, polarization, which many people say is not desirable, and that also is a factor. And particularly the welfare measures which have clicked.
Yeah,
because
all
finally
the
it is
economic metrics
existential.
are coming in. I mean, the reflection of an aspirant India, to what extent do you think that is being reflected in the kind of promises, the freebies and welfare debate that is coming through? What parties have to offer? Earlier it used to be, we'll give you a house, we'll give you some free food grain. Now it's about Wi-Fi and mobile phones as well.
That's an economic debate on one side. But on the side of election, the political parties say, okay, it is a contract between me and my voter. You can't just come in and apply a lot of economic principles which you think. Like manifestos, are they real or unreal? The Election Commission wanted that, last year they have a great initiative saying that political parties must justify their manifesto, where from the money will come, what exactly they will do. But this will require a much larger consensus with judiciary, with political parties coming on board. Like remote voting.
And it will require legislation as well,
Yeah, but Election Commission's heart is in the right place. They want these reforms to happen. One big thing we need to talk about it today is that a lot of voters who are excluded from the voting because of their migrants. There was a great initiative called remote voting, which has went to some distance, but political parties and others are perhaps not prepared for this yet. So a consensus has to wait. So that is how the voting community is not a homogeneous one. It is a heterogeneous one. And political parties are trying to know that and address each one as a small group.
And we talk about the digital revolution in India. Why don't we talk about online voting?
Yeah, online voting, okay. The primary sacredness of voting, of free and fair poll, is based on secrecy and uninfluenced nature. Both these, as per the ordinary estimate, are compromised if there is an online voting or something. It is a more of a, before that, I think, if it is demanded by NRIs or demanded by people who do not want to walk to the station, polling station, when they can jolly well do. People in Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, they have all the capacity to walk up to the polling booth. But
they would love it if you give them an app on their mobile phone, they just click and...
Before that, Sakal and Gautam and all of us must think of crores of migrant people who are being forced by the situation of their life to go and work elsewhere. Why not they be entitled to vote first? Why not make some arrangement? So that is a discussion going on very positively at the level of Election Commission. And my expectation will be the political parties should also have a consensus on that, because perhaps there is not a clear understanding among political parties who these people will vote for. Who stands to benefit, because they look at it from a political lens.
Plus, I mean, if you look at how the EVMs, when they were introduced, the kind of suspicion that they were seen with, that there's some probability of rigging in it. If it's online, then they'll say, oh, God knows what will happen.
There will be a bigger debate possibly.
And all that.
There will be a bigger debate. But one thing, I think all of us should count our blessings, as they call it. In this election, at least till now, there has not been any debate. You know, this debate on EVM keeps appearing once in a while. It's a loser's debate many times. But this time, I think a credit goes to the Election Commission of India's management of a manner, right up to the point of counting, the way EVMs are escorted under CCTV, under political representatives' look, that there has not been any question, at least on EVM, on VVPAT. Okay.
Just for our international viewers, I'd like to say that EVMs are electronic voting machines, which are extensively used, millions of them, when India votes.
Absolutely. Let's now once again go back to states one by one, and we can start with Madhya Pradesh and have Praful with us to give us a perspective in which direction now the wind is blowing in respective states. Again, agree, Praful, you're smiling out there, that these are trends, but for Madhya Pradesh, would you just say that these are just the trends? And I think
these are becoming telltale trends.
Exactly, now. Because now, let's have Madhya Pradesh, please. It's kind of the picture likely to come in the state of Madhya Pradesh for the BJP, where they are leading in 100, okay? They've made a century in terms of leads, where Congress is far behind on 73, and others are your independents. They've not really opened their account in terms of leads only.
Which
but
is
BJP 100. Okay, BJP now -1, 99, and Congress goes up 74. Praful.
So that must be a close fight.
Close fight. Yes, go ahead, please.
we can play around this game till maybe 11:30, 12. But again, if this trend is true, then Modi and Mama Magic has worked for BJP. That it looks like BJP's campaign revolving around women voters has certainly helped if these trends are true. And in Madhya Pradesh, perhaps even I would be more interested in what is happening in Chambal Gwalior region, because there is the area where BJP had faced a lot of dissension last time, and because of which BJP lost the ground. Now, the then Congress stalwart Jyotiraditya Scindia is with BJP from this region.
Yes.
How far he has helped in gaining that ground for BJP, that is going to be very interesting factor. And that is going to even decide the inner party dynamics for BJP. But while saying so, I remember, when I started observing elections first, and then actually getting into as a student, as a journalist. We remember Sakal, Gautam, that we used to almost for 2 days the counting used to take place, and
yes.
So as just talked about EVMs. And now many people internationally, they do not understand the significance, how far Indian elections. Akshayji is trying to make the change that has happened over this mammoth exercise. But it is really remarkable that within a day's time, when even in the American presidential election, we find it, for 2 days or 3 days, the ballots are counted, and still certain states like, Florida or, they still, Arizona, they still, we keep waiting for the final result. Here in India, with these many complexities, with these many numbers, we are almost getting, first 4 hours, we are getting a clear picture. That is very, incredible when it comes to Indian democracy. And that's why instead of calling it, semi-final or a quarter-final or run up to the final.
But that point, Praful, for the BJP, you've spoken, and now it's very essential for a democracy to function smoothly, to have an opposition, and not just an opposition, a very robust opposition. For the Congress, they're desperately looking at winning a couple of states, like we are looking at 4 major states where Mizoram Congress or the BJP don't have much at stake. But in terms of having an upper hand, in terms of getting into that seat-sharing mode with the allies, and this win for the opposition is very important.
Absolutely. And it would be really, good for Indian democracy if Congress gains some ground. In Chhattisgarh, Congress had a landslide victory last time. So whatever may be the case, whoever is going to form the government, Congress is going to lose that, kind of lead that Congress had in 2018 elections. But they cannot retain that for sure. Means you don't need any numbers even to tell that. In Telangana, if Congress, really holds the ground as the trends are showing, then it is going to be a game changer when it comes to their equations with the regional satraps, because they are really. Have a upbeat mood, especially after Karnataka election. When it comes to the...
We've got the data now on the screen, Praful, for Telangana, and it seems that at the moment, the Congress has taken an unassailable lead at the moment as far as the BRS is concerned.
That's what exactly I was talking about, Gautam.
Yeah.
That if this is the train and the way, Congress is gaining ground in Telangana after losing it miserably. Congress was at the center when the state was created, but Congress couldn't take a credit for creating a separate Telangana. Now if Congress is winning, it will be a big booster. After Karnataka results, Congress mood is upbeat. Congress is trying to be more in a position to talk to the allies. that will definitely give a ground. But remember, it is going to be a very, very tough kind of situation when it comes to the administration of Telangana. BRS and KCR's entire machinery.
Let me ask you something in the sense that even if the Congress, say, ultimately wins both Chhattisgarh and Telangana,
KCR is trailing.
Yeah, KCR is trailing. That is pretty much evident. A major fall there, but looks on the cards. But even if the Congress wins these two states, Telangana and Chhattisgarh, won't the possible allies for 2024 ask the Congress what happened in Madhya Pradesh if it loses, as the trends seem to be showing that you could not displace Shivraj Singh Chauhan's government despite perceptibly anti-incumbency being there?
Yeah, there will be, questions as far as the Congress management is concerned, especially in Madhya Pradesh, because in Rajasthan one can always say this has been a history. There can be a
because it will be still seen to be weak in the heartland.
Yeah, entire India spreading from east to west, the central part to west to east. Congress looks, especially if you start from Bihar, then Uttar Pradesh, where Congress is almost insignificant, and then Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, where Congress is the main contender. And still, if they are not able to either hold or challenge, BJP's rule, then Congress, certainly questions will be asked as a main opposition party. But as in Telangana, see, Congress has a lot of stakes in southern states. And while talking to the parties like DMK, they need something to show. And we have seen what happened in Madhya Pradesh, for instance. Samajwadi Party was looking for just 6 seats. And still Congress could not manage. Traditionally, it has been a very difficult exercise for Congress to...
In fact, Kamal Nath insulted them.
Yes. And the kind of words that Kamal Nath used, and then Akhilesh Yadav, who is the leader of the dominant party in Uttar Pradesh, but a very insignificant player having some kind of presence in the northern part of Madhya Pradesh. And the kind of war of words. And one important thing happened in between, Gautam, where many people missed out on it. In Tamil Nadu, DMK government unveiled a statue of Vishwanath Pratap Singh, who is considered as, the main mind behind this entire OBC politics that Congress is trying to get hold of. And he invited Akhilesh Yadav to unveil that statue. Now that is the real equation that is going to emerge, and that's what I'm talking about. While talking to the Congress, what kind of position that Congress can hold, especially when it comes to its relationship with the the regional players.
Can we have Rajasthan, if we can have some updates on Rajasthan, because the question being asked there is also that if in a scenario where BJP wins and stuns Congress, who's going to be the chief minister of the BJP in Rajasthan?
Rajasthan, I think, is turning out to be the closest battle in these four states.
And that's Rajasthan for you. And Gautam, it's sort of neck and neck. I mean, although BJP has maintained a comfortable lead out there in 79.
The gap is increasing there.
Yes, 79 and 62 Congress. Sorry, Vishal Baristo. Okay, Vishal Baristo is with us. Vishal, BJP leading in 79, Congress followed by 62, 155 leads are already out of 199. Just few more seats left in terms of lead, and they are being converted into wins also as we speak. And we have the losses and the gains also as we have Vishal joining us. Vishal, so has BJP started celebrating or Congress?
Well, as far as the celebration goes, I'm here at the Congress office here in Rajasthan, Jaipur. And As you can see, there is some kind of movement here, but not nothing sort of celebration. And it will take some more time for the picture to clear. But I have been telling since morning that it is going to be a keenly contested state, and Congress is also not doing bad, but still behind BJP. As far as the Chief Minister is concerned, now
we're getting some images, in fact, on our screen right now, Vishal, of fireworks being lit.
Because Vasundhara Raje has not been declared the Chief Ministerial candidate.
I don't know who's lit these fireworks. Somebody's at the BJP office. We're seeing images of fireworks being lit.
Gautam, that is of the BJP headquarters in the state. This is the Congress headquarters. Because Congress is trailing, so they have not started off with the firecrackers.
Gehlot is perhaps in the war room, and Raje is just... we'll have to see. Let's not really jump the gun here, because we strictly follow the leads that come from the election.
I remember I had tracked, I'd gone to cover elections in Bihar, where early trends were something else, and there was one particular party which started celebrating, laddus were distributed, and then the situation completely flipped around a couple of hours later.
Yeah. Talking about the trends, let me just put one concept here. For quite some time, we are used to the word anti-incumbency, which you used in your discussion quite a bit, and Prafulji was mentioning to that also, in terms of leaderships in various states. But for quite some time now, in recent years, pro-incumbency is the word actually. If you are looking at states like Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh.
If you performed well.
That's what I'm saying. I think states returning to power is more of a trend. You look at other states also, not only those which have gone to election today. And look at Odisha, for example, a quarter of a century.
Amazing.
Almost like perhaps it's...
it used to be the CPM
quarter of a century.
West Bengal at one point of time. No longer the case now.
So now, voters have matured to that extent, they will vote, they will not have a revolving door policy like we are talking in context of Rajasthan so much. Not everywhere, not every time. Because pro-incumbency votes are coming more and more in the last 10, 15 years. That's what we are seeing. That's one. And then another point, the credibility of the election. Prafulji was talking about the EVM. And let's talk about the EVM just for a minute more. The EVM, now accompanied by the voter verifiable paper audit trail, VVPAT, they've been looking like invincible. There was, not long ago, muscle power, taking away booth capturing, taking away of the ballot boxes, and mutilation and fudging of the votes because people did not know where to stamp and what to stamp. EVM has taken out all that. And the counting has become so simple as it was being mentioned, and we are going through. Leads getting converted to victory. And quickly the numbers are changing. It's all EVM magic. So the EVM has become a strength of the Indian election system, which other countries are recognizing. And 2024 is a year in which more than 70 countries are going to election. India, of course, we are talking about it all the time. United States, Russia, and in the neighborhood, Bangladesh, Pakistan. It's a year of election, and in that, everyone will look at India. The way we conduct our election are the largest event of the world, and with backed by the strength of the EVM, and a very credible election on time, each time, every time. So that's going to be 24.
Are they following India model or lessons from India?
Many.
Some countries are?
Many. There will be international visitors who will come and see the Lok Sabha election, I'm sure. That will happen. There is a lot of training which is going on in the Election Commission of India's Institute, IIIDEM.
And we're exporting EVMs as well, aren't we?
It is going to other countries are taking it up, and also people come from other countries to get trained of how to manage elections. That's a great, I think, tribute to the Indian election management system.
Could you also explain to us in the sense as to how the counting proceeds? Because it happens in rounds, and the first round at least is slower, and then the pace picks up through the day, and then we get trends very quickly.
It happens in the rounds, and it happens under the camera.
What exactly are these rounds?
So these rounds, the rounds of the lot of the machines that come, and the rounds are fixed so that for the convenience of counting, and observers are there, and till the time the final round is done, of course, the results are not complete to that extent. The leads are coming from rounds mostly. And then the whole machine is opened and also closed again to be kept back in the strong room till the election period is over. under the eye of the political parties' agents, besides the camera and observer and ROs and all that. Still, the political parties are involved in the process of counting. So the transparency is something which is so completely non-compromisable in election management. Everything should be open and people should see everything. So it's almost a public domain exercise. And that's the strength of election management.
This whole booth capturing, rigging of EVMs that we used to have maybe a decade ago, all that is thing of past now. The credibility of the Election Commission of India.
Yeah, just to caution you, EVMs cannot be rigged. They can be crossed. They can be crossed, thrown into fire, water, but they cannot be rigged. They are completely non-transferable, stand-alone equipment. Not even networked with anyone. No Bluetooth and other stuff of things can happen there. So it's a very unique. It's a very small calculator in a way. I would call it. It's very simple, and by this simplicity, it is strong. And it cannot be mutilated by anyone. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. It is impregnable in terms of its transparency, its functioning. The errors that you mentioned sometimes at the election, that is a technical, mechanical error that may happen sometime, but that is sorted out quickly. That is a very low percentage of that. That's could be. But it's a strength of the election management. I think this is going to be, EVM is going to be the part of our Indian election system for all time to come, and this is what others are also looking at to adopt.
And all these efforts that were made to show that the EVMs could be unreliable as well. They could be hacked,
manipulated,
there could
hacked.
be a SIM card inside. So much speculation was there. Now, has that been completely settled, or will the losers once again say, oh,
speculations fired by one particular party, which we will not get into, I'm sure, so you know. They're trying to mislead the electorate.
To be fair to one and all, the fact is that same EVM has brought winners and made them losers as well in the next turn. That shows that it is functioning well. Besides the fact that it is led by the biggest scientific and technological community, it is by physical security, by legal security, all are there. You know, Supreme Court is very conscious of the machine. Everyone is conscious. So that's not a problem. But the debate, if someone wants to, you know, like after the election, after the loss, if someone in an excited manner chooses to explain to his or her voters why they lost and tries to connect it to the EVM, that's another story. But to answer, I think the debate is far and large, I think it's reduced and done and dusted.
So tell us more about, we're going to go back to those graphics in a bit because I think we're getting those figures updated. This elaboration on this point a bit, how other countries are taking lessons or perhaps picking up the best practices of electoral process in India, the way we conduct our elections.
First, there is an element of, let me take you back to what happened in the Capitol Hill after the US election last time.
Yes.
There was a chaos, and it is supposed to be the oldest and most powerful democracy in a way. But there was a chaos on the street. And in Brazil, when Bolsonaro lost to Mr. Lula, and he also didn't accept, the non-acceptance of election result never happens in India. Anyone who is a loser, I mean, he may be sad, but he cannot complain. He or she leaves the chair to the other one. This is not happening in other countries. That is why for everyone else, Indian elections are a beacon of hope. Indian electoral democracy, election management is a beacon of hope. That is why the Apex Institute created by the Election Commission of India, IIIDEM, takes the pain, you know, takes the responsibility. And other countries come to, as Sakal was saying, in batches to get trained so that they hold the elections well also. So the election-related collaboration is very high from India's point of view.
When an election is announced in any part of the country, it's effectively the Election Commission that takes over the administration of that particular region, doesn't it? And the ruling dispensation has very little to do after that. There's a model code of conduct in place as well.
It's a very important question. It should happen, but it is not the case in many countries. In India, it is the case. And in India, all the election machinery, all the staff, civil, police, security, and technical, and they report to the Election Commission of India. The power to transfer them and move them around is with the Election Commission of India. But this is necessary, this is ideal for the neutrality of the whole election process. It should happen in other countries, but it is, yes, as you said, perhaps it is essential, but it is not the case in other countries so much, so completely.
We almost take it for granted now that that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, so that is why there are more complaints in terms of efficiency of election management. Questions are raised. In India, there is no question. Okay, in the times of model code, there could be, okay, they have been more abusive, they spoke worse language, they should be given a notice. That is a small part of the whole thing. Look at the mosaic of election management. All the things that go into it, deployment of security, deployment of people, and moving things, keeping things level playing field clear, not allowing the government to intrude into the neutrality of the elections, and these are all in place.
I was coming to that neutrality bit, and containing the overconfidence or the power matrix of certain political parties. Has this been a challenge for Election Commission of India?
Oh, that's always a challenge. Typically, conceptually, it's a challenge. But if you look at from the 51 till now, the Election Commission of India is also evolving. Okay, it is learning from every past election. It is adding a couple of new chapters to its book of law. And good thing in India is that Election Commission of India's credibility is so high. It gets a lot of support from people, from the media, for example, from the highest judiciary. So anything that it does is generally seen to be in good intent, and it is protected and also strengthened by others in the system, in the Indian polity and in Indian governance system. And the executive, that's what Sakal's question was mostly directed at, has learned to live with that, okay, election time is ECI's time. It's not government's time anymore. In fact, to some extent, they say model code of conduct, okay, it is bringing governance down to nil. So there should be for a less period. So that is why the whole debate is going on.
One nation, one
because Election Commission of India says no new schemes, no new announcements, please behave. Let the elections be fair first.
Yes, please behave. That's the line which I like the most. You better behave. Okay, can we have not the results, but the trends, whatever we have right now, updated graphics. Right now, we are flashing on our screens. Okay, Kailash Vijayvargiya leading there in Indore 1 constituency, one of the very crucial constituencies. But what is very important is also to kind of update our viewers as far as the trends in other states is concerned. 90. So we have the trends coming in for Chhattisgarh. All trends are out. Yes, trends are out where I think BJP is leading. Those graphics are moving very fast in Chhattisgarh. 90 on 90, we could see where BJP was leading. And let's take a look at the other states also. Can we have some more states and their trends flashing on our scroll? And let's also go across to Praful, if Praful is with us, to have a quick one on Chhattisgarh, the kind of picture that has emerged. Praful. Okay, Praful Ketkar, before we go to... We have Praful Ketkar. Praful, it seems BJP is now in a very, very comfortable spot. We can have those trends in a bit, in some seconds on our screen. What do you have to say?
Yeah, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, it looks like BJP is in comfortable position. In Chhattisgarh, it is giving a very tough fight to the Congress. If this happens, especially in Bastar region, that is an interesting trend. As you are showing now, Madhya Pradesh looks very, very, considerable margin for
117 seats for BJP in Madhya Pradesh, leading in 15, 82 for Congress. They have got a loss of 13 seats. Others, we don't know what these others are, but yes, go ahead. 117 out of 230. 201 trends out of 230.
Yeah. So as far as the trends are concerned, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh looks comfortable for BJP. But Chhattisgarh is going to be very, very interesting because, as I said, Congress had swept the election last time. Bhupesh Baghel remain very, very strong, that despite, there was anti-party from within his party, there was some kind of opposition. He remained there for 5 years. In the last leg, he faced certain allegations related to corruption. But I'm more curious about what happens in Chhattisgarh, especially when it comes to the Bastar region.
Okay.
As far as, if you go by opinion polls, if you go by even the local updates, it looks like BJP is, doing considerably well in the Bastar region. And if that happens, then it looks like it can be a very tricky situation for Congress, because then these 2-3 seats for independent or Gondwana party, they are going to be very, very crucial. As of now, it looks 0 to others, but BJP is gaining 18 seats compared to the last elections. Congress is losing 11. But as I said, this tribal belt is going to decide who is going to form government in Raipur.
Okay, and what about Rajasthan? If we could quickly talk about Rajasthan as well, because there it was being said that it's going to be a very close fight, but it seems that as the day progresses, things are becoming more and more in favor of the BJP.
Yes, there has been this trend, and even if, Gautam, if you frankly ask me, it should have been a cakewalk for BJP. But if it hasn't, it's only because of one factor, and that is Gehlot. The way he managed this entire campaign, in fact, he ensured that the central leadership of Congress is not playing much of a role when it comes to the assembly elections and its campaigning. He managed to revolve his election around himself and his model of governance. And that is really creditable for Mr. Gehlot. On the other hand, BJP has a strength of having party. BJP had a natural advantage when it, if you see the history of Rajasthan elections, even the issues that BJP was trying to play, whether of appeasement, whether of corruption, whether of law and order, BJP clearly had an advantage. Of course, BJP consciously decided not to go with a face that might have, impacted the outcome. But still, even if Congress manages to go somewhere around 80 in Rajasthan, the credit will definitely go to Gehlot.
Congress is on 70 right now.
If Congress manages to retain Rajasthan, then it will be a major challenge to the central leadership. Because remember, when there was...
Right, Praful, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you here because we need to wrap up this bit of our special broadcast. Take a short breather, and Munmun and Mark are going to join our viewers on the other side.
Yes, all the updates will keep on coming through on the elections. Remember, these are 4 states that are being, the votes are being counted today. We'll also thank Mr. Akshay Rao at this point for joining us and talking about the entire electoral process, which is actually a festival, and which is what our tagline is. It's a festival of democracy. Thanks for watching, and be back with more with Mark and Munmun.
This program is sponsored by IEFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
ये है कॉपीपुर गांव के कॉपी कुमार। कॉपी करने का है ना बुखार। बादशाह, शहंशाह, चुलबुली अपनी के रोज नए अवतार में दिखें। छोटे कभी लंबे बाल बना लें, और जो भी टीवी पर दिखे सभी खरीद डालें। तेल, क्रीम, शैम्पू हो या चाय, जो हीरो बोले ये वही लगाएं। फिर एक दिन देखा सबने कुछ ऐसा, बोले कॉपी कुमार,
जहाँ हीरो ने बोला हम वहीं लगाएंगे पैसा।
लुट गए शेयर, डूबा पैसा, बैंक बैलेंस हुआ 0, सब बोले
सिर्फ किसी सेलिब्रिटी, ब्रांड एम्बेसडर या नामी व्यक्ति के मोह में आकर निवेश न करें। कंपनी पॉलिसी ठीक से समझें और अपना पैसा सोच समझ कर लगाएं।
देर लगी पर कुमार ने सीखा सबक जैसे तैसे। हीरो के कहने में आकर कभी ना लगाएंगे पैसे।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution. This series is going to tell stories of such change makers. Watch Changemakers on DD India.
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify complex social, political, and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
Wherever news breaks, whatever it takes.
Connecting corners, cutting across continents.
Stories that matter from across the globe.
Accurate, authentic journalism that serves you right. From politics to glamour, from sports to world affairs. With a fusion of aesthetics and substance. Introducing news in a new avatar. Experience the world through a new lens. Stay tuned to DD India for an exciting journey beyond borders.
In a world that never stops, where information shapes our reality, one app stands out, helps you stay ahead of time. Introducing the DD India app, your gateway to a world of news right at your fingertips. Your most trusted source of news goes global, goes digital. Explore a world of options, top stories, live updates, in-depth analysis, and more. Stay informed wherever you are. Real-time alerts keep you ahead of the curve always. The DD India app, connecting you to the world, one story at a time. Download now and explore the world of knowledge, insights, and authentic information.
एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से पहले।
For decades and decades, downtown area of Srinagar has always been symbolic of unrest, turbulence, turmoil, disturbances, and everything that has to do with the disruption.
पहले तो महीने में 20 दिन होता था हड़ताल, अब नहीं होती।
I'm right.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Welcome back to our special broadcast, India's Festival of Democracy. We are looking at the state election counting in India. It's the world's largest democracy where free and fair elections take place, where voter turnouts are massive. In fact, they're showing a rising trend all the time. And mandates, particularly in these kind of elections, which are called general elections, have become decisive. And we will be discussing India's vibrant democracy. We'll be analyzing the election trends and results as they come. Munmun?
Good morning to all the viewers. Good morning to you, Mark. It is the decision day for 3 Indian heartland states of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, and the one South Indian state of Telangana. We will ask today if BJP will return to power in Madhya Pradesh, where it was in power for over 18 out of the last 20 years, or will Congress repeat its 2018 performance? We will also ask if Congress can buck the 30-year-long trend of the ruling party not being re-elected for a straight term in Rajasthan, because the BJP currently is leading in that state. And we will ask if the anti-incumbency will get the better of the KCR government in Telangana and Bhupesh Baghel government in Chhattisgarh.
Well, we'll first look at the headlines, at the top stories at this time. Well, counting of votes for the 4 Indian states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Telangana is underway. and the results are likely by the evening.
United States and China announced measures to address methane emissions at COP28 in Dubai. Over 110 nations pledged to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030.
Over 700 flights cancelled, buses and train services suspended in Germany's Munich because of a snowfall.
So political reactions have started trickling in on the counting day, and as BJP leads in Madhya Pradesh, Indian Minister and Party Leader Jyotiraditya Scindia is confident that BJP will form the government with absolute majority. Take a listen.
हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं हैं, जो गरीब उत्थान की योजनाएं हैं, सेवा और सुशासन की जो हमारी सरकार है, जनता का पूर्ण आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा और समूचे मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नमन करता हूं और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, अंतिम नतीजे तक हम लोग इंतजार करें।
And Madhya Pradesh State Congress President Kamal Nath said that he is very confident as well and he's trusted the voters of Madhya Pradesh. Let's listen to what he said.
मैंने कोई उलझान नहीं देखे, मुझे 11 बजे तक कोई उलझान की तरफ देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ, मुझे मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर पूरा विश्वास है। मैं ये सीटें मीटे में नहीं जाता, मैं मतदाताओं पर जाता हूँ।
So that was about Madhya Pradesh, but now let's shift focus to Telangana, because there BJP leader Dr. Prakash Reddy has said that there is a strong anti-incumbency sentiment against the BRS government in the state, and perhaps that's visible in the trends as well, where Congress is leading in that state. Take a listen.
Election campaigning is completed, elections are over now, the results are awaited in few hours. One important factor, it indicates that there is a strong anti-incumbency against the BRS government, which reflects the results of Telangana election results. The strong anti-BRS opinion in the masses, in the public. Certainly, I hope that BRS is winning the battle. Who will win? That will be decided in a short time. Hopefully, we are also expecting good number of seats as BJP.
And the Madhya Pradesh State BJP President V.D. Sharma has said that he believes the BJP will win the most seats till date, creating history. The development will be under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें जीत करके मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाएगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी का जो अभियान था उसको जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है। ये सारी ताकत जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की थी और संगठन की ताकत प्रत्येक बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैदान में उतरी, आज मैं कहता हूं कि इस आधार पर ऐतिहासिक बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनेगी।
And BJP leader Shazia Ilmi has said that her party is confident that BJP will form the governments in at least 3 states, and she could well be referring to the 3 Indian heartland states.
हमें पूरा यकीन है कि 3 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार बन रही है और हम बहुत ही अच्छी बढ़त देखेंगे। एक बड़े फोर्स के तौर पर तेलंगाना में भारतीय जनता पार्टी उभरेगी, लेकिन जहाँ तक बात है राजस्थान की, मध्य प्रदेश की और छत्तीसगढ़ की, हमें लगता है हमारा प्रदर्शन बहुत ही शानदार रहेगा और बहुत ही अच्छी और स्पष्ट जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी। कमल ही खिलेगा वहाँ पे इन तीनों राज्यों में।
But as early trends show, the BJP is leading in Rajasthan, and the state BJP president has said that the lead will keep growing.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी और देश के यशस्वी लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी में अटूट आस्था प्रकट की है, विश्वास व्यक्त किया है और यही परिणाम दिख रहा है कि कई दिनों से हजारों कार्यकर्ता रात दिन पार्टी को विजयश्री दिलाने के लिए काम कर रहे थे। इस जीत का आधार वही है और मैं सोचता हूं अभी शुरुआती बढ़त है, ये बढ़त और बढ़ती जाएगी।
Let's look at the trends now coming in from Madhya Pradesh at this point in time. BJP is leading in 122 seats, followed by the Congress party in 86 seats, and others are bagging 2 seats. So this is a rise of 19 seats from last time around. Remember, in 2008, the Congress has come back to par there. After 18 years or so, it remained in government for 15 months, led by Kamal Nath. But in March 2020, we saw a change of guard when Shivraj Singh Chauhan formed the government again, and it remains to be seen who becomes the chief minister if these trends are consolidated over the next few hours. If indeed this is the number that we see later, because the halfway mark in a 230-member assembly would be around 116. And if these trends were to consolidate, then it will mean that BJP will be comfortably coursing to victory.
Indeed, and so we do follow the Westminster model here in India, and so we look at the number of seats there. There are 230. Half of that is the halfway mark, and a government has to enjoy the majority in the Vidhan Sabha, the assembly, and that would be 116. As Munmun said, currently the BJP is ahead of that number, and so is in the front runner's post to form the government in Madhya Pradesh, which is the largest state that is going to the polls today. I mean, that the results will be declared today. And
so let's get perspective now on the trends as they are playing out, and of course the fact that India is the world's largest democracy, and this is a festival of democracy, and this is really a day when the world should see how vibrant that democracy in India is. To talk about that, we are being joined by Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist, who's joining us online, and Sudhir Singh, political analyst, is with us in the studio. Mr. Singh, your first thoughts on the vibrancy of Indian democracy, because today the world is watching DD India to see how the trends are taking shape, and also the massive voter participation that we've seen over the past few months.
First of all, elections are biggest festival of democracy, and you can observe that people have voted in larger number in comparison with 2018 when last election took place in these states. Changing of government is a public prerogative. Public is deciding on certain features, certain factors, so it is their prerogative. But the beauty of democracy is that election took place in a transparent manner. No party is challenging that it has gone bad or one party who is in power did wrong. The thing is that result, whatever trend available right now, it is too early, little early, but not so much early, because it is 10 plus. 2 hours counting has taken place. Ballot vote has been completed. EVM has started. So early trend shows that BJP is going to form government in Madhya Pradesh, which is a very crucial state, because last election 2018 BJP was just 4-5 below the Congress. Now, as per present data, they are 123 out of 230, and I think 18 or 16 seats yet to be trend has to come. So in Rajasthan, which is ruled by Congress since last 5 years, and incumbent Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot launched many PVs, and he was confident that on these PVs he will come back. Congress is fighting well in Rajasthan. Congress has not lost the ground, but BJP is far ahead, and lump sum BJP is going to form government. Seats will be around the magic number of the majority. In Telangana, which is a very crucial southern state, BJP had only 1 MLA in 2018. Later they won 2 seats and they had 3 seats. So BJP is leading around 9 seats. So it is a big achievement, because in Lok Sabha election just happened after few months after 2018 assembly seat, BJP won 4 Lok Sabha seats in Telangana. So BJP is going to increase not only its seat number but vote share also. So Chhattisgarh, there is a neck-to-neck fight. BJP was only 15 MLA last time. This time BJP is giving a very nail-biting kind of fight to the Congress party. So I believe that anti-incumbency has been converted into pro-incumbency with the magic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Madhya Pradesh. And anti-incumbency worked against the Congress party in Rajasthan, and anti-incumbency worked against TRS in Telangana, and in Chhattisgarh, anti-incumbency is working, but how much it will work, I mean...
Fascinating analysis there by Dr. Sudhir Singh, describing the political nature of our democracy. And let's turn to Mr. Shekhar Iyer, who's covered elections for a very long time in India. Mr. Shekhar Iyer, why do you think people are calling this a semi-final before the general election of 2024?
Thank you, Mark. Good morning to both of you. There is a tendency to call an election before the parliamentary elections a semi-final. We saw it in 2018 too, but 2018, the Congress won in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. But in the Lok Sabha elections of 2019, the people overwhelmingly voted for the leadership of Prime Minister Modi in the parliamentary elections. Now, this time we are seeing that it has been a very, very tough fight in all the states that went to polls. As Dr. Sudhir Singh just mentioned, the question of anti-incumbency, question of performance, question of development, and question of caste combinations, and also the performance of individual legislators and strategies adopted by the different parties. As we can see today in Rajasthan, I think it is going on the expected lines. In fact, a majority of the exit polls had shown that BJP would be far ahead of the Congress in Rajasthan, and there are reasons for that. Basically, Ashok Gehlot was constantly facing a lot of problems within his own party, and the criticism of his government came from the Congress leaders themselves, including Sachin Pilot. And Sachin Pilot himself, I think the last trends were showing that he himself was struggling in Tonk constituency. So what we can see is when it comes to performance, it comes to implementation of schemes, people reward governments that are, that have delivered on the promises, that have given good governance. At the same time, just as the issue of law and order became a big concern for the voters in Uttar Pradesh in 22, and that's a good reason why they gave Yogi Adityanath a second term. A similar thing is happening in Rajasthan, Mark. In Rajasthan, many of the women voters had listed security for women and law and order as a very important thing on their mind when they went to the polling booths. So one can see that also playing a big part.
Right. We'll continue our conversation. Our reporters are joining us from Ground Zero. Dibyendu is joining us from Delhi, and Shrikant is joining us from Bhopal. Shrikant, I'll come to you because it's now becoming quite evident that BJP is set to form the government there, and over time we'll know today if that is indeed the case in Madhya Pradesh. But we know that there was no CM face projected this time around. The election was fought by BJP under the collective leadership and under the overall leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Is this the impact of the double-engine government that we say? The performance of the central government as well as the BJP government there?
Yes, Murmu, thank you. What was earlier perceived to be a close contest seems to be going to the situation that BJP seems to be pulling ahead in the race. It's crossed the magic majority mark which is required. There were a lot of speculations being played about earlier preceding the campaign that since BJP has chosen to taken up the strategy of not projecting a CM face as was done by Congress. Now, what remains to be seen is, at this moment, what we can say is that the BJP seems to be comfortably ahead. And if this trend will continue, then the next interesting political dynamic will be played out, that who will be the chief minister. If the BJP forms the government, who will be the CM? What decisions the party will take. That will be really interesting to watch. But yeah, as of now, as the trends are coming in, the BJP seems to be comfortably ahead. We seem to be, it seems that, earlier the speculations which were being played that, the BJP might lose a lot of ground due to Shivraj Singh Chauhan not being projected as the CM face, that doesn't seem to have really affected the electorate. And, BJP seems to be heading towards a decisive mandate in Madhya Pradesh.
Indeed, Shrikant, if we look at what's happening in the state, The BJP has actually been in power for 3 terms. There was just a blip for 2 years on 2018 to 2020 when Kamal Nath took over as the chief minister for a brief period of time. Otherwise, it's always been Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He dates back to the time of, the Vajpayee-Advani era. He's an old face. He knows the place. Tell us a little bit about the second rung of leadership, the other leaders who are likely to, come into the fray as potential chief minister candidates.
Or will it be Shivraj Singh Chauhan this time around as well? Sorry to add that, but if you could answer that too.
Well, that really has been an interesting part of the campaign here because, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has at times, hinted that, he might not be meeting the people as a CM, but we just have to wait and watch at this moment. Yeah, one thing the party has done, BJP has done, is it has fielded many of its union ministers, in assembly constituencies. Here we have senior BJP leaders like Prasar Singh Patel, Narendra Singh Tomar, and Fagan Singh Kulaste, so that really has been an interesting fact that you have been fielding your central ministers in your assembly constituencies. And at times it was said that the BJP is really concerned about these seats, like especially in the Gwalior Chambal region. That was the region where it suffered significant losses in the 2018 elections. But maybe it could be said that the party was really keen to do well in these areas. So regarding chief ministerial faces for the BJP, I think it would be too early to take a call, and maybe we would have to wait for some time, to see how the trend shapes up, and if the BJP comes forward with any sort of statement as to if it puts forward any names. So right now, I guess it's just a wait and watch, and everybody's keeping their fingers crossed.
Yes, and let's turn to our other correspondent, Dibyendu, who's also with us at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. Are you the Dibyendu? Tell us what the mood is like there.
Well, Mark, at the BJP headquarters currently, as the results start to trickle in and the trends become more clear, which shows that BJP is perhaps retaining Madhya Pradesh and winning Rajasthan as far as the trends goes. Political leaders have started to come in. There are many spokespersons who has already been here since morning. We are also expecting some of the senior leaders to start arriving at the BJP headquarters. Just a while back, we have seen a BJP supporter who cycled all the way from Rajasthan to here in the national capital of Delhi and the BJP's national headquarters. He even had a huge cutout of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he also said that he campaigned across Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh in his cycle for the BJP because he believes in the ideals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So also, supporters have started to arrive here at the BJP headquarters as the trends start settling down, and maybe 2.5 hours from now we'll get a clearer picture about what the results look like, and we'll perhaps be able to see more jubilant celebration here at the BJP headquarters in the national capital of Delhi.
Dibyendu, once the results are known today, will the immediate challenge before the BJP central leadership be to decide who the chief minister should be? I mean, there is a whole process that goes in as far as the BJP parliamentary board is concerned and the state legislature, the legislative meeting of the BJP. But do you think that that is one decision that the central leadership will be looking at?
Well, of course, Munmun, the real challenge would be to select the right chief ministerial candidate for the BJP. But however, the party officially maintains that it is the elected members who elects their chief minister. But however, having said this, you of course know what goes down in selecting the chief minister. So in Rajasthan, of course, Vasundhara Raje is in the fray, and Shivraj Singh Chauhan from Madhya Pradesh, he has been the chief minister of BJP in that state for the longest time now, and he will of course try to retain that position. But and of course it is under the leadership of Shivraj Singh Chauhan perhaps that the BJP won in Madhya Pradesh, and Shivraj would try to leverage that fact, and this is in fact his schemes such as Ladli scheme, many say that have catapulted the BJP to victory, which was till yesterday being said as a close contest between the Congress and the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. However, as far as Rajasthan is concerned, it's perhaps a trend of the rotating between Congress and the BJP. But of course, having said this, Vasundhara Raje, remember, also met the governor of Rajasthan just after the election was over. In fact, just 2 days back, and she is in fact a big contender for the chief ministerial candidate for Rajasthan. But will the BJP be handing over the medal of the chief minister's position to Vasundhara Raje is something that we'll have to wait for on an official word from the BJP, and this will become more clearer once the complete result is out and the BJP holds its senior level delegation meeting here at the BJP headquarters.
Well, we're going to shift gears a little bit now before we turn to our experts once again, because our correspondent Aisha Khanam is standing by from Hyderabad, and she's going to give us the latest from Telangana, a state in the south of India which has gone to the polls and is seeing anti-incumbency. This is a new state which was carved out of Andhra Pradesh 10 years ago, and this is the after 10 years of the TRS, which became the BRS, they are now facing anti-incumbency there, and their results seem to be shifting towards the Congress. Let's turn to Aisha Khanam, who is with us. Aisha, so put that into perspective for us. What are the reasons for this kind of shift in voter trend?
Well, Mark, let me show you the scenes at Congress office right now. I will give you the reasons for this celebration. Here you see the Congress workers have come up with their own scorecards. You know, these workers are saying that this is their definition of victory here, and they have come with their own scorecard. They are saying Congress will win 88, and the Congress is giving BJP 4 and BRS 21. So it means it is an interesting writing on the wall. It is very clear that the Congress is marching ahead, and the writing on the wall is very clear, because the Congress has managed, to build the party together, and the Congress victory in the neighboring state of Karnataka has given them a boost and motivated them to give a better performance in Telangana. And also the anti-incumbency factor against BRS has worked in their favor, and BRS, which always took pride in the Telangana sentiment, in the Telangana pride, now seems to be trailing because of the fact that the Telangana generation, which participated in the agitation throughout 67 to 2014, has is now looking at a change. The younger generation, which participated in the Telangana movement, is now looking towards a better life, a better ease of living, and this is where the Congress has stepped in, and the Congress has promised the 6 guarantees in Telangana, which seems to have worked in their favor. And the leadership under AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge has also put the party under a united banner. So this also worked in their favor. And on the other hand, if at all the BJP may be getting a single digit in this election results, but it will be, the BJP will see itself as a winner, because BJP in the last election has won just 1 seat, and here now they are leading over 7 seats. That means the BJP vote share is increasing. The BJP in northern Telangana is making its strong presence, and the BJP is likely to set this as a template for the Lok Sabha elections, because the BJP has made inroads in Hyderabad as well. And remember, when the BJP fought the Greater Municipal Hyderabad Corporation elections, that time the BJP kind of reached the grassroots, and here we see the BJP scoring as an increase of their vote share, and this is where the BJP will be satisfied with its performance. But for the Congress, the trouble will begin. The Congress is now crossing the leading numbers in 60 seats, and the Congress says that they will score more than 75. Now, if the Congress scores 60, 65, it will be trouble because there are more MLAs of BRS who have joined Congress, before the elections. And if the political deals do not work in their favor, if they do not get, what they want in the political bargaining, there could be trouble for Congress as such. So that is why there are rumors that we are seeing that if the Congress crosses the mark of 60 or 65, then the Congress MLAs are likely to be shifted at one place. Probably they will be taken to Bangalore because D.K. Shivkumar, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister, is here, and he will try to keep all the MLAs together. So for the Congress right now, even if they win, the trouble begins here because they have to hold all the MLAs together. Yes. And also, who will be the Chief Minister will be the first question. Aisha. Because remember, when the Congress won in Karnataka, it took over 8 to 10 days to decide the Chief Minister in the state. So similar things we see rolling out here in Telangana as well. Yes,
absolutely. So presence of DKS, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka in Hyderabad is very interesting. But you were talking about the magic number there of 60. It's a 119-member assembly for the viewers. And the majority mark there is 60. Currently, the trends are showing that Congress is leading in 69 assembly constituencies. So who could be the front runner for the Chief Minister's post in that case? Could it be Revanth Reddy, or can that be a surprise choice later?
Well, actually, Congress can be full of surprises because at the moment it looks like the KPCC president in Telangana, Revanth Reddy, is the front runner. But there are also undercurrents. We are hearing some, murmurs within the Congress talking about giving the Chief Minister post to a woman. So Congress might want to, break the trend here, but that will not be easy because Revanth Reddy will not easily give up, what he has worked here in Telangana. He has brought the party back in action. So Revanth Reddy is the front runner. But the talks of, but the discussions and the speculations doing rounds that the Telangana Congress might also decide in favor of a first woman Chief Minister in Telangana could also be a surprise. But when we speak to the senior leaders in the party, they tell us that it will be the legislatures, it will be the CLP which will decide the Chief Minister. But we know very well how the CLP, had to decide in Karnataka as such, and
Aisha.
how it took over 10 to 12 days to decide the Chief Minister.
Absolutely, Aisha. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates as trends consolidate over time. An extremely interesting election, anti-incumbency showing against the BRS government run by KCR, and Congress, it seems, is on course to forming the government. There remains to be seen who the Chief Minister would be. You are telling us Revanth Reddy is a front runner, but there could be a surprise choice as well.
Indeed. Let's get some reactions in of political leaders who are involved with the election. The Union Minister and the BJP leader, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, said that the BJP is going to win a big majority in Rajasthan. He is from the state.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस चुनाव में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ जीतेगी। मैं पहले दिन से आप सबसे कह रहा था, अभी तो और इंतज़ार करिए। ये तय मानिए कि जादूगर का जादू ख़त्म हो गया है, तिलिस्म टूट गया है और राजस्थान की जनता ने हकीकत पर वोट किया।
So that was Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, and Union Minister and BJP candidate from Narsinghpur said that BJP would perform better in the elections in 5 states than they did last time. Take a listen.
मध्य प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनी और मुझे लगता है कि आज जो रुझान आ रहे हैं वो उसके अनुकूल है। राजस्थान हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, छत्तीसगढ़ में जो हम बढ़त बना रहे हैं, मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि पिछले 5 राज्यों में जो परफॉर्मेंस भारतीय जनता पार्टी का था, हम उससे बेहतर परफॉर्म करेंगे।
Let's turn to our guests. Dr. Sudhir Singh, political analyst, who's with us in the studio, and Shekhar Iyer, political analyst, who is joining us via satellite link. Thank you both for being with us. Dr. Sudhir Singh, so we've looked at the trends. They seem to be getting more consolidated. We are clearly seeing the BJP performing well in the big states of Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan as well. How would you analyze this election from the point of view of, for our international viewers, they need to know also about how we, go through the process of counting the votes, how we understand how we discuss the election results, why are we making these kind of predictions and things like that?
Counting process is very transparent. We have many rounds of, in MLA seat, roughly 15 round of counting. And each round 10,000 roughly vote, I understand. But the basic thing of this contest is that it should not be taken as a semi-final. Personally, I believe. 4-5 states, including Mizoram, which will be counted tomorrow, 81 combined Lok Sabha seat. If you will say it is semi-final, then I will draw your kind attention that in 2018, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan was won by the Congress party. They formed their government, but 5 months later they lost Lok Sabha election and BJP won. But here the things are different in this election. BJP is winning Madhya Pradesh with a quite comfortable majority. Rajasthan also simple majority. And Chhattisgarh, they are doing well. They had 15 MLA. They are about 40 right now.
Right.
And Telangana, they had gone 1 to 8.
Sure.
And many percentage of votes. So I believe that in larger perspective, Lok Sabha election, if you can see, 2024, BJP is on the beneficiary side in terms of number. In terms of perception, also BJP is in largely in a better position because Rajasthan is a big state, and Ashok Gehlot is a very different politician. He is not a common politician. So he had a very complex set of PVs and he was hoping his victory. Therefore, in Rajasthan, trend is whosoever
populist
is losing,
measures.
Whosoever is losing, they are only on 50-60 seat. But Congress is doing well, 70 plus they are fighting. But despite all those arrangements by Ashok Gehlot and PVs, BJP is gaining simple majority, and it is a defeat of PVs culture also, which Prime Minister Modi consistently arguing that PVs culture is against the country's larger growth. Because PVs money is coming from essential places. Suppose infrastructure we have to improve, we have to strengthen our army, we have to strengthen our social sector, health sector, education sector. So if we will put money here, then money will be not be there. So this is a rejection of PV's culture also partially. Okay. So there are many understanding, many lessons from the mandate, and I believe it is good for democracy because largely governance should be the key of democracy. Better governance, which Kautilya has stated 2300 years ago, that Raja means king must nurture their people, their subject as a newborn baby is being nurtured by their parents. So Prime Minister Modi has taken care of the people of India as the Parivarjan, as a family. So, I mean, 10 crore gas, I mean, and every house has water, etc. So many things which is fundamental has been provided at the doorstep of the people, and that is paying back in the electoral numbers.
Okay, you are saying this is the rejection of freebies culture, at least in the two states of Rajasthan as well as Madhya Pradesh. Well, let's go across to Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist. Shekharji, the international audience should know about the importance of the women electorate, because in Madhya Pradesh, if we see, then there was an increase of 15 lakh women voters this time around in 2023 compared to 2018. In Chhattisgarh also, there is more or less a rising trend of women voters. So would you say that it is the women electorate that has actually swayed the verdict in favor of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, with so much focus on the Ladli Behna Yojana? In almost every statement, the BJP leaders would talk about how financial assistance is already reaching now to a lot of disadvantaged women in the state.
Indeed, women voters are playing a big part in the outcomes in assembly elections as well as in Lok Sabha elections. On many issues, they have a view different from the men folks, particularly on issues relating to housing, water supply schemes, cooking gas schemes, and as well as the issue of security of women. Because some of these states have had a very disturbing record in terms of protection for women, cases of atrocities. And therefore, whether it is Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan, the governments that are seen to be not responding to their concerns have been rejected. And the governments that have acted very fast and have improved the overall law and order situation and also the quality of life. You mentioned about the Ladli Behna scheme in Madhya Pradesh, which is a scheme to take care of the girl child. It was introduced by Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And over the last 10 years or so, we have seen the scheme being extended to different parts of Madhya Pradesh. And women actually benefiting from the scheme because this is a scheme that actually involves a direct benefit transfer. There are no middlemen. And the women, the girl child is taken care of. When she's at the primary school stage level, secondary school stage level. And finally, when she passes the exam and then moves on to take a professional course, there have been several schemes which have been related to this Ladli Behna scheme. And Shivraj Singh Chauhan has earned a title of being Mama, that is uncle. That itself shows how the women voters have responded to these schemes because this is something that has changed their lives. Therefore, and when it comes to this, women voters tend to look beyond caste, tend to look beyond other considerations that come into play. So therefore, they have been, and also when they turn up for voting, because women voters have realized that a vote is indeed marks a change in their lives and it directly affects them. That's why you are not surprised when it comes to Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan for different reasons, how the women voters are playing a very, very crucial part. And the fact that they are increasingly participating in this exercise also goes to show they value their vote and they wish to exercise their franchise without any influence from other members of the family. Because we have known instances where within a family, the women have voted for a particular party and the men may have chosen some other party. That goes to show more and more women are thinking independently at issues that directly affects them and are choosing representatives or the party that can deliver them from these problems. And in the last 10 years, Munmun, you would agree that particularly the flagship programs of the Prime Minister Modi's government, whether it is Jal Jeevan Yojana or Prime Minister Awas Yojana, Swachh Bharat, these are big flagship programs which is actually changing lives on the ground. Because in terms of quality, in terms of ease of living, now you have seen the piped water scheme. The advertisements have been telling a very, very realistic story. Because I particularly have been quite impressed with an ad that actually tells the story of this Jal Jeevan mission. Har Ghar Jal, Har Ghar Nal, which means that every home will have a piped water supply. Now, for us in the urban cities, we take for granted that piped water supply is not a big deal, at least unless there is a water shortage. But there were many villages. Before the Modi government took over, there were thousands of villages did not have this facility. And this program has been implemented on a war scheme. When you see an ad which says, "Ma kab pani aayegi," when will the water come to a stage that pani has already come? So you can see those, the change in their lives. Something like water so essential has changed their lives. This is an issue that is beyond politics, but definitely determines the political course of who is chosen to provide governance. Munmun.
Mr. Shekhar Iyer, if we talk about political course, the terms used in our elections like double-engine sarkar, double-engine governments. For our international audience, perhaps you can explain the importance of how, the issues in assembly elections sometimes differ, but then there is also the contribution of the national government to the electoral process, or at least it's on the voters' mind, even when they go to vote in an assembly election.
Mark, you would have seen the Prime Minister in this round of campaigning in all the 4 assembly elections. He has been talking of what he calls the Modi guarantee, which means he is personally standing for the promises made the BJP to the electorate, which is a kind of a message to the voters that so long as he is at the helm of the government of India, that the BJP, whatever the pledges it makes to the voters, those will be implemented given the time frame. There is no question of issues taking a backseat. There is no question of issues not being completed, projects not being completed in time. That culture of things, hanging on fire for a long time, that the Prime Minister certainly changed. So when we talk of double-engine Sarkar, the point is, when you have governments of the same party, both in New Delhi as well as in the state capital, there is some kind of a synergy that comes to play, rather than some politics that we have seen, say, between West Bengal government under Mamata Banerjee and the problems the center has had in trying to implement some of these flagship programs. Of course, there are exceptions like Odisha, where the Biju Janata Dal Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has been working in cooperation with Prime Minister Modi. When it comes to implementation of projects, there is no politics. But then Odisha is an exception. There are other governments where we have seen they cooperate in some, but otherwise they both look at the political thing. And many a case, like say for instance Kerala. In Kerala, the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, who heads the left front government, has cooperated on certain matters, but at the same time, he is under pressure to play politics. So the concept of Modi guarantee or the double-engine Sarkar is politics will not come in the way of vikas or development. When the issues of development comes, that should not be, because there are a number of issues for politics to be played upon. But when it comes to development, people can no longer wait, and people are unwilling to wait. So therefore, you can see they are willing to back anybody who can deliver them on the ground. And that is what the point that the Prime Minister has always emphasized in these campaigns, that we have already, we are entering a period called Amrit Kal. This is the next 25 years towards India completing 100 years as a separate nation in 2047. Before that, the Prime Minister set some goals in terms of housing, in terms of water supply, irrigation, farmers' welfare, women's welfare, and infrastructure development. Now, these are goals to be achieved in the next 25 years. Yes. And when you have a government that is working in consonance, it can be a BJP government, it can be a non-BJP government. But the spirit of working together with the central government to implement these schemes are important. And that is why the double-engine Sarkar concept has worked in places where there has been a strong regional leadership, and they have worked in consonance with the goals set by the Prime Minister.
Right. Shekhar Iyer, please continue to stay with us. Sudhir Singh ji will also stay with us. But let's get ground perspective now. Ravi Dhiman is joining us from Raipur. But before that, this is how the picture looks like. BJP is currently leading on 41 out of 90 assembly seats in Chhattisgarh. Congress currently is leading at 49, and others haven't opened their account as yet, which means that the gap is closing in between the Congress and the BJP.
Earlier, as you speak, it's even become closer.
Yes, it's becoming closer, the difference being just of 6 seats. Whether these trends will consolidate, whether there's going to be changes going forward through the day, that remains to be seen. But currently, it is a close fight between the Congress and the BJP. In Chhattisgarh, it is not a one-way contest as some exit polls had put before the counting day. Well, Ravi Dhiman is joining us from Raipur, the capital of Chhattisgarh in the Indian heartland. Ravi, how would you put this into perspective? Earlier, Congress was leading, and now the gap is only reducing between the Congress and the BJP. That means that perhaps it's still time before the last word can be said on this, isn't it?
That's true, Munmun, because many rounds of voting are scheduled for each and every assembly constituency. From 14 rounds to around 20 rounds of voting are slated for different constituencies. And this election has seen very exciting and very different voting patterns amongst the voters. For the first time in 50 assembly seats, the women voters have outnumbered the men voters. Although the overall percentage has declined by 0.5%, but the women voters have increased overall, and in 50, that is in majority of the assembly constituencies, the women voters have exercised their franchisee, and they have outnumbered men. And many of the schemes which both the parties pitched in through their manifestos have been centered around the welfare of women, the welfare of the girl child, and or giving them LPG cylinders at a subsidized rate, or giving subsidy in the LPG cylinder. Both the parties tried to woo the women voters, and in around 50 constituencies they have outnumbered men. So the results are still trickling in, and nothing can be said as of now with finality that the situation is, I think, going different every moment as we speak, and we'll have to wait to get a clearer picture, at least in Chhattisgarh, as the day progresses.
Indeed, Ravi, in fact, I'm looking at the results that are coming in on the Election Commission's website, and they are suggesting that the BJP is ahead, actually, in the leads. They are at 39 to 35, slightly. These are the real trends. I mean, the others are getting them through their correspondence and things. So the Election Commission seems to suggest that the BJP is ahead at the current time. How would you, analyze the situation in Chhattisgarh? Because, I mean, it is a state that is carved out of Madhya Pradesh, but it has been voting differently, in a sense, from Madhya Pradesh. Though, of course, the BJP has had two big terms there, or three terms, in fact, 3 terms under Raman Singh. And this is the only term that the Congress has had in a long time.
3. That's true, Mark. Ever since Chhattisgarh came into existence, it has not followed what many other states follow, the pattern of changing governments after every 5 years, where there is a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress party. Experts call it an incumbent inertia, where the people of Chhattisgarh have chosen to go along with the incumbent government, whether it be the BJP, or in this case, before the actual results came in, when the exit polls came, again, those experts were saying that the state continues to go with the incumbent inertia. The overall voting percentage was not much. In fact, it trickled down by 0.5 percentage points as compared to 2018. So any talk of an anti-incumbency was not there. But still, the results are coming in. Chhattisgarh has not been one of those states where the voters have decisively voted out the incumbent after every 5 years. And it will be very interesting to see whether the trend continues this time around, or whether the voters have already decided to change the guard here in Raipur.
Right, Ravi, we know that Bhupesh Baghel was projected by the Congress as his chief ministerial choice, whereas as far as BJP is concerned, it fought under the collective leadership. So once things consolidate by the end of the day, and whichever party is in a position to form the government, will that be the top question on everyone's mind, that will really, if it's the Congress government, will Bhupesh Baghel hold the reins of the state, or whether T.S. Singh Deo is going to hold the reins of the state, even though what has been promised by the Congress is something very different? And will Raman Singh become the face of the BJP in case the BJP forms the government there in Chhattisgarh? What do you think?
Well, that's a mystery that can only be, we can only get to know the results once the results are out, and then the party, both the BJP and Congress have sent in senior leaders here just in case to prepare for any eventuality. Congress's choices are not very difficult to make because they have an incumbent CM, although T.S. Singh Deo has been giving interviews in the media claiming that this could be his last inning as an MLA, and this could be his, sort of a political swan song. But given the stakes that are very high, because in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, BJP is clearly gaining a lead with every passing minute. In Chhattisgarh, if Congress, gets to form the government, it will be a difficult choice for the Congress leadership in Delhi. The senior leaders are here, and I think they will have a chat with the leaders in Delhi and then decide on the CM space. But yes, T.S. Singh Deo has been claiming that now it is his time, that he should be given the mantle. he should be given the reins of the state, as this could be his last inning as an MLA. While the supporters of Bhupesh Baghel, they have a point to say that he has successfully brought the Congress back to power in Chhattisgarh despite many challenges.
That's if the Congress comes back to power.
He should be retained as the chief minister. For
Yes.
choices for the BJP would be not much of a challenge. Yes, Dr. Raman Singh remains a clear favourite as far as the BJP is concerned. But yes, anything would happen, and the senior leaders and the MLAs and the party high command may take a call on that.
Absolutely. So currently the situation is up in the air, as we say, but Ravi, we'll keep coming back to you for more updates as trends consolidate over the day today, and we'll take the discussion to the guest in the studio now. Mr. Singh, a very close fight. Like Mark was saying, the Election Commission's website is showing that the BJP is ahead in Chhattisgarh, whereas most of the agencies like those that we are taking are showing that Congress is ahead, but it's still a very, very close fight. So what do you think is happening there? What are the issues that played a critical role there?
First of all exit polls stated that Congress is going to form government again in Chhattisgarh. That perception is being shattered by the actual trend which is emerging today. Second one, there are many issues. Corruption is of course a big issue. Some Mahadev app corruption issue, some irrigation corruption issue, and many others issue, fake IDs, etc. Religious discrimination also was an issue. And after all, anti-incumbency. As the data is going on on the screen, one thing is very visible, that others have lead over 2 seats. Others mean Ajit Jogi and some small tribal party, Ajit Jogi party and some small tribal groups. They have aligned, and they have an alliance with the BSP also. So if they are going to lead over 2 seats, they are eating 5 seats of the Congress party.
Yes.
So once it will conclude finally, I think it is almost tie match.
Yes.
45, 44, 46, 43 kind of situation will be there.
And 46 is the majority mark, so that is where the party.
I'm not aware of, but half an hour before, Chief Minister Baghel was trailing by the BJP candidate, who is from his own family. So all tall claims of Baghel has gone in the dustbin. Now the thing is that it is neck-to-neck fight or nail-biting kind of fight.
Yes.
So we can't predict anything, but it can be either way. The thing is that Chhattisgarh has shown again, Mark, that which I have underlined just before, that governance is the hallmark of Indian democracy. That is not a theoretical perception. That is a perception which has emerged from the common people.
Yes.
You know, and again,
that's pro-incumbency. Development is pro-incumbency.
Has been rejected by the people of Chhattisgarh also.
Yes,
so these are strong messages coming out from the Chhattisgarh fight. But very interesting fight we have to witness.
Indeed, and if we even look at Rajasthan, there the BJP has, according to the leads from the Election Commission, has crossed the 100 mark. But the Congress is putting up a good fight, as you were saying. They are at 77, according to the Election Commission's website, 199 seats. So one has to really cross. I mean, if they have
100 is a majority.
100 is the majority. You have to hit the century, otherwise you cannot form the government. In that case, you know, I mean, what do you think? In the past, when the BJP has won, they have won decisively. In the previous 2 elections, when the BJP came to power, the Congress has just about managed under Gehlot to have a majority for 5 years. What do you think? I mean, this looks like a close fight once again. Is it a very? It's a state that you know, the voters are divided in a sense. They see both the parties as potential.
There are core voters, Mark.
Yes.
And may I draw your kind attention that beside last election, where 2013 election probably, when Vasundhara Raje had a sizable majority, 140 plus, no time decisive mandate has been given in Rajasthan. Bhairav Singh Shekhawat ruled many times, but he never crossed 95. but he became chief minister many times, managing the numbers. The Congress last time in 2018 was little short, few 5-7 seats they were lacking. So I think BJP will gain 105, not much. Because as I have told you that Ashok Gehlot, despite the fact that there was an infight in the Congress, pilot was against him.
Okay, Mr. Singh, extremely important point being made by you, but some extremely interesting visuals are coming in at this point in time of celebrations taking place in Jaipur, where the BJP seems to have, as per the trends, crossed the halfway mark, also the majority mark of 100. The BJP currently leading on 104 seats. It is effectively 199-member assembly in Rajasthan because voting did not take place for one seat. It's a 200-member assembly. Effectively, it's come down to 199. The majority mark there is 100, and BJP is currently leading as per the trends that we are showing on DD India on 104 seats, followed by the Congress, which as of now seems to be a distant second at 72, and others are at 23. So once again, the Congress not being able to break the jinx of the ruling party not winning a second consecutive term for the past 30 years. This has been the trend since 1993 that the ruling party has not returned to power in Rajasthan. And the question now before the BJP would be, who would be the chief minister if the BJP is in a position to form the government, which looks like the case? Will it be the return of Vasundhara Raje, or will it be some other leader that the BJP will choose for the chief minister in Rajasthan? But there was a lot of anti-incumbency against the Ashok Gehlot government, it seems, and that narrative that the BJP built in its campaign of anti-incumbency against Ashok Gehlot, who is the outgoing chief minister in Rajasthan, seems to have caught the imagination of the people. There were allegations of paper leaks, of corruption, of scams as far as government recruitment is concerned, of communal flare-ups and polarization. So those were the issues that the BJP, particularly Prime Minister Narendra Modi, brought up in the campaigns against the Congress party in Rajasthan. And of course, there is always a long-running factionalism between the Ashok Gehlot camp and the Sachin Pilot camp as well in Rajasthan. So maybe that also divided the electorate, because one set of voters called the Gujjar community, they prefer Sachin Pilot, who has been contesting from Tonk this time around, and Ashok Gehlot contesting from Sardarpura. Remains to be seen how both the BJP Congress candidates are doing and what really is happening as far as the BJP camp is concerned.
A small addition.
Yes.
That who will be the chief minister in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh in case of BJP possible victory? I believe it will be decided by the central leadership. But only compulsion of the central leadership is the immediate Lok Sabha election.
Yes.
So that will be the biggest consideration.
So the party units need to be united. As they go into the general elections 6 months from now. It's an extremely important point that you are saying. That unity of the party will be an extremely important factor.
Personal appeal at the local level. So I think that will be constraining some of the option of the central leadership. Otherwise, central leadership will prevail.
Absolutely. So maybe the most popular choice would be the choice of the central leadership of BJP as well. But more visuals coming in of more celebrations that are taking place. BJP leader Kailash Vijayvargiya celebrating in Madhya Pradesh. Remember, Kailash Vijayvargiya is up against Congress's Sanjay Shukla from Indore 1 assembly seat. And Kailash Vijayvargiya had won the seat with a margin of over 8,000 votes in 2018. Traditionally, it is a BJP-ruled seat, and Sanjay Shukla had won that seat in 2018. Kailash Vijayvargiya, for those who don't know, was previously the mayor of Indore and a senior leader as far as Madhya Pradesh BJP is concerned. So sweets being distributed in Madhya Pradesh. Celebrations are taking place. In Madhya Pradesh, it is the return of the BJP government. The BJP has been in power there for the last more than 18 years out of the last 20 years. Last time it was Congress that was voted to power, but the Kamal Nath government was there for only 15 months. There was a rebellion by Jyotiraditya Scindia, who had left the Congress party to join the BJP with 22 loyalist MLAs, and since then we are seeing that the Shivraj Singh Chauhan government has been ruling. This time around there has been no chief ministerial phase of the BJP, and the BJP fought under the collective leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but it seems the appeal of the double-engine government, that is the government at the centre led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the government of Madhya Pradesh led by Shivraj Singh Chauhan, has appealed to the voters and captured their imagination. The development plank which the BJP talks about, the Prime Minister has been saying that the BJP ensured that Madhya Pradesh came out of the Bimaru state tag, that is a backward state tag, and came in the top 10 states of India. He's now promised that the BJP wants to take Madhya Pradesh to the top 3 states in India in the context of development.
Yes.
BJP is winning Madhya Pradesh. It is almost
That's very clear,
now.
yes. It's over 150 seats.
Oh, so it is clear almost. So, but one thing is very clear, that after Gujarat, where BJP has ruled over 30 years in continuity, Madhya Pradesh will be another state where BJP is going to, cross 20 years. Because 2003, they are first time they got elected after many years. So 2003 and it is 2023.
Yes.
So next 5 years, again 25 years. So BJP is Madhya Pradesh will be another laboratory of so-called BJP machinery or Hindutva, which has been alleged by the opposition. It will be a big success story. May I tell you that Madhya Pradesh remained one of the core BJP state even before the invent of BJP, when Janasangha was there. Because Janasangha was winning mainly from Madhya Pradesh, including present Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. So BJP has a very strong organizational setup in Madhya Pradesh.
Indeed. So let's take a look at the headlines that we are following at this moment. In fact, we are going to...
there are more reactions coming in, and outgoing Chief Minister may well again be the incoming Chief Minister and may well be the 5th time Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has tweeted, he has written on X, आज मध्य प्रदेश विधानसभा चुनाव के नतीजे आ रहे हैं और मुझे विश्वास है कि जनता के आशीर्वाद व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कुशल नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ फिर सरकार बनाने जा रही है. So today the results of Madhya Pradesh Assembly elections are coming, and I'm confident that with the blessings of the people and able leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Bharatiya Janata Party is going to form the government again with full majority. So Shivraj Singh Chauhan has tweeted, he seems to be leading from the front on the day the counting of votes is taking place. May well be an indication of what is to come. He could well be the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh for a 5th term, creating history. As a guest in the studio was saying that in Gujarat alone, such a feat has been achieved by the BJP of being in power consecutively for so many decades almost, and now this is being replicated in Madhya Pradesh. So a vote for double-engine government for both the central government schemes as well as the state government schemes in Madhya Pradesh. The development track record of the BJP government in the state and the centre seems to have appealed to the voters, and also maybe a lack of trust in what we saw was the Kamalnath government for the 15 months that it was in power, because he kept complaining that there's no revenue for him to deliver, and maybe that did not appeal to the voters.
So let's get some of the reactions that are coming in. Madhya Pradesh State Home Minister, the BJP candidate from Datia, Narottam Mishra, this is what he said, that the BJP is going to win big in the state. That's pretty clear.
जनता पार्टी जीतेगी, और अकेला मध्य प्रदेश नहीं, राजस्थान भी, छत्तीसगढ़ भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएगी. बिल्कुल मैंने पहले ही कहा था, 2/3 बहुमत की तरफ हम जाएंगे. आप देख लें, आ रहे हैं.
So you heard Narottam Mishra. He is the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, and he is contesting from the Datia seat. He is seeking re-election from that seat, and he is up against Congress's Avdesh Nayak, a former RSS functionary. Narottam Mishra, 2-time MLA from the BJP, had won the seat in 2018 with a huge margin. But now everyone is celebrating the BJP victory. Remains to be seen how the particular candidates are doing in the fray of both the BJP as well as the Congress, whether there are any upsets there or not. But we'll continue our discussion with Mr. Sudhir, who continues to be with us. So, Mr. Sudhir, pretty evident now that the BJP is coming to power. You think that once again the central leadership will trust Shivraj Singh Chauhan for the Chief Minister's position?
It is very interesting that BJP has not declared anybody as a chief ministerial face in Madhya Pradesh. So it has some obvious reasons. Maybe BJP central leadership had anticipated that there are certain sections of the society who are not positive for Shivraj Singh. So if that was the issue, then Shivraj could be repeated. Otherwise, collective leadership means no choice. So it is up to the central leadership. And in Madhya Pradesh, there are many strong leadership within BJP, like Sindhia, like Prahlad Singh Patel, etc., who can take the one. But you never know, some surprise will also.
Right.
Yes, there can be a surprise too.
When we look at a particular leader leading for so many years, and there are schemes that the people have liked, but there is also, as you were mentioning, the image that has to be presented for the 2024 general elections. And there is also a youthful population. People are looking to the future in a sense. There has to be a development of the second rung of leadership over a period of time. We can't see, leaders leading for 20, 30 years at a time, unless, of course, they have that stature, like Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But there has to be some progress, isn't it, in a political career of people. Otherwise, they may feel that they're not getting what they deserve.
You are correct, Mark. Yes. Therefore, BJP has not declared any chief ministerial candidate in Madhya Pradesh. So it is open. Pondera box is open. Anybody. But I believe that if Shivraj Singh is not the candidate, then Madhav Rao Sindhia, Jyoti Rao Sindhia is a front runner. Because he is a young man, he belongs to a certain family system which has huge influence, at least in the Chambal region in particular, and rest part of the Madhya Pradesh in general. So he could be also a better candidate if Shivraj is not considered.
Okay.
But that will also depend on how the BJP performs in the region where he holds sway. A lot of rallies took place, by the way, in that region where Shivraj Singh Chauhan holds sway. And I think almost all of the MLAs that came with Shivraj Singh Chauhan, with Jyotiraditya Scindia into the BJP did get tickets as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that it is, Chambal region has roughly 40 around seats. So it depends on the performance also. But things are visible positive in terms of performance in the Chambal region. So minus Narendra Singh Tomar, who is trailing, rest are leading or in a winning position. So let's see what central leadership of the BJP will decide about the chief ministerial phase.
Okay.
Indeed. Let's get in more reactions, and this time we're turning to Chhattisgarh, and the Chhattisgarh BJP President Arun Sao has said that the people are giving their blessings to the BJP.
And there's a reaction that has come in of Shivraj Singh Chauhan as well from Madhya Pradesh.
In fact, this is Shivraj Singh Chauhan that we are giving you first.
श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है।
छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद देने वाली है। जिस प्रकार से पूरे प्रदेश में भ्रमण करने के बाद जो हमें विश्वास हुआ, उसके आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि छत्तीसगढ़ में पूर्ण बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है।
And our correspondent Vishal Baristo is joining us from Jaipur. Vishal, it seems the jinx could not be broken by the Congress, and BJP seems to be in a comfortable position. If you look at the trends, the BJP is leading as per the data that we are showing in 108 seats, the halfway mark or the majority mark, in fact, in a effectively 99 member assembly is 100. So BJP leading in 108. Now the question is who would be the choice for the Chief Minister of the BJP, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. Very good morning to you, Munmoon, and my friend Mark. It's a $1 million question as to who would be the Chief Minister. Vasudha Raje is the front runner. In fact, 2 days back, she met the governor of the state and also worshipped at the Ganesh temple. Right now, I'm here at the BJP headquarters in Rajasthan. As you can see, the celebration has broken out. It's a total frenzy here. BJP workers, men, women, they are all dancing to the beats of the drum, and they are all rejoicing the great return of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And yes, you are right as to who would be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So it is going to be a tough question to answer, because Vasudha Raje, who has been the Chief Minister of the state for 2 times, has not been declared the chief ministerial candidate. In fact, there were a lot of difference of opinion as far as her name is concerned. There were a lot of opposition to her name within the party, within the cadre, that she should not be declared the chief ministerial candidate. But it all came down to the victory of Bharatiya Janata Party, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done wonders for the party, because some of the exit polls were indicating towards return of Congress and incumbent Gehlot government forming again the government in Rajasthan. But ultimately it seems that BJP has won the state once again. Now who would be the chief minister? It is for the Prime Minister and Amit Shah, the 2 top leaders of the BJP, who would be deciding the man or a woman who would be heading the state for BJP in Rajasthan.
Vishal, you've been camping in the state for the whole time of the elections. Tell us a little bit about how this election played out for our international viewers, how the voters were reached out to by the main campaigners, and who the main faces were for the election.
Well, Mark, it was all between Congress and BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is in the helm of affairs at the center and in most of the states. But as far as Congress is concerned, it was all Chief Minister's face, Ashok Gehlot's face was visible all over the state. In fact, all the posters had Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's face as far as Congress was concerned. And Sachin Pilot, who is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, was not visible that much as far as the Congress campaign is concerned. But at the very last moment, his face also emerged in some of the posters along with Ashok Gehlot. There have been differences between the two, and Ashok Gehlot was very vocal against Sachin Pilot. In fact, Sachin Pilot also threatened to break the party, I beg your pardon, and form an alliance with BJP or form a separate party. And the difference between the two, the difference of opinion and also the difference of vision between the two leaders, I think has costed Congress party a lot, especially in the eastern part of the state. But in BJP, though they did not announce the chief ministerial candidate, and Vasudha Raje was always the first runner, but despite of her name not being announced, the central leadership united the party, and the cadre came very strongly, backed the party very strongly, and it was the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, the RSS, that also backed the party cadre. While when I spoke to CP Joshi, the speaker in the Gehlot government and the Rajasthan Assembly, who was contesting in Nathdwara against the heir of the former royals of Udaipur, and he was also telling me that what we lack is the organization, a strong organization, and that is costed Congress very badly. Yes, the anti-incumbency factor is one, but ultimately it was the infighting within the Congress party that has gone in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Mark?
Indeed. Thanks very much, Vishal. We'll come back to you for more through the day. Let's turn to Mr. Shekhar Iyer, who's been with us and has been analyzing the elections with us. Mr. Iyer, if we look at Rajasthan, some of the analysts seem to think that this process of changing governments every 5 years is because the electorate consists of people who, who think that we've seen what this government has given us, let's try somebody else the next time round. They always are looking for something different. Apparently, it is a process of one community. They call it the Marwadi community, which believes that every time let's try something different. Let's take a chance. They take a bet on it. Is that a decent analysis?
Well, I do not know whether any community specific that they desire a change. But the point is, they feel that by changing governments, they are able to get a better governance from the parties and also put pressure on the leadership to deliver. So what we are seeing is voters in India are looking at performance, more on performance rather than on other issues like maybe even caste factor sometimes, or even overemphasis on ideology or being against one particular party. What we can see is governance is increasingly taking a better grip of elections. People, actually look at, and also you'll notice one thing, Mark, when it comes to Rajasthan, people have voted differently in the assembly elections and in the parliamentary elections.
Right.
In 2018, they gave a chance to the government for forming government in the state. But within few months, when Lok Sabha elections happened, they chose Prime Minister Modi.
Right.
So, and here what has happened is they have seen 5 years of Ashok Gehlot government. Yes, there are certain schemes where Gehlot has delivered, but there are also issues of corruption. There are issues of scams, the examination leak and so many other issues that have come. And also the fact that Gehlot has faced revolt from within the party, particularly his inability to work with Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot was the Congress president when Congress won the elections in 2018. He was promised that he would be made the chief minister, but then they chose Ashok Gehlot. Since then, the chemistry never worked, and that also resulted in a revolt, an open revolt in 2020. At that time, Priyanka Gandhi had intervened and tried to assure Sachin Pilot that he will get his due. But all these years, Ashok Gehlot was not willing to compromise. He had even called Sachin Pilot all kinds of names, including that he had betrayed the Congress sentiments. So you can see that Congress is perhaps has paid a price for anti-incumbency, lack of unity, and also questions on governance issues. Otherwise, today, people would not have, of course, the Congress has not done badly. It has lost power, but definitely you can see that voters in Rajasthan, they also have appreciated the fact that BJP managed to put up a show. Earlier, there was a feeling that the division in the BJP between supporters of Vasundhara and those who oppose them could have some impact. But then, with the intervention of the Prime Minister, with the intervention of the Home Minister, we have seen the state BJP leaders decided to work together. And that is why today, Vasundhara Raje as well as other leaders have managed to bring about the success for the party in Rajasthan. Mark.
Indeed. And if we look at the Election Commission website's trends, it seems the BJP has 110 leads in Rajasthan. And there's a change as well in Chhattisgarh with the BJP crossing 45 there. So they had 46 according to the Election Commission, and the Congress is at 40. Our results are showing something slightly different. So, I mean, your comments on that, Mr. Shekhar Iyer, about what's happening in Chhattisgarh?
Chhattisgarh has actually indeed shown that the overemphasis on the leadership of Bhupesh Baghel and the way, the reports coming from the ground also, was rather confusing, saying that Bhupesh Baghel remains the best bet for the Congress, and therefore the Congress should not have a problem, and the BJP suffered in the last elections, has been unable to recover. But the picture we are seeing today is different, that Congress is actually maybe at the moment slightly above the halfway mark, but the BJP has definitely is close behind, and the return of Raman Singh back in the state arena, because he was asked to contest elections. He is a member of the Rajya Sabha, but he was asked by the party to contest, and he is there. So one can see that it is a revival of the BJP. At the same time, if you look at the issues that have bedeviled the Congress, particularly the Mahadev app scam, which the Prime Minister himself mentioned it, how poor people were conned into investing money or to bet for on any matters, including cricket matches, IPL and things like that, and how they were all duped. The Mahadev has had connections in Chhattisgarh, political connections. Those have also played an impact. And apart from that, you can also see that Bhupesh Baghel was seen as a person who has delivered on several schemes to the last bite. Maybe he has done so. But what the final analysis, if you see that the very fact that the BJP has again risen from the position it was forced to in 2018, is definitely, it shows that Congress cannot take issues for granted in Chhattisgarh. We do not know what is the picture. But one thing is clear, Mark, the fact that if Congress doesn't have a very comfortable majority, that could mean even if they form the government, there could be a lot of stability issues. Already we know the last time in 2018, there was a promise made, rather a kind of an agreement that for 2.5 years, Bhupesh Baghel would be chief minister, and the next 2.5 years would be T.S. Singh Dev.
Yes.
And Bhupesh Baghel refused to concede ground after he had completed 2.5 years, and he managed to convince High Command that he is the best bet. So therefore, the question is, if the Congress manages to win 45 plus clauses the halfway mark, will they still retain Bhupesh Baghel, or will they have to give a chance to T.S. Singh Dev? That's a big question that we are going to see.
Okay, stay with us, Shekharji. Also, J. Ramachandran, a political analyst, is now joining us. Mr. Ramachandran, such a pleasure to have you on the special broadcast. How do you analyze the day's counting so far? In 2018, we saw that the BJP had lost in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, but the BJP now is coming back in all the 3 states. If these trends consolidate, Congress, which was in the opposition in Telangana, is coming to power in Telangana, it seems. If these trends consolidate, I should keep adding that. So what sort of soul searching would it lead to as far as the opposition alliance is concerned? Because the general elections are just 6 months away. And is it a big boost for the BJP, even though these elections have not been bellwether in the past several occasions just ahead of the general elections? Still, do you think that it will boost BJP's confidence a great deal?
Sure, I do believe that BJP is having a positive trend looking at the election results which are coming up right now on the screen. It is not magic or anything which came out of the blue. It is right now what we see is the amount of work which has been done by the BJP government at the center, and especially Madhya Pradesh, when you look at it, there is not much of incumbency factor which has affected the Madhya Pradesh election results. Now, the double engine Sarkar, that project has worked well for BJP now. All the central schemes have been passed on to the people. So whatever results we are seeing at the moment is a result of all the good work done. And Rajasthan wanted a change. They are not running behind the magic of the magician anymore. We've seen the amount of crime that has happened in Rajasthan, which has affected the voting pattern as well, especially when you look at the constituencies where these kind of crimes have happened. There's a huge trend for BJP in those angles as well. Now, when we look at Chhattisgarh, yes, the Congress could have done better. And Telangana, we look at a narrative which is run across South India, where the Congress was a bit successful with whatever narrative they've run at South India. But hopefully when we're looking at 2024 parliament elections, this is a huge boost for BJP, and I'm sure BJP would ride on the new trend, which has given them enough confidence to run the 2024 elections. And Modi, the man, has made the difference for every bit of elections that are happening at the moment. And when we're looking at it, 2024 as well, the parliament election, it would be centered around the Prime Minister. That is what it looks like.
Indeed, Dr. Sudhir Singh is here with us. So it is the semi-final in a sense.
See, again, I stand with my conviction that it is not a semi-final. State elections are fought on regional issues. National elections are fought on national issues. But 2 points I would like to underline. Number one, BJP has crossed magic mark in Chhattisgarh. It is on 49 as per your screen.
That's right, yes.
I don't know about election commission.
Yes, that's correct. 48, 49.
Okay.
Same.
So, if BJP will win finally the Chhattisgarh, it will be a great booster to the BJP cadre across the country, not only in Chhattisgarh. Why? Because public narrative was that BJP has already lost Chhattisgarh. Before election, it was concluded by all leading media mughals. So if BJP will form the government, Narendra Modi's popularity will be proven, because nobody even, as you have said, Raman Singh has told last time to few weeks before just to go and file your nomination, etc. Number 2 point, that Congress was ruling over Rajasthan, expecting Madhya Pradesh, and ruling over Chhattisgarh. So Congress lost from Hindi heartland.
Yes.
Finally, Congress is gaining Telangana, which is a small state in terms of number of seats in Lok Sabha. But of course, Congress had something to say. But in India Alliance 2024 Lok Sabha, again Congress will be under pressure by the regional parties, because in Telangana, Congress has defeated a regional party, not the national party. BJP was not the contender.
Right.
So internal fight, which has a little glimpse when Akhilesh Yadav fought with Kamal Nath in Madhya Pradesh, that will be a wide perspective within India Alliance after this.
So you're saying that the Congress is really not able to match the BJP when it's fighting against the BJP, but it can defeat the regional parties, in certain pockets where there is anti-incumbency.
You are largely, Mark, you are correct. But one point is very important into the electoral history of India. When Indira Gandhi lost in 1977, when Rajiv Gandhi lost in 1989, even South India gave unprecedented electoral support to the Congress party. So now Congress party is again confined to the South India. Karnataka, they are ruling right now, and Telangana, they may probably rule. So, but without
the Congress is clearly ahead in Telangana, 61 seats.
Perspective to come into the center. So Congress, as a national opposition to Prime Minister Modi, is hailed from this mandate.
Okay, let's get in more reactions. The former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Raman Singh, whom we were talking about a little while ago, has said that the people have rejected the Congress government and the BJP will form the government in Chhattisgarh.
मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे है, राजस्थान में, और तीनों जगह स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनेगी। और निश्चित रूप से आज के तारीख में बड़ी बड़ी बात करने वाले, ठीक है, नतीजा क्या निकलेगा, पर भूपेश जी का नतीजा दिख रहा है कि 2 राउंड में पीछे चल रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि जनता ने उनके सारे मंत्रियों को नकारा है, पूरी सरकार को रिजेक्ट किया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरा का पूरा आशीर्वाद और समर्थन दिया है।
Let's keep talking to the guests who are with us. Mr. G. Ramachandran continues to be with us. Mr. Ramachandran, what do you make of the trend so far as Chhattisgarh is concerned? We are seeing it's looking like a seesaw battle.
Neck and neck over there, yeah, absolutely, neck and neck.
And as per the data that we are showing, BJP is ahead on 48 seats, now 47 seats. Congress is trailing on 42 seats, and the Election Commission is showing that
44 to 41
BJP,
actually.
Yes, is leading on 46 seats and Congress on 40. So this is, again, this could go either way, but it seems that the anti-incumbency sentiment was there against the Bhupesh Baghel government. How do you analyze the trends as they are in Chhattisgarh?
I would, Chhattisgarh people have voted against what the exit polls or any kind of prediction that has happened in the past. They've moved towards a development agenda. People of Chhattisgarh have seen, they are right now seeing what is happening around India, the kind of development that other states are getting when they align with the central government. So they've seen what Madhya Pradesh is getting. They've seen other states where the state is ruled by BJP and then the center supports with the double engine ka sarkar. That agenda has run well in all the states across where BJP is ruling. So the people of Chhattisgarh also have aligned to the thought of nationalism I believe, at the time of voting, surpassing all the predictions that had come from different houses. And this Mohabbat Ka Dukan from Rahul Gandhi looks like has not worked across the voters. They are seeing BJP as the platform which can take India to the next level in the coming years, and especially with the international tension. The only option for people of India to be confident about their existence is BJP, and they've realized it. We are looking at a very mature voting this time. When we look at Chhattisgarh as well, it has surpassed any kind of prediction that has happened in the past.
Indeed.
So yes,
yes, Mr. Ramachandran, if we look at, how people go through these polls and exit polls, and they sort of predict almost as an exact science what's going to be an outcome of an election. Do you think that, an exit poll is like an exact poll, or in something that is so close like the BJP and Congress in Chhattisgarh, you can't really predict a direction, can you? So, in a sense, the others are pretty clear. You can just show that there's one party that's going ahead very clearly. You can see the mood of the voter, and that you can predict and say, okay, they're going to get so many seats based on this, or you can have a gut feel. But it's not possible, perhaps, for pollsters to try and predict who's going to win when there's such a neck-and-neck battle.
Yes, looking at the neck-and-neck battle now, I would feel any kind of prediction based on any kind of survey method has not worked at the moment. And the focus of Congress on the caste survey, I feel, has backfired for them in Chhattisgarh. Looking at the way the population of Chhattisgarh is spread, the caste basis survey that Congress was pressing on, and the anti-Sanatan stand that they've taken, and anti-Hindu talks which have come from leaders of the top brass of Congress have affected their traditional votes as well when we look at it at the moment. Yes.
Let's look at the picture as it's playing out in Telangana and what could be its national ramifications. Shekhar Iyer, I'll come to you. We are aware that KCR has national ambitions, which is why he renamed TRS into BRS. Telangana Rashtra Samiti became the Bharat Rashtra Samiti, but here he has not been able to retain power in Telangana. Do you think that for the opposition alliance, this whole election and the counting will lead to a lot of food for thought, because they are wiped out of the Hindi heartland, and one party that thought that would be part of the opposition alliance in a very successful way, BRS, is also out of contention in the state?
One more, even before these assembly elections, the poster by the regional party was that without Congress actually doing well in North India, or in overall terms, without Congress winning at least 150 to 200 seats, there cannot be an alternative to a BJP government after the Lok Sabha elections. So the Congress has to revive itself in large parts of North India, including in the states where it went to polls this time, which went to polls. So what this election has reinforced is that Congress can win in, say, it won in Karnataka, now it has won in Telangana. But when it comes to being and providing an alternative to the BJP-led government in the Lok Sabha elections, things are far behind. And no matter what can be the tone and tenor of the Congress campaign, there can be personal attacks on the Prime Minister. There can be all kinds of allegations about nexus between business and the political leadership or the government. But those are not clicking with the people. People are looking at governance issues in the northern states where they appear to be reasonably satisfied where the BJP government is in power. Whether it is Uttar Pradesh, we saw it in 22, now we are seeing it in Madhya Pradesh. And if you are not able to retain a state where you are governing for the last 5 years, it means people have voted against you, even if you are closer to halfway mark, but they have lost a number of seats.
Yes.
So therefore, I think what is coming up is that Congress is yet to reach a position where it can be leading an opposition. Now, this will force the other regional players to tell Congress, look, you are just one among us. You are not first among the equals, because the Congress had actually put this whole opposition alliance on a pause mode, because it wanted these assembly elections to get over to reassert its position. But what has now happened is the so-called India alliance did not take off even after meetings in first in Patna, then in Bengaluru, then in Mumbai. Then there was a coordination meeting. Since then, there were a lot of difficulties when CPM didn't want to sit with Trinamool. Then there were problems relating to constantly Rahul harping on this Adani issue, which
we seem to have a little
Shekhar, you're talking about
problem
the problems in the opposition alliance. Please go ahead.
Mark, one thing is very clear. When Prime Minister Modi again took over in May 2019, he gave a little bit revised slogan, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. Prayas also, fourth one. So that is basically inclusiveness. And I mean, barrage of flagship schemes, toilets, gas, drinking water, better health facilities, infrastructure. You know, India reached to moon. We feel that it is a small thing, but common man feel it differently.
Yes.
So those things are, I mean, this mandate is a blessing to the inclusive development model.
But I want to ask you a little bit more about what Mr. Shekhar Iyer was saying. He was developing on this theme that, you know, the Congress now can't really say that they are the leaders of the India alliance and they are just one among several parties. Do you see the India alliance now, you know, for the 2024 election, going to be, you know, if there was a strong one party dominating, it may not have been such a strong alliance. You know, now that each one will say that they have their own share, maybe it's going to be difficult for them to try and find out seat sharing and things like that, or to decide who is going to contest where. But this alliance, I mean, with the Congress becoming weaker, maybe the alliance partners, the others, would get stronger.
See, the very notion of India alliance itself is a contradictory one, because they declared that there will be no agreement at the assembly elections. How it is possible? Now, Congress lost Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh clear. Chhattisgarh, we have to wait.
Yes.
Supposedly, Congress will lose. So, Congress has lost the strength to defeat the BJP even in one-to-one fight.
Yes.
So it provides a fresh edge to the regional parties that they are better electorally powerful to face BJP. So there will be a fight of internal fight of leadership, and Congress is losing one here, because Rajasthan you could not retain, Madhya Pradesh you couldn't capture, Chhattisgarh also you are losing. So it is again a big setback to the Congress aspiration to lead India at India alliance at the national level.
Sure.
Of course, Congress has some relief from Telangana, but that relief is not enough. Congress is not going to be the central power of India alliance in 2024.
Dr. Sudhir Singh, our correspondents are on the field and they are getting us reactions all the time. So here's Vishal Barrister talking to a few of the workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Jaipur.
Celebration has broken out here at the BJP state office. As you can see, these excited BJP women, workers, they are all dancing to the sound of the drums, to the beats of the drums. So let's ask them, कितना excitement है आपको?
जी देखिए, एक्साइटमेंट आपको देखने को मिल रहा है। महिलाओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है और मैं पूरी राजस्थान की हर महिला शक्ति को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि इन्होंने जिस तरीके से इस महिला विरोधी कांग्रेस सरकार को उखाड़ फेंका है और प्रचंड बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है। इसे हम पूरी महिला मोर्चा की टीम
So as you can see, they are all dancing. They have already started the celebration, and BJP has taken a big lead. So BJP is back in Rajasthan, and the colors, the saffron balloons, and the excitement of the BJP workers say it all. With cameraman Alok Gupta in Jaipur, this is Vishal Barrister for DD India.
So, Mr. Ramachandran continues to be with us. Mr. Ramachandran, our correspondent, was speaking particularly to women BJP workers in Jaipur, and I would draw your attention to what Smriti Irani had to say during the campaign. She said that this election is the battle for the honor of women. Do you think that the women electorate could have played a very central role in this verdict?
Yes, I do. And at one end, I would say it is the leading edge for BJP at this point of time with the women protection bill and everything that has come in Parliament has supported them, got the support from the women electoral base. That is on one side. On the other side, when we look at all the projects which the central government has been running, the direct beneficiaries have always been women, whether it be the LPG, and all the other infrastructural development which has happened. Women have been beneficiaries. They've benefited from all the schemes which have been brought out by the central government. So yes, we do see a trend where the women are getting aligned to BJP, and
there were concerns about lawlessness, lack of protection of women. The Bhilwara rape case grabbed headlines. So do you think that the women vote in that sense was of anti-incumbency or pro opposition because of this factor?
See, crimes against women has been a major issue that we as a country have been trying to tackle for years now. But when we look at from the perception that women, when they're looking at it, their point of view would be focused on who is giving them results and who are more focused on women's safety across India at different states. The new voter in India is not completely focused on only their state. They look at other states. They look at the national leadership as well when they look at larger agenda of political parties. So when they look at it, I feel Congress has fallen out at the region where they had to follow their promises. The promises looked empty for the voters. That is the main issue that Congress is facing at one end. And on the other side, you have BJP. Their promises have been kept. They're trying hard. It's a 24/7 machinery that runs at BJP. They're ready for elections. They're ready to bring out their mandate, and then they're trying to work on it. And you can see results on the street today. People are seeing the results of whatever projects have gone to them. It is not magic.
Indeed, Mr. Ramachandran, stay with us. We're getting more and more reactions coming in. Here's the Railway Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav. He's spoken about Madhya Pradesh. He said that people of Madhya Pradesh have blessed the Bharatiya Janata Party with a resounding mandate.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बहुत ही प्रचंड विजय हुई है। इसकी हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, पूरा विश्वास था कि मध्य प्रदेश के जन जन के मन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो विश्वास है, वो विश्वास आज के चुनावों में परिलक्षित होता है। आप सब जानते हैं, एमपी के मन में मोदी है, मोदी के मन में एमपी है। जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
Yes, and Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist, continues to be with us. Shekhar ji, looking at the Telangana elections, do you think that this election can also be seen in the context of BJP's rise? Because in 2018, BJP won 1 seat in the outgoing assembly. It has 3 MLAs. It won 4 Lok Sabha seats. If we look that in the context of assembly segments in 2019, that was 21 assembly segments. Currently, it is leading on 8 seats. That's 7 more than the 2018 figure. So do you think that BJP is trying to expand itself in South India? The only state where it's come to power in there is Karnataka.
Well, this election is going to set the stage for BJP to revive itself as the main opposition party. Because with the decline of TRS, which had changed its name to BRS, and with the fact that the KCR facing this kind of a severe setback. It will be now up to the BJP to play that opposition role. And I can see that within the Telangana state itself, there will be regrouping of forces, there will be regrouping of political personalities who would like to see that that there is a formidable opposition to the Congress. Because the revival of the Congress, as I was speaking earlier, will have to be seen in terms of what has happened. Because MIM has also not done that well, even in its stronghold areas. So the question will arise, what is the factor that has helped the Congress? As I was saying, like in Karnataka, the minority vote played a big part for the Congress to win in Karnataka. Similarly, in Telangana, have the minority votes shifted from the TRS to Congress party? And also the question of what about the Reddy factor, the OBC factor? Now, all these leads to a situation where, Munmun, I feel BJP has definitely gets a larger room, a larger role to play as an opposition party.
Indeed, we'll go across now to our correspondent Dibyendu Mondal, who's been at BJP headquarters and watching developments there. Dibyendu, we've been showing celebrations all across, you know, from Madhya Pradesh as well as Rajasthan. We haven't got visuals from Chhattisgarh, but you tell us, what's headquarters like?
Well, Mark, you know, as the results started to trickle in and it was clear that the BJP is going to form government once again in Madhya Pradesh and they're winning Rajasthan. BJP workers have started to come in. The preparations have begun in full swing now at the BJP headquarters. If you can see behind me, the cutouts of the BJP's national president, JP Nadda, has already been put in place. The Prime Minister's cutout has also been put in place. The preparations with the railings as well as, you know, the flowers have started to come in for the decoration of the party office. You know, the political party leaders of the BJP have started to come in, and the senior leaders, in fact, from the BJP, even former union ministers and some of the union ministers have also started to come inside the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. And just a couple of hours from now, it is also expected that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be visiting with Union Home Minister Amit Shah at the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi. Also, you know, there will be several workers from across Delhi and from different states that will start coming in here at the BJP party office in New Delhi as the day proceeds. So what we can perhaps say now is that the party workers are in the mood of celebration. They are jubilant. They are happy that the BJP have done well in both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Many of the exit polls had given a tough contest, had in fact shown that a tough contest would be between the Congress and the BJP in both these states, but the results were completely different. And the party workers are excited. They are happy that, you know, the BJP could come back, and of course celebrations will continue here from the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi.
Sure, we'll be coming back to you for more, Dibyendu, as and when those celebrations begin. But Dr. Sudhir Singh, the BJP has crossed 50 now in Chhattisgarh. So, I mean, it's not only Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, it's clearly the vote is for the BJP in Chhattisgarh, because it's like a big rise, maybe about 30 plus seats since the last election.
I have already told you that BJP is going to form government in Chhattisgarh. Even when I joined you, BJP was below 40. Because of certain obvious reasons, Chief Minister is still trailing from his constituency by the BJP candidate, Patan. And smaller parties stitches an alliance, and that alliance has carved out Congress vote. Even in 10 constituencies, so 10 constituencies went to the BJP as a gift type situation. And anti-incumbency was at its peak in Chhattisgarh. And all public narrative was that BJP has already lost Chhattisgarh. But people of Chhattisgarh gave a decisive vote, mandate to the BJP. One more thing I would like to highlight, that women factor, which you have asked earlier with other panelists. Women factor has emerged as a very big factor, crucial factor in Indian election, not in this assembly election or that assembly election, even at the national level. Women is a silent voter, and you can analyze different voting patterns. Every state, women are voting more than men. Even in Uttar Pradesh, which was a massive victory in 2022, or data will come of these 4 or 5 states, you will find that one. It is in Lok Sabha also, 19 Lok Sabha. Why it is so? Because all flagship schemes are targeted to women. Prime Minister Modi government has given more than 5 crore houses to the poor families. So who is the beneficiary? Women. Toilets, who is the primary beneficiary? Women. Drinking water, health facilities, education facilities, better infrastructure. So women are the biggest beneficiary, and women felt that we are not believing on anything which is a kind of a big promise, but we believe in actual delivery of the services at the doorstep. So that Prime Minister Modi government has nurtured this strong vote bank, and that is paying.
So clearly, from being a silent voter, women in India are beginning to play a much more decisive role in elections, and now with the reservation as well, will play a more decisive role in governance.
Yeah, and I would like to one more point. Since you have international audience here, so this is a big lesson for other democracy, because women in America till date, 250 years after the foundation could not become the president.
Yes.
And participation of women in Western countries in terms of voting turnout is lesser than men. So it is a lesson for them. They must learn from Indian democracy that women are voting more than men. So they must learn and implement it for the betterment of their respective society.
What is the sign going into the 2024 Lok Sabha elections? Very briefly, if you could tell us.
It will be a great booster to the BJP cadre across the country, and of course people at large will make their mind that Modi is the best option given the situation. So I think BJP will be the beneficiary.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Mr. Singh, Shekhar Iyer, Mr. Ramachandran, as well as to all the reporters, thanks very much for joining us on this special broadcast where we are celebrating the Festival of Democracy with the international audience. And the latest at this point in time is that BJP seems to be in a position to be forming the government in the Hindi heartland states. There are 3 states here where the counting are taking place in the Hindi heartland. One is Madhya Pradesh, another is Chhattisgarh, and the third one is Rajasthan. And the Congress, which is the principal opposition party here in India, is set to form the government, it seems, in Telangana. But it still remains to be seen who the chief ministerial candidates would be, who would be the next chief minister in the 4 states.
Indeed, and as these leads get consolidated, we will continue to keep you updated on the Festival of Democracy. Our program continues, but we will shift now into the mode where we are going to be focusing on the news as well. The news always comes first here on DD India, but the main news will be, of course, the electoral process and the elections of these 4 states.
So don't go anywhere. Election news and analysis and other news will be there throughout the day for you here on DD India, the voice of credibility. Thanks for watching.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution. This series is going to tell stories of such change makers. Watch Changemakers on DD India.
तुझे तगड़ा इंसेंटिव मिला है। क्या प्लान है?
सोच रहा हूँ गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में इन्वेस्ट करूं।
बिल्कुल सही सोच रहे हैं आप।
अब गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में इन्वेस्ट करना आसान हो गया है।
पर कैसे?
आरबीआई रिटेल डायरेक्ट स्कीम में बिना ब्रोकर के आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं और आपको आपकी पूंजी पर मिलेगी रिटर्न्स। आरबीआई पोर्टल पर जाइए, मुफ्त में अकाउंट खोलिए और अपने बैंक खाते से सीधे पैसे इन्वेस्ट कीजिए। सुरक्षित, आसान।
रिटायरमेंट के बाद मैं भी यही इन्वेस्ट करूँ।
बहुत सही कह रहे हैं आप। आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify complex social, political, and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
हाँ जी सुरेश जी, रिटायरमेंट के बाद जो प्रोविडेंट फंड आएगा उसका क्या करेंगे?
कुछ खास प्लान नहीं है, पड़ा रहेगा बैंक में, ब्याज आता रहेगा और क्या।
सुरेश जी, बैंक से कितना ब्याज आएगा? एक नई स्कीम बताता हूँ, उसमें पैसे लगा दो, साल भर में दुगने बल्कि चौगुना हो जाएगा। हाँ, बस कुछ नए मेंबर्स बनाने।
नहीं सुरेश जी, इन सब फालतू चक्करों में मत पड़िए कि नए मेंबर बनाना, रातों रात करोड़पति बनाना, ऐसे सपने दिखाने वाली स्कीम से बचकर रहें। आप लालच में आकर नहीं, समझदारी से निवेश करें। नए मेंबर बनाओ, वर्ल्ड टूर पे जाओ, कमीशन पाओ या उपहार घर ले जाओ। ऐसे सपने दिखाने वाली स्कीम से बचकर रहें। ऐसी स्कीम्स धोखा हो सकती हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday 8 p.m. only on DD India.
भारतीय संस्कृति ने हमेशा हमें बड़ों का सम्मान करना सिखाया है। भारत सरकार भी वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए लगातार नई से नई सेवाएं और अवसर ला रही है। इसी कड़ी में निवेशक शिक्षा और संरक्षण कोष ने 75 वर्ष एवं उससे अधिक उम्र वाले सभी निवेशकों के लिए स्पेशल सेवा की शुरुआत की है। IEPF समय समय पर देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से SMS सर्विस द्वारा, अखबारों में संदेश देकर, अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स पर एवं टीवी और रेडियो के माध्यम से वरिष्ठ नागरिकों को सही निवेश और फ्रॉड स्कीम से अपना धन बचाने की जानकारी दे रहा है। इसके अलावा उनकी सुविधा के लिए निवेश की सही जानकारी और क्लेम का स्टेटस जानने के लिए एक ऐप भी लॉन्च किया है।
क्या कर रहे हो पापा?
कुछ नहीं, ऐसे ही छोटा सा काम कर रहा हूँ।
कौन सा काम पापा?
मेरे कुछ शेयर सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं, उनका क्लेम लेना है, तो उन्हीं का फॉर्म भर रहा हूँ।
लेकिन पापा, क्या इसके लिए फिजिकल डॉक्यूमेंट भी जमा करने होंगे?
किस जमाने में जी रहे हो बेटा? ये डिजिटल इंडिया है, सब काम ऑनलाइन होता है। और अपना इन्वेस्टर एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी भी डिजिटल हो गया है। और यही नहीं, 75 वर्ष के सभी निवेशकों के लिए एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी जारी किया गया है, जिससे घर बैठे बैठे आप अपने क्लेम का फॉर्म आसानी से भर सकते हैं।
दादाजी, क्या मैं भी आपके साथ कर लूं? हो गया।
निवेशक शिक्षित तो निवेश सुरक्षित।
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Hello and welcome live from New Delhi. You're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Gautam Roy, and coming up in the next 60 minutes. Counting of votes underway in 4 Indian states. Trends show the BJP is leading in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. 3 people have been killed and several others injured as an explosion has rocked a Catholic mass in the southern Philippines region this morning. And the US and China have announced measures to address methane emissions at COP28 in Dubai. Over 110 nations pledged to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. Also, over 700 flights have been cancelled. Buses and train services suspended in Germany's Munich due to heavy snow. And first up, the verdict of the people is now being revealed in the 4 Indian states where elections had been held. One, of course, the count is going to happen tomorrow. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest trends and results. Well, counting of votes has been underway for assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana since 8 in the morning Indian Standard Time. The polling in these states was held on different dates along November, and Mizoram is included, but not counting today. Early trends show the BJP is leading in 3 Indian states, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, voting was held in 2 phases on the 7th as well as the 17th of last month. In Madhya Pradesh, the polling was held on the 17th. Rajasthan voted on the 25th of November again, and in Telangana, the voting took place on the 30th of last month. India's Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has said that people of Madhya Pradesh have blessed the Bharatiya Janata Party with a resounding mandate as a result of good work done in the past 18 years.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बहुत ही प्रचंड विजय हुई है। इसकी हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, पूरा विश्वास था कि मध्य प्रदेश के जन जन के मन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो विश्वास है, वो विश्वास आज के चुनावों में परिलक्षित होता है। आप सब जानते हैं, एमपी के मन में मोदी है, मोदी के मन में एमपी है। जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
And as BJP leads in Madhya Pradesh, India's Union Minister and party leader Jyotiraditya Scindia is confident that the BJP will form the government with absolute majority in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं हैं, जो गरीब उत्थान की योजना है, सेवा और सुशासन की जो हमारी सरकार है, जनता का पूर्ण आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा और समूचे मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नमन करता हूं और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, अंतिम नतीजे तक हम लोग इंतजार करें।
And incumbent Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has said a double-engine government properly implemented the schemes of the central government, and the schemes that were formed in Madhya Pradesh as well also touched the people's hearts.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण हैं।
Also, Madhya Pradesh State Home Minister and BJP candidate from Datia, Narottam Mishra, has said the BJP is going to win in the state.
125 से 150 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी और अकेला मध्य प्रदेश नहीं, राजस्थान भी, छत्तीसगढ़ भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएगी। बिल्कुल मैंने पहले ही कहा था, 2/3 बहुमत की तरफ हम जाएंगे। आप देख लें, आ रहे हैं।
And Madhya Pradesh State BJP President B.D. Sharma said he believes that the BJP will win the most seats till this date and create history. The development will be under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें जीत करके मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाएगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी का जो अभियान था उसको जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है। ये सारी ताकत जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की थी और संगठन की ताकत प्रत्येक बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैदान में उतरी, आज मैं कहता हूं कि इस आधार पर ऐतिहासिक बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनेगी।
And former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Raman Singh has said people have rejected the Congress's government and the BJP will form the government in the state with full majority.
इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे है राजस्थान में और तीनों जगह स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनेगी और निश्चित रूप से आज के तारीख में बड़ी बात करने वाले, ठीक है नतीजा क्या निकलेगा, पर भूपेश जी का नतीजा दिख रहा है कि 2 राउंड में पीछे चल रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि जनता ने उनके सारे मंत्रियों को नकारा है, पूरी सरकार को रिजेक्ट किया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरा का पूरा आशीर्वाद और समर्थन दिया है।
Let's also listen to what Chhattisgarh BJP President Arun Sahu has had to say about how the people have given their blessings to the BJP.
छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद देने वाली है। जिस प्रकार से पूरे प्रदेश में भ्रमण करने के बाद जो हमें विश्वास हुआ, उसके आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि छत्तीसगढ़ में पूर्ण बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है।
And BJP's Shazia Elmi said her party is very confident that the party will form the government in at least 3 states.
पूरा यकीन है कि 3 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार बन रही है और हम बहुत ही अच्छी बढ़त देखेंगे। एक बड़े फोर्स के तौर पर तेलंगाना में भारतीय जनता पार्टी उभरेगी, लेकिन जहां तक बात है राजस्थान की, मध्य प्रदेश की और छत्तीसगढ़ की, हमें लगता है हमारा प्रदर्शन बहुत ही शानदार रहेगा और बहुत ही अच्छी और स्पष्ट जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी। कमल ही खिलेगा वहां पे इन तीनों राज्यों में।
Now let's talk about Rajasthan, where early trends are showing that the BJP is leading there as well. State BJP President CP Joshi said that their lead will keep growing.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी और देश के यशस्वी लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी में अटूट आस्था प्रकट की है, विश्वास व्यक्त किया है और यही परिणाम दिख रहा है कि कई दिनों से हजारों कार्यकर्ता रात दिन पार्टी को विजयश्री दिलाने के लिए काम कर रहे थे। इस जीत का आधार वही है और मैं सोचता हूं अभी शुरुआती बढ़त है, ये बढ़त और बढ़ती जाएगी।
Let's now get you some views and analysis on these results, rather trends so far. KV Prasad, senior journalist, is with us here in the studio. Good afternoon to you, KV. What do you make of the trends that we're seeing in these 4 states for the moment? The BJP now ahead in 3 and the Congress in 1.
Well, I think the first big message is the people who doubted Bharatiya Janata Party, especially after having reverses in Himachal and Karnataka, the change of strategy that it adopted when it came to these 3 states, which are Hindi-speaking states, are very. So I think that strategy seems to be playing out on the ground and actually giving them results. Remember, they changed faces. They also brought back some of the senior leaders, asked them to come back to contest in the assembly. So that initially gave an indication that things were not all right. But if you look at it, that plus the fact they also brought new faces without projecting a chief minister candidate, once again a strategy which was people were doubting. I think all this looks like whatever we've been talking about, the big, great election machine that the BJP has in place is absolutely well-oiled and it works to perfection to the extent it has done. So
and it also seems that anti-incumbency has worked in the case of 3 states and in 1 it hasn't.
Well, that's a question that we'll have to actually see and analyze when we have the full results, because we also see the trends, voting percentage. But what you look at Madhya Pradesh, it's a huge, I mean, almost 8 percentage points is what we heard, which reflects that BJP has been able to defeat anti-incumbency, a factor that 3 months ago people were talking was different. 3 months ago, people almost gave the victory to that the Shivraj Singh Chauhan government is on the back
foot. Right now in Madhya Pradesh, the percentage difference in the polling is between BJP and Congress. The top 2 is a little less than 5%.
Yeah, but that's a huge component in the sense.
Yeah, in terms of seats, it's massive.
It's massive, and that's reflecting. If you look at the trends, that's reflected. I think here we'll have to wait and watch. A lot of things.
So that was in the case of Chhattisgarh. Madhya Pradesh, let me give you the data first because I got that wrong, and I'm checking on the ECI website. That's BJP is 48.57%, and the Congress is 40.34%. So there's
that was at 8 percentage points is what I was referring to at this point of time, which is again a very huge margin. And even Chhattisgarh, 5 percentage points is a huge margin when it converts into seats.
Yes.
Because we've seen a 1%, 2% vote swing.
And at this stage, if there's a gap of 5% in the case of Chhattisgarh, where it seems that the situation is flipped as the counting has proceeded, do you think it's fairly late in the day that this 5% gap will not be bridged?
Look, see, even if, how much can you bridge? I mean, it's because the advantage is all boxes have been opened, or rather all electronic voting machines have been taken up across the board. So it's like a constant scheme. 5 percentage points is a huge margin. 8% is probably unbridgeable. Let's take it that way. I mean, whatever you might do, it's very difficult.
Again, if we talk percentage points, in Rajasthan, it's a little tricky because the BJP is at 42% and the Congress at 39%. But in terms of seats, the difference is fairly huge right now in terms of the trends. 112 for the BJP and 71 for the Congress. I'm looking at the Election Commission website right now, not our own data, which is slightly different.
Yeah. No, that's fine. The point is, we've seen, as I said in the past, you notice a percentage point in the drop or increase in the points makes a difference in seats. And that could be a multiple factor, not necessarily really converting, because except, I mean, if you take away Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, where essentially the contest was between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. I mean, there were other parties at play, but they were not so strong. I mean, there could be, in terms of certain points.
In fact, in all these states, the others seem to be falling to the wayside a bit, except for Telangana, I guess, because there's the AIMIM.
But that's largely in Hyderabad, greater Hyderabad region, where they have been, traditionally, they have the seats in that particular region, and they have been always doing well in that part of the constituencies. But we'll come to Telangana in a different fashion. If you approach Telangana, I think the BJP, again, if you look at it, number of seats, they seem to have gone from 1 to 8 or something.
Yes.
So they're leading in about 7. So
right now on the Election Commission website, 8.
8, okay. So what we look at is the fact, probably BJP's vote share would also have risen in that. But if you look at 1 year ago, the Bharatiya Janata Party was supposed to be winning the election. And the kind of narrative that was coming out, the kind of BJP was a very strong challenger to the Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti, BRS, which earlier in the TRS thing. But somehow things flipped, and suddenly Congress took a lunge. The Congress lunged forward, and today they're knocking at the door of victory. So that's something which is remarkable for a party.
But I think BJP's vote share has also gone up there in Telangana, 13.71% right now.
I said vote share would have increased, and that's a pretty good idea. Pretty good idea for them.
Let me now bring in my colleague, Dibyendu Mondal, who's joining us from Delhi. He was there at the BJP headquarters earlier. He's still there. I can see him. Looks a little quiet behind you. I thought there would be laddus out by now and firecrackers and everything.
But I think we'll have to shift from here to the BJP party office annexee, where it is being said that the Prime Minister could arrive, and maybe the celebrations are shifting to a more newer complex of the BJP, which is just across the road. As soon as we are done with this broadcast, we'll shift there. But of course, leaders have also started to come in here since the last 1 hour. We have seen senior leaders of the BJP coming here. People are celebrating, in fact, are in the mood of celebration, as the BJP is going to form government in 3 states. And it is pretty clear by now that even in Chhattisgarh, I was speaking to a couple of BJP leaders, and they are also taken by surprise with the result from Chhattisgarh, because they were not expecting, perhaps, to be honest, that they would be winning Chhattisgarh. But having said this, the BJP's favorable result even in Chhattisgarh is something that the party is looking forward to celebrate. Of course, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan was something that the BJP was looking forward to forming government in these 2 states. And remember, in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP have been in power for the longest time now, and Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been except for a brief period of about 1.5 years, he has been in power in the state for nearly now the 4th term. So that's a long time for a party to be in power in a particular state. But having said this, here at the BJP headquarters, people are slowly starting to come in, and the celebration would begin anytime soon now. We have been speaking to the BJP leaders from Delhi, and they have been saying that they are in fact very excited, and they have also said that this is perhaps a prelude to the 2024 general election, which is just about 6 months away from now. And it is very crucial for the BJP to win, two major states like that of Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. And they are very confident now that the BJP could cross once again the 300 mark in the Lok Sabha election, which is slated for next year, early next year.
All right. The way to just stay with us because we're also joined now by DD India's Vishal Biristow from Jaipur. That's the state capital of Rajasthan. Vishal, is it now certain? Is the BJP thinking it's certain? Are they celebrating that they are through? They have replaced the Congress this time around through that revolving door that Rajasthan seems to have to wrest the state from this party.
Well, Gautam, there is too much of noise here. As you can hear, the music is very loud, the drums are going on, and people are dancing and singing. So I could not hear your full question, but I can sense that you are asking that BJP has surprised rather Congress, because Congress was appearing to be quite confident, and Ashok Gehlot was looking to form the government once again and change the convention. But the infighting within the Congress party, the poor organization set up within the Congress party, and also the Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot factor, and Gujars staying away from the Congress party. There were multiple factors. In fact, if we talk about the issues that were raised by the BJP in Rajasthan, like law and order or the red diary issue, did not hurt the Congress that much. But it was the poor organization or weak organization, and also the infighting between Gehlot and Chief Minister, because Gehlot's poster were everywhere across the state with his 7 guarantees on which he was appearing to sail through, and he was claiming that he was the choice of Sonia Gandhi. Even though the campaign was on, Ashok Gehlot never gave up the hope of becoming the Chief Minister and never allowed any space to Sachin Pilot. But that is where the BJP scored, and even Prime Minister time and again during his campaign in Rajasthan said for 4 years the 2 top leaders of the state were busy fighting, and the Chief Minister was all the time busy trying to save his own chair, and it was only in the 5th year that they have come out with a whole lot of freebies. So, and I think that has costed Congress very badly. It was expected to be a close fight, but now you see that BJP is far ahead. In fact, according to the figures that are available with us, in fact, the Election Commission has also declared that according to the numbers coming, BJP has sailed through. Gautam?
Yes, certainly. I'll come back to you with more questions, Vishal. Just stay with us. Let me also bring in quickly Ravi Diwan, my colleague, joining us from Raipur, the state capital of Chhattisgarh. Ravi, Chhattisgarh too now seems to be headed the BJP's way. If you look at what the Election Commission's website is showing right now, there's a gap of 20 seats in terms of the trends, and even the vote percentage is, the difference between the two parties is widening. It's more than 3.5% now.
Yeah, exactly, Gautam. I think the tables have turned, and they have turned dramatically in the past 1 hour or so. The Congress was leading in many seats in the initial 1 hour of counting, but now it seems that the BJP is having a clear edge, even though we are in the BJP headquarters here in Chhattisgarh, in Raipur, but the celebrations have not yet begun. As we can see the celebratory scenes in Jaipur and Bhopal, maybe the leaders here are cautious and waiting for the trends to go beyond any scope of a return by the Congress or their candidates. And ever since the margins and the vote percentage is increasing, and the air is palpable here with excitement, the BJP leaders just a few minutes back, BJP leaders were out here in the courtyard giving interviews to the media persons, and they are now certain that they are going to form the next government here in Chhattisgarh. So it's a clean sweep as far as the central India is concerned. It seems so with the trends coming in, but for the clear results, we'll still have to wait. But the leaders here in Raipur are quite sure and confident that they will be able to maintain this lead through the day and round home and form the next government here in Chhattisgarh.
Okay. KV Prasad, if I could ask you, in terms of how the counting is proceeding, if you look at again the details that you're getting on the ECI website, rounds, even halfway in most of the seats, it's not, none of the seats in fact in Chhattisgarh, halfway mark, if halfway round in terms of rounds have been completed. So is there still scope for Congress to hope?
Well, till the last vote is counted, every party or every candidate continuing to have hope. That's having been said. But theoretically, look at Madhya Pradesh is far ahead for the BJP. The Congress will have to do a lot of catching up in the remaining rounds, as would call. Look, going by the trends, as I said, all the EVMs have been opened. Votes are starting. They start giving your results. So this trends more or less indicates forming up of a particular pattern, right? Probably the only place where I think also reflected by your colleague Ravi, Raipur, where they are cautious because the percentage points is lesser and there is a possibility that it might flip. So I think that caution is exercised by both ends of the contestants. To that extent, that's the only place where there is a little bit of what you call an if factor, what if. But otherwise, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan seem to be in a different track altogether.
All right. Even while you were speaking, the gap has widened in the case of Chhattisgarh. Now it's a gap of 22 seats. So that's the kind of
I'm also looking in terms of the percentage points that we were looking at earlier. So if the word percentage points are lesser, it was 3% at that point of time. If that goes up, then
that is going up.
That's going up. So it's going to make a difference.
All right. On that note, we'll take a quick break, and after that, we'll get to details related to some other updates that have been coming in from around the world.
Informed investor, empowered investor, smart investor.
यार वो मेरे बचपन का दोस्त है, वो क्यों मुझसे झूठ कहने लगा? वो कह रहा था इस स्कीम में पैसा लगाने पर 6 महीने में 10 के 20,000 हो जाएंगे।
और तूने मान लिया?
ऐसा ऑफर कौन छोड़ता है? 10,000 के 20,000?
एक काम कर, ये ले 100 रुपए, पकड़ना और जाके 10 किलो लड्डू लेके आ।
अबे पागल है क्या? 100 रुपए में 10 किलो लड्डू आते हैं? अबे इसके तो 1 किलो लड्डू भी नहीं आएंगे।
जब इतना जानता है तो ये नहीं जानता कि 6 महीने में 10,000 के 20,000 नहीं होते। समझदारी बढ़ा, लालच नहीं।
लालच में ना आए, समझदारी बढ़ाएं। IEPF अथॉरिटी द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution. This series is going to tell stories of such change makers. Watch Change Makers on DD India.
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify political and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's
And before we go any further, here's another look at our top.
New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Welcome back. You're watching the latest here on DD India. I'm Gautam Roy, and before we go any further, another look at our top stories. Counting of votes is underway in 4 Indian states. Trends show the BJP is leading in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. 3 people killed and several others injured as an explosion rocks a Catholic mass in the southern Philippines region this morning. And over 700 flights cancelled, buses and train services suspended in Germany's Munich due to heavy snowfall. All right, now governments have launched new initiatives to bolster clean energy and to wean themselves off fossil fuels at the UN Climate Summit in Dubai, where countries are grappling with how to halt the non-stop rise in planet warming emissions. In one of the most widely supported initiatives, 118 governments pledged to triple the world's renewable energy capacity by 2030 at the UN's COP28 Climate Summit ongoing in Dubai on Saturday as a route to cut the share of fossil fuels in the world's energy production. The pledge was among a slew of COP28 announcements on Saturday aimed at decarbonizing the energy sector, a source of around 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emissions that included expanding nuclear power, cutting methane emissions, and choking off private finance for coal power. Now, an earthquake of at least magnitude 7.4 struck Mindanao in southern Philippines late on Saturday. Scores of residents fled their homes in Davao City after the powerful earthquake struck, triggering evacuation orders for some areas of the country and for southwest Japanese coasts. Hours after the quake, the U.S. Tsunami Warning System, which had issued a tsunami warning in the wake of the earthquake, said there was no longer a tsunami threat. The Philippines Seismology Agency said the waves could hit the Philippines coast by midnight and continue for hours, though there were no initial reports of significant wave damage by that time. Israelis rallied in Tel Aviv on Saturday night, calling for the immediate release of the remaining captives in Gaza. The 7-day truce, during which Hamas had released more than 100 hostages, collapsed on Friday, halting any further hostage releases in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails. Israel's Prime Minister's senior advisor Mark Regev said Israel will seek a security envelope with special zones and arrangements that will prevent the Hamas from being positioned on its border after the war in Gaza is over. More than 240 people, Israelis and foreign nationals, were abducted from to Gaza, in fact, on the 7th of October by Hamas terrorists. Residents of Tel Aviv demanded for their loved ones to be freed.
I would love for there to be a truce, but I'd love to see a 10-month-old home. I'd love to see his brother, a toddler, home. I'd love to see young women, not used as sexual objects, home. And then we can discuss a truce, because when you're actually letting terrorists go in payment for these people, then if it's soldier for soldier, I get that. That's called a truce. This to me isn't a truce. A truce for me is an equal exchange. Babies, toddlers, and older women and men are not. And just everything that's been heard about the sexual abuse is just crazy. So there's a part of me that wants a truce, but I want these people home first, and then we can discuss a truce.
And Israel is facing growing U.S. calls to avoid casualties in its fight against the Hamas in Gaza. Speaking in Dubai, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris said that Israel had a right to defend itself, but international and humanitarian law must be respected. While U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin deemed it a moral responsibility for Israel to protect civilians. Senior U.S. officials' remarks on Saturday reinforced pressure from Washington for Israel to use more caution as it shifts the focus of its military offensive further south in the Gaza Strip.
Gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responded to U.S. comments on Saturday, saying that Israel was continuing to work in coordination with the US and international organizations to define safe areas for Gaza civilians.
We determine safe areas in Gaza in coordination with international agencies and with our American friends. We determine safe areas to where the population knows it can evacuate. We did it in the north and we will do it elsewhere, and this is important because we have no desire to harm the population. We have a desire to avoid harming the population. We have a very strong desire to hurt Hamas.
And the Israeli army released a video on Saturday purported to show an alleged Hamas tunnel near a school in northern Gaza. Commandos were seen carrying out missions to neutralize infrastructure in what was said to be the area surrounding Jabalia in northern Gaza. The first 8 trucks since the collapse of the Gaza truce entered through the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing. Video footage released by the Palestinian Red Crescent Society appeared to show a line of trucks driven in from the Egyptian side of the Rafah border. 2 fuel trucks and 58 trucks went through the Egyptian side, heading to Auja for inspection. The trucks were said to contain food, water, relief assistance, medicines and medical supplies. Former US President Donald Trump took aim at President Joe Biden as well as his Republican rivals at a campaign rally in Iowa Saturday. Trump said he got indicted because he was questioning a crooked election. Trump has repeatedly sought to delay the cases against him until after the 5th of November 2024 elections.
I got indicted 4 times because I'm questioning a crooked election, but we're not questioning it. We know the results. We know it. And when we go through courts, if we ever even have to do it, because you have presidential privilege and also we should never have to do that. But if we do, we want to redo the election only from the standpoint, we want that election, we want to look at it very carefully. We have so much information. There was so much corruption in that election.
Hundreds of Peruvians joined an anti-corruption march in Lima nearly a year after clashes triggered by the ousting of former President Pedro Castillo. Protesters called on politicians, Attorney General Patricia Benavides and President Dina Boluarte to go, accusing them of rampant corruption, and demanded justice for those killed and hundreds of others injured during the clashes. This week, Attorney General Patricia Benavides removed the chief of an anti-corruption special team, which had launched an inquiry against her for alleged abuse of power. Benavides was probed for allegedly leading a criminal network to use criminal pursuit for her own benefit. The onset of winter in southern Germany has paralyzed long-distance air and rail traffic in Munich and has Bavaria firmly in its grip. Munich's main rail station was packed with stranded commuters after trains got cancelled. Hundreds of flights in and out of the German city of Munich were also cancelled after heavy snowfall, which left passengers stranded. Saturday's Bundesliga clash between Bayern Munich and Union Berlin was also postponed due to the heavy snowfall. According to the German Weather Service, 30 to 40 centimeters of fresh snow was expected in Bavaria in just over 24 hours. The snow was accompanied by icy conditions with numerous road accidents. In southern Philippines, 3 people were killed and several wounded when an explosion ripped through a Catholic mass in a university gym. The blast took place in Marawi, a city besieged by militants for 5 months in 2017. The Philippine military said they'd killed 11 militants in a military operation the day before in Maguindanao del Sur province. Lanao del Sur Governor Mamintal Adeong Jr. took stock of the investigation at the blast site at Mindanao State University and later visited the wounded in the hospital. The university said it has suspended classes until further notice. North Korea's Reconnaissance Satellite Operation Office began its mission as a military intelligence organization. The office, organized at the Pyongyang General Control Center of the National Aerospace Technology Administration, started to discharge its mission on Saturday and will report acquired information to the Reconnaissance Bureau and the Army and other major units. North Korea says it successfully launched its first military spy satellite on the 21st of last month, transmitting photos of the White House, the Pentagon, US military bases and target regions in South Korea. Former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to issue an unreserved apology at the COVID public inquiry next week, but will insist that his decisions saved lives during the pandemic, according to media reports. In evidence that stretches to more than 200 pages, the former Prime Minister will make a series of key points about his handling of the coronavirus crisis. But the former PM will argue robustly that his government got many of the big calls right, people close to him say. His evidence will follow weeks of heavy criticism that he was subjected to at the inquiry. Russia's military eased attacks on the beleaguered eastern Ukrainian town of Avdiivka on Saturday, and unofficial reports from the region suggested they had failed to capture the devastated town of Mirinka to the southwest. Since mid-October, Russia has set its sight on seizing Avdiivka and its vast coking plant. Ukrainian military spokesperson Alexander Stupin told national television that Russian attacks on Avdiivka have halved over the past 24 hours, largely as a result of heavy losses. Ukrainian forces have focused on recapturing occupied villages in the east and south in a counter-offensive launched in June, though President Volodymyr Zelensky has acknowledged that advances have been slower than Kyiv expected. In central Paris, one person died and another was injured after an assailant attacked passers-by near the Eiffel Tower. The suspect was on the French Security Services watch list and was also known for having psychiatric disorders, the French Interior Minister Gerald Darmanin confirmed. The suspect was then chased by the police and attacked two other people with a hammer before being arrested. The police quickly arrested the 26-year-old man, a French national, using a taser stun gun. The French police said the man who died was of German nationality. The United Nations Security Council has voted to end its political mission of a few hundred people dedicated to ending the civil war in Sudan. 14 of the Council's 15 members adopted the resolution to terminate the mandate of the UN Integrated Transition Assistance Mission in Sudan. As of Sunday, Russia abstained. DD India's Isaac Lucando has got more for you.
The shutdown of the UN mission follows a request from Sudan's acting foreign minister a month ago. UNITAMS is accused of favoring one of two feuding political groups in the country, prompting the request. Established in 2020, its role was to support Sudan's democratic transition following the ouster of the country's former president, Omar al-Bashir. The vote to withdraw the mission comes on the back of an ongoing civil war. UN figures show that over 5,000 lives have already been lost, with over 5 million people displaced. Pending the departure of the mission staff, UN Security Council members have stressed that Sudanese authorities take responsibility for their safety. And despite the mission's closure, a UN country team will continue to oversee the distribution of humanitarian and development aid. Nearly half of Sudan's population, about 25 million people, still require assistance. Isaac Lucando in Dar es Salaam, reporting for DD India.
According to media reports, at least 402,312 illegal foreigners, including Afghans, have so far been repatriated to their home countries from Pakistan. They're returning to their homeland on a daily basis through the Chaman and Torkham borders. Pakistan's caretaker government has built transit camps in various districts for the temporary accommodation of undocumented foreigners and their safe repatriation from the country. The interim government has set a target of deporting 10,000 immigrants every day. Gunmen attacked a bus near the town of Chilas in northern Pakistan, killing 8 passengers and injuring at least 15 others. A spokesperson for the regional government said militants had opened fire on the bus on Saturday evening and the wounded had been taken to a local hospital. The regional government's interior minister told a news conference in Gilgit that the gunmen fired at the bus from the hills. No group has immediately claimed responsibility for the attack, and the motive for the shooting remains unclear. Guinea-Bissau President Umaro Sissoko Embolo has informed media on Saturday that gunfire and clashes that had erupted in the capital of the West African nation on Friday were an attempted coup. Clashes between two army factions broke out in Bissau on Thursday night and continued on Friday after National Guard soldiers freed an opposition minister who was detained in a corruption investigation. Colombian authorities seized more than a ton of cocaine off its coast after the country's navy intercepted a smuggler's boat. According to officials, the smugglers abandoned their vessel on a beach and escaped. A total of 44 packages valued at $36.5 million have been recovered. Hong Kong Disneyland celebrated the start of the Christmas season with a Disney star-studded live concert and a dazzling drone show. Various characters from Disney shows like Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Belle from Beauty and the Beast, and Elsa from Frozen enchanted visitors in front of the Castle of Magical Dreams. The Aurora Borealis, or Northern Lights, was observed in many parts of northern China, including the country's capital, Beijing. The Aurora Borealis, caused by the collision of charged particles directed by the Earth's magnetic field, created stunning dancing waves of light, which were captured to the delight of Chinese netizens. And time now to take a quick break. More updates will be following in just a bit. Stay tuned.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
सुनो, ये याद है जो 10 साल पहले हमने कुछ स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था?
क्या है ये?
अरे कई साल पहले कुछ शेयर लिए थे, मगर अब तो कंपनी भी भूल गई होगी। पैसे तो डूबे ही समझो।
बस तुम्हारी लापरवाही ने डुबा दिए ना सारे पैसे।
अरे नहीं दादी, अब आप IEPF अथॉरिटी यानी कि इन्वेस्टर्स एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी से ये इजीली क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
अरे वाह, वो कैसे?
लगातार 7 साल तक डिविडेंड्स और उनसे जुड़े शेयर्स, डिबेंचर्स और डिपॉजिट्स वगैरह क्लेम ना करने पे वो IEPF अथॉरिटी के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर हो जाते हैं, जिसे आप IEPF फॉर्म 5 फिल करके आसानी से क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Welcome back. You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Gautam Roy. Let's get you some more updates now. The President of India, Draupadi Murmu, attended the annual National Awards for the Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities 2023 at Vigyan Bhavan in the national capital, New Delhi, today. Marking the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, the President conferred the prestigious National Awards to outstanding persons with disabilities, as well as individuals or organizations for their remarkable contributions towards the upliftment of persons with disabilities. The event was organized by the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment of the Government of India. The Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra was organized in Odisha's district of Kalahandi. People welcomed the awareness vehicle and watched short films. Beneficiaries of the government schemes participated in the Meri Jubani Meri Kahani program and expressed their experience. Several parts of India's capital, New Delhi, shrouded in haze as pollution levels have gone up. Roads and buildings were shrouded in smog. The air quality index recorded the mark of 223, putting it in the very unhealthy category. Indian capital's air pollution gets worse in winter when wind speeds drop and the cooling air traps pollutants spewed by vehicles, industry and farms, burning of agricultural waste in surrounding states to prepare for new planting. Let's now get you some more reactions that are poured in from the BJP's top brass with regard to their happiness as far as the latest trends and results related to the counting of votes for the assembly elections in 4 states that is still underway.
मोदी जी ने इन 10 सालों में जो परिक्रमा की पॉलिटिक्स को उसको पछाड़ करके परिश्रम को परिणाम में परिवर्तित करने वाले माहौल को खड़ा किया है और इसमें जनता उन्हीं के साथ है जिन्हों की परिक्रमा की पॉलिटिक्स से दूर परिश्रम और परिणाम को प्राथमिकता देते रहे। लेट्स वेट एंड वॉच। लेकिन हम इतना कह सकते हैं कि चाहे वो मध्य प्रदेश हो, चाहे राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, तेलंगाना हो, जो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शानदार प्रदर्शन रहा है, उसका एक ही कारण है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक मजबूत नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लोगों के प्रति, लोगों के विकास के प्रति, लोगों में के सशक्तिकरण के प्रति सशक्त संकल्प।
जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, ये स्पष्ट हो गया है। और भारतीय राजनीति में हिमालय की चोटी अगर कोई है तो वो श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं। और ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, एक तरफ हिमालय की चोटी और दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस की नीयत है खोटी, इसीलिए उन्हें नकारा जा रहा है। एक बड़ा संदेश और जा रहा है, वो बड़ा संदेश ये है कि श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जोड़ने की राजनीति करते हैं। अभी उन्होंने एक बात कही थी कि देश में सबसे बड़ी जाति जिसका सशक्तिकरण करना है वो है महिला, युवा, किसान और गरीब। और दूसरी तरफ नकारात्मक कांग्रेस जो देश को बांटने का काम करती है, उनके लिए भी एक करारा जवाब है। और इतना ही कहूँगा, कहाँ पड़े हो चक्कर में, कोई नहीं है टक्कर में।
चुनाव परिणाम अब क्रमशः उस दिशा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं जहां स्थिति अंतिम निर्णयात्मक तस्वीर को दिखाती जा रही है। और तस्वीर ये उभर के सामने आ रही है कि मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में शानदार विजय की तरफ आगे बढ़ रही है। मध्य प्रदेश में हो सकता है कि हम कीर्तिमान या प्रचंड बहुमत बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाएं, तो मैं कह सकता हूं, नाउ दिस शोज दैट द पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ द कंट्री इज बिकमिंग मोडिफाइड, MODIFIED। मेरा मानना है अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि इस देश में गारंटी एक ही है, मोदी की गारंटी, और बाकी सब ढपोर शंख है।
India has been taking major steps to increase women's participation in every sector, including politics, both in terms of choosing leaders as well as getting elected to the seats of power. As the nation awaits the results of the recent polls, here's a report on the role of women in Indian politics.
Women's representation in politics is high in the minds of people as India awaits the verdict on the elections conducted recently in 5 states of the world's largest democracy. As the people of Mizoram, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana are set to choose their leaders and chief ministers for their states, all eyes are eagerly waiting for the figures that would project the actual representation of women in the corridors of administration and power. The figure assumes significance in the backdrop of a milestone achievement by India this year. The Parliament of India recently passed a historic bill better known as the Women's Reservation Bill 2023. The law enacted by the adoption of the bill would now ensure 30% reservation for women in the Indian political quarters. Though the provision of the recently enacted law were not enforced in the current elections, but its enactment played a role in the minds of political parties and Indian voters as well. There has been a slow but steady improvement in women's representation since 1998, both in terms of candidates and winners. But the numbers still continue to be low. The Women's Reservation Bill was first introduced in Parliament in September 1996 by the then government, but it lapsed after the government went out of power. 27 years later, the bill was introduced by the Narendra Modi government and was adopted by the Parliament of India on September 20th, 2023. The bill provided for amendments to the Constitution which provides for 30% reservation of seats for women in Lok Sabha. Even in certain reserved categories, the bill sought to reserve 1/3 of seats for women on rotational basis. The bill introduced amendments which also mandates the reservation of seats for women in all the 28 state legislative assemblies of India. Even in the union territories like Delhi, amendments have been made to allow 30% seats reserved for women. The reservation will be effective after the census or the population count of India is undertaken and completed. Based on the census, delimitation or restructuring of the voting constituencies will be done and the seats would be reserved for the women accordingly. The reservation will be provided for a period of 15 years. It shall continue till such date as determined by the law made by the Parliament. Amit Mukherjee for DD India.
And let's now get you the latest trends in Rajasthan as well. If you look at what is happening right now, according to the data that we've been getting, trends are out in all the seats that polled. 199, the BJP's got 113 right now, the Congress 70, and the others are 16. So it is clearly the BJP that has emerged and will, if these trends sustain, form the government, the next government in Rajasthan with its own majority. There you see the difference as well. It's 40 up. The Congress is 29 down. The others are 11 down. So all the total of 29, 11, 40 all in favor of the BJP there. So a major surge. And if we get you what is happening in Chhattisgarh, because that's where the trends flipped. Earlier it seemed that the Congress is going to form the government once again in Chhattisgarh, but as the day proceeded further, the BJP started closing in and then overtook, and now you can see the gap is of 19 seats and all the leads have come in the 90 seats. The BJP is 53, the Congress 36, and others is just 1. So others practically eliminated. Only one blue seat, I think, of the BSP can be seen on the map of Chhattisgarh right now, the deep blue, which almost looks like it's purple. The blue, the iridescent blue or turquoise is the Congress, and the orange is BJP. And the BJP has surged ahead by 19 seats right now, according to the current trends. There you can see BJP getting 38, the Congress losing 32, others also losing 6. And let's talk about Telangana now, where that's the consolation prize, it seems, for the Congress, because right now the Congress is leading there. The ruling BRS, which used to be TRS, the Chief Minister Chandrasekhar Rao himself now trailing still after several rounds of counting. So that tells its own story. But there you have it, all the leads in, 119 seats. The BJP is up 8, so doing pretty well there for itself, but nowhere near any sort of a situation where it can claim that it has won in Telangana. The Congress is the one that has taken a clear surge, sweep in fact, 45 up there. The BRS, that's the ruling party, down 47 to 41. AIMIM is also down 3 to 4, and others are also down by 3 to 1. Well, you're watching DD India News Hour. There's time now to get you sporting updates. Now, former tennis world number 1 Rafa Nadal will return to the Brisbane International warm-up event for the Australian Open in January. The 22-time Grand Slam champion was absent from the course for almost a year with a hip injury. He's not played a competitive match since bowing out in the second round of this year's Australian Open when hampered by a hip flexor problem. Nadal will try to return to the highest level in Australia with the aim of competing at the French Open, which she has won a record 14 times. He's been overtaken in the number of Grand Slam tournaments won by Serbian world number 1 Novak Djokovic, who now has 24 major titles. And that's all we have in this edition of DD India News Hour, but do let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. You can connect with us on Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, and Instagram. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. The election count is not done. I'm Gautam Roy, and from all of us here in Delhi, thanks a lot for watching DD India News Hour.
Is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
ये है कॉपीपुर गांव के कॉपी कुमार। कॉपी करने का है ना बुखार। बादशाह, शहंशाह, चुलबुली अपनी के रोज नए अवतार में दिखे। छोटे कभी लंबे बाले बना लें और जो भी टीवी पर दिखे सभी खरीद डालें। तेल, क्रीम, शैम्पू हो या चाय, जो हीरो बोले ये वही लगाएं। फिर एक दिन देखा सबने कुछ ऐसा, बोले कॉपी कुमार,
जहाँ हीरो ने बोला हम वहीं लगाएंगे पैसा।
लुट गए शेयर, डूबा पैसा, बैंक बैलेंस हुआ जीरो, सब बोले
क्यों भाई, अब क्या कहना है तेरा?
सिर्फ किसी सेलिब्रिटी, ब्रांड एम्बेसडर या नामी व्यक्ति के मोह में आकर निवेश न करें। कंपनी पॉलिसी ठीक से समझें और अपना पैसा सोच समझ कर लगाएं।
देर लगी पर कुमार ने सीखा सबक जैसे तैसे। हीरो के कहने में आकर कभी न लगाएंगे पैसे।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, Tales of Sustainable Solution. This series is going to tell stories of such changemakers. Watch Changemakers on DD India.
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts, we demystify complex social, political, and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
भारतीय संस्कृति ने हमेशा हमें बड़ों का सम्मान करना सिखाया है। भारत सरकार भी वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए लगातार नई से नई सेवाएं और अवसर ला रही है। इसी कड़ी में निवेशक शिक्षा और संरक्षण कोष ने 75 वर्ष एवं उससे अधिक उम्र वाले सभी निवेशकों के लिए स्पेशल सेवा की शुरुआत की है। IEPF समय समय पर देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से SMS सर्विस द्वारा, अखबारों में संदेश देकर, अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स पर एवं टीवी और रेडियो के माध्यम से वरिष्ठ नागरिकों को सही निवेश और फ्रॉड स्कीम से अपना धन बचाने की जानकारी दे रहा है। इसके अलावा उनकी सुविधा के लिए निवेश की सही जानकारी और क्लेम का स्टेटस जानने के लिए एक ऐप भी लॉन्च किया है।
क्या कर रहे हो पापा?
कुछ नहीं, ऐसे ही छोटा सा काम कर रहा हूँ।
कौन सा काम पापा?
मेरे कुछ शेयर सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं, उनका क्लेम लेना है, तो उन्हीं का फॉर्म भर रहा हूँ।
लेकिन पापा, क्या इसके लिए फिजिकल डॉक्यूमेंट भी जमा करने होंगे?
किस जमाने में जी रहे हो बेटा? ये डिजिटल इंडिया है, सब काम ऑनलाइन होता है। और अपना इन्वेस्टर एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी भी डिजिटल हो गया है। और यही नहीं, 75 वर्ष के सभी निवेशकों के लिए एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी जारी किया गया है, जिससे घर बैठे बैठे आप अपने क्लेम का फॉर्म आसानी से भर सकते हैं।
दादाजी, क्या मैं भी आपके साथ कर लूं? हो गया।
निवेशक शिक्षित तो निवेश सुरक्षित।
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
Wherever news breaks, whatever it takes.
Connecting corners, cutting across continents.
Stories that matter from across the globe.
Accurate, authentic journalism that serves you right. From politics to glamour, from sports to world affairs, with a fusion of aesthetics and substance. Introducing news in a new avatar. Experience the world through a new lens. Stay tuned to DD India for an exciting journey beyond borders.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Mark Lynn. Namaskar. Coming up in the next hour. Counting of votes underway in 4 Indian states. Trends show advantage BJP in 3, with consolidated leads in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. It's ahead in Chhattisgarh too. 3 people killed and several injured as an explosion rocks a Catholic mass in the southern Philippines this morning. United States and China announced measures to address methane emissions at COP28 in Dubai. Over 110 nations pledged to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. Over 700 flights cancelled, buses and train services suspended in Germany's Munich because of snowfall. Now let's bring you up to date on the trends and results of the assembly elections to 4 states. Counting of votes is underway. This is for the assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana. And polling for these states was held last month along with Mizoram. Counting of votes, according to the latest trends, they show that the BJP is leading in 3 of the states, the Indian states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, voting was held in 2 phases, if we recall, the 7th and the 17th of November. In Madhya Pradesh, it was held in a single phase, that was on the 17th of November. And Rajasthan had voted on the 25th of November in a single phase. Telangana was the last to vote. It voted on the 30th of November in a single phase. So let's get you some reactions now that are pouring in about from the BJP's top brass with regard to, they seem to be very happy about the trends that are showing the BJP is well ahead in at least 3 of the states. And in fact, the Railway Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, he said that in Madhya Pradesh, the people have blessed the Bharatiya Janata Party with a resounding mandate as a result of good work done in the past 18 years.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बहुत ही प्रचंड विजय हुई है। इसकी हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, पूरा विश्वास था कि मध्य प्रदेश के जन जन के मन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो विश्वास है, वो विश्वास आज के चुनावों में परिलक्षित होता है। आप सब जानते हैं, एमपी के मन में मोदी है, मोदी के मन में एमपी है। जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
As the BJP leads in Madhya Pradesh, the Indian minister and the party leader Jyotiraditya Scindia is confident that the BJP is going to form the government with a huge majority.
हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं हैं, जो गरीब उत्थान की योजनाएं हैं, सेवा और सुशासन की जो हमारी सरकार है, जनता का पूर्ण आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा और समूचे मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नमन करता हूं और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, अंतिम नतीजे तक हम लोग इंतजार करें।
And the incumbent Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said that the double-engine government has properly implemented the schemes of the central government and the schemes that were formed for the state have touched the people's hearts.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है।
Well, reacting to the results of the assembly elections in 2023, the BJP MP, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi, said that the politics of the country is becoming Modified.
चुनाव परिणाम अब क्रमशः उस दिशा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं जहां स्थिति अंतिम निर्णयात्मक तस्वीर को दिखाती जा रही है और तस्वीर ये उभर के सामने आ रही है कि मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में शानदार विजय की तरफ आगे बढ़ रही है। मध्य प्रदेश में हो सकता है कि हम कीर्तिमान या प्रचंड बहुमत बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाएं, तो मैं कह सकता हूं, नाउ दिस शोज दैट द पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ द कंट्री इज बिकमिंग मोडिफाइड, MODIFIED। मेरा मानना है अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि इस देश में गारंटी एक ही है, मोदी की गारंटी, और बाकी सब ढपोर शंख है।
Well, the Madhya Pradesh State Home Minister, the BJP candidate from Datia, Narottam Mishra, also said that the BJP is winning big in the state.
150 से 150 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी और अकेला मध्य प्रदेश नहीं, राजस्थान भी
छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएगी। बिल्कुल, मैंने पहले ही कहा था 2/3 बहुमत की तरफ हम जाएंगे। आप देख लें, आ रहे हैं।
The former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Raman Singh, he said that the people have rejected the Congress and the BJP is going to form the government with a majority.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे है राजस्थान में और तीनों जगह स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनेगी और निश्चित रूप से आज के तारीख में बड़ी बात करने वाले, ठीक है, नतीजा क्या निकलेगा, पर भूपेश जी का नतीजा दिख रहा है कि 2 राउंड में पीछे चल रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि जनता ने उनके सारे मंत्रियों को नकारा है, पूरी सरकार को रिजेक्ट किया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरा का पूरा आशीर्वाद और समर्थन दिया है।
And the Chhattisgarh BJP President Arun Sao has said that the people are giving their blessings to the BJP.
छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद देने वाली है। जिस प्रकार से पूरे प्रदेश में भ्रमण करने के बाद जो हमें विश्वास हुआ, उसके आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि छत्तीसगढ़ में पूर्ण बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है।
The BJP leader Shazia Ilmi said that her party is very confident that the BJP is going to form the government in at least 3 states.
हमें पूरा यकीन है कि 3 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार बन रही है और हम बहुत ही अच्छी बढ़त देखेंगे। एक बड़े फोर्स के तौर पर तेलंगाना में भारतीय जनता पार्टी उभरेगी, लेकिन जहां तक बात है राजस्थान की, मध्य प्रदेश की और छत्तीसगढ़ की, हमें लगता है हमारा प्रदर्शन बहुत ही शानदार रहेगा और बहुत ही अच्छी और स्पष्ट जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी। कमल ही खिलेगा वहां पे इन तीनों राज्यों में।
The Union Minister and BJP leader Gajendra Singh Shekhawat said that the BJP is going to win with a huge majority in Rajasthan.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस चुनाव में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ जीतेगी। मैं पहले दिन से आप सबसे कह रहा था, अभी तो और इंतज़ार करिए। ये तय मानिए कि जादूगर का जादू ख़त्म हो गया है, तिलिस्म टूट गया है और राजस्थान की जनता ने हकीकत पर वोट किया।
The BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia has said that the people are supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party. He said that women, youth and farmers need to be empowered in the country.
जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, ये स्पष्ट हो गया है। और भारतीय राजनीति में हिमालय की चोटी अगर कोई है तो वो श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं। और ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, एक तरफ हिमालय की चोटी और दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस की नीयत है खोटी, इसीलिए उन्हें नकारा जा रहा है। एक बड़ा संदेश और जा रहा है, वो बड़ा संदेश ये है कि श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जोड़ने की राजनीति करते हैं। अभी उन्होंने एक बात कही थी कि देश में सबसे बड़ी जाति जिसका सशक्तिकरण करना है वो है महिला, युवा, किसान और गरीब। और दूसरी तरफ नकारात्मक कांग्रेस जो देश को बांटने का काम करती है, उनके लिए भी एक करारा जवाब है। और इतना ही कहूँगा, कहाँ पड़े हो चक्कर में, कोई नहीं है टक्कर में।
And correspondent Vishal Barrister is now joining us from Jaipur with the latest on the situation in Rajasthan. Well, Vishal, the Bharatiya Janata Party is looking like a clear winner here because even in the leads, the margins are quite large, over 10,000 to 15,000 votes. So unlikely that they would be crossed. So in this case, I mean, what is the process now? The BJP thinking about government formation, about who's going to be the chief minister, all that already happening?
Well, Mark, when we talk about BJP, it's a different party, and a party with a difference means that all the decisions are taken by the top brass. And when we talk about the top brass, it is the chief prime minister, I beg your pardon. And the people of the state have also voted in his name, and he said that I'm giving you a guarantee Modi ki hai, I'm giving you the guarantee of my name. And when it comes to BJP, they have not announced the chief ministerial candidate, though Vasundhara Raje met the governor 2 days back. She also went and worshipped at the Ganesh temple. But let me tell you that it is a long way to go, and it would be only the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, the two of them would be deciding who's going to be the Chief Minister. There's a buzz, but that not necessarily all those who have won could be the candidate, but somebody who is the choice of the Prime Minister could also be made the Chief Minister. So it is a million-dollar question, but as of now, you can hear the music going on, the loud music. That is why I'm standing far from the BJP headquarters. There's quite a frenzy over there. People are dancing, singing. There's a DJ system there, and also the drums, they are also beating very loudly. So who's going to be the Chief Minister? It is a very interesting question. And BJP future of course of action and the decision on the Chief Minister would also be deciding the fate of the party in Rajasthan, because Vasundhara Raje is very keen to be the Chief Minister of the state for the third time, but her name has not been announced by the party as the Chief Ministerial candidate, and also she was not looked upon as the person who would be leading the party into the election. It was all through Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Indeed, and we look at the Congress, Vishal. Let's try and look at the Congress party, and we know that Mr. Gehlot has led the party in this election. The Congress has not had its house in order in a sense. There was infighting within the party. Now that they are on the losing side, what is, is this a sign that perhaps, there would be some churning in the party?
Well, Mark, the question is that who's going to lead the party, whether in opposition or in power, was the basic question that wasn't answered either by the party high command, and it was always asked by the from the Chief Minister, and he kept on saying that I'm the choice of Sonia Gandhi. Sachin Pilot tried to duck the question and said that, well, let's say our first aim is to win the election. So both were vying for the position of the Chief Minister. In fact, that is the basic difference between the two parties, and the House wasn't in order, and people of the state were also looking at it. Even if the Congress had won the state, it would have been a very difficult situation for the Congress party, because Ashok Gehlot was in no mood to leave the chair vacant for Sachin Pilot, who was desperate to become the Chief Minister. In fact, he had said last time also that it was under his leadership that Congress came to power in Rajasthan, and there was a tug of war, and both were vying for the same position. So the question has not been answered yet, and that is the basic difference. And another thing is, while the both persons were fighting for the same position, the organization suffered, and it is the cadre that was not built, and BJP kept on building its cadre. They have the strong support of RSS, and along with that, their cadre, they have Panna Pramukh. Just imagine a page where you have the names of the voters. One page has one leader. That is the strength of BJP, and it percolates to the level of one page, not even one locality, but one lane. So then you go to the locality, and then to the constituency, and then to the state.
Okay, we also have with us Dibyendu Mandal, who's joining us from Delhi, from the BJP headquarters there. Dibyendu, so what's the big plan then like? First of all, of course, the questions that have been put to our correspondents who are on the field in these different states where the BJP is ahead as to who's going to lead them, who's in government formation. But for the moment, at least, what are the celebrations like in the BJP headquarters?
Well, Mark, the celebration would perhaps begin later in the day today here at the BJP headquarters. The building right next to the BJP headquarters is called the BJP Annex, where the Prime Minister is expected to come later in the evening today. Along with him, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, as well as BJP National President JP Nadda, will be present at that particular ceremony, where the Prime Minister is expected to address all the supporters who will be gathering here from not just the states candidates that went to polls and whose results are being declared today, but also from different parts of Delhi. They will be coming here by late in the afternoon when the Prime Minister will be expected to arrive and perhaps speak to the workers. Here, of course, as part of the celebration, the BJP has already started to distribute laddus, which is, of course, a symbol of victory here in India. So sweets are already have started to be distributed amongst the workers here at the BJP headquarters, with the senior leaders of the BJP, including union ministers as well as former union ministers, have started to come in here. They will be talking to the media here. They have been talking to the media here since morning. And as the results trickle in, the mood, the sensation here at the BJP headquarters is starting to grow. But you'll see more and more of workers coming here by late afternoon when the Prime Minister's schedule for visiting here is this evening, and that is around that time when you'll see more and more people coming in to see the Prime Minister and to hear him out on what he would address to the leaders, to the party workers. Because remember, this is a prelude to the 2024 general elections, which is in fact much more important.
Yes, we'll be back. We'll come back to you, Dibyendu, but for the moment we have with us Ravi Dhiman also joining us from Chhattisgarh, from Raipur. Well, Ravi, it was a neck-and-neck contest for a long period of time, but now the BJP is definitely way ahead, almost 20 seats ahead, in fact, of the Congress. So it's looking like the BJP is running away with it. What, led to this, because even the pollsters, the exit pollsters seem to have got it wrong.
They seem to have missed the link entirely, Mark. The exit polls and the predictions have fallen flat here. As far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, the BJP seems to have run away with the results here in Chhattisgarh, proving that anti-incumbency is very much in the air in Chhattisgarh. People are talking about the schemes floated by Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel and the Congress government that might have tilted the scales in favor of the Congress party when the exit polls were announced. But that seems to be not the case, really. Maybe the manifesto of BJP was taken more seriously by the voters, wherein they promised 500 rupees subsidy for the LPG and many other schemes, especially targeting the women section of the population. They also promised many things for the youth, and these seem to have struck a chord with the youth, with the students and with the women voters in Chhattisgarh. That has finally come around. Interestingly, the voting percentage is almost the same as it was the last time, around 76.8. It was in 2018. This time around it was 76.31. But that didn't seem to deter the women voters who've come out in large numbers, who have voted more than men in 50 constituencies out of 90. That is, more than 50% of the constituencies had more women voters than men voters. And these interesting statistics will become absolutely clear as the results come, the analysis come, and then perhaps we would be able to find out what really went in favor of the BJP. But the thing is that the BJP workers are ecstatic at the BJP headquarters here in Raipur. The celebrations have already begun. And this is what they say is that maybe Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan gave a reason for BJP workers to celebrate in Delhi. The victory or the trends in Chhattisgarh has really made it a triple treat for the party in these elections. And incidentally, the party workers and the leaders now are saying that they would like to maintain this momentum going ahead into 2024.
Indeed, and clearly we can see that the BJP has moved ahead in Chhattisgarh. 46% of the vote share actually currently with the BJP as counting is going on, and just 41% with Congress. Earlier it was more or less on an even keel. Going back again to Vishal Barristow, who's joining us from Jaipur. Vishal, when we look at the larger picture, I mean, one needs to also look at this concept of a double-engine sarkar and the manner in which the national government or the government at the center also plays a role in the state government elections. This concept seems to be, though people say that the issues of the state election are totally different, but the factor is that the Prime Minister plays a significant role even in the state elections.
Well, yes, Mark, you cannot deny that when you have a government there in Delhi and at the state, then it becomes much more easier to put things together. Your projects get finalized and also completed much earlier, before time, not in time, but before time. So it becomes much easier for the state to function. You have a lot of funding also from the center, and then everything, gets streamlined. But when we talk about Rajasthan, I've been traveling, as you rightly said, that I've been there for more than a month now, and I've seen that there were a lot of issues raised by the BJP, but the basic difference between the two parties was that one was a united team with a very strong captain who was assuring the people of all the benefits that a double-engine government could provide. On the other hand, you had a team with fragmented members. It was not a united force, and two men were fighting against each other. In fact, I would say that Congress got defeated because of self-goal in Rajasthan, and they could not compete with the united force of BJP. Mark?
Indeed. Let's turn once again to Ravi and analyze as well what is happening in Chhattisgarh, because in fact both the elections in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh were similar. They were neck-and-neck races to start with, but then the BJP pulling ahead. In fact, in Rajasthan, the BJP has about 41% of the vote share currently to 39% by the Congress. And in Chhattisgarh, the BJP has about 46% of the vote share to 41% of the Congress. So clearly the BJP is consolidating and most likely to form the government in Chhattisgarh. So the question then comes to mind, Ravi, is, who's going to form the government? Who's going to lead it?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, Mark. Who will be the leader of the House in Chhattisgarh? Most of the people are now concentrating on congratulating each other, but hectic parleys will now begin within the party, amongst the party leaders, amongst the central observers, to select the leader of the House. That shouldn't be much of a problem, but it will take some time for them to finalize the leader of the House, who will be the chief ministerial candidate to lead the BJP in Chhattisgarh. And obviously the senior leaders from Delhi are here in Chhattisgarh. The senior leaders of Chhattisgarh who have led the party in these elections will decide on the name. But for now, if we focus again on the reasons that you asked, Mark, I was just referring to the notes, my notes here. Many of the schemes announced in the manifesto of BJP have also might have struck a chord with the women voters. They have promised women voters, married women, all the married women in the state, stipend, an allowance of 12,000 rupees per annum. That is called the Mahatari Mahatvakanshi Yojana. That has struck a chord there, and once again the central schemes have come to play a big part here, because the BJP announced then the Pradhan Mantri Awas Deen Dayal Upadhyay Krishi Mazdoor Yojana will be launched, and the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, where they'll be giving not only funds but each house will have a tap water. And going by the the performance of deliverance by the central government or by the state governments where these schemes were launched, I think they also struck a chord with the voters, and they said that the LPG cylinder, it's an interesting comparison with the manifestos of both the parties. The BJP said that we'll provide the LPG cylinder to women at 500 rupees, while Congress said that we will give a subsidy of 500 rupees. So the BJP cylinder seems to be much cheaper to the women here in Chhattisgarh, and many such things I think have struck a chord with the voters. Plus, I think that issues of corruption charges, allegations of corruption in the betting app scam, in the liquor scam, the coal scam, they also might have contributed to the loss of Congress and its decline in the vote percentage in the state.
Indeed, it's clearly a case of credibility of one party versus the credibility also and the leadership of the other. So let's, Dibyendu in fact is also back with us at the headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Dibyendu, it's, these elections have been looked at as a semi-final in a sense for the big one, as you were calling it, the general elections of 2024. In this line, I mean, the BJP, of course, is looking like it's way ahead in the race already. But from the point of view of the election results, I mean, how are the BJP leaders looking at this, looking ahead at the 2024 election?
Well, of course, this result will, of course, give a boost or more confidence to the BJP when they go into election mode just about a month and a half from now. So, of course, BJP is joyous. They are celebrating this moment because, remember, the exit polls had predicted a neck-to-neck fight in at least two of the states of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and many of the exit polls had given Congress a clear mandate in Chhattisgarh. Even I was talking to some BJP leaders here in the morning. Even they were surprised and taken aback by the result. In fact, by such the difference of the number of seats between the Congress and the BJP in Chhattisgarh, many of the leaders were taken aback because they were also not expecting that the BJP could perhaps win Chhattisgarh or win with such a huge difference of seats between the Congress and the BJP. But having said this, this has given confidence to the BJP. The BJP is taking as a fact that, the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi still remains intact, not just in fact, more in the Hindi heartland, because remember all the three seats, in fact, three states where the BJP won today is perhaps winning today is part of the Hindi heartland. So here, people, both party workers as well as leaders are, certain that the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi still remains intact. His schemes, especially with respect to the women, have percolated well down to the voters, and they have voted in favor of the BJP. But remember, in all the states, the BJP fought without a clear chief ministerial candidate, and it was fought under both the collective leadership as well as the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So if something has to go down, some lesson has to be learned from this election, is that the popularity of Prime Minister, the face of Prime Minister Narendra Modi still remains very, very popular amongst the voters. And this is what, many of the BJP leaders, in fact, all of the BJP leaders are telling here that, 2024 will now become much easier. But having said this, there are these southern Indian states where the BJP have been trying to get into, and in fact, BJP will work further more into gaining their space in the southern Indian states, especially in states like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Kerala. But remember, the BJP's vote share in Telangana has increased, and this is something that has given confidence to the BJP. I was speaking to a BJP leader who told me that, you wait and watch for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh for 2024 general election. Right. The BJP might not get all the seats, but the BJP is confident that they will be getting significant number of seats from these states. So therefore, this as a prelude to the 2024 elections, general elections, brings out many, many talking points from this election.
Okay, let's go across once again to Vishal Barrister, who's in Jaipur. Vishal, the state of Rajasthan has constantly voted for change, and it continues to do that this time round. But if one looks at history, or one can see clearly that, whenever the BJP has come to power, it's come with quite a decisive mandate. When the Congress has come to power, it has not been as strong a mandate. Would you say that, the BJP seems to be, gaining ground for a more, decisive performance, and probably to break that, the trend of changing governments every 5 years? I'm talking about, if you take a historical analysis.
Well, Mark, if you look at the convention, it has always been between Congress and BJP. But Congress, what it did way back 20 years back, they had 150 plus seats. Bharat Singh Shekhawat had to go and Ashok Gehlot became the chief minister. But after that, Congress has never been that strong. Even in the last election, there were few seats and a very less margin between the two parties that separated Congress and the BJP. And Congress barely managing to form a government, and then it went into slugfest between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. But as far as the BJP goes, it has been a very clear mandate. The only problem with the BJP where it has lost has been the factor of Vasundhara Raje. Now, the cadre of BJP, especially supported by the RSS, they are not quite supportive of Vasundhara Raje, or not very keen on his name. And that is the reason that BJP lost last time, because I've been speaking to the cadre of BJP. In fact, this time also, though BJP is all set to form a government, but here, even at the BJP headquarters in Jaipur, nobody is talking about Vasundhara Raje. I'm reminded of the great victory of BJP when Vasundhara Raje came up on the terrace of the BJP office that secured 160 seats out of 200, and she waved at the crowd. But that was also because of the Modi factor. Remember, 2014 Prime Minister Modi became the Prime Minister of the country, and since then he has ruled the country from north to south. And that is the basic factor between BJP and Congress. They do not have a match to this man, and to his vision, to his oratory, to his star attraction that he has, and the way he draws the crowd. And is very popular, especially in the Hindi heartland, the way he goes and addresses them. And even if he's campaigning in down south, he would also try and speak the regional language and greet them in the regional language. So these are the things that Narendra Modi is attracting in the, to the crowd. And that is the basic difference. You do not have a clear leader in the state, but
Clearly, yes.
Just let me finish. It is not only about the clear leadership as far as state is concerned, but it is the clear leadership at the center which is the deciding factor.
Indeed. Vishal, making the point, of course, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made the difference ever since he's been in power at the center, and ever since he's been in national politics to that extent. Ravi, if I can come to you, and you have analyzed politics for a long period of time. So if you look at this as the main election or the last election, some people call it the semi-final before the general election of 2024, we are seeing that the southern states seem to be voting in a particular pattern, and the Hindi heartland seems to be consolidating behind the BJP. Do you see, if we have to look at what's happening with the opposition and the India alliance, the Congress's poor performance in the Hindi heartland is going to dent the confidence of the India alliance, or is it going to strengthen, let's say, the regional players?
Well, that's true, Mark. The bargaining power of Congress party will be considerably diminished after these results. Remember, after the exit polls were announced, it was being said, there were articles written about it. The experts were saying that the Congress party's bargaining power, bargaining chips will become much stronger in the India alliance, and party will bargain for a major chunk of seats when the tally for 2024 general elections is announced. But that doesn't seem to be the case so far as the results of these elections are concerned. The momentum clearly has been taken away by the BJP, and if we see the rumblings within the India alliance and the statements given by the leaders vis-a-vis other leaders of the India alliance, particularly in Madhya Pradesh, when Samajwadi Party leaders were, they waited for more than 4 hours for Kamal Nath to show up and finalize the seat sharing arrangements, and that didn't actually fructify. So all these things will now come in the India alliance meeting which will happen. The Congress party and its leadership will go into that meeting with a much diminished, aura and a much diminished bargaining power, as they would have, really wanted to. But their bargaining power will go down a lot. And as far as the BJP is concerned, as you said, Mark, now the Hindi heartland, a major chunk of the Hindi heartland, is now ruled by the BJP. They have wrested Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh from the Congress party. And this is also important because they have wrested the control of these states from Congress. And the momentum has swung in their favor. They've consolidated and retained Madhya Pradesh. So if you look at the Hindi heartland, the UP, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, they are all with the BJP. Going with all these states into 2024 will definitely, BJP and its leaders would definitely like to maintain this momentum with them and hit the ground running when 2024 elections are announced.
Okay, we leave it there. Thank you very much, Ravi Dhaman, Vishal Baristo, and Dibyendu Mandal for joining us and analyzing the elections results as they are coming in. Still to come here on DD India News Hour. Israel wants security envelope, no Hamas on border after war. Russians ease attacks in eastern Ukraine. Kiev still may hold Mariinka. One dead after an assailant attacks passers-by in Paris.
Sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
हाँ जी सुरेश जी, रिटायरमेंट के बाद जो प्रोविडेंट फंड आएगा उसका क्या करेंगे?
कुछ खास प्लान नहीं है, पड़ा रहेगा बैंक में, ब्याज आता रहेगा और क्या।
सुरेश जी, बैंक से कितना ब्याज आएगा? एक नई स्कीम बताता हूँ, उसमें पैसे लगा दो, साल भर में दुगने बल्कि चौगुना हो जाएगा। हाँ बस कुछ नए मेंबर्स बनाने।
नहीं सुरेश जी, इन सब फालतू चक्करों में मत पड़िए कि नए मेंबर बनाना, रातों रात करोड़पति बनाना, ऐसे सपने दिखाने वाली स्कीम से बचकर रहें। आप लालच में आकर नहीं, समझदारी से निवेश करें। नए मेंबर बनाओ, वर्ल्ड टूर पे जाओ, कमीशन पाओ या उपहार घर ले जाओ। ऐसे सपने दिखाने वाली स्कीम से बचकर रहें। ऐसी स्कीम्स धोखा हो सकती हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution.
This series is going to tell stories of such change makers.
Watch Change Makers on DD India. This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Mark Lynn. Now, Israelis have rallied in Tel Aviv on Saturday night, calling for an immediate ceasefire, in fact, immediate release of the remaining captives in Gaza. The 7-day truce, during which Hamas had released more than 100 hostages, collapsed on Friday, halting any further hostage releases and also an exchange of Palestinian prisoners who were held in Israeli jails. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister's senior advisor, Mark Regev, has said that Israel will seek a security envelope with special zones and arrangements that will prevent Hamas from being positioned on its border after the war in Gaza is over. More than 240 people, Israelis and foreign nationals, were abducted to Gaza on October 7 by Hamas terrorists. Residents of Tel Aviv demanded that their loved ones should be freed.
I would love for there to be a truce, but I'd love to see a 10-month-old home. I'd love to see his brother, a toddler, home. I'd love to see young women, not used as sexual objects, home. And then we can discuss a truce, because when you're actually letting terrorists go, in payment for these people, then if it's soldier for soldier, I get that. That's called a truce. This to me isn't a truce. A truce for me is an equal exchange. Babies, toddlers, and older women and men are not. And just everything that's been heard about the sexual abuse is just crazy. So there's a part of me that wants a truce, but I want these people home first, and then we can discuss a truce.
Well, Israel is facing growing U.S. calls to avoid casualties in its fight against Hamas. Militants in Gaza speaking in Dubai. The Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, said that Israel had a right to defend itself, but international and humanitarian law should also be respected. The U.S. Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, deemed it a moral responsibility for Israel to protect civilians.
You see, in this kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responded to the U.S. comments on Saturday, saying that Israel was continuing to work in coordination with the U.S. and international organizations to define safe areas for Gaza civilians.
We determine safe areas in Gaza in coordination with international agencies and with our American friends. We determine safe areas to where the population knows it can evacuate. We did it in the north and we will do it elsewhere. And this is important because we have no desire to harm the population. We have a desire to avoid harming the population. We have a very strong desire to hurt Hamas.
The Israeli army has released a video on Saturday purported to show an alleged Hamas tunnel near a school in northern Gaza. Commandos were seen carrying out missions to neutralize infrastructure in what was said to be the area surrounding Jabalia in northern Gaza. The first aid trucks since the collapse of the Gaza truce entered through the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing. Now, video footage was released by the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, and it appeared to show a line of trucks driving from the Egyptian side of the Rafah border. Two fuel tankers also, and 58 trucks went through the Egyptian side, heading to Abja for inspection. The trucks were said to contain food, water, relief assistance, medicines, and medical supplies. Russia's military eased attacks on the beleaguered eastern Ukrainian town of The place is called Avdiivka, and this happened on Saturday. Unofficial reports from the region suggested that they had failed to capture the devastated town of Marinka. This was to the southeast. Since mid-October, Russia has set its sights on seizing Avdiivka and its vast coking plant. Ukrainian military spokesperson Alexander Shutpun told the national television that Russia attacks this region. They have halved over the last 24 hours, largely as a result of heavy losses. The Ukrainian forces have focused on recapturing occupied villages in the east and the south of the This is the counteroffensive that they've launched in June, and President Zelensky has acknowledged that these advances have been slower than they wanted. The onset of the winter in southern Germany has paralyzed long-distance air and rail traffic in Munich and in the Bavaria region. This is because of snowfall. Munich's main rail station was packed with stranded commuters after trains were cancelled. Hundreds of flights in and out of the German city of Munich were also cancelled after heavy snowfall, which left passengers stranded. Saturday's Bundesliga clash between Bayern Munich and the Union Berlin, that was also postponed because of the snowfall. According to the German Weather Service, 30 to 40 centimeters of fresh snow is expected in Bavaria in the next 24 hours. The snow was accompanied by icy conditions and numerous road accidents as well. In central Paris, one person died and another was injured after an assailant attacked passers-by near the Eiffel Tower. The suspect was on a French security services watch list and was also known for having a psychiatric disorder. So the French Interior Ministry, the minister there, Gerard Darmanin, said so, and the suspect was then chased by the police and attacked two other people with a hammer before being arrested. The police quickly arrested the 26-year-old French national using a taser stun gun. What's happened is that the French police have said that the man who died there was actually not French but German. The former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to issue an unreserved apology at the COVID. This is for his behavior during COVID. This is at the public inquiry that happened following that incident. The public inquiry, COVID inquiry, it's happening next week. But he's going to insist that his decision saved lives during the pandemic. This is based on media reports. We are giving you this information. In evidence that stretches to more than 200 pages, the former Prime Minister will make a series of key points about his handling of the coronavirus crisis. But the former Prime Minister will argue robustly that his government got many of the big calls right. People close to him say his evidence will follow weeks of heavy criticism of himself at the inquiry. The former U.S. President Donald Trump took aim at the current President Joe Biden as well as his Republican rivals at a campaign rally in Iowa on Saturday. Trump said that he got indicted because he was questioning a crooked election. Trump has repeatedly sought to delay the cases against him until after the November 5, 2024 election.
I got indicted 4 times because I'm questioning a crooked election. But we're not questioning it. We know the results. We know it. And when we go through courts, if we ever even have to do it, because you have presidential privilege and also if we should never have to do that. But if we do, we want to redo the election only from the standpoint, we want that election. We want to look at it very carefully. We have so much information. There was so much corruption in that election.
Well, North Korea's reconnaissance satellite operation office began its mission as a military intelligence organization. The office, organized at the Pyongyang General Control Center of the National Aerospace Technology Administration, started to discharge its mission on Saturday and will report acquired information to the Reconnaissance Bureau at the Army and other major units. North Korea says it successfully launched its first military spy satellite on November 21, transmitting photos of the White House, the Pentagon, the U.S. military bases and target regions in South Korea. In southern Philippines, 3 people were killed and several wounded when an explosion ripped through a Catholic mass in a university gymnasium. The blast occurred in Marawi, which is a city besieged by militants for 4 or 5 months. That was happening in 2017. The Philippine military said that they had killed 11 militants in the military operation the day before the Maguindanao del Sur province. The university said that it has suspended classes until further notice. The United Nations Security Council has voted to end its political mission of a few hundred people dedicated to ending the civil war in Sudan. 14 of the Council's 15 members adopted a resolution to terminate the mandate of the UN-integrated Transition Assistance Mission in Sudan. As of Sunday, Russia abstained. Here's Lucando's report.
The shutdown of the UN mission follows a request from Sudan's acting foreign minister a month ago. UNITAMS is accused of favoring one of two feuding political groups in the country, prompting the request. Established in 2020, its role was to support Sudan's democratic transition following the ouster of the country's former president, Omar al-Bashir. The vote to withdraw the mission comes on the back of an ongoing civil war. UN figures show that over 5,000 lives have already been lost, with over 5 million people displaced. Pending the departure of the mission staff, UN Security Council members have stressed that Sudanese authorities take responsibility for their safety. And despite the mission's closure, a UN country team will continue to oversee the distribution of humanitarian and development aid. Nearly half of Sudan's population, about 25 million people, still require assistance. Isaac Lukando in Dar es Salaam, reporting for DD India.
Let's take a look now at other stories making news around the world. Guinea-Bissau President Umaro Sissoko Embalo informed the media as on Saturday that gunfire and clashes had erupted in the capital of the Western African country. This happened Friday, where an attempted coup had taken place. Clashes between two army factions broke out in Bissau on Thursday night and continued on Friday after National Guard soldiers had freed an opposition minister who was detained in a corruption investigation. Colombian authorities seized more than a ton of cocaine off its coast after the country's navy intercepted a smuggler's boat. As per the officials, the smugglers abandoned their vessel on the beach and escaped. A total of 44 packages valued at $35.6 million was recovered. The Hong Kong Disneyland celebrated the start of Christmas with a Disney star-studded live concert. Various characters from Disney shows like Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Belle from the Beauty and the Beast, Elsa from Frozen Enchanted Visitors in front of the Castle of Magical Dreams. Well, the best part was the children singing. Now back home, India's President Draupadi Murmu attended the annual National Awards for the Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities 2023 at Vigyan Bhavan in the national capital. Now, marking the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, the President conferred prestigious national awards to outstanding persons with disabilities, as well as individuals or organizations for their remarkable contributions towards the upliftment of persons with disabilities. The event was organized by the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment.
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में दिव्यांगजनों के प्रति समाज के दृष्टिकोण में बदलाव आया है और उनकी उपलब्धियों में सराहनीय वृद्धि हुई है। अनेक चुनौतियों को पार करते हुए उपलब्ध सुविधाओं का समुचित उपयोग करते हुए अपने अदम्य विजय भावना के बल पर भारत के दिव्यांग खिलाड़ियों ने इसी वर्ष एक नया इतिहास रचा है। उन्होंने एशियन पैरा गेम्स में 111 पदक जीतकर भारत की शान बढ़ाई है। मुझे विश्वास है कि समुचित सुविधाओं, अवसरों और सशक्तिकरण के प्रयासों के बल पर हमारे देश में सभी दिव्यांगजनों का जीवन समतापूर्ण और गरिमापूर्ण।
Parts of Tamil Nadu continue to witness heavy rainfall in the wake of an alert on the cyclone Mishwang. The Indian Meteorological Department on Sunday upgraded the outlook over the southwest Bay of Bengal. The remaining part of the state might witness thunder showers and lightning. Let's get to the sports news now. And India and Australia are going to battle it out for in the T20 series. The match is being played in Bengaluru today. The men in blue have already won the series 3-1. This is the fifth match. Now, Team India would like to carry forward their winning streak and win decisively against the Australians, some sort of revenge for that loss in the World Cup final. But the Indians are also going to be touring South Africa for a T20 series beginning on December 10. And with the series already sealed, the Indian management might be looking to improve the bench strength. Also, on the other hand, the relatively inexperienced Australian side will be determined to leave the Indian shores once again on a winning note. I mean, after all, they have already won the World Cup, so there's got nothing much to prove. But if they're losing everything else, may not be such a good way to leave. And let's move on then to our next story. In fact, that's all we have in this bulletin. Thanks for watching. Namaskar.
Sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
यार वो मेरे बचपन का दोस्त है, वो क्यों मुझसे झूठ कहने लगा? वो कह रहा था इस स्कीम में पैसा लगाने पर 6 महीने में 10 के 20,000 हो जाएंगे।
और तूने मान लिया?
ऐसा ऑफर कौन छोड़ता है? 10,000 के 20,000?
एक काम कर, ये ले 100 रुपए पकड़ना और जाके 10 किलो लड्डू लेके आ।
अबे पागल है क्या? 100 रुपए में 10 किलो लड्डू आते हैं? अबे इसके तो 1 किलो लड्डू भी नहीं आएंगे।
जब इतना जानता है तो ये नहीं जानता कि 6 महीने में 10,000 के 20,000 नहीं होते। समझदारी बढ़ा, लालच नहीं।
लालच में ना आए, समझदारी बढ़ाएं। IEPF अथॉरिटी द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से पहले।
For decades and decades, downtown area of Srinagar has always been symbolic of unrest, turbulence, turmoil, disturbances, and everything that has to do with the disruption.
पहले तो महीने में 20 दिन होता था हड़ताल, अब नहीं होती।
I'm right now standing in the middle of the Jama Masjid market, and this is how weekday here looks like.
दिन को होगा 1-2 करोड़ टर्नओवर है, बिल्कुल कैश टर्नओवर।
बंद क्या बंद? ये दुकान हालात बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, कुछ नहीं होता है।
कश्मीर तो बेनजीर है, हीरा है, दंगा फसाद तो नहीं है।
The making of the Naya Kashmir or New Kashmir.
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution.
This series is going to tell stories of such change makers.
Watch Change Makers on DD India.
ये है कॉपीपुर गांव के कॉपी कुमार। कॉपी करने का है ना बुखार। बादशाह, शहनशाह, चुलबुली अपनी के रोज नए अवतार में दिखे। छोटे कभी लंबे बाले बना लें और जो भी टीवी पर दिखे सभी खरीद डालें। तेल, क्रीम, शैम्पू हो या चाय, जो हीरो बोले ये वही लगाएं। फिर एक दिन देखा सबने कुछ ऐसा, बोले कॉपी कुमार,
जहाँ हीरो ने बोला हम वहीं लगाएंगे पैसा।
लुट गए शेयर, डूबा पैसा, बैंक बैलेंस हुआ 0। सब बोले
सिर्फ किसी सेलिब्रिटी, ब्रांड एम्बेसडर या नामी व्यक्ति के मोह में आकर निवेश न करें। कंपनी पॉलिसी ठीक से समझें और अपना पैसा सोच समझ कर लगाएं।
देर लगी पर कुमार ने सीखा सबक जैसे तैसे। हीरो के कहने में आकर कभी ना लगाएंगे पैसे।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify complex social, political, and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, DC.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Coming up in the next hour. Counting of votes underway in 4 Indian states. Trends show its advantage BJP in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. BJP takes lead in Indian state of Chhattisgarh, Congress ahead in Telangana. Philippine forces on high alert after bomb kills 4 people, wounds several during a Catholic mass. Counting of votes is underway for assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana. Polling in these states was held last month along with Mizoram. Latest counting trends show BJP leading in 3 of the 4 states whose results are coming today. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, voting was held in 2 phases on 7th and 17th November. In Madhya Pradesh, it was held on 17th November in a single phase. Rajasthan voted on 25th November, and in Telangana, voting took place on the 30th of November. Incumbent Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan says double-engine government properly implemented the schemes of central government, and the schemes that were formed here also touched people's hearts.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है।
India's Rail Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said people of Madhya Pradesh have blessed the Bharatiya Janata Party with a resounding mandate as a result of good work done in the past 18 years.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बहुत ही प्रचंड विजय हुई है। इसकी हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी, पूरा विश्वास था कि मध्य प्रदेश के जन जन के मन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो विश्वास है, वो विश्वास आज के चुनावों में परिलक्षित होता है। आप सब जानते हैं एमपी के मन में मोदी है, मोदी के मन में एमपी है। जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
As Bharatiya Janata Party moved past the halfway mark in Madhya Pradesh assembly election results, Union Minister and BJP leader Jyotiraditya Scindia credited the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan for the win.
भाजपा की डबल इंजन की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन और मध्य प्रदेश में भाजपा का एक एक कार्यकर्ता शिवराज सिंह जी का नेतृत्व, जनहितैषी जो नीतियां उन्होंने क्रियान्वयन की हैं, उसी का फल है कि आज मध्य प्रदेश का एक एक जन जनार्दन असीम बहुमत के साथ, मैंने भी जो सोचा था उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा आज भाजपा के पक्ष में आया है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को अपने दिल की गहराइयों से धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूँ। हम लोग बड़े चुपचाप से अपना काम कर रहे थे क्योंकि हमें पूरा विश्वास था कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहा है और जनता ने अपना निर्णय साफ कर दिया है। और जो लोग कद की बात कर रहे थे, ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने उनको अपना कद दिखा दिया है।
On the election results in 4 Indian states, Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh said, rising above caste and religion, people have voted for Prime Minister Modi.
नई पहल की, जो भी नया इनिशिएटिव लिया, उसमें वोट की राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके लोगों के विवेक पर छोड़ दिया कि अब आप निर्णय करिए, हम उन तक पहुंचेंगे जिनको हमारी आवश्यकता है, या जहां कोताही रहेगी उसकी पूर्ति करेंगे। चाहे वो उज्ज्वला की योजना थी, तो जो जो ज़रूरतमंद हमारी बहन थी उस तक गैस का सिलेंडर पहुंचा। ये नहीं पूछा कि आपने वोट किसको दिया, ये नहीं पूछा कि आपका धर्म, जात, मजहब क्या है। इसी तरह शौचालयों का था, सुविधा भी दी, सम्मान भी दिया, सुरक्षा भी थी, स्वच्छता भी दी, स्वास्थ्य भी दिया। और मैं तो कहूँगा कि इस चुनाव से एक बार फिर से प्रमाणित हो गया कि मोदी जी एक वो डोर है, ये नाम जो सारे देश को एक धागे में बांधता है, उत्तर हो के दक्षिण, पूर्व हो के पश्चिम, पूर्व उत्तर हो।
And the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs of India, Prasar Joshi, said people have voted for Bharatiya Janata parties, people have voted for BJP, positive commitment and leadership of Prime Minister.
I have already reacted. People have voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party's positive commitment and Prime Minister Modi's leadership and very well micromanagement under the guidance of our National President and Amit Shah ji. This has worked out well, and people have rejected overall Congress party in almost in the majority of the states. Congress party has always been giving the bogus promises. People have seen it in Karnataka, people have seen it in Himachal Pradesh. So literally they have failed. That's why they have rejected. People have rejected the Congress party. I am very happy, especially as the in charge of Rajasthan. We have won and we will cross 124 at least.
Madhya Pradesh State Home Minister and BJP candidate from Datia, Narottam Mishra, said BJP is going to win in the state.
125 से 150 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी और अकेला मध्य प्रदेश नहीं, राजस्थान भी, छत्तीसगढ़ भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएगी। बिल्कुल मैंने पहले ही कहा था, 2/3 बहुमत की तरफ हम जाएंगे। आप देख लें, आ रहे हैं।
And DD India correspondent Vishal Baristo tries to capture the mood of the jubilant BJP workers in Rajasthan. Take a listen.
Celebration has broken out here at the BJP state office. As you can see, these excited BJP women, workers, they are all dancing to the sound of the drums, to the beats of the drums. So let's ask them, कितना excitement है आपको?
जी देखिए, excitement आपको देखने को मिल रहा है। महिलाओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है और मैं पूरी राजस्थान की हर महिला शक्ति को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि इन्होंने जिस तरीके से इस महिला विरोधी कांग्रेस सरकार को उखाड़ फेंका है और प्रचंड बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है, इसे हम पूरी महिला मोर्चा की टीम।
So as you can see, they are all dancing. They have already started the celebration, and BJP has taken a big lead. So BJP is back in Rajasthan, and the colors, the saffron balloons, and the excitement of the BJP workers say it all. With cameraman Alok Gupta in Jaipur, this is Vishal Baristo for DD India.
And Vishal Baristo, DD India correspondent, joins us live from Jaipur with the latest. Vishal, we just saw glimpses of BJP workers celebrating in Rajasthan, and why not, for the clear lead that the party is maintaining. What worked for the BJP so emphatically what initially seemed like a close contest?
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Shubhendu. Yes, what really worked, what has always been working for the BJP, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Because it was initially a close fight, because Gehlot thought that Vasudha Raje has not been declared the Chief Minister of Rajasthan by the BJP, Chief Ministerial candidate by the Saffron Party, but he did not could calculate that the infighting within his own party with Sachin Pilot could spell disasters for him. So the wizard of Rajasthan had to take a bow, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi made another exciting victory for BJP possible, which could have been a close fight in Rajasthan. There were not many issues, but the basic factor which separated the two parties were the leadership and the unity. Though BJP had also some kind of differences as far as the name of the chief ministerial candidate was concerned, but in the end it was all the name of the Prime Minister which was enough, and the Prime Minister made it quite categorical and clear at number of rallies and road shows that the people of state should vote on the symbol of lotus, and that made a difference. While Congress was banking solely on Ashok Gehlot, and at the very last minute Sachin Pilot was also somehow roped in, but it was too little, too late. Shubhendu?
Right. Vishal, we understand that Rajasthan has had a revolving door politics. The party in power usually has to vacate the seat in the next elections. But for the Congress, the infighting that you mentioned, how did that make matters worse for them?
Well, absolutely. Worse and worse. From the day one, it was very much clear that all is not well between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. In fact, when DD had a conclave in Jaipur, and I spoke to Sachin Pilot, and he said that yes, whatever has been said to me by the Chief Minister is out in the open, and the words that have spread in the air and are there on record cannot be taken back. But I will keep my cool. I have always kept my cool. I am a cultured person. I will not lose my tongue. So that said it all, that all is not well within the Congress party. And you know, Shubhendu, what is worse is not only the defeat of Congress in Rajasthan, but next year we are having the general elections. Every time BJP scores victory, it spells doom for the Congress party, because 25 seats are up for grabs next year. And this is the third time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is looking for a hat-trick to return to power, and it is going to be very difficult now for the India alliance because they need to get their house in order. What happened in Madhya Pradesh, we have all seen the way Akhilesh Yadav and Kamal Nath, they got engaged into a verbal battle, and that has also costed Congress party in Madhya Pradesh, with the OBC staying away or drifting away from the Congress party. And now, since they are the alliance partners, it would be very difficult for them to, you know, mend their ways or, you know, somehow find a solution to have a united force. So as of now, it is a bright picture for BJP. They have won the Hindi heartland, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, which was all expected to go Congress way as far as the exit polls were concerned. So the BJP is now looking at the 2024 larger picture. Shubhendu?
Vishal, thank you for joining us with those updates from Jaipur. And from Rajasthan, let's talk about Madhya Pradesh. DD India correspondent Srikanth Sukumar joins us from Bhopal, live, Madhya Pradesh. Srikanth, Bhopal is where the biggest win for the BJP is coming in these assembly elections. It's a landslide win, 18 years in power, but no anti-incumbency whatsoever, it seems.
Absolutely, Shivendu. What was earlier believed to be a very close contest, but you know, right after 10, 30, 11, the BJP just ran home. You know, it pushed forward the advantage and pretty much sealed the deal. You know, earlier it was expected that it would be a close fight. You know, like the way it happened in 2018. But however, all those trends were just thrown out of the window because BJP just ran on full steam ahead. The engine, you know, probably the magic of Prime Minister Modi and the organizational skills of Home Minister, you know, coupled with the fact that, you know, the decision to field various union ministers as, you know, in the assembly seats, and even the decision which was, you know, earlier criticized that, you know, not to project a chief ministerial face. So, you know, all these decisions, you know, they had the effect that BJP is pretty much headed towards a decisive mandate, you know, which was earlier believed to be, like I said earlier, which was earlier believed to be a close fight. You know, it became pretty much one-sided. And now the interesting dynamic which will take place in Madhya Pradesh is, you know, the fact that who will be chosen as the chief minister. So, because as of now, BJP hasn't revealed its card on that front. You know, they always kept saying that first let's win the election, you know, then we'll talk about who's going to be the CM. So, but all in all, a big win here for BJP in the Madhya Pradesh, you know, coupled with the other two states in the Hindi heartland, which was, you know, earlier expected that, you know, Kamal Nath and his Congress would put up a good fight to the BJP, but apparently it was not so.
Srikanth, you mentioned about the close contest in 2018, the previous assembly elections. How did the Congress get the narrative all wrong this time?
Probably it's a fact that, you know, they were banking on many factors. You know, the Congress thought to, you know, bring in the old pension scheme, and they, you know, criticized the BJP on many fronts, and they said, you know, they thought they'll appeal to the central government, the state government voters. and maybe they'll talk about a narrative, and they'll bring in more benefits. But somehow, all that they seem to have lost the plot, because this is quite an unexpected and unprecedented margin which the BJP has won the elections in Madhya Pradesh. Shivendu.
And Shrikant, coming ahead of the big general elections next year, what does this landslide win in Hindi heartland mean for the two parties?
Yeah, it's like since these elections were being billed as the semi-finals to the main final elections in the general elections next year. But this will probably pave the way. That the Madhya Pradesh has quite a lot of significance in terms of for the BJP. It was quite apparent from the fact that the Home Minister especially deputed to Central Minister who oversaw the entire political campaign here. They were involved in each and every step of the campaign, right down to picking the candidates for the assembly constituencies, and even the decision to field sitting union ministers to contest for assembly seats here in Madhya Pradesh. That and all, that signals the intent of the party, to use this as a launch pad to go into the 2024 election campaign, Shivendu.
Shrikant, thank you for joining us with those updates from Bhopal. Heading for a short break, but still to come on DD India News Hour. Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, has an edge in the state of Chhattisgarh as well. Congress only leads in Telangana. By IEPFA, informed investor, empowered investor, smart investor.
सुनो, ये याद है जो 10 साल पहले हमने कुछ स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था?
क्या है ये?
अरे कई साल पहले कुछ शेयर लिए थे, मगर अब तो कंपनी भी भूल गई होगी। पैसे तो डूबे ही समझो।
बस तुम्हारी लापरवाही ने डुबा दिए ना सारे पैसे।
अरे नहीं दादी, अब आप IEPF अथॉरिटी यानी कि इन्वेस्टर्स एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी से ये इजीली क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
अरे वाह, वो कैसे?
लगातार 7 साल तक डिविडेंड्स और उनसे जुड़े शेयर्स, डिबेंचर्स और डिपॉजिट्स वगैरह क्लेम ना करने पे वो IEPF अथॉरिटी के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर हो जाते हैं, जिसे आप IEPF फॉर्म 5 फिल करके आसानी से क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution.
This series is going to tell stories of such change makers.
Watch Change Makers on DD India. This program is sponsored by IEPFA, informed investor, empowered investor, smart investor.
Welcome back. You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. BJP has surpassed halfway mark in Chhattisgarh as well. Our correspondent Ravi Dhiman tracked the celebrations at the BJP office in Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
It is celebration time already here at the BJP headquarters in Raipur. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP workers think that the party has now taken an unassailable lead over Congress as far as the trends are concerned. And they are sure that the party will maintain the lead and in fact widen it beyond the reach of Congress and its candidate as the day progresses. So the BJP office here in Raipur is abuzz not only with activity, but the drums and the dholwalas are also having a day. With camera person Shambhunath Mishra, Ravi Dhiman, DD India, Raipur.
And Chhattisgarh witnessed the closest contest since morning, but now as the data and the updates are coming in, BJP maintains a clear lead. Celebrations have started. Our correspondent Ravi Dhiman getting us the latest from Raipur. We'll be connecting with Ravi in just a bit to get the latest. 4 state assembly election results are being evaluated today. The counting is still underway. Clear leads, of course, have been established for the BJP. And Ravi Dhiman is joining us live from Raipur now. Ravi, the closest contest this morning was in Chhattisgarh between the Congress and the BJP. What explains the turnaround?
Well, I think the exit polls all got it wrong. All the exit polls pointed a little tilt towards the Congress, and that's why there was perception that Congress will romp home. But I think they all got it wrong. The voters had already made up their mind to change the government here in Raipur, and I think a lot of voters made their mind to change the voters, because the way the lead is widening, BJP seems to be just running away with the position in Chhattisgarh, and many of the schemes announced in the manifesto by the BJP seem to have struck a real chord with the youth, with the students, and with the women voters. And remember, as I've been saying since morning, in 50 constituencies out of 90, that is more than 50% of constituencies, the women voters have there have been more women voters than the male voters, and that seemed to have made a difference. Many schemes that are promised by the BJP for the women voters in their manifesto seems to have finally done the trick. Also, the experts believe that the scams that dogged the government, Chhattisgarh government, for the past 5 years may finally have resulted in the downfall of the government. There were many scams which hogged the limelight here, like the mineral scam, the coal scam, and the betting app scam. All these scams, and many of them, there were allegations were linked to high officers in the government. Many of these scams seem to have changed the mind of the voters, and finally, after 5 years, Chhattisgarh and the voters here have chosen to change the government. But one thing from all these results is evident, that in none of the states the BJP projected any face as the face of the elections, as the local face who's going to be the leader of the house if the BJP wins. And it was led from the front by Prime Minister, and the results further strengthen that Prime Minister is actually is the biggest crowd puller and the biggest biggest star the BJP has in these elections going into 2024 general polls.
That's an important point, Ravi. Now, politically, what does it mean for the BJP to wrestle back Chhattisgarh? The formation of the state in the year 2000, it turned out to be a stronghold for the BJP till 2018 when Congress made a dent.
Well, the political implications of not only Chhattisgarh, Shubhendu, but also for Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, yes. If you look at it, it's a continuous stretch of landmass in the Hindi heartland. And with it, the BJP will go into 2024 elections with full confidence, with a huge momentum that they will try to maintain until the general polls are concluded. And they have wrested 2 key states from the Congress. So this not only makes BJP hold the momentum, it enhances the political clout of the BJP. It also diminishes the bargaining power of the Congress in the India alliance. As the parties head to 2024 general polls, the bargaining power, the bargaining chips for the Congress party will be really diminished as they talk about the seat alliances and seat arrangements with other allies going into 2024 general polls, while the BJP will go into 2024 polls with full confidence, having the BJP chief ministers in majority of the Hindi-speaking areas, having BJP ruled state in almost all parts of the country, and with these election results, where they have wrested 2 key states from Congress. The Congress is aspiring to be the lead party of the INDIA alliance. Now the BJP has wrested these 2 states directly from Congress. Remember, in these 2 states of Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, it's always been a contest between the BJP and the Congress. Smaller parties, the third-run parties, really don't have any say here. So the BJP has gained at the expense of Congress, and this will have a lot of political implications both for the BJP and the Congress in days, months to come.
But Ravi, and finally, in the run-up to the elections, Chhattisgarh was one state where Congress appeared to be comfortably placed. What kind of introspection would the party have to go into now?
Well, the party will have to go into introspection at all levels, including in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Rajasthan, they were looking quite confident that they will be able to retain and reverse the trend of the change of government, change of guard every 5 years. In Madhya Pradesh, they were very confident that anti-incumbency will finally make them come again to power, and they will be able to, hold the reins in Bhopal. And the same way in Chhattisgarh, they were confident about many schemes which were floated and which were popular schemes floated by Bhupesh Baghel. But that was not to be. Actually, they missed the point, and all the exit polls missed the point about the scams which have besieged the government, completely hogged the limelight for the past few months, and they have dogged the Chief Minister's office also in their wake. All these scams had their effect. Plus, I think some of the promises made by the BJP in the manifesto, particularly targeting the women voters, targeting the students, the young voters, hit the mark and tilted the favor tilted the scale in favor of the BJP. Going from here, it will be interesting who the chief ministerial candidates are for these states, as the BJP leaders will now go into a huddle and decide on the man or the person who will lead them, who will lead these states as they prepare for the general polls. But one thing is certain, that going into 2024 general polls, the popularity, the standing, the stature of Prime Minister Narendra Modi has risen even further.
Ravi, thanks for joining us with those updates from Raipur. And in Telangana, counting trends shows Congress crossing the majority mark of 60, while the BRS, the party in power since 10 years, trailing second at 36 seats, is followed by the BJP. And still to come on DT India News Hour. US Vice President Kamala Harris sketches out US vision of post-conflict Gaza. Philippines forces on high alert after bomb kills 4 people and wounds several during a Catholic mass. Is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
नई वॉशिंग मशीन अच्छा है।
क्या हुआ?
अरे शॉपिंग पे 2000 का कैशबैक मिला है, बस QR कोड स्कैन करना है। अच्छी धुलाई होगी, है ना?
बैंक अकाउंट की पैसे रिसीव करते समय QR कोड स्कैन, पिन या OTP की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, वो सिर्फ पेमेंट के लिए चाहिए होती है। इसलिए अनजान कोड या लिंक से सावधान रहिए और नुकसान से बचिए।
बच गए धुलाई से।
ये नई धुलाई। RBI कहता है कि
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Welcome back. You're watching DT India News Hour. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Our top stories. Counting of votes underway in 4 Indian states. Trends show its advantage BJP in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. BJP takes lead in Indian state of Chhattisgarh, Congress ahead in Telangana. Philippine forces on high alert after bomb kills 4 people, wounds several during a Catholic mass. Philippine forces were on high alert on Sunday after a bomb killed 4 people, wounded several during a Catholic mass at a university gymnasium in the south of the country. An attack the authorities call Islamist terrorism. The blast occurred in Meravi, a city besieged by pro-Islamic State militants for 5 months in 2017. Urging calm, Marcos posted on social media platform X that he had instructed the National Police and armed forces to ensure the protection and safety of civilians and security of affected and vulnerable communities. Army Major General Gabriel Bure called the attack in Mindanao State University a terror act, speaking to reporters as explosive disposal experts were deployed.
And US Vice President Kamala Harris on Saturday laid out the American objectives for post-conflict situation in Gaza. Delivering her remarks at a news conference on the sidelines of COP28 summit in Dubai, Harris stressed out that once the war ends, efforts to rebuild should be pursued with a view towards the goal of two-state solution in which Israel and Palestinians live in peace.
Further, we have been clear the Palestinians have a right to dignity and self-determination, and Israelis and Palestinians must enjoy equal measures of prosperity and freedom. They also all deserve a sense of safety and security, and a two-state solution then remains the best path, we believe, toward a durable peace.
Earlier, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin deemed it a moral responsibility for Israel to protect civilians.
You see, in this kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responded to U.S. comments on Saturday, saying that Israel was continuing to work in coordination with the United States and international organizations to define safe areas for Gaza civilians.
We determine safe areas in Gaza in coordination with international agencies and with our American friends. We determine safe areas to where the population knows it can evacuate. We did it in the north and we will do it elsewhere. And this is important because we have no desire to harm the population. We have a desire to avoid harming the population. We have a very strong desire to hurt Hamas.
Meanwhile, Israeli army has released a video on Saturday purported to show an alleged Hamas tunnel near a school in northern Gaza. Commandos were seen carried out missions to neutralize infrastructure in what was said to be areas surrounding Jabalia in northern Gaza.
15 usage of schools by Hamas. And we could see here the plaque on the wall.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump took aim at President Joe Biden as well as his Republican rivals at a campaign rally in Iowa on Saturday. Trump said he got indicted because he was questioning a crooked election. Trump has repeatedly sought to delay the cases against him until after November 5th, 2024 elections.
I got indicted 4 times because I'm questioning a crooked election. But we're not questioning it. We know the results. We know it. And when we go through courts, if we ever even have to do it, because you have presidential privilege and also we should never have to do that. But if we do, we want to redo the election only from the standpoint, we want that election, we want to look at it very carefully. We have so much information. There was so much corruption in that election.
North Korea's Reconnaissance Satellite Operation Office began its mission as a military intelligence organization. The office, organized at the Pyongyang General Control Center of National Aerospace Technology Administration, started to discharge its mission on Saturday. Will report acquired information to the Reconnaissance Bureau and the Army and other units. North Korea says it successfully launched its first military spy satellite on November 21st, transmitting photos of the White House, the Pentagon, U.S. military bases, target regions in South Korea. Former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to issue an unreserved apology at the COVID public inquiry next week, but will insist that his decision saved lives during the pandemic, according to media reports. In evidence that stretches to more than 200 pages, the former Prime Minister will make a series of key points about his handling of the coronavirus crisis. But the former Prime Minister will argue robustly that his government got many of the big calls right, people close to him say. His evidence will follow weeks of heavy criticism of him at the inquiry. And United Nations Security Council has voted to end its political mission of a few hundred people dedicated to ending the civil war in Sudan. 14 of the Council's 15 members adopted the resolution to terminate the mandate of the UN Integrated Transition Assistance Mission in Sudan. As of Sunday, Russia abstained. DD India's Isaac Lucando gets us more.
The shutdown of the UN mission follows a request from Sudan's acting foreign minister a month ago. UNITAMS is accused of favoring one of two feuding political groups in the country, prompting the request. Established in 2020, its role was to support Sudan's democratic transition following the ouster of the country's former president, Omar al-Bashir. The vote to withdraw the mission comes on the back of an ongoing civil war. UN figures show that over 5,000 lives have already been lost, with over 5 million people displaced. Pending the departure of the mission staff, UN Security Council members have stressed that Sudanese authorities take responsibility for their safety. And despite the mission's closure, a UN country team will continue to oversee the distribution of humanitarian and development aid. Nearly half of Sudan's population, about 25 million people, still require assistance. Isaac Lucando in Dar es Salaam, reporting for DD India.
Venezuelans are preparing to cast their votes in a referendum on the country's historical claim over the Essequibo region, an area controlled by neighboring Guyana. The Essequibo is an oil-producing area claimed by both the countries. With today's consultation, the government of Venezuela is trying to take a step forward in the creation of Venezuelan state within the disputed territory. DD India's Latin American correspondent, Mary Trini Mena, gets us more.
The territorial dispute goes back to the late 1800s, when the former British colony Guyana demarcated its territory. Venezuela argued they illegally expanded their border and took land that belonged to Venezuela. Despite the international arbitration that has taken place for over 100 years, Venezuela has continued to claim about 2/3 of modern Guyana as its own. Since then, the territory has been administered by Guyana and claimed by Venezuela. In the referendum, Venezuela is asking their citizens to answer 5 questions concerning the border dispute, including to create a Venezuelan state within the Essequibo region, and also to grant Venezuelan citizenship to the region's residents. Guyana says the referendum poses a threat. The border dispute has gained importance in the last decade after the government of Guyana approved the extraction of oil in the claimed area. The American oil and gas multinational ExxonMobil is in charge of the facilities in the contested region. On Friday, the International Court of Justice ordered Venezuela to refrain from taking any action which would modify the current situation. Guyana has administered the disputed territory for over 100 years, but Venezuela does not recognize the court jurisdiction on the long-standing controversy, saying the judges are biased in favor of Guyana. Brazil, which shares a border with Guyana and Venezuela, has increased its military presence in the area. Maritrini Mena in Caracas, reporting for DD India.
Gunmen attacked a bus near the town of Chilas in northern Pakistan, killing 8 passengers, injuring at least 15. A spokesperson for the regional government said militants had opened fire on the bus on Saturday evening and the wounded had been taken to a local hospital. The regional government's interior minister told a news conference in Gilgit that gunmen fired at the bus from hills. No group immediately claimed responsibility for the attack. The motive for the shooting was also not clear. As per media reports, at least 4,02,312 illegal foreigners, including Afghans, have so far been repatriated to their home countries from Pakistan. They are returning to their homeland on a daily basis through Chaman and Torkhan borders. The caretaker Pakistan government has built transit camps in various districts for the temporary accommodation of undocumented foreigners and their safe repatriation from the country. The interim government has set a target of deporting 10,000 immigrants every day, and 135,000 illegal immigrants have returned to Afghanistan so far. In central Paris, 1 person died, 2 others were injured after an assailant attacked passerby near the Eiffel Tower. The suspect was on French security services watch list and was also known for having psychiatric disorders. The French Interior Minister, Gérald Darmanin, confirmed the suspect was then chased by police and attacked two other people with a hammer before being arrested. The suspect had been sentenced to 4 years in prison in 2016 for planning another attack and was known for having psychiatric disorders. Let's now take a look at other stories making news around the world. US Vice President Kamala Harris departed Dubai on Sunday, a day after committing $3 billion from the US to the Green Climate Fund at the UN COP28 Climate Summit. Biden administration on Saturday also unveiled final rules aimed at cracking down on US oil and gas industry releases of methane. Hundreds of Peruvians took to the streets of Lima on Saturday to demand the ouster of President Dina Boluarte after reports emerged country's Attorney General plans to file a constitutional complaint against her over protester deaths. Protesters accused both Boluarte and Benavidez of corruption and call for justice for protesters who died. The state-owned oil giant PetroChina said on Saturday its Changcheng oil field has discovered a large-scale oil field with geological reserves of over 100 million tons in northwest China's Gansu province. One person died, 11 were missing after flash floods hit near Lake Toba in Indonesia's North Sumatra province. Around 350 people using heavy equipment were carrying out search and rescue efforts, while about 200 people had been evacuated. Time for a short break. Still to come on DD India News Hour. Euro 2024 draw ceremony held in Hamburg, Germany for one-month tournament to be held in Munich in June. India and Australia gear up for the fifth and final match of their T20 series today in Bengaluru. This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action. Stories of real change. Tales of sustainable solution. This series is going to tell stories of such change makers. Watch Change Makers on DD India. This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify complex social, political and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibilities. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Welcome back. You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. The onset of winters in southern Germany has paralyzed long-distance air and rail traffic in Munich and has Bavaria firmly in its grip. Munich's main rail station was packed with stranded commuters after trains were cancelled. Hundreds of flights in and out of the German city of Munich were also cancelled after heavy snowfall, which left passengers stranded. Saturday's Bundesliga clash between Bayern Munich and Union Berlin was also postponed due to heavy snowfall. According to German weather services, 30 to 40 centimeters of fresh snow was expected in Bavaria in just over 24 hours. The snow was accompanied by icy conditions with numerous road accidents. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, attended the annual National Awards for the Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities 2023 at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi today. Marking the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, the President conferred prestigious national awards to the outstanding persons with disabilities as well as individuals or organizations for their remarkable contribution towards the upliftment of such people. The event was organized by Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Let's take a look at other stories making news. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, paid floral tributes to first President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, on his birth anniversary at Rashtrapati Bhavan today. Parts of Tamil Nadu continue to witness heavy rainfall in the wake of alert over cyclone Mishang. India Met Department on Sunday upgraded the outlook for the cyclone over the southwest Bay of Bengal. Meanwhile, remaining part of the state might witness thunderstorms and lightning. Several parts of India's capital, New Delhi, shrouded in haze as pollution levels go up. Roads and buildings were shrouded in smog. The air quality index recorded air quality at 223, putting it in the very unhealthy category. Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra was organized in Odisha's district of Kalahandi. People welcomed the awareness vehicle, watched short films. Beneficiaries of the government schemes participated in the Meri Zubani Meri Kahani program and experienced their experiences. And going back to our top story on assembly election results, more reactions have come from BJP leaders on Bharatiya Janata Party's lead in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Union Minister and Party Leader Smriti Irani says today's results are a symbol of Prime Minister Modi's magic.
मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता ने जो भरोसा दिखाया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते हम जनता के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखते हैं। बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने डंके की चोट पर कहा कि मोदी मैजिक रंग लाएगा। आज के परिणाम उसी का प्रतीक है।
India's Union Minister and BJP party leader Piyush Goyal said people of 4 elections of the states have given their blessings to Prime Minister Modi.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विश्वास पर, उनकी गारंटी पर भारत के 4 राज्यों की जनता ने फिर एक बार अपना आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है। आप गहराई से देखें तो ये सामान्य विजय नहीं है। मध्य प्रदेश में ऐतिहासिक बढ़त हुई है भाजपा की। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों का विश्वास दिनों दिन बढ़ते जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, ये बात लोगों के जहन में आ गई है।
And reacting to BJP's bumper win in the state elections, India's INP Minister Anurag Singh Thakur hailed Prime Minister Modi's leadership and the vision of double-engine government.
ये जीत खास है क्योंकि मोदी जी पर विश्वास है। लोगों ने कह दिया देश में एक ही गारंटी पर विश्वास है, मोदी की गारंटी चलेगी। और मोदी जी ने भी कहा मेरे लिए कोई जाति नहीं, जाति है तो युवा, महिला, किसान और गरीब, और इन सब के कल्याण के लिए काम करना है, विकास करना है। और गरीब कल्याण ने फिर करके दिखाया। मोदी जी ने जो किया, लोगों ने माना कि डबल इंजन की सरकार जैसे मध्य प्रदेश और देश में थी, उस पर छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान दोनों ने ही जो साथ लगते राज्य थे विश्वास किया कि मध्य प्रदेश में कैसे काम हुआ है। अब मैं ये कहूंगा दुनिया को भारत पर विश्वास है।
You're watching DD India News Hour. Time for all the action from the world of sports. India and Australia will battle it out in the final match of the 5-match T20 series in southern city of Bengaluru on Sunday. Men in blue have already won the series 3-1. However, Team India would like to carry forward their winning streak. They would like to win the concluding match before the South Africa T20 International Series that begins on December 10th. With the series already sealed, Indian management might look to test the bench strength. On the other hand, the relatively inexperienced Australian side will be determined to depart the Indian shores on a winning note. India has played 6 matches at the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. They won 2 matches, lost 3, while 1 game concluded with no result. Host Germany will take on Scotland in the inaugural match of the Euro Championship in 2024 in Munich, while defending champions Italy will be in the same group as Spain. 3 times champion Germany will start the 1-month tournament in Munich on June 14th with the finals on July 14th in Berlin. The draw was held in Hamburg. The host qualified automatically and 20 teams advanced through the European qualifiers. 3 teams are still unknown and will come through the playoffs in March. The top 2 in each of the 6 Euro 2024 groups proceed to the round of 16 along with 4 best third-place finishers. Germany will also play Hungary and Switzerland in Group A. Germany manager Julian Nagelsmann said it's not a group of death, but a very strong group.
Well, a good group, not a group of death. There are 2 other groups for that. We can look forward to great matches in Germany. 3 teams that have performed very well, especially Switzerland and Scotland in their qualification games, where they have left some teams behind quite unexpectedly. The opening match against the Scots in Munich will be very emotional for both sides. The Germans and the Scots, with great fans, with a very emotional style of football, deep defense and long passes.
Real Madrid returned to the top of the La Liga with a comfortable 2-0 victory over struggling Granada. Los Blancos started the day in the first place but dropped to second for a matter of hours after Girona's earlier 2-1 win over Valencia. Germany midfielder Toni Kroos provided an excellent pass to the Brahim Diaz for the opener in 26 minutes. The win was secured after 57 minutes when Rodrigo powered home. The rebound after Jude Bellingham's shot was saved. Carlo Ancelotti's side have now won 5 consecutive games in all competitions and are unbeaten at the Bernabeu this season, despite missing a host of players including Vinicius Jr., Luka Modric, Eduardo Camavinga through injury. And that's all for this edition of DD India News Hour. Let us know your thoughts on news of the day. You can connect with us on Facebook, X and Instagram. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh from all of us here in Delhi. Thanks for watching DD India News Hour. Namaskar.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution.
This series is going to tell stories of such change makers.
Watch Changemakers on DD India.
सुनो, ये याद है जो 10 साल पहले हमने कुछ स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था?
क्या है ये?
अरे कई साल पहले कुछ शेयर लिए थे, मगर अब तो कंपनी भी भूल गई होगी। पैसे तो डूबे ही समझो।
बस तुम्हारी लापरवाही ने डुबा दिए ना सारे पैसे।
अरे नहीं दादी, अब आप IEPF अथॉरिटी यानी कि इन्वेस्टर्स एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी से ये इजीली क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
अरे वाह, वो कैसे?
लगातार 7 साल तक डिविडेंड्स और उनसे जुड़े शेयर्स, डिबेंचर्स और डिपॉजिट्स वगैरह क्लेम ना करने पे वो IEPF अथॉरिटी के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर हो जाते हैं, जिसे आप IEPF फॉर्म 5 फिल करके आसानी से क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Welcome to Delhi. Narrator of umpteen tales. creator of historic folklore, to the Delhi of today that is proud of its past, to the Delhi of tomorrow that's charting a glorious future, to lanes, to foods, to ever-changing city moods, to walls, to historic gates, and everything in between, to art, to theatre, and an ode to the inner creator, to bhavans, to path, to melting pot of cultures, to a kaleidoscope of celebrations, to ghazals, to guftagus, to green spaces, to shrines, to deities, to devotion, to hope, to the city that is the heart of India, to the India that the world knows by its philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, as we unite under
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts, we demystify complex social, political and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
Wherever news breaks, whatever it takes.
Connecting corners, cutting across continents.
Stories that matter from across the globe.
Accurate, authentic journalism that serves you right. From politics to glamour, from sports to world affairs. With a fusion of aesthetics and substance. Introducing news in a new avatar. Experience the world through a new lens. Stay tuned to DD India for an exciting journey beyond borders. This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Hello and welcome to Spotlight Cinema. In this episode, we will jog down the memory lane and bring you glimpses from the glittering career of one of the most celebrated Indian actor, philanthropist and television presenter, Farrukh Sheikh. The one who's best known for his work in Hindi films from 1973 to 1993 and for his work in television between 1988 and 2022.
Farooq Sheikh was born into a zamindar family near Baroda on 25th March 1948. He was the eldest son of his lawyer father Mustafa Sheikh. The family moved to the then Bombay as his father had a successful practice, which in part prompted Sheikh to take up law initially. He met his wife, Rupa, during his college. They were very active in theatre during their college days. Farooq Sheikh made an impressive debut with M.S. Satyu's Garm Hawa, one of the greatest movies ever made on partition. He often joked that he did the film for a princely sum of rupees 750.
ये उम्र वतन छोड़कर जाने की नहीं, इस दुनिया से उस दुनिया में जाने की। आपको जासूसी के इल्जाम में गिरफ्तार किया जाता है।
He played the youngest son of Balraj Sahani in the movie that depicted the dilemma of a Muslim businessman who decides to stay in India even though the political, social climate is not very supportive and half of his family has already moved to Pakistan.
अबू मियां, हमें हिंदुस्तान से भागना नहीं, बल्कि हिंदुस्तान में रहकर आम आदमी के कांधे से कांधा मिलाकर अपनी मांगों के लिए लड़ना चाहिए हमें।
Farooq Sheikh's performance in Garm Hawa attracted the attention of Satyajit Ray. Ray cast Sheikh in the role of Akil in Shatranj Ke Khiladi. The actor, along with Shabana Azmi, Smita Patil, Om Puri, Nasiruddin Shah and Deepti Naval, was instrumental in keeping the parallel cinema movement alive in the 70s and 80s.
तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया, तुमको देखा तो ये ख्याल आया, जिंदगी धूप तुम घना साया।
Farooq Sheikh's most notable films of that era include Ray's Shatranj Ke Khiladi, Noori, Chashme Par Dur, Kisi Se Na Kehna, Katha, Umrao Jaan, Fasle and Sagar Sarhadi's Bazaar. In a career spanning almost 4 decades, Farooq Sheikh's body of work is not huge as he ignored the alluring, money-spinning world of commercial cinema to focus on roles that were nearer to reality. Katha saw him playing a negative role of good-for-nothing flirt who ditches the girl at the last moment.
ये किस्सा यहीं खत्म, अब और अपने बस का नहीं, सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं।
He played the role of Nawab Sultan opposite Rekha in Umrao Jaan. They paired up again for commercial drama Bibi Ho To Aisi.
क्या बदमाशी है?
बदमाशी नहीं बाबू, शरारत। बीवी का चेहरा हो तो ऐसा।
वैसा नहीं, ऐसा, गुलाब के फूलों जैसा।
फूल गुलाब का, फूल गुलाब का, लाखों में हजारों में एक चेहरा जनाब का। फूल गुलाब
We are going for a short break. We will be right back. Farrukh Sheikh was an Indian actor, philanthropist and a television presenter. He was known for his work in Hindi films and he returned to acting in films back in 2008. His major contribution was in parallel cinema or the new Indian cinema. He's acted in serials and shows on television and has performed on stage in famous productions like Tumhari Amrita. He has won the 2010 National Film Award for Best Supporting Actor for Lahore.
The legendary pairing featured in numerous classics in the 80s, namely Chashme Badur, Saath Saath, Katha and Kisi Se Na Kehna. With the gradual fading away of middle-class cinema, their chemistry also lost out in the race. After a gap of nearly 3 decades, they were seen together in the critically acclaimed Listen Amaya.
Listen Amaya, अभी तो तुमने कहा कि
चीज में माइंड माँ
अब तो उससे बात करने में भी डर लगता है। कभी ये ख्याल ही नहीं आया कि मुझे इस रिश्ते को जस्टिफाई करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी।
Farrukh Sheikh was equally active in the world of theatre and TV. His most famous stage play was Tumhari Amrita with friend Shabana, which completed 20 years in 2012. The play, an unrequited love story read out through reams of letters, received great success. The play was a major hit in Dubai. Farrukh Sheikh also acted in a number of television serials like Shrikant, Chamatkar, Ji Mantri Ji, besides hosting the popular chat show Jeena Isi Ka Naam Hai, in which he interviewed many celebrities. Farrukh Sheikh featured in just over 60 films, but it was enough for him to make an impact. Furthermore, his finesse at creating a balance between the two worlds continued till the end. He was seen in the box office blockbuster Ye Jawani Hai Diwani and the critically acclaimed Club 60.
जिंदगी आपके लिए हंसी खेल मजाक तमाशा हो सकती है, लेकिन उसका बहाना बना के आप हमारी जिंदगी में क्यों घुसे जा रहे हैं?
हम और आप दोनों अपने बच्चे की खूबसूरत याद के सहारे जी रहे हैं। फर्क सिर्फ इतना है कि आपका बेटा ये दुनिया में नहीं है और मेरा है।
Farrukh Sheikh won the 2010 National Film Award for Best Supporting Actor for the film Lahore. His life was passionately dedicated to his art. Farrukh Sheikh was not just appreciated for his craft, but also for the warmth and love he exuded as a person. There were many who vouched for his excellence as a human being. Farrukh Sheikh made his entry into films at a time when the parallel art cinema was making its presence felt, and he went on to work in some of the best movies of that era.
थोड़ी देर आग ताप लो, बहुत सर्दी है, ठंड लग जाएगी। ठंड जिस्म को लगती है और वो खामोश हो चुका है, और रूह के पास ठंड का क्या काम?
He was an Indian actor, philanthropist, and television presenter. He rose to fame because of his acting in films of the 70s and 80s. He was generally known for his work in art cinema, also known as parallel cinema. He was known for his natural acting style and his ability to portray complex characters with ease. Throughout his career, Farrukh Sheikh received several awards and honors for his contributions to Indian cinema and theatre. Some of the notable awards he received include the National Film Award for Best Supporting Actor for his role in the film Lahore, Sheikh was equally appreciated for his radio quiz programs as for his anchoring in Doordarshan's Yuva Darshan and Young World. Known for his impish humor, his interviews with celebrities were a treat for the audience. His command over Urdu, especially Dakkani Urdu, was an icing on the cake. An avid foodie, his friends recall that he always knew the best dishes in a city and where to find them. Farooq Sheikh's legacy is one of artistic excellence and social relevance. He was known for his commitment to socially conscious cinema and for his ability to bring depth and nuance to his roles. He was also a strong advocate for the arts and played an important role in promoting Indian theatre and cinema. His contributions to Indian culture and his impact on Indian cinema continue to be celebrated today, and he remains a beloved and respected figure in the Indian film industry. The multifaceted actor's life came to an abrupt end on December 27, 2015, following a cardiac arrest in Dubai, where he was vacationing with his family. He was 65. Farooq Sheikh is survived by his wife and 2 daughters.
आजा रे ओ मेरे दिलबर आजा, दिल की प्यास बुझा जा रे। आजा रे ओ नूरी।
We are moving for a short break. We will be right back. Deepti Naval and Farooq Sheikh, 30 years to reunite in 2011 film Tell Me Yo Khuda. The successful on-screen pair of the 80s had given us some 9 iconic movies, including Chashme Patur, Saath Saath, Katha and Fasli. But as much as we could not take our eyes off their innocent on-screen romance, the 2 actors were good friends off camera as well.
आज फिर दिल ने एक तमन्ना की।
Bollywood has seen many iconic pairs, but none as sweet and simple as Deepti Naval and Farooq Sheikh. Especially the love stories that saw actors Deepti Naval and late Farooq Sheikh romance, annoy, trick and simply be with each other. Deepti Naval is one of the finest actors to have graced the silver screen, from parallel cinema to commercial pot boilers. She's nailed a wide array of roles with the kind of natural ease that many current-age actors still struggle to replicate. As great as their individual performances were, the chemistry they brought to their on-screen pairings is impossible to forget. Because with these 2, the love stories that came alive were steeped in subtlety and thus extremely relatable. In an era of dramatic on-screen declarations, their natural camaraderie spoke volumes. Though the 2 first came together in the iconic romantic comedy Chashme Patur in 1981,
आप गलत एड्रेस पर आ गई हैं।
क्यों? C169/3 यही तो है ना?
जी हाँ, वो तो यही है।
what perhaps remains one of their most memorable on-screen performances is in the song Tumko Dekha To from the movie Saath Saath.
कोई नहीं है, सब गांव में। तुम चले जाओगे तो सोचेंगे हमने क्या खोया, हमने क्या पाया।
Iconic number that was magical in all aspects. The music, the lyrics, and the singer was picturized on these two, lovingly looking at each other while professing their love. And together, they convinced generations to come that love does not always have to be loud. It can also be simple and sweet. They were cast as the lead pair for most romantic comedies released in the 1980s, such as Saath Saath, Kisi Se Na Kehna, Katha, and Fasle, Rang Birangi. But their chemistry in Katha deserves a special mention. Katha saw Farooq Sheikh don on the role of a debonair man whose false tales of bravado and success were his calling card. And Deepti Naval was the naive girl who fell for his charms. Yes, he was the antagonist in the story, but together they were still a joy to watch. Whether it was for their acting prowess, their strong off-screen friendship, or the seemingly natural on-screen chemistry, but the two were cast together in various movies.
नैन झील से होंठ सीप से नैन झील से होंठ सीप से चांद समा था तुम सुंदर हो तुम सुंदर हो.
And their on-screen avatars always managed to touch a chord with the audience at large. Perhaps because it was easy to see yourself in their, or rather, their characters. Playful gestures, loving looks, and realistic problems. They most often graced the screens as the lead pair of a romantic comedy, and thus, their romantic scenes were often set in humorous situations like in Kisi Se Na Kehna.
आपकी स्पीड क्या है?
स्पीड?
क्या स्पीड यानी रफ्तार?
होगी कुछ 70-80 के आसपास. वैसे अगर रास्ता साफ हो तो 90-100 तक भी टच कर लेती हूँ.
आप क्या अपनी ड्राइविंग की स्पीड बता रही हैं?
जी हाँ.
देखिए हमने ड्राइवर के लिए नहीं स्टेनोटाइपिस्ट के लिए इश्तिहार दिया था.
They were brilliant actors who could breathe life into the blandest of characters. But it won't be unfair to assume that their off-screen friendship lent a natural warmth and comfort to their on-screen roles that made it easy to believe their romance even in absurd settings. Case in point, Chashme Baddoor.
मेरे सारे दोस्त कहते हैं कि मैं अब नॉर्मल हूँ, मेरा मजाक उड़ाते हैं, क्योंकि मैं किसी लड़की को जानता ही नहीं ना. लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ कि
even when their characters or romance wasn't central to the movie, the two managed to captivate the audience with their playful charm, like in Rang Birangi. They were just as convincing and captivating in dramas like Saath Saath or the last movie the two did together, Listen Amaya, in 2013. After 30 years when the two came together in Listen Amaya, it was as if no time had passed. Their performances were just as powerful and their chemistry just as natural. Their characters are alive in our hearts and minds even today, and that's a testament to their individual talent and combined chemistry. Perhaps that's what artists like these do, leave an everlasting imprint with their art.
हमारे हौसलों का घर, हमारी हिम्मतों का घर, ये तेरा घर, ये मेरा घर, किसी को देखना अगर तो पहले आके मान ले, मेरी नजर तेरी नजर, ये तेरा घर, ये मेरा घर, ये घर बहुत हसीन है, ये घर बहुत हसीन है, ये घर बहुत हसीन है, ये घर
And with this, it's a wrap here on our special broadcast on Spotlight Cinema. But news and updates will continue here on DD India. So don't go anywhere. Keep watching and keep tracking DD India. Thanks for joining us.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
हाँ जी सुरेश जी, रिटायरमेंट के बाद जो प्रोविडेंट फंड आएगा उसका क्या करेंगे?
कुछ खास प्लान नहीं है, पड़ा रहेगा बैंक में, ब्याज आता रहेगा और क्या।
सुरेश जी, बैंक से कितना ब्याज आएगा? एक नई स्कीम बताता हूँ, उसमें पैसे लगा दो, साल भर में दुगने बल्कि चौगुना हो जाएगा। हाँ बस कुछ नए मेंबर्स बनाने।
नहीं सुरेश जी, इन सब फालतू चक्करों में मत पड़िए कि नए मेंबर बनाना, रातों रात करोड़पति बनाना, ऐसे सपने दिखाने वाली स्कीम से बचकर रहें। आप लालच में आकर नहीं, समझदारी से निवेश करें। नए मेंबर बनाओ, वर्ल्ड टूर पे जाओ, कमीशन पाओ या उपहार घर ले जाओ। ऐसे सपने दिखाने वाली स्कीम से बचकर रहें। ऐसी स्कीम्स धोखा हो सकती हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Assam, a rich fertile land fed by the waters of the mighty Brahmaputra. Home of the Ahoms and the gateway to the rest of the northeastern states. Just a few hours drive from Guwahati and I'm in the home of the legendary one-horned rhinoceros. Spread over 1,000 square kilometers, Kaziranga National Park is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The grasslands and lake of Kaziranga are safely confined by the Brahmaputra River and the Karbi Anglong Hills. One of the most visited national parks in India, tourism is high in the western and central ranges. But today I'm visiting the eastern side of the park, which is the largest wetland in Kaziranga, with over 96 species of wetland birds, one of the highest in any reserve in India.
You can see that all those are wild buffaloes.
Amazing. So Kaziranga is the most popular destination for wildlife enthusiasts, visitors, tourists, not only from India but from all over the world. So what is so unique? What makes Kaziranga so unique?
Kaziranga is basically a unique riverine ecosystems. Kaziranga is basically famous for big fives: rhino, tiger, elephant, Asiatic buffaloes, and swamp deers. Apart from that, we get plenty of migratory birds. We are having around 90 plus wetlands. It's basically a unique and balanced ecosystems where you can see the wetland, grassland, woodland.
And you have the diversity of species here also.
Yes.
Which is so amazing.
Really. So, for the wildlife enthusiasts, if somebody interested in rhinos or elephant or swamp deer or tiger or birds, they're having, it's like a menus. So whichever they want, they can choose.
It's mind-boggling. You can travel for miles.
Yes.
And Kaziranga is huge. So where are we right now? What do you call this area?
Kaziranga National Park, there are 8 ranges. If you say it's a tiger reserve, there are totally 10 ranges. We are presently in Agaratuli range. It's the eastern range of the Eastern Assam Wildlife Divisions. And this range basically known for migratory birds and good sighting of tigers. And again, our main VIP species, rhino.
Yes. This is a Fort Knox of animal diversity.
True.
The diversity here is amazing.
Sohala is basically a unique wetland and the most favorite wetland of Assamese societies. So we used to get a good number of birders.
This is a paradise for birders.
Yes. This is one of the biggest wetland of Kaziranga. It's around 600 hectares. And this eastern range and Borapa range in Kaziranga is not promoted in ecotourism wise in the past. Kaziranga means it's known for only the central range and western range. But most of the tourists, they are unaware about this Agaratuli range.
The amount of birds that are here at the moment and this unique wetland is so vibrant, and it is flushed every year with floods from the Brahmaputra.
For Kaziranga survival, flood is must. So we are having 92 permanent wetlands, more than 200 seasonal wetlands. All these wetlands are get cleaned and recharged by the Brahmaputra only. Because the Karbi Anglong is basically a watershed area of Kaziranga. So now we are seeing that waters in the wetland because this get recharged during the flood time by Brahmaputra waters. But after the monsoons, we are getting water only through the watershed only. Because this runoff coming from the Karbi Anglong, finally coming to all the wetlands in Kaziranga only. So that is the reason that most of the 92 wetlands in Kaziranga, it's get never dried up.
They are so crucial.
Yes, it's crucial.
So how do you see the future? What are the challenges that you face?
The biggest challenge in Kaziranga we are facing is this fragmentation of habitats. Because this Kaziranga declared as a national park in 1974. The prior to that, we don't have any major issues. When it became a national park, then lot of investment started to taking place in these landscapes. So lot of construction came up, but we couldn't guide them properly in the past. In that process, what happened that most of the corridor got disconnected. So Kaziranga landscape having a major three component: the Brahmaputra river, this the grassland landmass, and the Karbi Anglongs. So now in case of connectivity between the Brahmaputra and the grassland, it's basically a contiguous habitat. But in case of with the Karbi Anglong, where the animal used to migrate during the monsoon times, there are a lot of interference due to the development activities. We have to ensure the connectivity between these two landscapes. If we can do such type of work, and there's a bright future for Kaziranga.
You are actually restoring the corridor.
Yes, we have to.
I've been to Kaziranga often, but this time it felt different. This end of the national park needs to be visited more often to encourage tourism and just to experience another unique side of Kaziranga.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Hello and welcome to another weekly edition of India Ideas, the show which remains all about chronicling the onward march of India's startup ecosystem. I'm Gautam Roy. Now, if you've been following the worldwide startup scenario, you must be familiar with the term funding winter, which hit the ecosystem after the digital euphoria in the wake of the pandemic settling down. But did you know that the funding winter has nearly bridged the average deal size gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 and 3 startups? There's only a difference of about $120,000 now. In the days to come, Tier 2 and 3 startups could give the Tier 1 ecosystem a run for its money, and we're taking a closer look at it today. Don't be startled when I tell you that almost 50% of India's nearly 113,000 recognized startups are from Tier 2 and 3 cities. A report also says funding of startups in India's Tier 2 and 3 towns has been more resilient than the one to their counterparts in big cities through one of the worst financing droughts suffered by young companies in recent times. Funding for startups in small cities and towns fell 66% to around $2.34 billion in H1 of 2023 from the peak of H2 of 2021. There was a sharper drop of 83% to $16.2 billion for startups in the big cities. So startups in smaller towns fared better in funding than their big city counterparts during the funding dire straits. Now, why is that the case, and what does it tell us about the future of these startups? Let's find that out with Vikas Agarwal, co-founder We Founder Circle, which is a community-based early-stage startup investment platform bringing together VCs, startup founders and corporate executives. We also have leadership from 2 Tier 2 and 3 startups. With us right now, they are Tejas Jain, founder Bima Kavach, which is an Indore-based digital business insurance provider, and Pragya Mittal is also with us, director EV5 Logitech, which is a Surat-based startup focused on providing green delivery services to e-commerce giants in Tier 1, 2 and 3 cities. Now first to you, Vikas, tell me, why are Tier 2 and 3 startups getting the kind of attention they are these days from VC funding circle? Is it because they don't need large checks, being more cost effective and mostly early stage, or are there other key reasons as well? Vikas, can you hear me? Let's try and fix that link with Vikas. Let me come to you, Tejas. Now, when you were looking for funding for your startup, what in your mind made Bima Kavach stand out from the crowd, which at that time was dominated by Tier 1 startups in your sector?
Thanks, Gautam. Thanks for having me here. So see, there is an added advantage when it comes to Tier 2 and Tier 3 city startups. I think there is a clear distinction between how the VC ecosystem has started looking at these startups from India versus Bharat, right? Where all of the India-focused startups, sort of in the VC lingo, remains with the larger 6 to 7 cities, where most companies sort of build for the 6 to 7, 8 cities. But over the last couple of years, what has happened is that people have realized that there's a lot more potential that exists beyond these 1, 2 and 3 cities, and it's sort of, there is a lot of potential in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities where people can sort of go operate, build very profitable businesses, and large outcomes can sort of come out of it. So when we went out to raise funding, when we went out to basically sort of go to the market and hit to get the funds for the company that we were building, a lot of intelligence on ground that we have built over the years working with SMEs from different regions, like I come from MP, so Gujarat, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, did really help us to not just raise money, but also help us build the business around the ecosystem of the places where we come from. And that eventually evolved into a place where now we have offices in cities like Bombay, we have offices in Bangalore, which has given the intelligence that how do you build from grassroots and take it to the more evolved markets, instead of doing it reverse, which generally is the trend. You build it from the larger cities and then probably you try your hands in the reverse ecosystem, which is the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities.
All right. Let me try and go back to Vikas and ask him the question that I did at that time. Now, tell me, why are Tier 2 and 3 startups getting the kind of attention that they are these days, whereas where VC funding is concerned? Is it because you don't need to write too many large checks for them? They're more cost effective and mostly early stage, but are there other key reasons as well for it? Vikas?
Yeah. So first of all, at We Founder Circle, we have done almost 100 investments. 70% have been Tier 2, Tier 3. So I think that's where the potential is, that's where the Bharat lies. From Moradabad to Bareilly to Meerut to Coimbatore, that's what we have been doing all this while. My views, we have almost like 50 cities with a million plus population. So that's more than many European countries combined, for that matter, which are now creating a blue ocean opportunity and blue ocean solutions. Till date, I think Bangalore and all the places have been very focused on software. We have moved to a solution, and that's when the VC interest has started. Also, as the check sizes have become smaller due to a lot of macroeconomic challenges from Russian war to Israel to Europe collapsing and so on, I think the discovery is happening in Bharat, and that's where the tier 2 and tier 3 takes a lot of center stage. When a VC is investing large check, the founder may be in Delhi, Bombay, but now with checks dropping out and the opportunity looming, I think that's where the whole ecosystem and the whole VC circuit is coming in. Also, if you see what happens, when a larger check comes and you go to Delhi and Mumbai, the original founder is from those small cities. It's not that the genesis has changed. It's not that something has happened suddenly. Just that you are writing larger check, the founder has to larger locations for want of money and want of talent. So yeah, I believe the Bharat story continues. Tier 2, Tier 3 still continues to dominate, and that's where the check and the VC circle now come into play.
Great, sounds great. Now, Pragya, EV-based logistics, that is green auto tech, has been quite a theme in recent times where tier 2 and 3 startups are concerned. Now, did being in the sector ease your funding journey as well, or were there other factors at play too?
So, well, Gautam, definitely we are in the EV sector, and in the last 2 years we have seen there is a huge boom in this market. There are a lot of companies who have got investments, but just being in the EV sector is not the parameter that helps us to get the investments. There are a lot of other parameters, the deciding factors when it comes to the VCs. So, VCs, when it comes to a company who is in the early stage, they back on the idea. They back on the promoters who actually run this company. So it is much beyond just being an EV company. It is the complete whole holistic program or company project that we have all built up together. And it really depends what kind of vision and how focused the founders are towards achieving their kind of missions. And that is the driving factors, I assume, that helps us to get these VC funds fund our companies.
Okay. Sounds good. Now, Vikas, the tier 2 and 3 early stage startups look more resilient when compared to their tier 1 counterparts when it comes to funding. But the funding winter looks to be far from over at this stage, and it cuts across the two categories. But do you see any early signs of the situation improving, say, in the next year or the year after that? Vikas, please unmute.
Yeah, sorry. I think these winters reach India almost 9 to 12 months after they started in US. And the very earliest sign, if you look back, is the advertising revenue that people start to see a drop on Facebook and Google's and so on. So yeah, it's been 12 months in India, minimum another 12 months. And specifically with those geopolitical issues, Israel itself is a big startup and innovation hub.
Yes.
All those things collapsing in terms of discovery puts a lot of pressure. Secondly, I believe it's not the lack of money when people say there are winters and the situation will improve. The issue is there is no easy money now. The money has been coming quite easily, too fast. A due diligence which ideally takes 8 weeks was happening in 2 weeks. Checks were getting written on Zoom call. Next rounds were happening too frequently. I think just that all of that has stopped. Some crazy stuff was going on in the last 24 to 36 months, specifically post-Zoom. There was a lot of FOMO happening. With respect to money available, have the investors stopped earning from their primary business? No. Are they not getting enough deals? No. In fact, they are getting deals at better valuation. Is the investor base in this asset class not increasing? No. So I think that the only question that we need to answer, has the pricey startup at haywire valuation is giving to a pattern curated deals? I think that's the way we should look forward, even after 12 months.
Yes, because a lot of stress is being laid on the fact that we've not had a unicorn this year.
And I think that's a valid thought. And the dream of making 100 unicorns starts with a 100,000 investments, and that's a life cycle. So yeah, important thing is to keep investing in innovation, and that's the whole thought as we work on IndiaMart. I think all this summer, winter that I've been seeing for 20 years, they continue, they come and go, but the idea germinates and stays. As the EB5 team says, it's more to do with idea and the founder, not the money that comes along.
Okay. Tejas, India is severely under-insured and the digital medium has been a game changer. Now, do you see your sector getting more and more crowded in the coming years with cutthroat competition coming in as well? What sort of an action plan do you have related to this scenario?
See, India is extremely uninsured. I mean, in terms of commercial insurance, we stand at penetration, which is even less than 1%, which is, is what IRDA says overall as an industry. I think businesses are buying insurances for the first time, and you need not just one Bima Kavach, but many more Bima Kavachs to sort of go out there and, secure the entire SME backbone of the country, to secure the entire early stage and growth stage startups of the economy. And this will take some time. India is at a cusp of the entire insurance industry where regulations and compliances are becoming more stronger by the day, which is driving the innovation on both product side, distribution side, and the overall insurance side. So yes, the competition should actually get cutthroat. We should have more players like Bima Kavach trying to make it simple, digital, transparent for businesses to buy insurances.
And cheaper.
And cheaper, yes. It has to be more cost effective, and the problem from the supply side always has existed that insurance companies also have limited resources in distribution, so people have to step up to the helm and sort of take it forward from there. And no economy flourishes without insurance being at the forefront of it, and I think it's just the beginning. We're just starting, and a lot more has to be done. So in terms of how we are looking at it is that we're very aware that the competition is going to increase from where we stand. But both innovations at the insurance product side and insurance distribution side has to be looked into. People retrospectively in the last 10 years have mostly focused more on distribution of the existing products. But at Bima Kavach, we believe that you have to go back, reinvent the wheel of the product, how products are underwritten, how they are made simpler for and more tailor-made towards the requirements of the SMEs and the early stage companies, and then you go out there and distribute. And that's what we'll keep innovating at, and we'll try to sort of keep us ahead of the ever increasing competition in the sector.
Okay, and how do you plan to do that?
I think, product innovation is an ongoing process where, we have spent last 2-3 years just looking at what products fit well at what sector. And we get surprised happily, sometimes that you'll be happy to know that people like GAIL, people like BHEL have bought us policies through us all online, which was a surprise for us also that, why would a GAIL need a Bima Kavach to begin with at the very end of it? Why would a Reliance come to us basically seeking? Why would a Godrej come to us seeking for these things? So while we were innovating for the SMEs, we realized that these problems exist even at the enterprise side. So I think continuous insurance product innovation along with the reinsurers and the local insurers that we continuously collaborate with is the key to basically make the industry equitable and approachable for everyone.
Okay. Now, Pragya, green tech-enabled logistics again has tremendous room to grow, apart from bringing in a lot of efficiencies and making the sector more sustainable, reducing pollution overall, improving our air quality, especially in the larger cities where it's direly needed. Now, do you think it will keep bringing more and more platforms from Tier 2 and 3 cities which will become viable businesses?
Definitely, yes. If you see the numbers in the last 2-3 years, there are a lot of startups who have actually started coming up from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. So you understand when it comes to metros, there has already been an ecosystem towards EV, but Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities are somewhere there is equivalent to nil ecosystem.
Yes.
So there is a huge space for companies to come up, set up their businesses and capture the market. And when there is no ecosystem, there are a lot of ancillary companies who come up, collaborate and work together, because finally it helps each and every other companies to flourish. So that is where when we started back in Surat, we hardly had any ecosystem towards the EV industry. But now when we started with Ahmedabad as well, we have a lot of battery swapping companies who are ready to collaborate with us. We have a lot of charging companies who are ready to set the charging stations. So a lot of companies who want to enter these markets, so we become the source through which they can actually start and enter the Tier 1 city, because when it comes to consumer market, there is still a lot of scope for them to get the numbers, because still consumers are a very small percentage of EV buyers. The major quantum of EV vehicles that is being bought is again in the B2B sector only. So we become the major clients for these companies to set up. So in the coming years, definitely a lot of companies would come together to set up these ecosystem in these cities.
Okay. Now, because early stage funding of Tier 2 and 3 startups is also considered to be a low-hanging fruit, what will happen when these enterprises may require additional rounds of funding? How will their performance be assessed to see whether they deserve bigger checks and valuations?
First of all, when we say next round and then the next checks, I think the matrices are changing almost every 12 to 18 months. We have been listening to growth, then we start listening to profitability, you start listening to unit economics. So the KPI keeps changing with the scenario, possibly both with respect to macro and microeconomics. When I compare a Tier 1 versus Tier 2, I think while the parameter remains, it's the founder and the resilience that wins hands down. I think they are more hands-on in their approach. They are more associated to the real problem that's on the ground. They're very frugal in general. They have their own space. They don't need a rental space. They're just on the fun fact side. I think the most money that somebody is making in Bangalore is actually the person who's giving place on rent rather than a startup or a founder. So I think these people run on a long tail. They will keep needing money and the matrices keep changing. For me, with my background, profitability beats everything else every time. There is no parallel to that anytime you do that. So I think, yes, the performance will be assessed on those parameters. If you have to ask me, high profit, low CAC, and large sustenance on the same money remains the upbeat parameters every time in any season.
All right. Now, Tejas, both the Government of India and most state governments have taken steps to encourage and nurture Tier 2 and 3 startups as well. What role do you think have these measures played in ensuring that these startups flourish?
See, I believe that it has to be driven at a macro level for all of us to, sort of have the correct policies in place, even if we look at the foreign money to come into the country, where in terms of investment or various other resources, government is at the forefront of it. And a lot of policies from both macro, specifically at the national level, and let's say at the state level where we come from MP, a lot of things have shaped up in the last, 2-3 years. Just if you take an example of MP, there is for the first time a startup policy has been adopted in the state, which comes with a lot of benefits, like even rental benefits, where you have, let's say, you can sort of share your rental expenses along with the government if you apply for the schemes. There are so many loans that initially make it, sort of accessibility better to credit, and then you start building from there. In fact, the local MPs and the local whatever interactions we have had with the local government in the last 1 to 2 years, so many initiatives I have been a participant of, like top 25 startups of the state and top 10, startups of the city. All of this basically eventually goes back and nurtures many more people other than, let's say, the 15 startups that may exist at this point in time. But at least that ecosystem is being created from the scratch with a lot of efforts from the center and eventually the state governments, which gives us the push, which gives us youth the push to that, you can sort of look beyond what it is than your regular 9 to 6s and start thinking, maybe building up from scratch and build the right solutions. So it may be invisible. It may be not, that you see that that a lot translates into reality, but we must give where the due credit is that a lot of policies from both center and states, and different states have taken their different stances, but both, it's a joint effort between center and state, which has led to where all we are today, and it's yielding some good results for all of us along with our own efforts.
Wonderful. Now, Pragya, apart from funding, what other challenges do you see that lie ahead for Tier 2 and 3 startups, and how could they be tackled?
So funding is one of it, but apart from that, operations are something that's a very difficult challenge when it comes to Tier 2, Tier 1 cities, because as I mentioned, when there is no infrastructure, the operation becomes yet more difficult because you have to set up all things by yourself. You are the pioneer in the industry, you have to get all other ancillary industry to create the ecosystem. So there are a lot of challenges. Just to mention, when we just started this company in September 21, we took almost 6 months to convince Big Basket that yes, coming from Tier 2 cities, we would be able to provide that kind of service. Compared to the petrol drivers, we would be able to service to your clients, because when it comes to us, we are their delivery partners. We have to reach their clients, so we have to be on time. It is Big Basket which is visible at front. We are just their delivery partners. So It took almost 1 year to convince Flipkart to start working with us. So when it comes to cities like Surat, Ahmedabad, since we don't have any background, we don't have the ecosystem, companies, the clients, the vendors, be it anyone, it is altogether new community that we are creating when it comes to the riders, to training them how to use their EV vehicles, how to increase the efficiency of these riders. Everything is a step that we have to take, an obstacle that we have to cross to go to the next step. So definitely yes, but this has actually become our mode, because it is not very easy for others to set up the same company that we have been building up. Because when you see the similar companies that come from tier 1 cities or from metros, if I say, since there are a lot of facilities available, the charging points and everything, the riders are somewhere very easily, they are acceptable to using the EV vehicles, because they know there are swap stations, there are charge stations. But when it comes to us, there are no swapping stations. The riders need to be trained how they have to come back to the hub, swap the vehicles, use the batteries. So yet there were difficulties, but we assume that just because this was difficult, this became our USP, and that is what has got us over here. We have been fortunate enough to close our current second round. So this is what has been able to create an impact in the VC market as well, that yes, this business is something that we can scale, we can build, because we have created a mode for ourselves.
And if I could again come to you, Vikas, and just ask you in terms of what are your thoughts on the challenges that lie ahead. Do you think talent could be one, because of the kind of proliferation that we're seeing? We need, if we have that kind of an entrepreneurial spirit in the country, then there should be people who are employable in those tech-based enterprises as well.
One is obviously talent, apart from the items which Pragya mentioned, which relate to a lot of operations, which is definitely a problem. Other thing, apart from funding, I think is a lot to do with networking. The business don't run only with the money, they also run the network and the business that you can generate, which is much more viable in tier 1 cities and the top as you go down, including the connects. So yes, operation, talent and networking, all three are pillars which drop as you go down the cities and need a lot of effort to build scale up.
Okay, let's hope that the ecosystem evolves further for tier 2 and 3 as well, where these problems are also surmounted, and we have more and more startups popping up in all corners of the country. Thank you so much for joining us today and talking about this particular subject. That's all we have for the moment in this edition of India Ideas. Do keep joining us every week on Thursday at 8 p.m. IST for all the latest updates related to the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem in India. And for all the latest updates, keep watching DD India.
भारतीय संस्कृति ने हमेशा हमें बड़ों का सम्मान करना सिखाया है। भारत सरकार भी वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए लगातार नई से नई सेवाएं और अवसर ला रही है। इसी कड़ी में निवेशक शिक्षा और संरक्षण कोष ने 75 वर्ष एवं उससे अधिक उम्र वाले सभी निवेशकों के लिए स्पेशल सेवा की शुरुआत की है। IEPF समय समय पर देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से SMS सर्विस द्वारा, अखबारों में संदेश देकर, अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स पर एवं टीवी और रेडियो के माध्यम से वरिष्ठ नागरिकों को सही निवेश और फ्रॉड स्कीम से अपना धन बचाने की जानकारी दे रहा है। इसके अलावा उनकी सुविधा के लिए निवेश की सही जानकारी और क्लेम का स्टेटस जानने के लिए एक ऐप भी लॉन्च किया है।
क्या कर रहे हो पापा?
कुछ नहीं, ऐसे ही छोटा सा काम कर रहा हूँ।
कौन सा काम पापा?
मेरे कुछ शेयर सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं, उनका क्लेम लेना है, तो उन्हीं का फॉर्म भर रहा हूँ।
लेकिन पापा, क्या इसके लिए फिजिकल डॉक्यूमेंट भी जमा करने होंगे?
किस जमाने में जी रहे हो बेटा? ये डिजिटल इंडिया है, सब काम ऑनलाइन होता है। और अपना इन्वेस्टर एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी भी डिजिटल हो गया है। और यही नहीं, 75 वर्ष के सभी निवेशकों के लिए एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी जारी किया गया है, जिससे घर बैठे बैठे आप अपने क्लेम का फॉर्म आसानी से भर सकते हैं।
दादाजी, क्या मैं भी आपके साथ कर लूं?
हो गया।
निवेशक शिक्षित तो निवेश सुरक्षित।
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Less than 100 kilometers from Shillong and a 3-hour drive towards Doki River, travelers now have a chance to experience something unique.
My name is Jason Jaman Lamare. I'm the co-owner of Pioneer Adventure Tours. So when we started, there wasn't even a road to the village. I mean, the road was in a very bad condition. So we came to the village and all that. This is in the month of, I think, October. We came here and we decided to, we just came for a fishing trip. Myself and a few friends, we bought our snorkeling gear as well. That day was when I realized that this place got potential for a lot of adventure spots. But what we wanted to do is we wanted to bring in scuba diving. Till date, a lot of my clients ask me, is it actually possible to scuba dive in Meghalaya, being a hill station? Till the time they come here, then they realize that this place is actually a paradise for scuba diving. Number one is because it's actually freshwater diving. It's not like your normal saltwater diving. By November is when it gets really crystal clear. You can actually see the bottom. And of course, it's the visibility. You can't imagine, like, in some corner of India, we're hardly about 8 kilometers from Bangladesh, you have the cleanest river. That was the highlight. The idea was to pull in clients, selective clients, to come to this area to actually enjoy the area, enjoy meeting the local people, having the local food and all that. And then, camp and then dive. So when we told the village that this is what we're going to do, we're going to bring in initially scuba diving with camping. We're also going to make sure that you guys are going to grow along with us. As time goes by, besides our clientele, the adventurous ones, you're going to have a lot of clients who are coming who just want to come for sightseeing. And this river, Umgat River being one of the most crystal clear rivers all over India, people are going to come and just have a look at the river. So when they come here, it's going to be your duty to see that you take them for boat rides. While we promote ourselves, we are going to promote you. And that is what exactly happened. By bringing in clients, the village has grown. But now there is a problem definitely about the fact that we have to maintain sustainable tourism. Since we are about 4 or 5 divers, what we do in the season is for about a week, we just clean up the whole river as much as we can. We get a lot of junk coming from upstream, mainly plastics. We just clean it up. Then, of course, as the season goes, it's our job to see that this river is clean. We make sure that no one throws plastic. If you probably type Google probably about 8-10 years back, if you type Dauki, it'll show on the map as town, where you export and import coal. Now if you type Dauki or Shanong Padang or Darang or any close village around this area, immediately you'll get it as a tourist destination. Actually, we want to make this area the heart of the adventure destination in Meghalaya.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor. Live from New Delhi, you're watching TT India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh, coming up in the next hour. Counting of votes underway in 4 Indian states. 10 show its advantage BJP in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. BJP takes lead in Indian state of Chhattisgarh, Congress ahead in Telangana. Philippine forces on high alert after bomb kills 4 people, wounds several during a Catholic mass. Euro 2024 draw ceremony held in Hamburg. Germany for a one-month tournament to be held in Munich in June. Counting of votes is underway for assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana. Polling in these states were held last month along with Mizoram. Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, is set to win all three Hindi heartland states where it was in a direct contest with the Congress. In Madhya Pradesh, the ruling BJP is all set for a comeback as it has crossed the halfway mark to form the next government. Currently, it is leading in 166 seats while the Congress is leading on just 62 seats. After what appears to be a resounding victory in Madhya Pradesh Assembly elections, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said people have given their blessing to the double-engine government in the state.
हमने समाज के हर वर्ग के कल्याण के लिए जो योजनाएं बनाई, चाहे वो लाडली बहना योजना हो, मुख्यमंत्री सीखो कमाओ योजना हो या केंद्र की योजनाओं का जो योग्य क्रियान्वयन किया, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम को जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है। मध्य प्रदेश में कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं थी। कांग्रेस के लोग कहते थे एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, और यहाँ तो जनता के प्यार की प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी और भरपूर प्यार आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने लुटाया है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को दोनों हाथ जोड़ के प्रणाम करता हूँ।
On the election results in 4 Indian states, Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh said, rising above caste and religion, people have voted for Prime Minister Modi.
पिछले कई वर्षों से एक के बाद एक मोदी जी ने जो भी नई पहल की, जो भी नया इनिशिएटिव लिया, उसमें वोट की राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके लोगों के विवेक पर छोड़ दिया कि अब आप निर्णय करिए, हम उन तक पहुंचेंगे जिनको हमारी आवश्यकता है, या जहां कोताही रहेगी उसकी पूर्ति करेंगे। चाहे वो उज्ज्वला की योजना थी तो जो जो ज़रूरतमंद हमारी बहन थी उस तक गैस का सिलेंडर पहुंचाई, ये नहीं पूछा कि आपने वोट किसको दिया, ये नहीं पूछा कि आपका धर्म जात मजहब क्या है। इसी तरह शौचालयों का था, सुविधा भी दी, सम्मान भी दिया, सुरक्षा भी थी, स्वच्छता भी दी, स्वास्थ्य भी दिया। और मैं तो कहूँगा कि इस चुनाव से एक बार फिर से प्रमाणित हो गया कि मोदी जी एक वो डोर है, ये नाम जो सारे देश को एक धागे में बांधता है, उत्तर हो के दक्षिण, पूर्व हो के पश्चिम, पूर्वोत्तर हो।
India's Union Minister and BJP party leader Piyush Goyal said people of 4 elections of the state have given their blessings to the Prime Minister.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विश्वास पर, उनकी गारंटी पर भारत के 4 राज्यों की जनता ने फिर एक बार अपना आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है। आप गहराई से देखें तो ये सामान्य विजय नहीं है। मध्य प्रदेश में ऐतिहासिक बढ़त हुई है भाजपा की। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों का विश्वास दिनों दिन बढ़ते जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, ये बात लोगों के जहन में आ गई है।
And DD India correspondent Shrikant Sukumar joins us live from Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. Shrikant, it appears like a landslide victory for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. Help us understand the factors, the issues that helped BJP gain such an edge.
Absolutely, Shivendu. Right now, we would like to tell the viewers that as of now, the official results for 7 assembly seats have been announced. Now, out of these 7 seats, 5 have gone in the BJP's corner. So, what we can safely assume is now the trends are what, it will be translated into the results very soon. Now, coming to the factors which help the BJP win is, it can be a variety of things. The fact that the people, they voted for the double engine government, as they have been saying, the double engine ki sarkar, which has both the central and the state government working in tandem to ensure the developmental goals and work constantly for the welfare of the people. Possibly that is the message which hit home with the people. And as we have been saying earlier, it's the magic of PM Modi along with the organizational skills of the Home Minister, who has been literally camping in the state of Madhya Pradesh for the last couple of months. He has been overseeing the picking of the candidates for the tickets, and he has deputed two central ministers who oversaw the entire campaign. It was the BJP's organizational skills, I believe, which is, it emphasized, the BJP to get a resounding thumping victory in the elections, casting aside all poll predictions. And, there were the exit polls which said, okay, maybe it would be a tight contest, it would be a tight finish. But, all that went out for a toss because it turned into a one-sided match, with the BJP walking home with the honors.
Right. Shrikant, also a win as big as what BJP is moving towards in Madhya Pradesh also calls for celebration and the leader who will finally wear the crown of the chief minister. What are you learning about the final decision of the BJP? Shivraj Singh Chauhan, of course, is saying that it's a double-engine government that got us the votes. But what lies ahead?
Yeah, that's what, the BJP has been, very careful about this fact, that's been a real change this time in this campaign, because usually we have seen when it comes to assembly elections, all parties tend to have a chief ministerial face which they project for the candidates. That's what the Congress did, it kept saying that, it will be a Kamal Nath-led government. But, the BJP was careful not to cast aside a single person as the face. And, it has kept its options open. And they have been, pretty tight-lipped up till now. Even now, maybe by the evening, and all sorts of speculations will be starting, all sorts of names will be thrown. So it would be quite an interesting wait and watch the situation. Everybody's eyes will be now on the BJP to see whom they pick. So that's, BJP has this strategy of, they can put forward new names, or will they go in for tried and tested veterans? So that remains to be seen, Shivendu.
Shrikant, thank you for joining us with those updates. The Minister of Parliamentary Affairs of India, Prahlad Joshi, said people have voted for Bharatiya Janata Party's, people have voted for the BJP's positive commitment and leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
I have already reacted. People have voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party's positive commitment and Prime Minister Modi's leadership, and the very well micromanagement under the guidance of our National President and Amit Shah ji. This has worked out well, and people have rejected overall Congress party almost in the majority of the states. Congress party has always been giving the bogus promises. People have seen it in Karnataka, people have seen it in Himachal Pradesh. So literally they have failed. That's why they have rejected, people have rejected the Congress party. I am very happy, especially as the in charge of Rajasthan. We have won, and we will cross 124 at least.
And reacting to BJP's bumper win in the state elections, India's INB Minister Anurag Singh Thakur hailed Prime Minister Modi's leadership and the double-engine government.
ये जीत खास है क्योंकि मोदी जी पर विश्वास है। लोगों ने कह दिया देश में एक ही गारंटी पर विश्वास है, मोदी की गारंटी चलेगी। और मोदी जी ने भी कहा मेरे लिए कोई जाति नहीं, जाति है तो युवा, महिला, किसान और गरीब, और इन सब के कल्याण के लिए काम करना है, विकास करना है। और गरीब कल्याण ने फिर करके दिखाया मोदी जी ने, जो किया। लोगों ने माना कि डबल इंजन की सरकार जैसे मध्य प्रदेश और देश में थी, उस पर छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान दोनों ने ही जो साथ लगते राज्य थे विश्वास किया कि मध्य प्रदेश में कैसे काम हुआ है। अब मैं ये कहूंगा दुनिया को भारत पर विश्वास है।
In Rajasthan, the BJP is leading in 115 seats, a major setback for the tussle-riddled Congress government, whose alliance has a lead in 70 constituencies. Former Rajasthan Chief Minister and BJP leader Vasundhara Raje has said the victory in Rajasthan Assembly election belongs to the people who have chosen BJP over Congress.
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की
पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है। और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत।
Indeed, India correspondent Vishal Baristo joins us live from Jaipur with the latest developments from Rajasthan. Vishal, we understand Prime Minister Modi led BJP's campaign in Rajasthan across the other assembly elections as well. What does this win mean for the BJP in 2023, this year and next year, 24?
Well, a very good evening to you, Shubhendu. Now, before I answer to your question, let me inform our viewers that Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot would be meeting the Governor of Rajasthan at 5:30 to tender his resignation. So he has accepted the defeat, though the counting is still on. But Congress and Ashok Gehlot knows it very well that they have lost the battle. The presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his repeated rallies and also his back-to-back road shows that started off with Bikaner and then Jaipur and also in Jodhpur, Udaipur was the rally. So these things swung a huge favor for BJP as far as the vote share was concerned, and a lot of stalwarts of Congress, they lost the battle. Bulakidas Kalla, the education minister, lost from Bikaner. CP Joshi, the speaker of the Rajasthan Assembly, lost from Nath Dwara to the heir of Maharana Pratap, I beg your pardon, to the bloodline of Maharana Pratap. And then also Mamata Bhupesh, the Women Child Development Minister, also lost. And this is very unfortunate. Even in Jaipur, Pratap Singh Khachare was another cabinet minister of Ashok Gehlot, lost to a new face, Gopal Sharma, who is a journalist and also was an eveninger in Jaipur. So BJP made progress because of the infighting within the Congress party, and Prime Minister also time and again raised this issue about the infighting between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, and he said that for 4 years they were fighting for the chair, and in the 5th year they came up with all kinds of freebies to misguide the people of the state. So yes, the victory of Rajasthan can solely be attributed to the Prime Minister of the country and also to his presence and his star campaign that was single-handedly led by Prime Minister Modi himself.
Right. Vishal, as you mentioned, infighting in the Congress seems like a big reason for the downfall in Rajasthan. More than one chief ministerial face for the Congress in the run-up to the election. On the other hand, for the BJP, there was no chief ministerial face, Prime Minister Modi leading the campaign. But now a leader will have to take up the reins of the state. Who could it be?
Well, that's $1 million question, and it is not only Rajasthan, let me tell you, it is going to be Chhattisgarh and MP also, because it would only be Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and the National President JP Nadda who would be deciding. But the loss of Congress at the time when the elections are already there, the finals next year, it's going to be a huge challenge for the Congress party that was looking for some kind of revival, looking at the exit polls, and they were predicting a tight contest in Rajasthan and a victory podium for Congress in Chhattisgarh. But beyond that, let me also tell you that when you ask me who's going to be the chief minister of the state, I think eyeing the elections next year, the candidate would be someone who would, satisfy all the caste permutation and combination. So it would not be a big surprise if you have a person who did not even contest the state election and who could be paratrooped from the top, or who could be the choice of the Prime Minister. There are some names already doing the rounds. Arjun Ram Meghwal, who is the Law Minister, he is also from the reserve category. He hails from Bikaner, and he was also in charge for the BJP campaign in Rajasthan. Then you have Mr. Birla, who is the Speaker of Lok Sabha. Then other names are obviously there. Vasundhara Raje is also there because she has been the chief minister for 2 times in Rajasthan. So it is going to be an interesting question to answer, who's going to lead Rajasthan as far as BJP is concerned. But mind you that it is going to be the person who will also have his impact on the upcoming elections, which is general elections next year, because 25 seats are up for grabs in Rajasthan.
There, Vishal, thanks very much for those inputs and joining us from Jaipur. Still to come on DT India News Hour. Bharatiya Janata Party has an edge in the state of Chhattisgarh as well. Congress is leading in Telangana. Investor, smart investor. Turning crisis into opportunity. Transforming ideas into action. Stories of real change. Tales of sustainable solution. This series is going to tell stories of such change makers. Watch Change Makers on DD India. This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Welcome back. You're watching DT India News Hour. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. On election results, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has said people of the country have shown their mood through these election results.
राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़, ये तीनों राज्यों में बहुत अच्छी सफलता मिली है और एक प्रकार से जनता ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे सरकार ने जो नीतियां अपनाई थी उसका एक प्रकार से समर्थन देकर हमें सपोर्ट किया है। इस ऐतिहासिक विजय के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का और हमारे अध्यक्ष जगत प्रसाद नड्डा जी का और विशेष रूप से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं और मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान के सभी पार्टी के पदाधिकारी और कार्यकर्ताओं को भी उनका भी अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं।
In Chhattisgarh, BJP is in a comfortable lead, having raced ahead in 54 seats, while the Congress is leading in 33 seats. To form a government in the 90-member Chhattisgarh Assembly, the winning party has to bag at least 46 seats, a target that the BJP seems to be racing towards with ease. DD India correspondent Ravi Dhiman is joining us live from Raipur. Ravi, a similar strategy seems to have worked throughout the Hindi heartland for the BJP. No chief ministerial face, Prime Minister Modi-led campaign. What happened in Chhattisgarh in the manner in which BJP is racing ahead?
Well, I think Chhattisgarh, there are plenty of factors that might have worked against the Congress and plenty of factors that have worked to favor the BJP in these elections. First of all, there were many allegations of corruption. There were scams which hogged the limelight, dogged the Chief Minister's office in Chhattisgarh. That included a betting app scam, which which was quite made the headlines here in Chhattisgarh and in the national dailies also. There were scams related to coal mining, there were scams related to procurement of cow dung from farmers, and all these scams hogged the limelight consistently over the past many years in Chhattisgarh. Apart from that, it was interesting to compare the manifestos of both the parties. Congress promised a subsidy of 500 rupees for an LPG cylinder to women, but the BJP promised LPG at 500 rupees, making a substantial, further giving some solace to the poor women by giving them cooking gas at only 500 rupees and cushioning the heavy prices of LPG. Other than that, the BJP has also announced an allowance to married women per annum. So all these factors, including making some concessions for students, all these factors have combined to make BJP and the party candidates a potent force in these elections. Apart from that, there's one interesting aspect which I've been saying since morning, is that the women voters have come out in large numbers in these elections. Out of 90 constituencies, in 50 constituencies, the women voters outnumbered the male voters, and that in a sense also shows that women have come out to vote. And perhaps when the figures come out and the detailed analysis is out, we would be able to know for sure whether the women voters coming out in large numbers tilted the scale in the favor of BJP or not. But yes, consistent policies from the center also regarding welfare of the women have been there for past many years, and in these elections the women voters have sort of made their mark, made their presence felt in more than 50% of the assembly constituencies in Chhattisgarh. As far as the leader is concerned, as we have been discussing all through the day, these elections didn't have any face. The BJP put along a united face of the party to the voters, and I think it served two purposes. It not only strengthened the party's base, coming out as a united face, and it also put a lid on the infighting that could have surfaced had any one leader been projected as the chief ministerial candidate.
Ravi, while we're talking about the individual states of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, we also refer to this entire landmass of Hindi heartland for our viewers to understand. How significant is BJP's sweep in this region of the country, and what message does it also send to the Congress, who was hoping for some sort of a revival ahead of the big general elections?
Shubhendu, it sends a huge message. Now BJP, if you see on the political map of India, BJP is ruling Haryana, BJP is ruling UP, BJP is now in power in Rajasthan, next to Delhi, next to Haryana. BJP is now in power in Madhya Pradesh, which is next to Rajasthan, and next to Madhya Pradesh is Chhattisgarh, where it has wrested power from Congress. It is already in power in Gujarat. So if you see a map of northern India or the Hindi heartland, majority of the votes, majority of the Lok Sabha seats, BJP is ruling there. BJP has a chief minister to extend the message of Prime Minister to each and every corner, each and every village. This gives a very potent message politically. As we head to 2024 general polls, BJP has gained momentum from these elections. It has not only maintained to defy anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh, it has wrested two popular states of Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh from the Congress party. It's a huge momentum, it's a huge push to the BJP as it prepares for 2024 elections, and it would do it utmost to maintain this momentum going to 2024. So it's a huge uptick for the BJP politically. As far as Congress is concerned, the bargaining power of the grand old party I think stands diminished after these results. You remember we had witnessed many political scenes running up to the elections, running up to the seat sharing, where the alliance partners of INDIA were kept waiting by the Congress leaders when they went to meet them to finalize seat sharing for Madhya Pradesh. So this sort of bargaining power the Congress will not hold in the next meeting of the alliance partners they will go into that meeting with a less diminished aura of invincibility around them, and that will have an effect on the seats that the Congress might be able to extract for itself in the 2024 elections. That might, result in some rumblings within the alliance, as we say. But we'll have to wait and watch for that. The big takeaway from these elections is, as you pointed out, it's a big win for BJP going to 2024 elections. It's a huge momentum that they have gained, and they would like to hit the ground running when it comes to 2024 polls. Remember, by March first week or at the most second week, we'll have the notification for these elections. So that's not a very far away, scenario.
Yes.
So all the parties immediately now politically will start preparing for these elections, and BJP will have the advantage as it heads to the national hustings.
Right there. Ravi, thanks very much for joining us with those updates from Raipur. Moving on to Telangana, counting trends show Congress crossing the majority mark of 60, while the BRS, the party in power since past 10 years, trailing second at 36 seats. It's followed by the BJP. Let's take a look at other stories making news around the world. US Vice President Kamala Harris departs Dubai on Sunday, a day after committing $3 billion from the US to the Green Climate Fund at the UN COP28 Climate Summit. Biden administration on Saturday also unveiled final rules aimed at cracking down on US oil and gas industry releases of methane. Hundreds of Peruvians take to the streets of Lima on Saturday to demand the ouster of President Dina Boluarte. After reports emerge, the country's Attorney General plans to file a constitutional complaint against her over protester deaths. Protesters accuse both Boluarte and Benavides of corruption and called for justice for protesters who died. The state-owned oil giant PetroChina has said on Saturday its Changqing oil field has discovered a large-scale oil field with geological reserves of over 100 million tons in northwest China's Gansu province. One person died, 11 were missing after flash floods hit near Lake Toba in Indonesia's North Sumatra province. Around 350 people using heavy equipment were carrying out search and rescue efforts, while about 200 people had been evacuated. And return to our special coverage of the assembly election results in India across the 4 states today. DD India correspondent Aisha Khanum is joining us from Hyderabad, Telangana, where Congress has got some respite. Aisha, an important win for the Congress on a day when the BJP has swept the Hindi heartland. Help us understand, what did the contest of Telangana mean?
Well, Subhendu, it is very clear that the voters have, clearly decided their choice between, the southern India and the northern part of India. Now, below Vindhyas, which is the South India, here it looks like it is the Congress which is the first choice of the voters. And here in Telangana, the Congress has emerged as the single largest party and close to forming the government. And this was because of the anti-incumbency factor that ruled against the incumbent Chief Minister KCR. Though he was the Chief Minister for 2 terms, the people of Telangana refused to give him a 3rd term. So he was looking for a hat-trick. But the Congress, on the other hand, has, the Congress used a template that they used in the neighboring state of Karnataka, wherein they announced free guarantees. Now, freebies is one of the main cards that played in favor of Congress in Telangana as such, because this worked well in Karnataka as well. So here, freebies have been the main attraction for the voters during the campaigning. In Telangana, BJP has also emerged. BJP in its own can say that the performance have improved, because the BJP, though we have seen have performed outstanding in the northern states, in the 3 other states, the BJP could only gain lead in double digits in Telangana as such. Remember, BJP had won only 1 seat in the last assembly election, and this time they were leading in 11 seats. So that means the BJP's presence has increased. So BJP will have to work this for the Lok Sabha elections. The BJP is eyeing the Lok Sabha elections, and this is a semi-final for the BJP. So the BJP now knows very clearly where it needs to strengthen the party hold and how it can gain more Lok Sabha seats for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So for Telangana right now, it is the Congress who will form the government, but it is very thin majority still. It will be a cause of concern for Congress, because the bargaining power within the party will increase now. There are several turncoats who joined from BRS to Congress, and these turncoats will demand a very creamy portfolio. So if that is not made, the government could be in trouble. So for the Congress, the challenge has begun. And also the fact that Congress has not named the Chief Minister candidate yet, though Revanth Reddy is the popular face, and going by the success, going by the way he led this Telangana election, it looks like the first choice would be Revanth Reddy. But if the party decides to spring any surprise, it could go against the entire, the victory factor in Telangana as such. So at the moment, it is very clear Congress has consolidated in the southern states of India. That is, Karnataka was one state, and now Telangana. So with this, Congress hopes to, make its fort stronger, in these regions, because in the southern part of India, there are over 135 Lok Sabha seats, which the Congress and the BJP are equally eyeing. So for both the parties, for BJP and the Congress, each southern state is important. So at the moment, the Congress walks off with a consolation of winning in Telangana, but they are confident that this will motivate the workers, and this will also propel a better victory in 2024.
Asha, thank you for joining us with those updates from Hyderabad. Still to come on DT India News Hour. US Vice President Kamala Harris sketches out US vision of the post-conflict Gaza. Philippine forces on high alert after bomb kills 4 people, wounds several others during a Catholic mass. IEPFA, informed investor, empowered investor, smart investor.
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify complex social, political, and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future, because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, informed investor, empowered investor, smart investor. Welcome back. You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Poised to form the government in 3 of the 4 states that went to the polls in November, BJP workers erupted in joy across the country, especially in BJP's Delhi headquarters. And DD India correspondent Dibyendu Mondal joins us live from New Delhi, from the BJP headquarters, I understand. Dibyendu, 3 out of 4 is a great score to end the day with. What is the mood at the headquarters of the BJP?
Well, Shubhendu, since the morning, here people had started to slowly come in, but as the result solidified and it was certain that the BJP is going to form government in 3 of the 4 states, people from across the national capital had started to pour in at the BJP headquarters, from some with dhols, some with bands, and some even with some even with a cycle who had cycled from Rajasthan here to New Delhi at the BJP headquarters. He calls himself a staunch supporter of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he had also told us that he campaigned wide across Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh on his cycle. So, the enthusiasm, the mood here, party spokespersons, senior leaders have erupted in joy here at the national capital once the results started to settle in, and it was certain that the BJP is going to form government in all, in fact, in 3 of the 4 states, and all the 3 in the Hindi heartland. So. Here at the BJP headquarters, the mood is quite vibrant. The dhols were just playing. It just stopped before this broadcast. But, now the preparations are on for welcoming the Prime Minister, the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah, as well as the National President, JP Nadda, who will be addressing the workers that will come here. We are also given to understand that about 10,000 people are expected at the BJP headquarters this evening, amongst which about 60% would be women. We are also given to understand that the BJP leadership would like to thank the women voters from this
I'll just stop you for a moment. There's an important tweet coming in of the Prime Minister, and he says, it's on the screen, "We bow to the Janta Janardhan. The results in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan indicate that people of India are firmly with politics of good governance and development, which the BJP stands for." This is a tweet I'm reading out, sent by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He further says, "I thank the people of these states for their unwavering support and assure them that we will keep working tirelessly for their well-being. A special thanks," he says, "to the hard-working party Karyakartas. Each of them is exemplary. They work tirelessly and highlighted our development agenda among the people." Prime Minister Narendra Modi sending that victory tweet. 3 of the 4 state election results that were expected today, BJP has swept 3 of the states. That's a tweet that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has sent, congratulating the party workers as well as the people who repose their faith in the BJP. Dibyendu was just reading out this tweet by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Landslide victory really in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh, a very, very interesting lead ahead. What is the larger messaging? It was seen as a semi-final to the big general election next year. What does the result today mean for the BJP as well as the Congress, who struggled hard?
Well, Shubhendu, this is perhaps a semi-final, as you rightly called, before the general elections next year. The BJP, which, many had said that was losing popularity in the Hindi heartland, this election result has answered to all those who were critiquing the popularity of the BJP in the Hindi heartland. You see all the 3 states in the Hindi heartland has been swept by the BJP. Even Chhattisgarh, which many ruled out that it could go to the BJP, the BJP made a surprise victory even in Chhattisgarh. What the BJP leaders have been telling us is that, this will instill confidence not only in these particular states where the BJP has won, and also in several other states where BJP is trying to make inroads. For example, the BJP, this will instill confidence in the BJP in West Bengal. Many also say that, the result in Telangana, where the BJP has secured somewhere about 13% of vote share, where the party was virtually non-existent about 5 to 7 years back. So these amount of these kind of vote shares in the states where BJP is trying to make inroads, and this result just before the 2024 elections is, of course, going to boost the morale and the spirit of all the party workers. And having said this, the Congress, which was trying to leverage the alliance, the larger India alliance, here will now come on a back foot because their bargaining power would reduce because they were banking upon the fact that they could win these three, in fact, maybe 3 out of these 4 states, and they could leverage the other smaller parties and other alliance partners in the opposition bloc. But given the result that it got today, the Congress would perhaps be on a back foot today, and many would run to their drawing boards now in the opposition to redraw their strategies, and how the opposition bloc from now on will have to rethink about their strategies about the alliance and about the seat sharing in the next general election, which is due in about March, April next year.
Dibyendu, thank you for joining us with those updates from New Delhi. Moving on to some other stories, Philippine forces were on high alert on Sunday after a bomb killed 4 people, wounded several others during a Catholic mass at a university gymnasium in the south of the country. An attack the authorities call Islamist terrorism. The blast occurred in Marawi, a city besieged by pro-Islamic State militants for 5 months in 2017. Urging calm, Marcos posted on the platform X that he had instructed National Police and the armed forces to ensure the protection and safety of civilians and security of affected and vulnerable communities. Army Major General called the attack in Mindanao State University a terror act. Speaking to the reporters, says explosive disposal experts were deployed. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris on Saturday laid out American objectives for post-conflict situation in Gaza, delivering her remarks at a news conference on the sidelines of the COP28 summit in Dubai. Harris stressed out that once the war ends, the efforts to rebuild should be pursued with a view towards the goal of a 2-state solution in which Israel and Palestinians live in peace.
Further, we have been clear. The Palestinians have a right to dignity and self-determination, and Israelis and Palestinians must enjoy equal measures of prosperity and freedom. They also all deserve a sense of safety and security, and a 2-state solution then remains the best path, we believe, toward a durable peace.
And the BJP has recorded emphatic win in 3 of the 4 states whose results are coming today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has sent out another tweet message. It's on the screen. He says, "My dear sisters and brothers of Telangana, thank you for your support to the BJP. Over the last few years, this support has only been increasing, and this trend will continue in the times to come. Our bond with Telangana is unbreakable. We will keep working for the people. I also appreciate industrious efforts of each and every BJP Karyakarta." Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking directly to the people of Telangana. Interestingly, Telangana is the state that the Congress seems to have wrestled out and taken a lead in. There, Prime Minister Narendra Modi thanking everyone in the state for their participation, particularly the BJP workers in the assembly elections. And that's a tweet by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He speaks directly to the people of Telangana. He says, "My dear sisters and brothers of Telangana, thank you for your support to the BJP. Over the last few years, the support has only been increasing, and this trend will continue in the times to come. Our bond with Telangana is unbreakable. We will keep working for the people. I also appreciate the industrious efforts of each and every BJP Karyakarta." Tweet message sent by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, an important day for the BJP, having scored a win rate of 3 out of 4 states. Interestingly, Telangana is the state that appears to have been won by the Congress, who's maintaining a steady lead there. Other than that, the 3 Hindi heartland states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, BJP has made a remarkable victory march there. Returning to international stories, North Korea's reconnaissance satellite operation office began its mission as a military intelligence organization. The office, organized at the Pyongyang General Control Center of National Aerospace Technology Administration, started to discharge its mission on Saturday. Will report acquired information to the Reconnaissance Bureau at the Army and other major units. North Korea says it successfully launched its first military spy satellite on November 21st, transmitting photos of the White House, the Pentagon, US military bases, and target regions in South Korea. Venezuelans are preparing to cast their votes in a referendum on the country's historical claim over the Essequibo region, an area controlled by neighboring Guyana. The Essequibo is an oil-producing area claimed by both the countries. With today's consultation, the government of Venezuela is trying to take a step forward in the creation of a Venezuelan state within the disputed territory. DD India's Latin American correspondent, Mary Trini Mena, has more details on the story.
The territorial dispute goes back to the late 1800s, when the former British colony Guyana demarcated its territory. Venezuela argued they illegally expanded their border and took land that belonged to Venezuela. Despite the international arbitration that has taken place for over 100 years, Venezuela has continued to claim about 2/3 of modern Guyana as its own. Since then, the territory has been administered by Guyana and claimed by Venezuela. In the referendum, Venezuela is asking their citizens to answer 5 questions concerning the border dispute, including to create a Venezuelan state within the Essequibo region, and also to grant Venezuelan citizenship to the region's residents. Guyana says the referendum poses a threat. The border dispute has gained importance in the last decade after the government of Guyana approved the extraction of oil in the claimed area. The American oil and gas multinational ExxonMobil is in charge of the facilities in the contested region. On Friday, the International Court of Justice ordered Venezuela to refrain from taking any action which would modify the current situation. Guyana has administered the disputed territory for over 100 years, but Venezuela does not recognize the court jurisdiction on the long-standing controversy, saying the judges are biased in favor of Guyana. Brazil, which shares a border with Guyana and Venezuela, has increased its military presence in the area. Maritrini Mena in Caracas, reporting for DD India.
One person was killed, 2 others injured after a man with a previous conviction attacked tourists in central Paris near Eiffel Tower on Saturday. The man attacked a tourist couple with a knife, mortally wounding a German national. He also attacked 2 other people with a hammer before being arrested.
What we know about the assailant is that he is a French, born in France, born in 1997. He is known to the Department of Justice. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison for another conviction. That's the information that I have at the moment, which I am talking about, and that he carried out.
The United Nations Security Council has voted to end its political mission of a few hundred people dedicated to ending the civil war in Sudan. 14 of the Council's 15 members adopted the resolution to terminate the mandate of the UN Integrated Transition Assistance Mission in Sudan. As of Sunday, Russia abstained. DD India's Isaac Lucando gets us more.
The shutdown of the UN mission follows a request from Sudan's acting foreign minister a month ago. UNITAMS is accused of favoring one of 2 feuding political groups in the country, prompting the request. Established in 2020, its role was to support Sudan's democratic transition following the ouster of the country's former president, Omar al-Bashir. The vote to withdraw the mission comes on the back of an ongoing civil war. UN figures show that over 5,000 lives have already been lost, with over 5 million people displaced. Pending the departure of the mission staff, UN Security Council members have stressed that Sudanese authorities take responsibility for their safety. And despite the mission's closure, a UN country team will continue to oversee the distribution of humanitarian and development aid. Nearly half of Sudan's population, about 25 million people, still require assistance. Isaac Lucando in Dar es Salaam, reporting for DD India.
Former US President Donald Trump took aim at President Joe Biden as well as his Republican rivals at a campaign rally in Iowa on Saturday. Trump said he got indicted because he was questioning what he says a crooked election. Trump has repeatedly sought to delay the cases against him until after November 5th, 2024 elections.
I got indicted 4 times because I'm questioning a crooked election, but we're not questioning it. We know the results. We know it. And when we go through courts, if we ever even have to do it, because you have presidential privilege and also we should never have to do that. But if we do, we want to redo the election only from the standpoint, we want that election, we want to look at it very carefully. We have so much information. There was so much corruption in that election.
Gunmen attacked a bus near the town of Chilas in northern Pakistan, killing 8 passengers, injuring at least 15. A spokesperson for the regional government says militants had opened fire on the bus on Saturday evening and the wounded had been taken to a local hospital. The regional government's interior minister told news conference in Gilgit that the gunmen fired at a bus from Hills. No group immediately claimed responsibility for the attack. The motive for the shooting was not clear. Let's now take a look at other stories making news. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, paid floral tributes to first President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, on his birth anniversary at Rashtrapati Bhavan today. Parts of Tamil Nadu continue to witness heavy rainfall in the wake of an alert over cyclone Michang. India Met Department on Sunday upgraded the outlook for the cyclone over the southwest Bay of Bengal. Meanwhile, remaining part of the state might witness thunderstorms and lightning. Several parts of India's capital, New Delhi, shrouded in haze as pollution levels go up. Roads and buildings were shrouded in smog. Air quality index recorded air quality at 223, putting it in the very unhealthy category. Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra was organized in Odisha's district of Kalahandi. People welcomed the awareness vehicle, watched short films. Beneficiaries of the government schemes participated in the Meri Zubani, Meri Kahani program and expressed their experience. You're watching DD India News Hour. Time for all the action from the world of sports. India and Australia will battle it out in the final match of the 5-match T20 series in southern city of Bengaluru. Men in blue have already won the series 3-1. However, Team India would like to carry forward their winning streak. They would like to win the concluding match before the South Africa T20 series that begins on December 10th. With the series already sealed, the Indian management might look to test the bench strength. On the other hand, the relatively inexperienced Australian side will be determined to depart from the Indian shores on a winning note. India has played 6 matches at the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. They won 2 matches, lost 3, 1 game concluded with no result. Host Germany will take on Scotland in the inaugural match of the Euro Championship in 2024 in Munich, while defending champions Italy will be in the same group as Spain. 3-time champions Germany will start the 1-month tournament in Munich on June 14th, with the final on July 14th in Berlin. The draw was held in Hamburg. The hosts qualified automatically and 20 teams advanced through the European qualifiers. 3 teams are still unknown, will come through the playoffs in March. The top 2 in each of the 6 Euro 2024 groups proceed to the round of 16, along with 4 best third-place finishers. Germany will also play Hungary and Switzerland in Group A. Germany manager Julian Nagelsmann said that it's not a group of deaths, but a very strong group.
Well, a good group, not a group of death. There are 2 other groups for that. We can look forward to great matches in Germany. 3 teams that have performed very well, especially Switzerland and Scotland in their qualification games, where they have left some teams behind quite unexpectedly. The opening match against the Scots in Munich will be very emotional for both sides. The Germans and the Scots, with great fans, with a very emotional style of football, deep defense and long passes.
And Real Madrid returned to the top of La Liga with a comfortable 2-0 victory over struggling Granada. Los Blancos started the day in first place but dropped to second for a matter of hours after Girona's earlier 2-1 win over Valencia. Germany midfielder Toni Kroos provided an excellent pass to the setup, Brahim Diaz, for the opener on 26 minutes. The win was secured after 57 minutes when Rodrigo palmed home the rebound after Jude Bellingham's shot was saved. Carlo Ancelotti's side have now won 5 consecutive games in all competitions and are unbeaten at Bernabeu this season, despite missing a host of players including Vinicius Jr., Luka Modric, Eduardo Camavinga through injury. And that's all for this edition of DD India News Hour. Let us know your thoughts on news of the day. You can connect with us on Facebook, X and Instagram. We're also there on YouTube. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. From all of us here in Delhi, thanks for watching DD India News Hour. Namaskar. Is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
यार वो मेरे बचपन का दोस्त है, वो क्यों मुझसे झूठ कहने लगा? वो कह रहा था इस स्कीम में पैसा लगाने पर 6 महीने में 10 के 20,000 हो जाएंगे।
और तूने मान लिया?
ऐसा ऑफर कौन छोड़ता है? 10,000 के 20,000?
एक काम कर, ये ले 100 रुपए, पकड़ना और जाके 10 किलो लड्डू लेके आ।
अबे पागल है क्या? 100 रुपए में 10 किलो लड्डू आते हैं? अबे इसके तो 1 किलो लड्डू भी नहीं आएंगे।
जब इतना जानता है तो ये नहीं जानता कि 6 महीने में 10,000 के 20,000 नहीं होते। समझदारी बढ़ा, लालच नहीं।
लालच में ना आए, समझदारी बढ़ाएं। IEPF अथॉरिटी द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से पहले।
For decades and decades, downtown area of Srinagar has always been symbolic of unrest, turbulence, turmoil, disturbances, and everything that has to do with the disruption.
पहले तो महीने में 20 दिन होता था हड़ताल, अब नहीं होती।
I'm right now standing in the middle of the Jama Masjid market, and this is how weekday here looks like.
जिनको होगा 1-2 करोड़ टर्नओवर है, बिल्कुल कैश टर्नओवर।
बंद क्या बंद? ये दुकान हालात बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, कुछ नहीं होता है।
कश्मीर तो बेनजीर है, हीरा है, दंगा फसाद तो नहीं है।
The making of the Naya Kashmir or New Kashmir.
In a world that never stops, where information shapes our reality, one app stands out, helps you stay ahead of time. Introducing the DD India app, your gateway to a world of news right at your fingertips. Your most trusted source of news goes global, goes digital. Explore a world of options, top stories, live updates, in-depth analysis, and more. Stay informed wherever you are. Real-time alerts keep you ahead of the curve always. The DD India app, connecting you to the world, one story at a time. Download now and explore the world of knowledge, insights, and authentic information. Wherever news breaks, whatever it takes.
Connecting corners, cutting across continents.
Stories that matter from across the globe.
Accurate, authentic journalism that serves you right. From politics to glamour, from sports to world affairs, with a fusion of aesthetics and substance. Introducing news in a new avatar. Experience the world through a new lens. Stay tuned to DD India for an exciting journey beyond borders. This program is sponsored by IEPFA,
Informed investor, empowered investor, smart investor.
Hello and a warm welcome from DD India. I'm Amit Mukherjee and you're watching Connecting the Dots, a show that gets into a deep dive, identifies and connects the dots to get you the big picture of our raging global issue. The extreme weather events around the world in recent months offer a terrifying glimpse of what lies ahead in a rapidly heating world. Now, to limit and prepare for future climate changes, about 200 countries are meeting at Dubai for the 28th Annual United Nations Climate Summit, or the COP28. In this episode, we discuss how extreme climate calamities are affecting our lives and what the world needs to do collectively to tackle these crises. A recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 2023 says about 3.5 billion people, nearly half of humanity, live in areas highly vulnerable to climate change. The World Health Organization data says heat-related deaths among those aged over 65 years have risen by 70% worldwide in 2 decades. Now, only dramatic and dedicated efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius will prevent a future much worse than what we see now. The floods of 2022 displaced 33 million people worldwide. Forecast by the World Bank indicates that without bold and immediate action, climate change could dislodge approximately 216 million people by 2050. Now, as the climate crisis puts huge stress on lives and livelihoods, global food systems struggle to sustain a growing population, and water crisis is compounding the challenges. So as the world community meets in Dubai for the UN Climate Summit COP28, let's take a look at some of the extreme weather events of 2023. Now, 2023 has been a year of massive storms, floods and wildfires. Storm Daniel struck in northeastern coast of Libya in early September. Heavy rainfall triggered by the storm soon led to massive flooding and major dam collapses. The death toll mounted rapidly over the next few days. While over 4,000 were killed, nearly 10,000 went missing. Also, over 40,000 people were displaced. In March this year, Cyclone Freddy killed more than 500 people in Malawi, located in southeastern part of Africa. In May, Cyclone Mocha hit the coastline of Bangladesh and Myanmar, killing hundreds. Heavy rainfall during August-September caused severe floods and landslides across North India, affecting thousands of lives. Heavy rains submerged several Chinese cities this year. On September 7th, Hong Kong experienced its heaviest rainfall in the last 140 years. This caused widespread flooding in Asia's financial hub. Now, while there were excessive rains and floods in some pockets of the world, some parts experienced massive wildfires. These wildfires or forest fires continued to rage across the Mediterranean region in August. From Turkey to Portugal, countries around the Mediterranean saw their highest temperatures in decades as wildfires destroyed thousands of hectares of land. A wildfire on the Spanish island of Tenerife in August forced thousands of people from their homes. More than 12,000 people were evacuated to safe areas. Now, wildfire in Maui in Hawaii devastated the western part of the island, destroying thousands of buildings and killing about 100 people. Now, according to data from the European Union's Climate Change Service, the summer of 2023 was the hottest on record. The 3-month period from June to August surpassed the previous record of 1940. Well above average temperatures was also experienced in Australia, several South American countries, and around much of Antarctica. Death Valley in California hit a daily high of 54 degrees Celsius in July. Not just US, Japan recorded its highest average temperature in 125 years this summer. Japan's weather agency says the average temperature in the country between June and August was higher by 1.76 degrees Celsius. Australia, several South American countries, and much of Antarctica also recorded temperatures well above average. So one thing is for sure, that the Earth is already on a simmering pot. The global warming is now closest to multiple climate tipping points in the Earth system. And the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. It's more like a chain reaction. The warmer Earth's surface is melting glaciers, leading to rise in sea levels. Now, for instance, this beach of southeastern Ivory Coast is depleting rapidly. To stop the erosion, people are barricading the coastline with sandbags. For them, it is a struggle for survival. The rapidly growing population of low-lying coastal areas of West Africa are particularly exposed to sea level rise. Now, this is accelerating globally due to extreme glacier melt and record levels of ocean warming. According to the World Bank report, West Africa's coastal areas generate over 56% of the region's economic activity. These areas host 1/3 of its population. Now, change in the coastal belt's geography are posing a great risk to the population and its economy. Now, the planet has already warmed 1.1 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial era, and scientists warn that it could reach a worst-case scenario of 4 degrees Celsius by the year 2100. If we fail to tackle the cause of climate change, which are primarily emissions. Now, as the world continues to face extreme weather conditions in the backdrop of a global climate summit, or COP28, we take a look at some of the most pertinent questions. What are the effects of climate change on weather? What are the effects of climate change on the environment? What are the effects of climate change on animals? And last but not the least, what are the effects of climate change on humans? Now, also according to the recent IPCC report, rainfall during extreme precipitation events would increase by 7% for each degree Celsius of global warming, increasing dangers of flooding. Now, from the tropics to the poles, climate change is disturbing the ecosystem. Even a seemingly slight shift in temperature can cause cascading effects that damages food chains and the environment too. The effects of climate change are most apparent in the world's coldest regions, the poles. Scientists estimate that due to melting of sea ice and glaciers, as well as the expansion of the volume of warm water, sea levels could rise by 3.61 feet by the end of the century if we fail to curb emissions. The oceans, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, are bearing the brunt of our climate crisis. Also, high absorption of carbon dioxide by the oceans leads to its gradual acidification, which threatens marine life. Now, marine creatures such as coral, oysters, and mussels are most affected, as acidification disrupts the calcification process, which are required to form their shells. Land-based ecosystems, from old-growth forests to savannas to tropical rainforests, are also under stress. Climate change is likely to increase the incidence of pests and pathogens in forests. It is altering the type of vegetation that thrives in a specific area and disrupting the life cycles of wildlife. Thus, a structure of ecosystem is changing and making them less resilient to stress. Now, they can adapt, but there's a limit. Now, half of all animal species in places like the Amazon rainforest and Galapagos Islands are at risk of extinction due to climate change. Many species' behavior, such as mating, feeding, and migration, are closely linked to subtle seasonal variations such as temperature, rainfall levels, and foliage. In some cases, the changes are occurring faster than the species can adapt. And of course, climate change is affecting humanity in a big way. Climate patterns have shaped community structures and habits around the world. As global warming shakes these foundations, it threatens to change the fabric of the society. And of course, climate change is affecting humanity in a big way. Climate patterns have shaped community structures and habits around the world. As global warming shakes these foundations, it threatens to change the fabric of the society. Also, the air quality suffers. Forest fire smoke and ozone smog triggered by warmer weather poses health hazards, particularly for those with diseases like asthma or heart ailments. Also, pathogens like malaria and Zika germs become more virulent, and are active for a longer period of time. And recent studies also indicate that climate change is taking a toll on mental health. Now, to raise awareness on climate change, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has recently visited Chile and Antarctica. Speaking at the UN General Assembly in September this year, Guterres said time was running out to tackle climate change. The UN chief urged policymakers to phase out climate-warming fossil fuels. Also in October, the heads of major oil and gas companies met in United Arab Emirates in an effort to agree on a firm commitment to reducing carbon emissions. COP28 CEO Adnan Amin said the meeting was aimed at motivating major industry players to make decarbonization commitments that will help limit global warming. So as the COP28 is taking place in Dubai, all eyes are on the energy sector and resolution on the compensation for less polluting developing nations. The developing nations, which have been contributing the least to climate change but are suffering the most, are hoping for a fair deal to adopt the green transition measures. So the damage now to the Earth's climate is evident and reaching a point of no return. It's high time now for a decisive and collaborative global action for a sustainable future for all. Now, coming up next is the story of pirates who are once again posing a threat to the global maritime security.
In a world that never stops, where information shapes our reality, one app stands out, helps you stay ahead of time. Introducing the DD India app, your gateway to a world of news right at your fingertips. Your most trusted source of news goes global, goes digital. Explore a world of options, top stories, live updates, in-depth analysis, and more. Stay informed wherever you are. Real-time alerts keep you ahead of the curve always. The DD India app, connecting you to the world, one story at a time. Download now and explore the world of knowledge, insights, and authentic information.
Now the sea pirates are back again, and the global maritime industry is under stress. Due to ongoing conflicts and wars in several pockets of the world, trade and economic activities are already hit. To add to this, the sea pirates have once again surfaced. Now this has put the shipping industry across the globe under severe security threats. Just a few weeks back, a cargo vessel has been hijacked by the armed men of the Houthis. Now, Houthis of Yemen seized a British-owned cargo ship operated by Japanese crew in the southern Red Sea. They said the ship Galaxy Leader was linked to Israel. The Houthis also released a video after seizing the cargo ship Galaxy Leader. The video shows one team of armed Houthis on a speedboat watching and following the cargo ship from a distance, while another team controlling the bridge and crew after boarding the ship from a helicopter. Later, the ship headed towards a direction ordered by the Houthis under the supervision from both air and sea. So what is piracy? In fact, to be more specific, what is maritime piracy? Now, maritime piracy is any illegal act broadly defined as attack and robbery on ships or vessels on the high seas. The act is referred to as piracy when it occurs in the international waters, which is outside the 12 nautical mile jurisdiction of any nation, considered as territorial waters. Robberies and assaults taking place within the 12 nautical mile limit of a country is treated as a crime under the local laws. Now, modern definition of piracy include the acts of boarding a ship or a vessel without permission, extorting money by taking control of the ship, taking the crew or passengers hostage, kidnapping of people on board the ships or vessels for ransom, committing acts of murder, or stealing the cargo being carried by the ship, or a robbery of items on the ship, a sabotage resulting in the ship subsequently sinking, Now, shipwrecking done intentionally to a ship. So the question that arises now, is maritime piracy incidents regarding attacks on ship in transit on the rise? Is it a threat? Now, in a recent report released in October, the ICC's International Maritime Bureau, or IMB, has revealed a rise in reported incidents in the Gulf of Guinea and has also expressed concerns for the Singapore Strait for the period between January to September 2023. Now, the IMB is a specialized department of the International Chamber of Commerce. Its responsibilities are fighting crimes related to maritime trade and transportation, particularly piracy and commercial fraud. Its objective is also to protect the crews of vessels in the international waters. In the report, the IMB noted 99 incidents of piracy and armed robbery against ships in the first 9 months of 2023. An increase from 90 incidents during the same period in 2022. This year, 85 vessels were boarded, attacks were attempted on 9, 3 were hijacked, and 2 were fired upon. Perpetrators successfully boarded 89% of the targeted vessels, with most incidents occurring at night. Even though reported violence towards crew members is among the lowest in 3 decades, the risk to crew remains real, with 69 taken hostage, 14 kidnapped, 8 threatened, 3 injured, and 1 assaulted. Now, over the years, certain sea routes have emerged as red alert zones for vessels. The areas have been regularly reporting attacks by pirates. Now, in the wake of recent geopolitical trends and intelligence, the IMB has advised mariners to be cautious and take precautionary measures. Also, they have advised the vessel crew to follow all recommended guidelines when they are transiting these notified zones, classified as piracy and armed robbery prone areas. These zones are Southeast Asia and Indian subcontinent, West Africa, particularly Gulf of Guinea, East Africa or the Red Sea zone, South and Central America, Caribbean waters, and Eastern Europe. The Southeast Asia and Indian subcontinent zone comprises areas including Bangladesh, particularly Chittagong anchorages, Indonesia, including Jakarta anchorage and surrounding waters, the Malacca Strait, Malaysia, specifically Bandar Penawar, Philippines, including Manila, Singapore Straits, and South China Sea. Though the incidents have dropped in these pockets, the waters remained risky. The West Africa zone, comprising Benin, Cameroon, Gabon, Ghana, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Congo, and Sierra Leone. Pirates and robbers here are often well-armed and violent. In the recent past, they have attacked and hijacked ships and kidnapped crew for ransom. The East Africa Alert region includes Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, Somalia, Arabian Sea, and the Indian Ocean. South and Central America and Caribbean Alert Zone comprises Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Haiti, Mexico, Peru, especially Callao, and Venezuela. Although incidents have dropped, vessels are still reminded to maintain strict anti-piracy watch and measures, especially at anchor. Now, the Eastern Europe Alert Zone currently comprises Ukraine and Russia. The International Maritime Board has issued specific warning for the seas associated with Ukraine and Russia. Though not specifically piracy warning, but the mariners have been advised to stay clear of the area due to the ongoing conflict. In fact, sea mines have been reported in segments of the Black Sea, the IMB has noted. Now, the IMB director Michael Howlett has said there has been an increase in incidents in Gulf of Guinea. And I quote, "The Gulf of Guinea stands as a region of concern with a rise in reported incidents as opposed to the downward trend we have seen in the past 2 years. The IMB sees regional ownership as critical to safeguard shipping and trade and to address these crimes." Now, the reported incidents increased in the Gulf of Guinea in the first 9 months of 2023 from 21 compared to 14 for the same period in 2022. 17 were classified as armed robberies and 4 as piracy, with a mounting concern for crew as 54 were taken hostage, 14 kidnapped, and 2 were injured. Also, the Singapore Strait continues to be an issue of concern, with 33 reported incidents in the first 9 months of 2023 compared to 31 in the same period last year. Overall, 31 vessels were boarded with 5 crew taken hostage and 2 threatened, with 25% of incidents reported in July. In most cases, ship stores or properties were reported stolen. Now, considering the navigational challenges of the Singapore Strait, even low-level opportunistic incidents could potentially increase the risk of safe navigation in these congested waters, the IMB noted in its report. The IMB recorded an increase in the number of incidents in the Indonesian archipelagic region, with 12 incidents reported in 2023 compared to 10 for the same period in 2020 and 7 in 2021. Knives were cited in 5 out of 12 reported incidents. Reports from Callao anchorage in Peru have increased to 13 from 8 in the same period during 2022. With reports of 9 crew taken hostage and 1 member threatened and another assaulted. Since its founding in 1991, IMB's Piracy Reporting Center serves as a crucial 24-hour point of contact to report crimes and piracy and lend support to ships under threat. IMB encourages all shipments and the owners to report all actual, attempted and suspected global piracy and armed robbery incidents to the Piracy Reporting Center as a vital first step to ensuring adequate resources are allocated by authorities to tackle maritime piracy. It recently expressed concern over the risks of late or underreporting of these incidents and commenced local authorities for investigating nearly all reported incidents. IMB Director Michael Howlett said, "We encourage reporting any incident, even low-level opportunistic ones, to local authorities as early as possible to protect seafarers and ensure the safety of regional and international shipping and trade." So what are the effects of piracy threats? According to the IMB, piracy causes a loss of about $25 billion a year. The losses are due to slowdown in activities due to threats and security risks, lack of manpower due to threats, hike in insurance premium again due to threats, and burden due to theft, ransom and extortions. Also, in the wake of increased threats to ocean liners and vessels due to conflicts in the Middle East and Europe, the luxury cruise industry and the tourism sectors have been hit.
Especially in our bookings originating from the United States, a significant portion, around 30 to 40%, experienced cancellations due to security concerns or not feeling safe. Particularly for overseas countries, they're not traveling to Turkey alone. They're traveling to Turkey, Egypt, Israel, in what we call a combination style of travel.
Turkey's tourism hotspot Antalya had seen a surge in Israeli tourists in 2022. Some hotel operators there have expressed concern with the decline of Israeli tourists to Turkey as well because of the ongoing conflict. Meanwhile, many cruise liners that were headed to Israel ports when the conflict broke out diverted their routes to Turkey, creating an uptick in volume for their cruise industry. But some experts say the benefits would be short-lived. Turkey is often marketed as a part of a group of Middle East countries that are usually combined for cruise tour packages with Israel. Now, the phenomena is not new, as the pirates have been raiding the high seas and maritime assets over centuries. It appears that the word pirate or pirato was first used in about 140 BC by the Roman historian Polybius. The Greek historian Plutarch, writing about 100 AD, gave the oldest clear definition of piracy. He described pirates as those who attack without legal authority not only ships but also maritime cities. Over the years, pirates used different kinds of ships to loot, capture and plunder their targets. They were not bought or sold as pirate ships, but they were stolen and conditioned for the purpose of piracy. Now, the basic design was to create more space for a larger crew and cannons by removing cables and changing the sail arrangements. Now, what were the different types of pirate vessels? Slops were the most common choice during the golden age of pirates between the 16th and the 17th century, sailing around the Caribbean and crossing the Atlantic. The two-masted schooner were another favorite of the Caribbean pirates, fast, easy to maneuver, and enjoyed a large capacity for guns and cannons. Now, brigantines were shallow draft boats popular in the Mediterranean. Quick to steer and agile, these had oars, to beat the wind, had great firepower and cargo hold. The square-rigged pirate ships were identified by their large square sails and 3 masts. Not very agile, but spacious, commonly depicted in pirate movies. The Dutch fluids, these ships were perfectly designed for carrying large amounts of cargo, flat-bottomed, wide and strong, not very swift, and weighed over 300 tons. Pirates would have plenty of space to customize them with cannons and guns. Now, Galleon was a Spanish design which combined the need to carry cargo and be able to defend itself at the same time with cannons. With over 200 crew capacity and more than 70 cannons and guns, it provided to be the best asset for pirates. Now, pirates over the centuries and years have evolved. From attacking on slops and galleons armed with swords and cannons, they are now sophisticated. They come in even choppers and speedboats. They use a great deal of technology. Modern piracy episodes have involved the use of mobile phones, sat phones, GPS, automatic weapons like Kalashnikovs, and also the use sonar systems, modern speedboats, shotguns, pistols, mounted machine guns, and even RPGs and grenade launchers are common among modern days sea pirate and attackers. One of the biggest incidents of maritime attacks of recent times was executed by the Somali pirates. The highest ransom on record was $13.5 million, about 8.3 million pounds then, paid in April 2011 to Somali pirates for the release of the Greek-flagged Irene SL, a very large crude carrier, and her 25-member crew after 58 days of captivity. The vessel was carrying 2 million barrels of oil valued at $200 million from Mina Al Ahmadi in Kuwait to the US Gulf Coast when it was hijacked on 9 February 2011 off the coast of Oman. Now, as the global maritime agencies continue to fight the menace of piracy, new threats are also emerging and posing huge challenge for the shipping sector. Recent one being cyber attacks. In a recent incident, cyber attackers paralyzed the operations of an Australian port operator. The breach due to a cyber attack crippled DP World Australia, one of Australia's largest port operators, which manages about 40% of the goods that flow in and out of Australia. The attack affected its container terminal in Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, and Western Australia's Fremantle. So the challenges the shipping industry is facing are coming from several fields and are on the rise. To deal with them, better cooperation between stakeholders is the key to secure and ensure business prosperity in the high seas. Now that's all in this edition of Connecting the Dots. A big thanks from all of us in the newsroom for watching DD India. Take care, stay safe.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से पहले।
For decades and decades, downtown area of Srinagar has always been symbolic of unrest, turbulence, turmoil, disturbances, and everything that has to do with the disruption.
पहले तो महीने में 20 दिन होता था हड़ताल, अब नहीं होती।
I'm right now standing in the middle of the Jama Masjid market, and this is how weekday here looks like.
दिन को होगा 1-2 करोड़ टर्नओवर है, बिल्कुल कैश टर्नओवर।
बंद क्या बंद? ये दुकान हालात बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, कुछ नहीं होता है।
कश्मीर तो बेनजीर है, हीरा है, दंगा फसाद तो नहीं है।
The making of the Naya Kashmir or New Kashmir.
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify complex social, political and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Namaskar, welcome back to Media Scan, your weekend dose of headlines, controversies and perspectives. Viewers, Operation Zindagi, which not only helped to bring out those trapped workers at the Silkyara tunnel collapse incident, but has ensured that each of them has reached their respective homes safely and in good health, has now become a kind of a copybook example of how to manage a disaster operation in our country. As the Prime Minister has pointed out, this needs to be taught in schools and institutions which study the complex subject of disasters to know how coordination, patience, resilience, and good planning can help surmount the worst of challenges. So, how was this unthinkable achieved? Who better to tell us about the nitty-gritties and what are the lessons that the country, the system, the administration has learned through these entire 17 days of the operation at the Silkyara tunnel is what we are going to discuss in detail today. Who better to tell us about this whole episode than Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Authority, and I'm sure you have been seeing him across those 17 days addressing the media, trying to answer tough questions and giving us an overview of the entire operation. Welcome to Media Scan, sir. So pleased to have you at such a crucial time.
Thank you so much, and Jai Hind to all our listeners and viewers.
Jai Hind, sir, and we'll start with the first question. The first question, before we begin to see the other complexities, sir, what were your first thoughts when you learned that finally the workers are coming out in batches from the collapsed tunnel and all of them seem to be in good health?
Thank you, first of all, for inviting me for this program and a very, very important show. I think the whole nation needs to realize that what kind of an effort had gone into making sure that these 41 workers came out safe and sound. For me personally, and for many of the people who were here or at the site, we were waiting for the 41st worker to come out, be safe, be transported through the excellent medical infrastructure which had been created by the health department of the Uttarakhand government, take them to the AIIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences at Rishikesh, ensure that they are finally absolutely healthy, and then release them. That would be the culmination of the entire operation.
Right.
That was the thought process which I had.
Sir, you mentioned about the cooperation of the medical departments and how they prepared, outside for the time when they would come out. But actually, almost 24 agencies, we are told, were involved, including them at least half a dozen PSUs from various states. And then there were experts who had to be brought here from other countries to give their expertise and professional experience, etc. We have been seeing, sir, for a long time that even a kind of cooperation between two agencies or departments often becomes a cause of trouble. There are issues because of the command structure and other things. How was this really achieved? Bringing so many agencies together to work in tandem and to achieve almost the unthinkable.
Ma'am, what we always consider in disaster management in India today, under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, who is the chairman of the National Disaster Management Authority.
Yes.
It's very simple that the principle followed is this is akin to war. War is one thing in which every department has to come together. Without that, there is no finality. Similarly, disaster management, the basic principle is all of government approach. Everyone has to make a difference and ensure there is a unified effort. So it all starts with leadership. And in this particular case, I think it is the Honorable Prime Minister giving directions to the PMO, the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister who was in charge of the entire thing, making sure that he had a grasp over what the situation was at all times, situation awareness. And through that, he realized that this operation is not something which is going to get over in 6, 8 or 10 hours.
Right.
This is going to elongate. And therefore, we had to build in a very basic principle into this. That is redundancy, which meant you could not follow one approach. You could not give only tasks to one agency. You could not have only one organization. You had to build in redundancy. If something did not work, another system would work. If that did not work, a third one would be there. In other words, plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E, and even plan F in this case. Now, each such plan was the responsibility of some organization. And as we went along, we kept getting the organizations on board and reached out to the rest of the nation to see where are the resources which can be brought to bear here. And you'll be happy to know that from Odisha to Gujarat to Indore, we got resources from everywhere. And all the state governments came on board. You'll be very happy to know that at 3 o'clock in the morning, Deputy Commissioners of Police in Madhya Pradesh, where Deputy Commissioners and Superintendents of Police were awake at night, making sure they're marshalling the resources and creating green corridors for them to move all the way to Uttarakhand. And it was all being driven by the PMO and the different ministries.
You mentioned the Prime Minister particularly, apart from the entire machinery in the PMO. Since this is media scan, we do keep an eye on what is being commented upon and written in the media. And there were certain questions, General, saying that the Prime Minister was too occupied with electioneering and had he, and that is why somewhere the operation may have suffered because the Prime Minister himself and his people were more involved in campaigning. Do you really think this is a fair comment to make?
I think people who do not know the working style of the Honorable Prime Minister, perhaps they don't realize. First of all, he is a person who is capable of multitasking.
Right.
In which he can follow probably 5 tasks at one time. Secondly, he is a master of delegation. Now, if you combine these two principles, if you can at one time yourself be in control by looking at 5 things together and yet give responsibility to the right people, then automatically delivery of results will automatically happen.
So are you saying, sir, that on a real-time basis, he was, updated with what is going on and whatever guidelines were to be given from his side?
Absolutely. I can quote a simple guideline that the moment the 6-inch pipeline was created for the logistics and sustenance of the workers inside, the first direction given by the Honorable Prime Minister was cooked food must go inside.
Yes.
Because they had already been for more than 10 days.
And they were surviving on snacks.
Absolutely, only on gram, chana and good. That's about all. So it was necessary.
And perhaps puffed rice.
Puffed rice, that's right. It was necessary for them to get some cooked food because we were preparing for the long haul. It could have taken us 45 days, it could have taken us 60 days. It was necessary that for that time these workers must survive properly and remain in good health. So I think there was a very timely decision.
So the suggestion that they must be given warm cooked food came straight from the Prime Minister himself.
That was one of the first directions when he came to know that 6-inch pipeline is through. One of the first directions was this.
Very interesting, sir. But sir, we all know, and you have been, you were fielded in front of the media throughout this period, so you know it better than me, that there were questions at various stages, particularly at a time when the auger machine, the blades were caught in the debris and, it was difficult to cut them away and various options had to be examined and explored. So that was really a moment when things seemed not to be really going the right way, isn't it? So was that a really kind of a depressing moment?
Well, yes, I suppose different people respond differently to such situations. And this question has been asked from me in the media by different agencies.
Right.
That was the decision to use the auger the best decision, or should it have been just delegated to the to the miners to go in by hand and do this. And I always have come back and said this was the best decision. Because we had machinery, we had technology, and we had 62 meters to go. We didn't know, we had no prediction about what was the content inside the debris. There could be concrete blocks, there could be pieces of iron, there was the entire steel webbing which had fallen inside. So where was it? Now,
so we may not be exact, but do you have a fair idea with your conversations with the experts, sir, that had we resorted to this old-style rat mining technology from the beginning, how much longer would it have taken to reach the workers?
Well, in this case, if you do a rough calculation, it took about 24 hours to do about 12 meters. But that was because they were fresh and they were only for 24 hours. If this had to be a continuous thing, I would have not given this more than 4 meters a day, 3 to 4 meters a day. And it would have probably carried on for the better part of 10, 12 or 15 days. So I think this was a very good decision. And also an equally good decision that once the auger broke down, it had achieved 47 meters. There was no need to repeat the auger again. It was good to bring the miners at that time, and we had a combination of technology and human
capabilities. But sir, on a forward-looking point, because now that we are past this experience, it is time to reflect on our attitude towards disasters, our handling of disaster management situations. And often I have seen experts, not just in this context, but even in previous contexts, a lot is being written about why the system in India, our administration, our state, the governments, our attitude towards disasters is not exactly what it should be, and we are not up to global standards. How would you respond to these comments?
Maybe perhaps 15 years ago, 10 years ago, if this allegation was made against India, I would have agreed. Today, I think things have changed quite a bit. It may not still be at the optimum level, but we are making huge strides, I can tell you this. For example,
why would you say that?
Yeah, let me give you a prime example.
Sir.
The 13th working group of the G20 was first time adopted, and it is in India's chairmanship that the 13th group was on disaster risk resilience.
Right.
Right? It has never been done. There were 3 meetings of this group, which were held in Gandhinagar, Mumbai, and in Chennai. And we had consensus in that. I'm looking at this from the international level. I'm also saying that in 1999, when the Odisha cyclone came, we had over 10,000 fatalities on the coastline. When the Biparjoy cyclone came only 5 months ago, we had 0 fatalities in Gujarat.
Yes, the entire place had been evacuated.
You see a scientific approach, organization, infrastructure, preparedness, going through the whole cycle of disaster management, preparedness, which includes mitigation also, response capability, build back better, response and then build back better.
And to what would you attribute this change of in preparedness as well as our entire outlook towards such situations?
One of the triggers for this, there's no doubt, was the 2016 Asian Ministerial Conference, in which the Honorable Prime Minister gave out his talk and included what is called the 10-point agenda on disaster risk mitigation or disaster risk resilience, DRR as it's called. And that has become a mantra around the world. Unfortunately, in India, a lot of people do know it. It's there on the NDMA website and places like that. But it has not yet been taught sufficiently in schools and colleges. Lots of progress is going on this at the moment. But if you go through this 10-point agenda, almost every issue of disaster management is comprehensively covered there. The best thing
is there some progress in preparing this curriculum for our students so that they are more sensitized to and prepared for such situations?
Of course, that's a part of knowledge management. And besides that, there is a school curriculum also, which is very much in place to make sure that they are better aware. It's called the School Safety Program. So a lot of districts have extension of this program into their various government schools and other institutions. So a lot is being done, but I think a lot more needs to be done.
I think, sir, even I've been following you for your platforms for a long time now. Even NDMA gives out such awareness, capsules and posts.
In fact, I have spoken with
regularly.
you on this platform here itself. We have spoken of Aapda Ka Samna,
correct,
which is a fantastic program, I think, for people to understand what is disaster management.
And I think it is one of the only show in the country which deals with this complex subject.
Absolutely.
To make people more prepared and sensitized for any
I think
eventuality.
one of the things which is important is that during COVID, most people started realizing the importance of the National Disaster Management Act. Almost everything was, the empowerment of the government was done by bringing into effect the National Disaster Management Act of December 2005. And from there, slowly people started realizing that National Disaster Management Authority, of which I have the proud privilege of being a member, and the chairperson of that is none other than the Honorable Prime Minister, that this is an apex body which is looking after almost every facet of disaster management. And we are the ones who are trying to reach out to people to make them much better aware of this very important subject.
So while we are on the subject of disasters in general, sir, I would also like to know, every important turn in life comes with some lessons. So I am sure we have learned some lessons, not just, in the context of tunnels, but generally about accidents or disasters, which also includes sensitivity towards the ecology. So what would you say are the 1, 2 or 3 major lessons that we and the entire system has been able to learn from these 17 days?
I think the public needs to be aware of this fact that the 10th point in the 10-point program of the Prime Minister is actually on lessons learned. That every disaster, the culmination of every disaster should be with a full analysis, a full understanding, mapping out of all the lessons learned, and then creating the guidelines.
And
for the future.
Have we started that process?
Absolutely, we've already started it.
With regard to Silkyara?
Yes, this morning itself I was on the job doing this. And
perfect.
As you very correctly said, there were over 24 organizations in this, more than 6 public sector organizations in this. All of them are coming on board. This is a system that the NDMA follows. In the next 1 week to 2 weeks, we'll have all the inputs coming in. Then there will be a meeting of this. There'll be an analysis and a full synthesization of all the things which have happened, and then we will draw out the lessons, publicize them, and look for guidelines for the future. We do not have guidelines on tunnel rescue at the moment, but I'm sure with this, in the next couple of weeks, we should be able to come out with it.
Sir, now that you mention it, I am reminded of some news reports before shooting our media scan, and we learned that, there's some SOPs are being drawn out about the construction of tunnels, about the feasibility, etc., and all aspects related to tunnels and their construction and maintenance. Is that correct?
Absolutely. This will be reviewed thoroughly. This always invariably happens after a major disaster of this kind, where you may have the best systems with you, but you always can improve upon them. So the process of analysis will be done. My simple principle that I have been explaining to the media and everyone is that when you have a crash of an aircraft, you do not stop aviation. When you have a ship going down with all the containers or with passengers, you do not stop trade. So similarly, you do not stop tunneling. From Arunachal Pradesh to Ladakh, we have got tunneling going on.
But sir, there are lots of doomsday predictors, who are saying that this should not have been built in the first place.
No, I'm not in agreement.
The responsibility is not with the collapse, it is about the fact that we are undertaking these projects.
You see, scientific pitfalls will take place. Knowledge, man will always keep gaining more and more knowledge. From this, I'm sure lots of lessons, not just of disaster response, but the actual scientific aspects of tunnel construction will emerge from this to make sure that we have absolutely zero. There should be no disasters ever in the future.
Ever.
If you just stop tunneling, what is going to happen to the hill states? What is going to happen to the infrastructure of the hill states? The development that we are looking at of areas, people who are living across mountain ranges.
So stopping work is not an option.
That's not the answer. The answer is better technology. Let's spread the net out. and go around the world. Whoever has got the best technology, let's take it on board. I can give you an example that right in this particular incident, the government of India didn't stop at our own borders. We were looking internationally.
Yes.
We brought in the best experts from abroad. We were constantly in touch online with the experts who did not come in out here. So and besides that, any and everyone who had a suggestion. I can tell you my mobile phone was jammed throughout. Any and everyone who had a suggestion was calling and saying, why don't you try this? Why don't you try this? I think that's the way forward. That's the way forward.
Sir, since you were fielded to deal with the media during this entire operation time, I'm not sure if you had the time. It was a hectic period for you. But there were lots of comments and posts on the social media that we were scanning. And there were a lot of questions about, trying to bring in spirituality into the whole thing and how this is about engineering and ecological balance and why it gives so much thrust on having a temple, and even the experts trying to bow to the gods, trying to say that this is not the way a country with a scientific temper should respond. What are your thoughts on these comments?
We started this discussion between you and me by drawing a parallel of disaster management with war. We are a modern army. I belong to a modern army, retired from it now. I can assure everyone who's listening to us, who's viewing us, that this most modern army also believes in divine intervention. When I go with my troops, I belong to the Garhwal Rifles.
Yes.
And my troops are from the same area, Uttarkashi, Uttarakhand. Deeply religious. When we go into battle, when we go into operations of any kind, we first go to the unit mandir, right? We light a diya. We shout our slogan, our own war cry, Badri Vishal Lal Ki Jai, which is our thing, the personification of Lord Vishnu, right? We do that. We put a tika. When we come back from the operation, we thank God.
And you do not think there is any sort of contradiction or cross purposes here about an army going into battle with invoking the gods?
Not at all.
Or in this case, while handling a disaster situation?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is the most important aspect of it, the ability to combine scientific thought, rationale, along with divine intervention. I think this is the finest synthesis which can come together. Human beings, at the end of it, human beings cannot be treated as machines.
Correct. So this difference between the man and the machine has always to be factored. But sir, I am afraid there were a lot of questions we would have liked to know, more nitty-gritties about the entire operation. But I have to wind up now. We have very little time left. Very quickly, sir, a word on all those 41 workers who came out smiling, after being holed up in a collapsed tunnel for more than 17 days. And the fact that the medical certificates of during their checkup said they were all hale and hearty. What would you like to say to them?
This is a typical depiction. In fact, the issue is actually the hardiness, the resilience and the capability of the Indian rural stock. These are all from Odisha, Bihar, Jharkhand, UP, West Bengal and all these states. Not to say that any other state of India you go and you get the rural stock, they are of the same variety, hardened people. I have seen them working with the Border Roads Organization in Ladakh or in Arunachal Pradesh, etc. They need very little. And that is why I personally, while I was looking after this whole issue, I was advising people that yes, be conscious of this fact that you are dealing with people who are extremely hardy. So while you're trying to hurry up, don't take risk. Don't take risk, because if you have to elongate this operation by 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, it's not going to affect the people inside. They are so hardened. They are getting their meals now after 10 days. They were getting cooked meals based on the Prime Minister's orders. So they will just come out smiling. They will come out absolutely hale and hearty.
And I think that is exactly what amazed all of us, sir, when the first batch of workers came out of the trapped tunnel and we saw them walking out so well and so fit they were looking. It was impossible to think that they had been holed up in a place for 17 days in such challenging conditions. But on that note, General, I am afraid we'll have to put a stop to this conversation. We've learnt a lot despite so much of carpet coverage. We've still managed to get a few very interesting snippets and information from you. We hope we'll come out with those SOPs and lessons, as you said, very soon.
That assurance
so
I
that
give you.
there will never be any more Silkyara in future and development will have a chance. Thank you very much, sir, for finding the time to come to our studios.
Thank you.
And
Jai
discuss
Hind
all
to
these
everyone.
issues on Media Scan. Jai Hind. The nation was hooked to what is happening in Silkyara for more than 17 days. Now that all those trap workers are hale and hearty and they have reached homes to join their families, it is time to speak a word about the resilience, the hardiness, and the healthy attitude, the positivity, the patience of all those workers. At the same time, the nation must remain always grateful to all the agencies who not only buried their egos, but they gave their best in order to make this operation a complete success. Of course, with the able guidance and the real-time leadership that came from the Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister himself. On that note, viewers, we'll be waiting to see what new SOPs come out to ensure that there are no more Silkyaras in future. Until then, it's a wrap-up on Media Scan. Namaskar.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Always welcoming. The vibe of Punjab is larger than life. Warm up to grandeur that's beyond compare. And history that's dotted with tales of bravery. Smiling soul of India, where music, art, cuisine, and culture comes together to create an unforgettable impression. Punjab is all set to win your hearts with its unique and colorful extravaganza.
एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से पहले।
For decades and decades, downtown area of Srinagar has always been symbolic of unrest, turbulence, turmoil, disturbances, and everything that has to do with the disruption.
पहले तो महीने में 20 दिन होता था हड़ताल, अब नहीं होती।
I'm right now standing in the middle of the Jama Masjid market, and this is how weekday here looks like.
दिन को होगा 1-2 करोड़ टर्नओवर है, बिल्कुल कैश टर्नओवर।
बंद क्या बंद? ये दुकान हालात बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, कुछ नहीं होता है।
कश्मीर तो बेनजीर है, हीरा है, दंगा फसाद तो नहीं है।
The making of the Naya Kashmir or New Kashmir.
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
movement that never stops, where information shapes our reality. One app stands out, helps you stay ahead of time. Introducing the DD India app, your gateway to a world of news right at your fingertips. Your most trusted source of news goes global, goes digital. Explore a world of options, top stories, live updates, in-depth analysis, and more. Stay informed wherever you are. Real-time alerts keep you ahead of the curve always. The DD India app, connecting you to the world, one story at a time. Download now and explore the world of knowledge, insights, and authentic information.
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India Live, India's voice to the world. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. Coming up in the next 30 minutes. BJP leads in 3 of 4 states in key assembly polls in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Prime Minister Modi thanks people of these states for their unwavering support. BJP takes the lead in Indian state of Chhattisgarh, Congress ahead in Telangana. And the Philippines forces on high alert after a bomb kills 4 people and injures several during a Catholic mass. Counting of votes is underway for the assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana. Polling in these states was held last month along with Mizoram. The BJP is set to win all 3 Hindi heartland states where it was in a direct contest with the Congress party. In Madhya Pradesh, the ruling BJP is all set for a comeback as it has crossed the halfway mark to form the next government. Currently, it is leading on 166 seats, while the Congress is leading on 62. And after the resounding victory in Madhya Pradesh, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said that people have given their blessings to the double-engine government in the state.
जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है, विकास को जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिला है। हमने समाज के हर वर्ग के कल्याण के लिए जो योजनाएं बनाई, चाहे वो लाडली बहना योजना हो, मुख्यमंत्री सीखो कमाओ योजना हो या केंद्र की योजनाओं का जो योग्य क्रियान्वयन किया, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम को जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है। मध्य प्रदेश में कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं थी। कांग्रेस के लोग कहते थे एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, और यहाँ तो जनता के प्यार की प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी और भरपूर प्यार आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने लुटाया है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को दोनों हाथ जोड़ के प्रणाम करता हूँ।
In Rajasthan, the BJP is leading on 115 seats, a major setback for the tussle-riddled Congress government, whose alliance has a lead in only 70 constituencies. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP is in a comfortable lead, having raced ahead on 54 seats, while the Congress is leading on only 33. To form a government in the 90-member Chhattisgarh Assembly, the winning party has to back at least 46 seats, a target the BJP seems to be racing towards with ease. Now, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has thanked the people of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan for their unwavering support to the BJP in the assembly elections. Prime Minister Modi posted a message on X, and I quote him here: "We bow to the Janata Janardhan. The results in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan indicate that the people of India are firmly with politics of good governance and development, which the BJP stands for. I thank the people of these states for their unwavering support and assure them that we will keep working tirelessly for their well-being. A special thanks to the hard-working party Karyakartas. Each of them is exemplary. They worked tirelessly and highlighted our development agenda among the people, unquote. On the election results in the 4 Indian states, Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh said that rising above caste and religion, people have voted for Prime Minister Modi.
पिछले कई वर्षों से एक के बाद एक मोदी जी ने जो भी नई पहल की, जो भी नया इनिशिएटिव लिया, उसमें वोट की राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके लोगों की विवेक पर छोड़ दिया कि अब आप निर्णय करिए, हम उन तक पहुंचेंगे जिनको हमारी आवश्यकता है, या जहां कोताही रहेगी उसकी पूर्ति करेंगे। चाहे वो उज्ज्वला की योजना थी, तो जो जो ज़रूरतमंद हमारी बहन थी उस तक गैस का सिलेंडर पहुंचा। ये नहीं पूछा कि आपने वोट किसको दिया, ये नहीं पूछा कि आपका धर्म, जात, मजहब क्या है। इसी तरह शौचालयों का था, सुविधा भी दी, सम्मान भी दिया, सुरक्षा भी दी, स्वच्छता भी दी, स्वास्थ्य भी दिया। और मैं तो कहूँगा कि इस चुनाव से एक बार फिर से प्रमाणित हो गया कि मोदी जी एक वो डोर है, ये नाम, जो सारे देश को एक धागे में बांधता है। उत्तर हो के दक्षिण, पूर्व हो के पश्चिम, पूर्व उत्तर हो।
Former Rajasthan Chief Minister and BJP leader Vasundhara Raje said that the victory in Rajasthan Assembly elections belongs to the people who have given the BJP, chosen the BJP over the Congress party.
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है। और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत।
India's Commerce Minister and BJP leader Piyush Goyal said that the people of 4 elections of the state have given their blessings to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विश्वास पर, उनकी गारंटी पर भारत के 4 राज्यों की जनता ने फिर एक बार अपना आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है। आप गहराई से देखें तो ये सामान्य विजय नहीं है। मध्य प्रदेश में ऐतिहासिक बढ़त हुई है भाजपा की। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों का विश्वास दिनों दिन बढ़ते जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, ये बात लोगों के जहन में आ गई है।
The Minister of Parliamentary Affairs of India, Prasar Joshi, said that people have voted for the BJP and people have voted for a positive commitment and the leadership in particular of PM Modi.
I have already reacted. People have voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party's positive commitment and Prime Minister Modi's leadership and very well micromanagement under the guidance of our national president and Amit Shah ji. This has worked out well, and people have rejected overall Congress party in the almost in the majority of the states. Congress party has always been giving the bogus promises. People have seen it in Karnataka, people have seen it in Himachal Pradesh. So literally they have failed. That's why they have rejected, people have rejected the Congress party. I am very happy, especially as the in charge of Rajasthan. We have won and we will cross 124 at least.
Reacting to the BJP's bumper win in the state elections, India's Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Singh Thakur hailed PM Modi's leadership and the double-engine government. Take a listen.
ये जीत खास है क्योंकि मोदी जी पर विश्वास है। लोगों ने कह दिया देश में एक ही गारंटी पर विश्वास है, मोदी की गारंटी चलेगी। और मोदी जी ने भी कहा मेरे लिए कोई जाति नहीं, जाति है तो युवा, महिला, किसान और गरीब, और इन सब के कल्याण के लिए काम करना है, विकास करना है। और गरीब कल्याण ने फिर करके दिखाया। मोदी जी ने जो किया, लोगों ने माना कि डबल इंजन की सरकार जैसे मध्य प्रदेश और देश में थी, उस पर छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान दोनों ने ही जो साथ लगते राज्य थे विश्वास किया कि मध्य प्रदेश में कैसे काम हुआ है। अब मैं ये कहूंगा, दुनिया को भारत पर विश्वास है।
And staying with our top story on assembly election results, more reactions have come in from BJP leaders on BJP's lead in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Minister Smriti Irani said that today's results are a symbol of PM Narendra Modi's magic.
मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता ने जो भरोसा दिखाया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते हम जनता के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखते हैं। बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने डंके की चोट पर कहा कि मोदी मैजिक रंग लाएगा। आज के परिणाम उसी का प्रतीक है।
Another Indian minister, Nitin Gadkari, said that the people of the country have shown their mood through these election results.
राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़, ये तीनों राज्यों में बहुत अच्छी सफलता मिली है और एक प्रकार से जनता ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे सरकार ने जो नीतियां अपनाई थी उसका एक प्रकार से समर्थन देकर हमें सपोर्ट किया है। इस ऐतिहासिक विजय के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का और हमारे अध्यक्ष जगत प्रसाद नड्डा जी का और विशेष रूप से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं और मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान के सभी पार्टी के पदाधिकारी और कार्यकर्ताओं को भी उनका भी अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं।
In Telangana, counting trends show the Congress crossing the majority mark of 60, while the BRS, the party in power since 10 years, trailing second, followed by the BJP. And my colleague Aisha Khanam sent us this report from Hyderabad in Telangana, which saw the Congress party crossing the halfway mark in the assembly election.
The ever-smiling Revanth Reddy is a natural choice for Chief Minister in Telangana. Although the party has not named him as the Chief Minister face during the campaigning, but it is very clear the way he led this entire election campaign and brought back Congress to rule Telangana is one factor that has won the hearts in Telangana state. Although the party will call a CLP and then decide the name of the Chief Minister, and if the party also decides to name any second candidate, this could spoil the party that they are celebrating after this grand victory. At the moment in Telangana, people are rejoicing, the Congress supporters are rejoicing, and those who claim that they had no jobs, they had no employment during the BRS rule, hope their lives will improve and they will have a Telangana of their dreams. With cameraman Venkat, Aisha Khanam, DD India, Hyderabad.
And Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi also reacted to Telangana's electoral result. He took to X, and I quote him here: "My dear sisters and brothers of Telangana, thank you for your support to the BJP. Over the last few years, this support has only been increasing, and this trend will continue in the times to come. Our bond with Telangana is unbreakable, and we will keep working for the people. I also appreciate the industrious efforts of each and every BJP Karyakarta," unquote. Still to come on DD India Live. US Vice President Kamala Harris sketches out US vision of post-conflict Gaza. Philippine forces on high alert after a bomb kills 4 people and injures several others during a Catholic mass. And the Euro 2024 draw ceremony held in Hamburg, Germany for 1-month tournament to be held in Munich in June.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से पहले।
For decades and decades, downtown area of Srinagar has always been symbolic of unrest, turbulence, turmoil, disturbances, and everything that has to do with the disruption.
पहले तो महीने में 20 दिन होता था हड़ताल, अब नहीं होती।
I'm right now standing in the middle of the Jama Masjid market, and this is how weekday here looks like.
दिन को होगा 1-2 करोड़
Turnover.
बिल्कुल कैश टर्नओवर।
बंद क्या बंद? ये दुकान हालात बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, कुछ नहीं होता है।
कश्मीर तो बेनजीर है, हीरा है, दंगा फसाद तो नहीं है।
The making of the Naya Kashmir or New Kashmir.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
You're watching DD India Live. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. Philippine forces were on high alert on Sunday after a bomb killed 4 people and injured several others during a Catholic mass in a university gymnasium in the south of the country, an attack the authorities called Islamist terrorism. The blast took place in Marawi, a city besieged by pro-Islamic State militants for 5 months in the year 2017. Urging calm, Marcos posted on the social media platform X that he had instructed the national police and armed forces to ensure the protection and safety of civilians and the security of affected and vulnerable communities. The Army Major General Gabriel Viray III called the attack at the Mindanao State University a terror act, speaking to reporters as explosive disposal experts were deployed. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris on Saturday laid out American objectives for when the Israel-Hamas conflict ends and stressed that once the war ends, efforts to rebuild should be pursued with a view towards the goal of a two-state solution in which Israel and Palestinians could live in peace.
Further, we have been clear the Palestinians have a right to dignity and self-determination, and Israelis and Palestinians must enjoy equal measures of prosperity and freedom. They also all deserve a sense of safety and security. And a two-state solution then remains the best path, we believe, toward a durable peace.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin deemed it a moral responsibility for Israel to protect civilians.
You see, in this kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responded to U.S. comments on Saturday, saying that Israel was continuing to work in coordination with the U.S. and international organizations to define safe areas for Gaza civilians.
We determine safe areas in Gaza in coordination with international agencies and with our American friends. We determine safe areas to where the population knows it can evacuate. We did it in the north and we will do it elsewhere. And this is important because we have no desire to harm the population. We have a desire to avoid harming the population. We have a very strong desire to hurt Hamas.
North Korea's Reconnaissance Satellite Operation Office began its mission as a military intelligence organization. The office, organized at the Pyongyang General Control Center of the National Aerospace Technology Administration, started to discharge its mission on Saturday, and it will report acquired information to the Reconnaissance Bureau at the Army and other major units. North Korea says it successfully launched its first military spy satellite on 21st November, transmitting photographs of the White House, the Pentagon, U.S. military bases and target regions in South Korea.
It is a beautiful day for launch.
And now take a look at some other stories making news around the world. Hundreds of Peruvians took to the streets of Lima on Saturday to demand the ouster of President Dina Boluarte after reports emerged the country's Attorney General plans to file a constitutional complaint against her over protester deaths. Protesters accused both Boluarte and Benavides of corruption and called for justice for protesters who died. The state-owned oil giant PetroChina said on Saturday its Changqing oil field has discovered a large-scale oil field with geological reserves of more than 100 million tons in northwestern China's Gansu province. One person died and 11 were missing after flash floods hit near Lake Toba in Indonesia's North Sumatra province. Around 350 people using heavy equipment were carrying out search and rescue efforts, while about 200 people had been evacuated. Venezuelans are preparing to cast their vote in a referendum on the country's historical claim over the Essequibo region, an area controlled by neighboring Guyana. The Essequibo is an oil-producing area claimed by both countries. With today's consultation, the government of Venezuela is trying to take a step forward in the creation of a Venezuelan state within the disputed territory. DD India's Latin American correspondent Mary Trini Mina has more details from Caracas.
The territorial dispute goes back to the late 1800s when the former British colony Guyana demarcated its territory. Venezuela argued they illegally expanded their border and took land that belonged to Venezuela. Despite the international arbitration that has taken place for over 100 years, Venezuela has continued to claim about 2/3 of modern Guyana as its own. Since then, the territory has been administered by Guyana and claimed by Venezuela. In the referendum, Venezuela is asking their citizens to answer 5 questions concerning the border dispute, including to create a Venezuelan state within the Essequibo region and also to grant Venezuelan citizenship to the region's residents. Guyana says the referendum poses a threat. The border dispute has gained importance in the last decade after the government of Guyana approved the extraction of oil in the claimed area. The American oil and gas multinational ExxonMobil is in charge of the facilities in the contested region. On Friday, the International Court of Justice ordered Venezuela to refrain from taking any action which would modify the current situation. Guyana has administered the disputed territory for over 100 years, but Venezuela does not recognize the court jurisdiction on the long-standing controversy, saying the judges are biased in favor of Guyana. Brazil, which shares a border with Guyana and Venezuela, has increased its military presence in the area. Mary Trini Mina in Caracas, reporting for DD India.
An art and craft workshop on the International Day of Persons with Disabilities was organized at the National Gallery of Modern Art in New Delhi on Sunday. The event saw attendance of about 100 specially abled children who tried their hand at drawing and painting. It was supported by the Ministry of Culture, now Special Olympics Bharat, and the National Gallery of Modern Art. Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs Kaushal Kishore, Chairperson of Special Olympics Bharat Dr. Mallika Nadda, and para-athletes encouraged the young participants at the event. Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra was organized in India's Himachal Pradesh. Senior BJP leader and a former Assembly Speaker Vipin Singh Parmar inaugurated the event. People welcomed the awareness vehicle and watched short films. And now take a look at some other stories making news today. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, paid floral tributes to the first president of the country, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, on his birth anniversary at Rashtrapati Bhavan today. Parts of Tamil Nadu continue to witness heavy rainfall in the wake of an alert over Cyclone Michong. The India Meteorological Department on Sunday upgraded the outlook for Cyclone Michong over the southwest Bay of Bengal. Meanwhile, the remaining part of the state might witness thunderstorms and lightning. Several parts of India's capital, New Delhi, shrouded in haze as pollution levels went up. Roads and buildings were shrouded in smog. The air quality index recorded the air quality at 223, putting it in the very unhealthy category. Host Germany will take on Scotland in the inaugural match of the Euro Championship in 2024 in Munich, while defending champions Italy will be in the same group as Spain. 3 times champions Germany will start the one-month tournament in Munich on 14th June, with the final to be played on 14th July in Berlin. The draw was held in Hamburg. The hosts qualified automatically and 20 teams advanced through the European qualifiers. 3 teams are still not known and will come through the playoffs in the month of March. The top 2 in each of the 6 Euro 2024 groups proceed to the round of 16, along with the 4 best third-placed finishers. Germany will also play Hungary, who came through the qualifying campaign unbeaten, and Switzerland in Group A. Germany manager Julian Nagelsmann said that it's not a group of death, but a very strong group.
Well, a good group, not a group of death. There are 2 other groups for that. We can look forward to great matches in Germany. 3 teams that have performed very well, especially Switzerland and Scotland in their qualification games, where they have left some teams behind quite unexpectedly. The opening match against the Scots in Munich will be very emotional for both sides. The Germans and the Scots, with great fans, with a very emotional style of football, deep defense and long passes.
India and Australia will battle it out in the final match of the 5-match T20 series in the southern city of Bengaluru on Sunday. The men in blue have already won the series 3-1, but Team India would like to carry forward their winning streak. They'd like to win the concluding match before the South Africa T20I series that begins on the 10th of December. With the series already sealed, the Indian management might look to test the bench strength. On the other hand, the relatively inexperienced Australian side will be determined to depart the Indian shores on a winning note. India has played 6 matches at the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. They won 2 matches and lost 3, while 1 game concluded with no result. And that's all we have for you in this edition of DD India Live. But let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. You can connect with us on Facebook, X and Instagram. You can also check out our website, ddindia.co.in. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. From all of us here in New Delhi, thanks for watching DD India Live.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
We just don't bring you the news as it unfolds. We get to the heart of the matter.
We don't just present facts. We demystify complex social, political, and economic events.
We break stories that shape the world's present and future because you deserve the truth.
I am Tanvi Taneja from New Delhi.
I'm Ollie Barrett from London.
I'm Nick Harper from Washington, D.C.
Join us on DD India Global Monday to Friday at these times.
Welcome to a happy place. To nature's warm embrace. Witness the power of faith. Fruits of hard work and protectors of Mother Earth. Unique in every way. Discover something new every day. A small state with big ambitions and a bigger heart. Mizoram welcomes to love, laughter and celebrations.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Namaskar and thank you for joining us here on our weekly program on geoeconomics. Today we'll put into context the election of Javier Milei as Argentina's president. The country, which has been in an economic crisis, has abandoned its left-wing history and has put in office a president who's promising shock therapy on the economy. Among his chainsaw policies are plans to abolish the central bank, dollarize the economy and significantly cut government spending. These policies risk losing economic autonomy, but they also open the economy to free market forces. To discuss the pros and cons of such a plan, we have with us two eminent guests. Let me introduce you to them. Dr. Suranjali Tandon is an economist with the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, and she's an expert on international finance. And Dr. Aprajita Kashyap teaches Latin American Studies at the Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi and is an expert on Latin America. Thanks very much, ladies, for being with us. Dr. Tandon, can a country the size of Argentina just decide to close down its central bank and depend on an outside currency?
That's a good question, Mark. Actually, Argentina struggled with its own currency for a long time now. If you would say that there's been a de facto deal.
Oh, right. We seem to be having a little problem with your connection, Dr. Tandon. So, go ahead, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, so just saying that it's difficult move for any country to get rid of the central bank. It would require hard choices on what would be the the effect on the economy. But as I've already mentioned, that there has been some degree of dollarization already with people in the country hoarding dollars as well as using that for specific transactions.
Yes, indeed. So the people have already started abandoning the peso for the dollar. But Dr. Kashyap, what power would dollarizing give the U.S., over the Argentinian economy? Wouldn't the U.S. seem to have some undue influence then?
Yeah, Mark, you're right. Argentina will lose control over its monetary and fiscal policies. But having said that, the people in Argentina have already switched their money holdings from peso to dollar. Therefore, the fiscal cost of dollarization would be lesser, relatively low. And this is not the first time that Argentina has started pegging its currency to dollar, because they did this experiment earlier in 1991. Okay. So losing itself to United States would not be a question. But, in the political game, Javier Milei seems closer to, say, Trump, and he's already made a visit. He's visited Washington. So in that sense, he's trying to come closer to United States. Therefore, that's an obvious choice.
Okay, so, he seems to be influenced by the policies of liberal policies, the free market economy. But Dr. Tandon, is this a short-term measure, or would it have a long-term long-term implications? Has dollarization, for instance, helped other countries like Ecuador or Lebanon, which have tried it out?
No, so Mark, if the country does decide to dollarize its way out of the current problems that it has, it's definitely going to have a long-term repercussion. It does in any country. But the success of it will vary because it's not just a package that you move to a currency and it gives you stability. Now, even if you look at the experiences of countries like Greece, which sort of accepted the euro as their currency, the inherent instability or the fragility has to be dealt with. And I think unless Argentina addresses some of those concerns, moving to the dollar does not really, solve all the problems. And even in Ecuador's case, it was a full package of changes that were braced, which brought about the stability that we compare or refer to.
Okay, Dr. Kashyap, many of the Caribbean countries, they've pegged their currencies to the US dollar. So this has resulted in some form of stability in that region. But is that even possible for the Argentinian currency at this time, which is, at around 357 pesos to the dollar? Can it be pegged at this kind of, at this late stage?
I'm not an economist, but all I can say is that the dollar is at its best, and this is, actually the right time for Argentina to peg its currency or adopt dollarization. So it has it has certain positive connotation because it's going to solve the inflation problem. But as I said earlier, Argentina will lose control on its monetary policy. So this currency is not something new which Argentina is trying. Interestingly, in this election, there were 3 candidates, and in the first round, and Sergio Massa, he had full faith in peso, so he wanted to make peso strong. There was a lady, Patricia Bullrich, who said she will have a dual economy. That means dollar and peso economy, which would be the ideal situation. So Milei, having announced it in the election, but once he goes to implement it, there are going to be practical difficulties.
Indeed. Dr. Tandon, would you like to comment on the question of pegging the currency? I mean, we've seen that in the Caribbean countries, they've pegged it. Does that create, pegging is not, of course, dollarization. It's just like keeping a value which is relatively fixed to the dollar. We can't see that happening with the peso, especially with the policies of the leftist policies that have been followed over a period of time.
So it's difficult because once you start pegging the currency, Mark, you have to be aware of the internal adjustments within the economy that will have to kick in to stabilize that value at the level that you choose. And Argentina's anyway had its fair share of high rate of inflation. Even if you look at their exchange rates, they have multiple exchange rates that operate within the economy. So where or which particular exchange rate will they pick as pegging it to, at what level? And then, of course, the big question is what do you do with monetary policy? So what will happen to interest rates? Whether governments will be able to follow expansionary policy to deal with the internal adjustment process, which in case would kick in the case of pegging of the currency. All of those, I think, are questions that can only be answered if it's implemented. But I would say it's a note of caution on first pegging the currency and second also moving to another currency, which is the dollar.
Okay, Dr. Tandon, the IMF says that inflation is largely the result of the government monetizing the fiscal deficit. So Milei's spending less is part of his plan to bring bring about some sort of fiscal consolidation. How effective is this going to be? Because at a time like this, actually, the country requires the government to step in and spend on infrastructure networks, to keep demand. It's, a classical Keynesian problem.
Yeah, it's a catch-22, Mark. So if you think about it, they have to rein in their fiscal deficit to be able to control the other macro variables. But at the same time, they need to win the confidence of its people, because even if you look at the current state of affairs, so for example, there are 2 ways to deal with the fiscal deficit. One is, of course, expenditure cut, and the other is rising taxes. And what we've seen, at least in Argentina, is that the rise in taxes has caused some mobility of these taxpayers to other neighboring Latin American countries like the Uruguay. So I think it's a tough call, and I think that it'll have to be calibrated over the next few years. So this whole shock therapy can go either way. But as I would imagine, it's a small step at a time approach that the government will have to follow so as to not choke off the economy while trying to rein in inflation.
Dr. Kashyap, you know, unemployment is officially at about 6.9%, but there's a large informal segment there, and also there are problems between the unions and the government. So when we analyze this vote, it's a vote that implies change. Is that a change in mindset, would you think? Because we're already seeing demonstrations on the streets. People are wanting better jobs, better pay.
Mark, this is not a problem of Argentina per se. Throughout Latin America, because they have been primary product exporting economies, and they have had this problem of investments. So during the 1980s, when they went through a lost decade, they then went in for structural adjustment programs, which were dictated by IMF and World Bank. So since then, because the level of industrialization, therefore the employment is going to remain a problem. And now one thing which I would like to bring in here is, Milei has announced that he's going to cut ties with China. And Chinese investment in Argentina is huge, and especially in infrastructure segments. So the creation of jobs is a lot due to the Chinese projects that have been undertaken. Now, by saying that he's going to do away with Chinese relations, he's going to do away with Brazil, he's going to put off a regional trade grouping, which is called Mercosur. If he's going to say that, then obviously the foreign direct investments are going to dry up. And because the extent of Chinese investment is very large. So if they pull out, that vacuum needs to be filled up, which will take some time. Therefore, this unemployment problem is going to proliferate, according to me.
Okay. Dr. Tandon, Milei has also, you know, I mean, he entered politics just about 5 years ago. Perhaps, I mean, I can ask this question to Dr. Kashyap, since it's more about the politics. He's entered politics about 5 years ago. Would you, you know, consider this a meteoric rise, or Argentina just having limited options?
Okay, very interesting question. He joined politics in 2021. He was a professor in economics. So if we look at both of them, Sergio Massa and Javier Milei, he was the finance minister. So he had training in economics, political training in economics. And Milei had a teaching experience, and he claims that he's an expert in economic restructuring. So having said that, the problem with Argentina was that these were populist governments, and they were just very pragmatic, very innovative. They were taking piecemeal efforts, and they were not able to club or put a cap to inflation. Despite that, in the first round, Sergio Massa wins. He's from the Peronist party. And then people got so frustrated that for them, it was a choice. They had two choices. They either, you know, they choose somebody who's already not able to put a cap on the inflation. He's already failed in clubbing because inflation was 140%.
Yes.
So then the people, out of desperation, let us give chance to a new person. And you know, this is more about hope in despair. So that something radical. That is why people voted for Milei.
So, Dr. Tandon, if we go back to monetary policy, I mean, how does the U.S. monetary policy, and we've seen that there have been a series of tightening measures, impact current countries that are, you know, beginning to start relying on the dollar?
No, so I think, Mark, there's already a degree of reliance on countries that import capital. So, you know, you see when US Fed starts raising rates, other countries see that their rates also go up in tandem.
Right. Right. We seem to be having a bad connection with you, Dr. Tandon. I'll come back to you. But Dr. Kashyap, let me bring you in on another question then. You know, India's G20 presidency had tackled many issues of debt restructuring. Has this not benefited Argentina, a member of the G20, as well as a member of the Global South?
Argentina had its own problems. Now it was going, so let me just give you a little bit of a background. So Argentina is the second largest economy in Latin America. And if we go back a history, Argentina, due to wealth of pampas, it ranked among the top 10 countries in per capita income indicators from late 19th century to the Great Economic Depression. So, if you look at Latin America, it has gone through ups and downs, but has managed to control its inflation. It has managed debt, indebtedness. So Argentina is already aware, but the problem with these countries, Latin American countries, is that they pledge a lot of their budget on social safety nets. So, if they allow, in taxation also, there's a federal primacy in taxes. They want, they distribute the taxes. So, and they will not cut down on the social. And there are, very good examples of social safety programs. And, we in India also have taken them as role models. Like in Brazil, we have Bolsa Familia or Zero Fome program. So these kind of social safety networks, social safety net programs are very expensive. And because we have had Peronist government, which is a populist government,
yes.
So for them to wind up these social safety networks is not an option. And that is why somebody like Milei is saying that he's going to wrap up some of these social safety net programs, but in practicality may quite be difficult. So restructuring has to be in the unique context of Argentina, and lessons from India, of course, they should be learning. They have already, privatized. They have allowed FDIs to come in. It was a success story till last 4 or 5 years. But Argentina again, and one common thing which we see in all the Latin American countries is the level of corruption. So there's a lot of pilferage of funds, and that is why they go through these periodic, dips in economic performances.
Okay, Dr. Tandon, I hope that we've re-established a connection. So you were saying, Dr. Tandon, about the monetary policy of the U.S. and how it impacts other countries. Now, especially after dollarization, these countries will be dependent, and the U.S. is concerned about its own inflation issues and has been tightening for a reasonable period of time now.
Yes, so Mark, as I was saying that, there is some interlinkage between different economies on the monetary policy because of open capital accounts. But where a country just does adopt another currency, there is dependence, because at the end of the day, the supply and of the currency that is being used in the economy is determined elsewhere. And, of course, Argentina is thinking of something more extreme to say that they don't need a central bank. Of course, the autonomy of the central bank is lost when a different currency is used. But this would really tie the hands, even in terms of, whether a government is able to fund during the periods of crisis. So unless Argentina really opens its capital account and there receives large flush of funds into the economy, I don't see how this is going to help them in terms of retaining their autonomy on economic policy.
Okay. Dr. Kashyap, the G20 presidency now shifts to South American continent with Brazil taking over. Argentina, of course, is a neighbor. So do you see, a convergence on economic issues affecting the continent? Because, I mean, the situation is that, after all, this is one of the few free right-wing leaders who's come to power in that place.
It's very interesting because till recently, till this election, we were, when Lula had come to India, he had said that he will rope in the Mercosur as an observer group. Okay. So Mercosur includes Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Now, when Milei has been elected, he has outrightly said that he's going to have no relations with socialist countries. And he includes Cuba, Brazil in those countries. So now with this kind of an antagonism, when he says that he's not ready to have any kind of relationship, to expect that Argentina will help in hosting of the G20 summit, it's very, presumptive at this stage, because we cannot say how his
Well, I was not saying help. I'm not saying that they're going to help in hosting. I'm saying that since the policies of the G20 would affect the whole continent, they would look for some sort of convergence with the countries of South America itself. But since these two countries, the largest countries, are definitely pulling in different directions, is that going to be possible?
It will be very difficult, as I said, because if Sergei Massov was the winner, it would have been possible, but with Millet at the helm, it is going to be difficult because he also has said that he's going to take back Argentina's application for expansion of BRICS. And so that also is not a possibility. Therefore, it will be very, very difficult.
Dr. Tandon, if you have to look at this situation, which I've just raised about Brazil having had a leftist leader, Lula da Silva, back in power, Argentina, has a right-wing leader, and he sees things like climate change as a socialist lie. He's totally against socialism. Do you see, some sort of some serious disruption going to take place in the Latin American countries?
Mark, there's been a bit of a churning within Latin America, as we've seen. It's already been spoken of by the expert. But what I see in terms of climate change, I would mention that we're also seeing shifting of stances across developed countries. And as you may have read or observed, that Argentina is also looking to explore the expansion of fossil fuels within its economy because it wants to be self-reliant. So as I see, in terms of its vision of where the economy is headed, I think climate change might take a backseat in terms of the agenda that needs to be addressed.
Also, Dr. Tandon, there are certain sectors which the Argentine economy are good at. Agro-industry, for one, is supposed to be an area where they have great advantages, comparative advantages. Do you see, possibilities of India working more closely with Argentina under this new administration? They will probably be allowing, foreign investment in.
So, Mark, as we already know, that China has a big presence in Argentina, and there's been already an investment flow there. So I would say that there's enough space that China's already taken within Argentina. In terms of cooperation, I think the biggest items that Argentina exports today are soy and corn. I haven't looked at the trade numbers, but perhaps if there is a demand within the Indian economy, there might be some potential for synergies. But as I say, in terms of India's policy, it is to work within the G20, to work bilaterally with different countries to find a common ground. Insofar as Argentina's own priorities are concerned, I don't see tremendous intersection in terms of India's growth or outward-looking policies, as well as Argentina's immediate priorities.
Dr. Kashyap, so Millet has already been to the United States. He hasn't met the leadership. He hasn't taken office. He's going to take office only on the 10th. So he's met with the administration at certain levels. He's also met with the IMF, and they've talked about various things, restructuring. Perhaps they've had a constructive discussion. That's what we hear. No outcomes as yet. How do you say, how much dependence would Argentina have now on the U.S. model, on institutions within the United States?
I'll just take you back to the 1990s when they started with the neoliberal programs. So during that program, there were at least 3 programs which were administered by the United States. So one was the Washington Consensus, second was the Baker Plan and Brady Plan. These were secretaries of state. So even at the time of the 1990s, when neoliberal reforms were undertaken, US was, intervening in Latin American economy through IMF. So United States is going to have a sizable role. One thing that I would like to say about India, the relationship that you talked about, that in Latin America, there is there's a cyclical process which goes on. So there's a rise of pink tide, there's an ebb of pink tide, then again a rise of the pink tide. So it's a cyclical process. So the left and right, they juggle power. Having said that, I'd like to also point out that despite, Bolsonaro, who was a right-wing president, gives way to Lula, despite our relationship with Brazil has continued. There's a continuum. So with Latin American countries, there's one good thing that India has always done, that it maintains a steady relationship. It is, I think it is the largest partner. India and Argentina are the fourth largest economic partners, trading partners. So it will continue in a positive direction.
Okay, a final word from you, Dr. Tandon.
And of course,
a final word from you, Dr. Tandon, is about Dr. Tandon, it's about the reserves. They don't have enough reserves, and they are talking about dollarization. I mean, you need to have some reserves, right, to be able to dollarize.
No, absolutely correct, Mark. So in order to make that transition, they need the source of the dollars. And I think the key part of the puzzle which has been spoken about is the capital account liberalization. So they need to further open their capital account to be able, to build back, to be able to make that transition.
Okay, we leave it there. Thank you very much, Dr. Suranjali Tandon, economist with the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, and Dr. Aparajita Kashyap, who teaches Latin American Studies at JNU. Thank you very much for enlightening us on this subject. Now, Argentina has comparative advantage in the agro-industry sector, as we were saying. Competitiveness also in manufacturing and services. This has been adversely affected by the protectionist policies. And also Argentina, by all estimates, is contracting this year, mainly because of a drought. It is expected to pick up by around 2.8% in 2024, and this is according to the IMF and the World Bank. So in the natural course itself, it is receding currently, but it has the potential for the future looks bright. Thanks for watching. Namaskar.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
गर फिरदौस बर्रुए ज़मी अस्त हमी अस्तो हमी अस्तो हमी अस्त Jammu and Kashmir, nature's finest works. A land of verdant valleys, pristine lakes, striking autumns, unforgettable majestic beauty. A place of unwavering devotion, wholehearted smiles, and warm hospitality. World famous for its exquisite artistry. Leader in diverse agricultural products. Heartland of winter sports. Jammu and Kashmir is vibrant, diverse, ambitious, future-focused, full of life. Welcome to heaven on earth.
Always welcoming.
the vibe of Punjab is larger than life. Warm up to grandeur that's beyond compare. And history that's dotted with tales of bravery. Smiling soul of India, where music, art, cuisine and culture comes together to create an unforgettable impression. Punjab is all set to win your hearts with its unique and colorful extravaganza.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
Hello and welcome to DD India. I'm Akshay Dongre and you are watching our special program Voice of the Global South, a show that brings to you stories, news, achievements and concerns of a rising aspirational world. So let us begin with today's episode. The truce in the conflict between Israel and Hamas that started after almost 50 days of hostilities could only last a week, as fighting once again erupted between the two. While Israel blamed Hamas for violating the terms of truce, Hamas blamed Israeli government of rejecting offers of extending it. And as the ceasefire ended, along with it ended the hopes of peace between the two warring factions once again. Now, with the renewed hostilities, the region is once again faced with the risks of escalation in fighting and a possibility of a spillover leading to a larger humanitarian crisis.
Rocket sirens blared in southern Israel and Palestinians ran for shelter as fighting resumed after the week-old truce between Israel and Hamas ended. There was no deal in sight to extend it. With the end of truce, the glimmers of hope that the conflict comes to an end also disappeared.
We are in the winter season, and as you can see, our situation is very tragic. We live in a tent with rainwater leaking on us, and the conditions are very harsh. We call on the heads of the state of the world to stand with us to find a permanent ceasefire and stop the war once and for all.
We had no other choice, you know. It's not the war that we choose. We have no other options. We still have 156 hostages in Gaza. Still have babies there. We don't know what the situation is going on there. I don't see any other choice. We don't want this war, but we have to.
Meanwhile, the governments of both sides have accused each other of violating the terms of the truce.
This morning, after a 7-day hostage release pause, having failed to provide a list of more hostages for release, the Hamas army of terror in the Gaza Strip violated the terms of the agreed framework and launched rocket fire at Israeli communities. At 5:43 a.m., Hamas fired the first rocket from Gaza, and that rocket fire has since intensified, with sirens blaring across southern Israel all morning.
Hamas also blamed the Israeli government of rejecting offers of extending the truce. The United Nations, meanwhile, has labeled the resumption of hostilities as catastrophic.
The resumption of hostilities in Gaza is catastrophic.
We urge all parties and states with influence over them to redouble efforts immediately to ensure a ceasefire on humanitarian and human rights grounds.
Now, the risk of spillover of the conflict to a wider region has once again emerged.
We cannot talk about climate change in isolation from the humanitarian tragedies unfolding around us. The massive destruction of war makes the environmental threats of water scarcity and food insecurity even more severe.
The ongoing conflict and the possibility of escalation not only threatens to destabilize the region, but also the supply of basic necessities, which can turn grave, not just for the warring sides, but poses a threat of collateral damage as well.
And amid growing concerns of the devastating effects of climate change, the world leaders have gathered in Dubai to discuss ways to limit global warming for the 28th edition of Conference of Parties, also known as COP28. While various global leaders talked about ways to prevent the damage done to the environment by climate change, India once again echoed the concerns of the Global South, calling the developing and the underdeveloped world a victim, demanding finance and technology to reverse the damages done to the environment.
World's leaders converged in Dubai to combat global warming at 2023 United Nations Climate Change Conference, more commonly referred to as COP28. This was the 28th edition of the COP, which stands for Conference of the Parties, where the parties are the countries that are signatories of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Meanwhile, India once again echoed the concerns of the Global South and called for finance and technologies required for a tangible shift to greener alternatives.
ग्लोबल साउथ के तमाम देशों की क्लाइमेट चेंज में भूमिका बहुत कम रही है, पर क्लाइमेट चेंज के दुष्प्रभाव उन पर कहीं अधिक है। संसाधनों की कमी के बावजूद ये देश क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत ही जरूरी है।
On the first day of the conference, the host UAE's Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology announced that this year's conference will focus on climate finance challenges.
And we see, as you see, that the world has reached a crossroads. I pledge that I will run an inclusive and transparent process, one that encourages free and open discussion between all parties.
On day 2 of COP28 summit, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in his speech, said that burning of fossil fuel must stop and that a reduction in its use would not be enough to stop global warming.
We cannot save a burning planet via fire holes of fossil fuels. We must accelerate a just, equitable transition to renewables. The science is clear. The 1.5-degree limit is only possible if we ultimately stop burning all fossil fuels. Not reduce, not abate, phase out with a clear time frame aligned with 1.5 degrees.
Day 2 of the COP28 Climate Summit began with host country UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan kickstarting the summit by announcing the establishment of $30 billion fund for global climate solutions, specifically designed to bridge the climate finance gap.
I am pleased to announce the establishment of a $30 billion climate fund around the world, which was designed to bridge the climate finance gap and to obtain it at a good cost. The fund also aims at increasing the gathering of the fund and investment of a $250 billion by 2030.
Meanwhile, Britain's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak pledged $2 billion in funding at the United Nations Climate Summit an attempt to bolster green credentials after watering down Britain's measures to reach net zero targets.
We're leading the world in new industries like offshore wind. We're protecting nature at home. So we've got a great story to tell. And I'll be announcing £1.6 billion of funding to help lots of other countries make that transition.
The COP28, which will go on till December 12th, has more than 70,000 delegates from around the globe in a bid to work out a worldwide solution to the pressing climate issues facing the planet and all mankind. However, the key to overcome the challenges will remain the implementation of the decided agenda by the world, especially by those who have historically been the most responsible for the present-day crisis.
And now some good news coming in from Global South. After 17 days of relentless coordinated efforts by multiple rescue agencies in India, 41 construction workers who were trapped in an under-construction tunnel were rescued in India's northern state of Uttarakhand. The operation, which was also being monitored by the Indian Prime Minister, overcame various challenges to bring out all the workers safely, which has become a textbook example on how to conduct such operations in future as well.
Wild celebrations erupted across India as 41 construction workers emerged dazed and smiling from a collapsed tunnel where they had been stuck for the last 17 days. A happy ending to an ordeal that had gripped India and the world, involving a massive rescue operation that overcame several setbacks. Locals, relatives and government officials erupted with joy and set off firecrackers. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was constantly monitoring the rescue operations, said that its success in bringing out the trapped workers safely has been an emotional moment for the country. He also hailed the courage of the workers as an inspiration to others.
सबसे पहले तो मैं सभी आपके और आपके सभी साथियों को बधाई देता हूं। एक सुखरूप हम इतने संकट के बाद भी निकल पाए और मेरे लिए तो बहुत ही खुशी की बात है। मैं शब्दों में वर्णन भी नहीं कर सकता हूं, वरना कुछ भी बुरा हो जाता तो शायद मन को इतनी कैसे संभाल पाते कहना कठिन था। आपके परिवार की तपस्या भी काम में आई है, परमात्मा के आशीर्वाद भी काम में आए हैं और 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की दुआ भी काम में आई है और कुल मिलाकर के सब इस संकट से निकल करके बाहर आए हैं। मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई देना और आप लोग स्वस्थ रहें और इसी प्रकार एक टीम बना करके हिम्मत के साथ आगे हम बढ़ते रहें और आप भी देश के लिए एक प्रेरणा बनते रहें।
After 17 anxious days, the biggest sighs of relief have been heaved by the families of the trapped construction workers.
I was waiting since 12th November for him to be rescued. I used to keep taking updates on the situation. It is due to everyone's good prayers that he is rescued.
I am feeling very nice. It feels like Diwali has come again. I even got a call from my father that he is fine and that he has been rescued.
The critical rescue operation tasted success due to an early intervention by the local government and rescue agencies. They acted as first responders, and with their well-coordinated efforts, the endeavour has become a textbook example of how to deal with similar misfortunes if they occur.
We will take a short break here and be back with more Global South stories on the other side. Keep watching.
In a world that never stops, where information shapes our reality, one app stands out, helps you stay ahead of time. Introducing the DD India app, your gateway to a world of news right at your fingertips. Your most trusted source of news goes global, goes digital. Explore a world of options, top stories, live updates, in-depth analysis, and more. Stay informed wherever you are. Real-time alerts keep you ahead of the curve always. The DD India app, connecting you to the world, one story at a time. Download now and explore the world of knowledge, insights, and authentic information.
India that invents. India that innovates. India that excites. India that invites. Land of possibility. Teeming with opportunities. Watch India Ideas each Thursday, 8 p.m. only on DD India.
Turning crisis into opportunity, transforming ideas into action, stories of real change, tales of sustainable solution. This series is going to tell stories of such change makers. Watch Change Makers on DD India.
Welcome back. You're watching DD India and this is Voice of the Global South. Let's move on to our next story. And China's health authorities have reported an outbreak of respiratory illness in several parts of northern China, which has overwhelmed hospitals in many cities. The World Health Organization, monitoring the situation, has asked China for more data to analyze the health crisis and its implications for the rest of the world.
Hospitals in northern China are witnessing an increase in the number of patients suffering from respiratory illnesses as the country grapples with a surge in a mixture of pathogens that are targeting mainly children.
I do feel a little worried now, so I came to the doctor to check up for myself and my child. I don't think it's a big deal because this always happens every year. But this year seems particularly severe and the recovery time is also longer.
The situation came into the spotlight when the World Health Organization asked China for more information, citing a report by the Program for Monitoring Emerging Diseases, ProMed, on clusters of undiagnosed pneumonia in children.
Since mid-October 2023, WHO has been monitoring data from Chinese surveillance systems that have been showing an increase in respiratory illness in children in northern China. WHO identified media and ProMed reports about the clusters of this undiagnosed pneumonia in children's hospitals in Beijing.
WHO said that China responded to its request and the data it provided suggested the cases were linked to the lifting of COVID curbs along with the circulation of known pathogens like Mycoplasma pneumoniae, a common bacterial infection that typically affects children which has circulated since May. Meanwhile, the illness, particularly among children, has reportedly swamped pediatric units in the city hospitals.
Children's immune systems are not well developed. Specific and non-specific immunity functions are not very matured, including our children's relatively weak cough reflex, insufficient function of respiratory motile cilia, and low levels of immunoglobulin of our children, which all may easily cause infection.
Evoking feelings of deja vu among people across the world, we recall what happened 3 years ago when a similar outbreak was reported in 2019. That virus from the city of Wuhan led to the COVID pandemic. Can this one take a life-threatening form?
A fresh outbreak of cholera in Zimbabwe has gripped the South African nation, forcing the authorities to take emergency measures to contain the health crisis, which, according to the civilians, has been triggered by erratic clean water supplies and unhygienic living conditions for many. The outbreak has also triggered a panic in Zimbabwe, where more than 4,000 people died from cholera in 2008.
Zimbabwe has declared a state of emergency in capital Harare over a cholera outbreak that has resulted in at least 155 deaths. Harare's high-density suburb of Kwadzana, which accounts for nearly half the reported cases, is the epicenter of the outbreak, with the capital city reporting at least 13 deaths.
I started feeling stomach aches, then passing a yellowish watery stool. Cholera has really affected a lot of people in Kwadzana. They say it is because of the dirty water we are drinking.
Residents of Kwadzana have complained about erratic supplies of clean water, uncollected garbage, and raw sewage flowing in the streets as main reasons of the spike in cholera cases in the city.
The water from the boreholes has also become contaminated. We cannot even mention the tap water. That's even worse. We are now confused about which water source is safe to drink from.
We started having this cholera problem 2 months ago here in Kovadzana. This community does not have clean water. That is how cholera has come to this area. Residents are also complaining of raw sewage, which they say is also contributing to this problem.
Government and health authorities are intensifying efforts to control the outbreak and mitigate its impact on the population. In response to the escalating crisis, the government has instructed the city to take immediate measures. City's municipal authorities have started distributing water treatment tablets to residents. Government has also started restricting public gatherings while monitoring burials in all areas affected by cholera.
We are going to work hard as health workers to fight this disease in the community. We are appealing for boreholes because the shortage of clean water is affecting resident ability to maintain good hygiene.
Cholera, known for its rapid transmission through contaminated food or water, poses a significant threat in Zimbabwean cities where supplies of drinking water and sanitation facilities are erratic and infrastructure has collapsed due to years of neglect.
Deadly torrential rains and floods triggered by extreme weather events due to global warming have affected more than 2 million people in several areas of Somalia, with over 100 killed and 750,000 or 750,000 displaced from their homes. Rescue agencies have warned that the extreme weather events are likely to continue for the next few days, which can worsen the ongoing humanitarian crisis in the east of Africa.
The number of people killed by floods in Somalia has now crossed 100. The country is being battered by relentless heavy rains that began in October.
These floods are double compared to the previous ones. You can't take a risk in this one. When it is raining, we sit outside under a tent until the rain slows down. We only come in the house when the rain slows down so that we can cook for the children.
Hawa Ali is one of more than 700,000 people displaced by the incessant rainfall and frequent flash floods in several parts of the East Africa. For days, people have to take extreme steps to safeguard themselves from the frequent flash floods and incessant rainfall.
We climbed trees. The whole night until morning we were beating jerry cans as a means to call for help. We put babies and the elderly in beds and on trees and slopes. These floods have been going on for 2 weeks. The floods took people who were found the following morning on trees. We beat drums to convey messages to the people that we needed rescued.
According to the International Committee of the Red Cross, there will be no respite to the people in several parts of East Africa as the extreme weather conditions will continue. Displaced people are among the most vulnerable.
To be very honest, nobody really knows the concrete figures are going to be affected. That is now, but we have currently a confluence still of the Indian Ocean dipole of El Nino. We have a cyclone building up in the Indian Ocean. We have rains continuing in the highlands of Ethiopia. All of that means that this is not over and it's not yet at its peak. It's getting worse and these people are going to suffer more.
First drought and then floods are being seen in East Africa as the region continues to get battered by El Nino and Indian Ocean dipole. At COP28, Somalian president called the crisis an example of the devastating effects of the climate change.
Somalia is a country on the front line of the devastating effects of the extreme climate events. It is a reality we live with. As I stand here before you, my country is facing a humanitarian crisis which we are desperately trying to respond to because of severe floods resulting from El Nino effect. These floods have so far affected more than 2.4 million people.
As the world leaders meet at COP28, it remains to be seen what plans the world has for preventing climate change, which is disproportionately impacting almost all of Global South.
Tanzania is on a mission to make its roads more green. It has launched its first private compressed natural gas filling and conversion station in capital Dar es Salaam. The government aims to increase the use of country's natural gas reserves by offering what it calls a cleaner and cheaper alternative energy to drivers. But some environmental groups have warned the technology is little better than traditional combustion engines. DD India's Daniel Kijo has more.
After decades of petrol and diesel, an increasing number of motorists in Tanzania are turning to compressed natural gas to power their vehicles. Joseph Silaya is an Uber driver who converted his car 2 years ago. He says natural gas can cut costs by 40 to 50% compared to traditional fuel.
Since I started using CNG, I use 1 kilogram of gas for every 45 to 50 kilometers of travel, which gives me more bang for my buck, resulting into more profits every month.
The government says filling stations like this one will increase consumption of a locally available energy source that has a lower carbon footprint than the use of petrol and diesel.
The government is pushing for the use of natural gas in automobiles, buses, and even industrial machines. The launching of yet another CNG station is testament that the government aims to ensure the gas we have is effectively used locally first.
It costs about $1,000 to convert a car from traditional fuel to gas. It's a specialist process, but one that is gaining popularity despite the upfront costs. Tanzania's Petroleum Development Authority says there are about 2,000 cars that use compressed natural gas in Tanzania, and the number is rising each day. But the availability of filling stations could put the brakes on the country's attempts to transition to cleaner energy. 20 stations have been commissioned, but so far there are only 3 stations in the whole country. Despite the challenges, many of those who have converted are converts themselves.
Since I installed the CNG system, I have never seen my car give out smoke. CNG is clean and safe. When you see a car smoking, maybe it has other mechanical issues.
But environmental groups disagree. Compressed natural gas does emit less CO2 than petrol vehicles, but it is a fossil fuel that has been found to emit high levels of toxic pollutants. A 2023 report in South Africa's Green Economy Journal claimed that CNG-powered vehicles are just as bad for the environment as their petrol-diesel counterparts, and argues electric vehicles are a better option. Despite environmental concerns, an increasing number of drivers see compressed natural gas systems as a way to cut costs and preserve their engines. The government's aim is to try and make better use of the country's extensive gas reserves by making CNG available to more drivers across Tanzania. Daniel Kijo in Dar es Salaam, reporting for DD India.
This is all we have for you in this edition of Voice of the Global South. Let us know your thoughts on the show. You can connect with us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. You can also check out our website, ddindia.co.in. From all of us here in New Delhi, thanks for watching a special program. News and updates continue on DD India. Thank you.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
सुनो, ये याद है जो 10 साल पहले हमने कुछ स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था?
क्या है ये?
अरे कई साल पहले कुछ शेयर लिए थे, मगर अब तो कंपनी भी भूल गई होगी। पैसे तो डूबे ही समझो।
बस तुम्हारी लापरवाही ने डुबा दिए ना सारे पैसे।
अरे नहीं दादी, अब आप IEPF अथॉरिटी यानी कि इन्वेस्टर्स एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी से ये इजीली क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
अरे वाह, वो कैसे?
लगातार 7 साल तक डिविडेंड्स और उनसे जुड़े शेयर्स, डिबेंचर्स और डिपॉजिट्स वगैरह क्लेम ना करने पे वो IEPF अथॉरिटी के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर हो जाते हैं, जिसे आप IEPF फॉर्म 5 फिल करके आसानी से क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
ये है कॉपीपुर गांव के कॉपी कुमार। कॉपी करने का है ना बुखार। बादशाह, शहनशाह, चुलबुली अपनी के रोज नए अवतार में दिखे। छोटे कभी लंबे बाले बना लें और जो भी टीवी पर दिखे सभी खरीद डालें। तेल, क्रीम, शैम्पू हो या चाय, जो हीरो बोले ये वही लगाएं। फिर एक दिन देखा सबने कुछ ऐसा, बोले कॉपी कुमार,
जहाँ हीरो ने बोला हम वहीं लगाएंगे पैसा।
लुट गए शेयर, डूबा पैसा, बैंक बैलेंस हुआ जीरो। सब बोले
सिर्फ किसी सेलिब्रिटी, ब्रांड एम्बेसडर या नामी व्यक्ति के मोह में आकर निवेश न करें। कंपनी पॉलिसी ठीक से समझें और अपना पैसा सोच समझ कर लगाएं।
देर लगी पर कुमार ने सीखा सबक जैसे तैसे। हीरो के कहने में आकर कभी ना लगाएंगे पैसे।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
सुनो, ये याद है जो 10 साल पहले हमने कुछ स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था?
क्या है ये?
अरे कई साल पहले कुछ शेयर लिए थे, मगर अब तो कंपनी भी भूल गई होगी। पैसे तो डूबे ही समझो।
बस तुम्हारी लापरवाही ने डुबा दिए ना सारे पैसे।
अरे नहीं दादी, अब आप IEPF अथॉरिटी यानी कि इन्वेस्टर्स एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी से ये इजीली क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
अरे वाह, वो कैसे?
लगातार 7 साल तक डिविडेंड्स और उनसे जुड़े शेयर्स, डिबेंचर्स और डिपॉजिट्स वगैरह क्लेम ना करने पे वो IEPF अथॉरिटी के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर हो जाते हैं, जिसे आप IEPF फॉर्म 5 फिल करके आसानी से क्लेम कर सकते हैं।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Namaskar and welcome to Indian Diplomacy, show on India's national television channel Doordarshan about Indian foreign policy, India's international relations, and India's involvement in shaping global institutions for planetary good. Viewers, in this episode, we are taking up India's role and leadership in multilateral climate negotiations. How India has performed in climate talks over the years, what are the major pressing issues from India's point of view and from that of the global south, and how are climate negotiations progressing and do they hold out hope for humanity? This is the theme for this episode. And to discuss this, let me introduce you to a very knowledgeable scholar on this field, Dr. Navroz Dubash. Dr. Dubash is one of India's leading thinkers on climate policies and governance. He is Senior Fellow at the Sustainable Futures Collaborative. Dr. Dubash, welcome to Indian Diplomacy.
Thank you very much. It's very good to be part of this show on this important topic.
Dr. Dubash, climate is an existential crisis and everybody acknowledges that this is, probably right up there in terms of the biggest problems that all of us face. And to meet this mega challenge, we have this phenomenon called climate diplomacy, annual summits. Climate Action Summit is happening in Dubai this year, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is attending it. There is always an air of expectation about multilateral talks, but on the other hand, you have written that there is a torrent of words around these events, but it doesn't necessarily translate into action. And environmental activists and thinkers usually are disappointed with the outcomes of these events. So let me ask you to start with these Conference of Parties, COP, which keeps on happening annually. What is the benefit of these? And really, are they just talking shops, or do you think we still need these, because without these probably we will not even make minimal progress?
I think it's a very good place to start. Let's just pause by talking about the nature of this problem. The nature of this problem is such that we have to transform economies with an eye to the long term, with an eye to changing actually how economies develop in their relationship with fossil fuel. And we have to do this in a context where governments face 4 to 5 year cycles for elections. So it's a long-term problem, with short-term politics. The COP is meant to bridge this, but there's a limit ultimately to the extent to which COPs can change national interests. These are going to be driven by national interests. So the COPs used to be thought of as places where top-down agreement was made on targets. This country will do this much, this country will do that much. That proved to be a very hard thing to agree on. And over 25 years of trying, eventually the COPs have shifted at the Paris Agreement moment to what is more of a bottom-up construction. The bottom-up construction is, you tell us what you're going to do in your country, what you think you can do. We will add it up and see if it's good enough. If it's not good enough, everybody go home and please try harder. This COP in Dubai is a moment where that adding up is happening for the first time. It's called the global stocktake, which is why it's significant. In some sense, it's a test of the model of the COP. So COPs are essential because they push governments. COPs are by no means sufficient because ultimately these are driven by national interest.
Yeah. And so our compromise will obviously come in when you have 198 member states and entities joining these negotiations. This year's COP28, they're saying 70,000 attendees are going to be there. Huge, mega, gatherings like these will obviously involve, give and take. And that's, of course, the essence of this climate diplomacy. So you've been observing, writing, and thinking about this for a long time. Do you think the outcomes that come as a result of this churning are sufficient, or obviously much more needs to be done? But it's a question of half empty or half full, right? Looking at the glass. So I suppose, if you imagine there was no COP process, no UN framework on climate change, then probably we would be in an even worse position, right? So, and that's the whole idea of global governance. So to that extent, I think we do need these summits.
No, absolutely. We do need these summits for two reasons. One reason is that governments have to be forced to pay attention to climate change when there are so many other pressing things. So the COP puts in place things like nationally determined contributions, long-term strategies. And I have been part of some of these conversations within the government of India, and the forcing effect of bringing people together to talk about things within the government is accomplished by the COP. It's a high stakes issue. So we have to put our best foot forward. It mobilizes the bureaucracy. That's one reason. Second reason is, it is a global collective action problem at the end of the day. And there are some countries who had more of a role in causing it, the richer countries, and some countries that are going to be more suffering the consequences, the poorer countries. Now, there has to be some mechanism of compensation. This COP has agreed on a loss and damage fund, which is a great test of the value of these COPs. At the same time, expecting the COPs to override national interests, so getting countries to commit to very rapid phase down because of a global existential problem is unlikely. Ambassador Dasgupta, who was a doyen of Indian climate politics and negotiations, used to always say the first rule of COPs is that they cannot fail, because some text is always found that massages these different interests. But I have been writing increasingly that when it comes to the emissions reduction side, as I said, on the vulnerability side, on the collective action side, on the finance side, it's the COPs play a very big role. But on the mitigation side, that is the emissions reduction side, countries increasingly, what I'm finding, are moving when their interests align with a low carbon future. So we've seen in the case of India, we now increasingly feel that solar power and a hydrogen economy is in our own interest as well as a global interest.
It's
China
not because
has
of pressure. It's not because
That's
of
right.
pressure from outside, yeah.
And no amount of pressure can make a country act against its national interest. So the question is, how do you come to that realization within a country? In China, air pollution drove it. The US, even though it's quite flawed, has come up with this Inflation Reduction Act, where they are putting $360 billion behind clean energy technologies, because they've decided that's their future route to competitiveness. So the trick lies in the international process nudging, the politics shifting within countries as we change our own interests, but the support through finance and the backstop for vulnerable people, again, coming from the international process. So you need these both. It's a jugalbandi of sorts.
right? So national interest, viewers, is at stake, and every country comes in with its best possible negotiating strategy, and so does India. And the amalgamation of all these national interests is what we get through the COP processes. Viewers, I have a very interesting historical look down the memory lane of COP and other environmental summits starting from the 1990s under the UN framework. What have they achieved? What are the significant milestones as we look up to COP28? Let's watch this video and continue the discussion.
In 1990, at the UN's Second World Climate Conference, scientists highlight the risks of global warming to nature and society. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher calls for binding emissions targets.
We need to speed up action and set ourselves higher targets and shorter deadlines.
In 1992, countries at the Rio Earth Summit sign on to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. It establishes the idea that developed countries must do more to tackle climate warming emissions. In 1995, the first Conference of the Parties, or COP, is held in Berlin. A final document calls for legally binding emissions targets. In 1997, at COP3 in Kyoto, Japan, parties agree to emissions cuts for developed countries. In 2005, the Kyoto Protocol goes into effect. It's a legally binding treaty in which 55 countries agree to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In 2009, COP15 talks in Copenhagen nearly collapse amid efforts to agree to a binding post-Kyoto framework. Countries instead vote to take note of a non-binding political statement. COP 16, 17, and 18 all failed to set new binding emissions targets. Delegates in Doha at COP 18 instead extended the Kyoto Protocol through 2020. In 2015, COP 21 results in the Paris Agreement.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
The first global pact to call for increasingly ambitious emissions pledges from both developed and developing countries. Delegates also pledged to try to keep warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius. In 2017, U.S. President Donald Trump pulls the U.S. out of the Paris Treaty.
The United States will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord.
4 years later, in 2021, newly elected U.S. President Joe Biden rejoins the Paris Agreement. At COP26 later that year, the Glasgow Pact sets a goal of using less coal and resolves rules for trading carbon credits to offset emissions. In 2022, COP27 in Egypt marks a historic deal for a loss and damage fund for costly climate disasters, but does little to address the emissions fueling such disasters.
So viewers, you got a glimpse of the COP, Conference of Parties process over time. Dr. Dubash, we just learnt about the milestones, important steps that have been taken in international climate governance over the years. This loss and damage fund, for example, let's take it up. Finally, we have some concrete action on it at COP28. But then you have raised the question of who will pay. And I think this is still unsettled, isn't it? And if it's only voluntary contributions based on some formula, doesn't look like it's going to be sufficient.
By the standards of climate negotiations, having built a bucket, as it were, so fast, getting people to agree on the rules around that bucket with some serious compromises. In particular, there was a lot of question about whether the World Bank should be the implementer of this fund, and it's been agreed to under some conditions. That is an accomplishment, and I think it's worth pausing and recognizing that, because the weakest and most vulnerable have got something out of this process, and this is a process of high politics and interests. So that is worth celebrating. There's also creative ideas about things like aviation tariffs and shipping and financial transaction tax, these kinds of global structures being used to collect money for the loss and damage fund, which I think are interesting and worth pursuing. So there are not that many victories in this one, so let's just applaud this one. It counts as a victory. It counts as a victory. Should we go ahead to the very complex questions?
Equity and fairness, it's always the fundamental question, isn't it? And what do we need to push for these outcomes?
Absolutely. So equity and fairness operates. So it's for India and other developing countries. It is at the core of the UNFCCC process, there's a phrase that those of us who track climate negotiations use: common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities, right? Now, the Paris Agreement, which was talked about in that video, was in a sense, the agreement there was based on a prior agreement by the US and China, which at the time had a tighter relationship. The G2, as they were beginning to be called then and still are now. And they added the phrase, in light of shifting national circumstances. Now, what that phrase did is basically cracked open the door to the categorization of developed and developing, what in the earlier part of the negotiations were called Annex 1, non-Annex 1. It cracked open the door to there being some movement between those categories, that countries might graduate, in particular, potentially China. And so it opened the door to the idea that, yes, there is an important difference between developed and developing, historical responsibility and less historical responsibility for the problem, but that context also matters. Even within developing countries, there are variations. And within the industrialized countries, to a lesser extent, there are some variations. And this is where it's important to draw a line between viewing this as a diplomat and viewing this as an analyst. If you're a diplomat, it is very advantageous to you to make sure that that line is drawn as crisply as possible, which is why people were quite upset that it became blurred in Paris. And I've heard, diplomats being very concerned about this. As an analyst, the question is, given the fact that we have different circumstances, China is different from India, India is different from Burundi, Burundi is different from Brazil, and so on, do we need to have a more nuanced way of talking about this? But by having that nuanced way of talking about it, do we give up on the very important principle of equity? As an analyst, that is the question one asks. As a diplomat, one doesn't want to go very close to that question. So I just want to sort of put that out there as a way of thinking about this. Sure. Now, the key really is, as you said, how on earth are we going to start reducing emissions? I am firmly of the view that emissions will reduce not because there's global pressure on India or anybody else. Nobody is going to go against their interests. For example, African countries that are fossil fuel providers, gas emitters, a huge part of their economy is actually dependent on gas, right? Why would they turn off that tap unless there's an option? Somewhat ironically and hypocritically, in the wake of the Ukraine-Russia crisis, European nations worried about their own energy security, despite starting from a high level of energy use, have been also beating a path to Africa to sign gas contracts. Right. Now we're going to hear a lot about fossil fuel phase down in this Dubai COP, but every country is going to do this for their own interests. So to me, the key question is how do country after country redefine their interests in a way in which they can develop, but do so in a clean way.
Yeah, and probably that redefinition will happen only when there are more catastrophes, unfortunately. I mean, it'll have to get a lot worse before it gets better, because people only respond and react when they are facing, real physical calamities right in front of their eyes, and those are also increasing. But viewers, India is making a mark, always been a very responsible player in the climate negotiations. Let's listen to Prime Minister Modi at the COP28 in Dubai and continue the discussion.
साथियों, पिछली शताब्दी की गलतियों को सुधारने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं है। मानव जाति के एक छोटे हिस्से ने प्रकृति का अंधाधुंध दोहन किया, लेकिन इसकी कीमत पूरी मानवता को चुकानी पड़ रही है। विशेषकर ग्लोबल साउथ के निवासियों को सिर्फ मेरा भला हो, ये सोच दुनिया को एक अंधेरे की तरफ ले जाएगी। इस हॉल में बैठा प्रत्येक व्यक्ति, प्रत्येक राष्ट्राध्यक्ष बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ यहां आया है। हम में से सभी को अपने दायित्व निभाने ही होंगे। पूरी दुनिया आज हमें देख रही है, इस धरती का भविष्य हमें देख रहा है। हमें सफल होना ही होगा। We have to be decisive. हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि हर देश अपने लिए जो क्लाइमेट टारगेट तय कर रहा है, जो कमिटमेंट कर रहा है, वो पूरा कर कर ही दिखाएगा। वी हैव टू वर्क इन यूनिटी। हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि हम मिलकर काम करेंगे, एक दूसरे का सहयोग करेंगे, साथ देंगे। हमें ग्लोबल कार्बन बजट में सभी विकासशील देशों को उचित शेयर देना होगा। वी हैव टू बी मोर बैलेंस। हमें यह संकल्प लेना होगा कि एडॉप्शन, मिटिगेशन, क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, लॉस एंड डैमेज, इन सब पर संतुलन बनाते हुए आगे बढ़ें। वी हैव टू बी एम्बिशियस। हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन जस्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, इक्विटेबल हो। वी हैव टू बी इनोवेटिव। हमें ये संकल्प लेना होगा कि इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लगातार विकास करें, अपने स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठकर दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करें।
Right. So, viewers, Prime Minister emphasizing the need for equity and fairness, which is also our theme in this show. Dr. Dubash, India, you have also written about this, initially was seen as a naysayer and someone which obstructs the consensus on multilateral negotiations. But now we have come up with a lot of new initiatives. So, the Biofuels Alliance, for example, our leadership in the G20, we have pushed for a Green Development Pact. And we have the International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, and now we are talking about lead IT, leading industry towards the transition, and also green credits. So there are a lot of new things that we have come up with, new ideas, and that way India seems to be much more open and creative in its multilateral climate diplomacy than before, isn't it? This seems like a big change.
Yes, I think there has been a lot of change, and it stems from something you said just at the just before we heard the Prime Minister's remarks, which is, you know, for countries to perhaps shift their understanding of interest may take many more catastrophes. Respectfully, I'm not sure that that's entirely the case. We have seen some incredible catastrophes. We've seen flooding in Pakistan last year. We've seen heat waves across the world. We've seen Canadian wildfires. My own feeling is, even in the face of these catastrophes, countries say, yes, it's terribly problematic. Somebody else should do something about it. And in particular, when we didn't cause the problem, why should we risk potential economic shortfalls or energy security or anything else? And every country has some story like that. So I come back to this point that countries would change their position when they see their interests changing. They won't act against their interests. And this brings me back to, I think, where India's sort of recent slew of diplomatic initiatives that have been very creative. I think partly it's happened for two reasons. We have been very creative about seizing the narrative, saying we are a vulnerable country, we do care about climate change, and we're doing all these things, including the Coalition on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure and so on. But what has also changed, I think, is our own understanding of our interests. We know that we're not foregoing fossil fuel use. You know, 70%, 80% of our electricity still comes from coal. But I think there's a growing realization that there is scope for India to have competitive advantage by being an early mover in technologies like battery, technologies like hydrogen. We see the solar potential in India. And so we are doing what a responsible power should do, which is something that promotes the global good while also promoting the national good. And I have in the past talked about this idea of co-benefits, where these things come together. We have to be creative about maximizing co-benefits while not being too over-optimistic. There are sometimes trade-offs. Sometimes we may need to, for example, how fast we can phase down fossil fuel is an open question among analysts. That is something we have to be perhaps cautious about, while realizing that the faster we do it, the greater our competitive advantage will be, because the more of a leader we'll be in the technologies of the future. And this is where sometimes, so let me just pause there. So I think that shift in interest has then very cleverly been dovetailed with a strategic narrative that says, here's how we see our interests being reflected by all these initiatives that do both serve the national interest and the global interest.
Right. Dr. Dubash, last point about non-state actors, I mean, private corporations, I mean, these obviously need to be brought in, both in terms of contributing to these climate funds and damage funds and all these things, but also in terms of the emissions mitigation. It's not just the role of governments, right? I mean, that's why we are doing this LEAD IT. This is one of the new initiatives where we want to bring in private sector as stakeholders for energy transition to, prod and nudge them in that direction. How much should the intergovernmental framework focus on private actors, and do you think what kind of incentives and pressures we must apply for them to play a ball? Because without that, without industry especially, I think we are going nowhere.
I think that's right, but let me use that question to make a broader point. You mentioned finance earlier, which we never came back to. And I think in terms of the non-governmental actors, it is both finance and industry. So part of this is going to be public finance to leverage change. But the scales we're talking about, which is now in the trillions. So, for example, the N.K. Singh, Larry Summers report, which the G20 Delhi declaration invokes, talked about $2.4 trillion by 2030 just for climate, and then more for sustainable development, as you mentioned. So there is an important challenge here. This is a capital-intensive transition. And that's true for the industrial transition you talked about also. All of these technologies to get carbon out of industrial manufacturing are enormously capital intensive. So that capital has to be mobilized and industry has to be brought in. So we have to understand what the needs of industry are, but we don't want to get into a game where industry is not taking its own risks. You don't want to privatize profit and socialize risk. At the same time, you understand industry can't do it by itself. So it's walking a very careful line where government has to lead, but in partnership by understanding the needs of industry. And not only industry, also civil society. So for example, there are municipal groups, there are civil society groups in cities. There are groups at local levels, particularly talking about adaptation. They have wisdom about how natural resources are used. So that takes me to my final point, I think, which is worth making, that for India as well as other countries, we need to build a climate governance framework that is flexible, that deepens the capacity of the state, but where the government doesn't hold on to all the decisions. We enable others to get into the conversation because they are the ones who ultimately have to implement, whether it's at the local level in agriculture, forest, coast, or at the level of industry and finance in the banking sector. Right. So this requires a transformation of economies and societies. It's what I like to call a whole of economy, whole of society problem, and others use that phrase as well. That is a very complex governance challenge. How do you bring that about?
How do we bring that about, Dr. Dubash? I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are out of time. But the question is, we need a nuanced approach, as Dr. Navroz Dubash says, and we need collective action, but we also need to focus on national interests and to redefine national interests. And India has done it. India is offering leadership and also thinking about its own domestic challenges with worsening climate conditions. And we hope that other countries will follow India's lead and implement their nationally determined contributions and do better, because ambition is necessary, as the United Nations and others are saying, and without that we will be in a very sorry condition in decades to come. The global warming targets, we are way behind it and struggling, but then Dr. Dubash, we hope that some of your insights will also get across, because ultimately it requires many stakeholders and the role of intellectuals is very important. I appreciate your presence in our show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. I enjoyed the conversation with you.
Climate change is upon us, and we are all suffering from the adverse consequences. India is making best possible efforts to achieve multilateral consensus and to also initiate new ideas and principles that will take the climate negotiations and discussions forward, and most importantly, climate action forward. Thank you for watching. I'll see you again next time. Until then, take care.
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor.
ये है कॉपीपुर गांव के कॉपी कुमार। कॉपी करने का है ना बुखार। बादशाह शहंशाह चुलबुली अपनी के रोज नए अवतार में दिखे। छोटे कभी लंबे बाले बना लें और जो भी टीवी पर दिखे सभी खरीद डालें। तेल क्रीम शैम्पू हो या चाय, जो हीरो बोले ये वही लगाएं। फिर एक दिन देखा सबने कुछ ऐसा, बोले कॉपी कुमार,
जहाँ हीरो ने बोला हम वहीं लगाएंगे पैसा।
लुट गए शेयर, डूबा पैसा, बैंक बैलेंस हुआ जीरो। सब बोले
सिर्फ किसी सेलिब्रिटी, ब्रांड एम्बेसडर या नामी व्यक्ति के मोह में आकर निवेश न करें। कंपनी पॉलिसी ठीक से समझें और अपना पैसा सोच समझ कर लगाएं।
देर लगी पर कुमार ने सीखा सबक जैसे तैसे। हीरो के कहने में आकर कभी ना लगाएंगे पैसे।
IEPF अथॉरिटी, कॉर्पोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
भारतीय संस्कृति ने हमेशा हमें बड़ों का सम्मान करना सिखाया है। भारत सरकार भी वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए लगातार नई से नई सेवाएं और अवसर ला रही है। इसी कड़ी में निवेशक शिक्षा और संरक्षण कोष ने 75 वर्ष एवं उससे अधिक उम्र वाले सभी निवेशकों के लिए स्पेशल सेवा की शुरुआत की है। IEPF समय समय पर देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से SMS सर्विस द्वारा, अखबारों में संदेश देकर, अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स पर एवं टीवी और रेडियो के माध्यम से वरिष्ठ नागरिकों को सही निवेश और फ्रॉड स्कीम से अपना धन बचाने की जानकारी दे रहा है। इसके अलावा उनकी सुविधा के लिए निवेश की सही जानकारी और क्लेम का स्टेटस जानने के लिए एक ऐप भी लॉन्च किया है।
क्या कर रहे हो पापा?
कुछ नहीं, ऐसे ही छोटा सा काम कर रहा हूँ।
कौन सा काम पापा?
मेरे कुछ शेयर सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं, उनका क्लेम लेना है, तो उन्हीं का फॉर्म भर रहा हूँ।
लेकिन पापा, क्या इसके लिए फिजिकल डॉक्यूमेंट भी जमा करने होंगे?
किस जमाने में जी रहे हो बेटा? ये डिजिटल इंडिया है, सब काम ऑनलाइन होता है। और अपना इन्वेस्टर एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन फंड अथॉरिटी भी डिजिटल हो गया है। और यही नहीं, 75 वर्ष के सभी निवेशकों के लिए एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी जारी किया गया है, जिससे घर बैठे बैठे आप अपने क्लेम का फॉर्म आसानी से भर सकते हैं।
दादाजी, क्या मैं भी आपके साथ कर लूं? हो गया।
निवेशक शिक्षित तो निवेश सुरक्षित।
This program is sponsored by IEPFA, Informed Investor, Empowered Investor, Smart Investor. Namaskar and welcome to Changemakers. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Adverse impact of climate change can be seen all around us. Extreme weather conditions, polluted air, depleting water resources, and more. Often the casualty of unsustainable development practices are our most precious natural resources. Today, let's talk about clean tech enterprises who are innovating for the environment. Did you know, as per the United Nations, estimate 80% of global wastewater goes untreated, containing everything from human waste to highly toxic industrial discharges, meaning fresh water that we use is lost forever. So we keep banking on fast depleting water resources. Think about air pollution. Inhaling poisonous gases and the respiratory diseases have almost become a new normal, especially in our urban spaces. As our precious natural resources are at risk, there are innovators who are working to minimize and even reverse this damage to our environment. They are extracting clean water from sewage waste with the philosophy of each drop counts. They are creating revolution by pollution, by containing the harmful emissions in the air. Here's how. Large-scale water and air pollution are the most fundamental challenges faced by our societies today. The toxicity has a direct and long-term effect on our environment and public health. Our change makers are doing transformative work in helping us tackle these challenges. Our first change maker is Absolute Water from New Delhi, founded in 2016 by Smita Singhal. Absolute Water is a circular, economically viable and environmentally sound product that treats sewage water to extract clean, potable water. Sewage, being 90% liquid and 10% solid, is the best source of recycling and renewing water. The recycled water quality complies with the WHO drinking water norms at very nominal cost, with the same RO quality water but without the chemical dosing and wasteful reject issues. It is based on a mix of vermicast and microorganisms that naturally degrade all the pollutants in the raw sewage, converting some into nutrients. This water can be further organically treated to give drinking water. The recovery rate is the highest in comparison to conventional system, 100% recovery rate for non-potable applications, and the highest recovery rate of 85% for drinking water. The system is financially viable due to minimal operation and maintenance cost, as the entire design is based on gravity. It has no odor, no noise due to absence of motors. The byproduct of the recycling process is liquid and solid, high nutrient fertilizer that can be used as a cheaper and organic alternative to chemical fertilizers. Our next change maker is Chakra Innovation from Gurugram, Haryana, founded in 2016 by Kushagra Srivastav and team. Chakra Innovation specializes in developing and providing innovative solutions to tackle air pollution. Chakra's revolutionary retrofit emission control device, Chakra Shield, is world's first technology to reduce particulate matter, hydrocarbons and carbon monoxide emissions by 70 to 90% from diesel generators. PM10, PM2.5 are the key culprits of ambient air pollution, which has major health consequences. Diesel generator sets used for power backup are a major contributor of PM2.5. In addition to environmental impact, Chakra Innovation is dedicated to promoting sustainable business practices. The company operates with a strong focus on research and development and invests heavily in new technologies to ensure they remain at the forefront of the industry. Chakra Innovation product range includes retrofit emission control devices such as Chakra Shield, Dual Fuel Kit, IoT-based monitoring system, decentralized energy, and more. With patented and innovative technologies, Chakra team is aiming to become a one-stop solution energy company in the market space while creating a cleaner and more sustainable future. Such remarkable innovations. Let's now meet our change makers, learn more about their work and vision. Let me welcome Smita Singhal, founder and director, Absolute Water, and Manvi Bhatia, chief of staff at Chakra Innovation. We learned about your amazing innovations. Welcome to Changemakers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so